This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. When Xinxingtong opened her eyes, she saw not the familiar ceiling, but the towering trees with lush branches and leaves. Only a little sunlight could be seen through the gaps between the leaves, indicating that it was daytime. She fell under the thick tree, leaning against the gnarled tree roots that grew out of the ground, and the roots were covered with moss. Everything in sight was filled with primitive wild beauty. If Xinxingtong had seen such scenery while traveling, he would definitely have praised it, but unfortunately it was not the case. Just as Xinxingtong was wondering what kind of place this was, he heard a rustling sound, as if something was running through the bushes. Xinxingtong instantly thought of a wild boar running rampant. Without saying a word, he got up and ran in the opposite direction of the sound. No matter what it was, in a place that looked a little wrong, he had to run. It was not easy to walk in the undeveloped primeval forest. Xinxingtong ran stumblingly. Hearing the noise behind him getting farther and farther away, he did not dare to stop or look back. He was tripped by vines hidden in the thick layer of fallen leaves from time to time. Fortunately, the fallen leaves were thick enough, and it was not painful. Xinxingtong was able to get up and continue running. After running for a long time, the sound behind him disappeared. After passing through the bushes, Xinxingtong saw the open stream and slowed down with heavy breath. Xinxingtong walked to the river, looked around vigilantly, and found no danger. He sat down on the ground and lowered his head to look at the scratches on his legs. She was still wearing the same clothes as yesterday, jeans and a white t-shirt. The jeans had been torn by the branches, and a long, thin bloodstain could be seen on her legs. Xinxingtong reached out and gently touched it, then immediately withdrew her hand and made a small hiss sound. Xinxingtong held back her tears and wanted to go to the river to get some water to wash. When she got to the river, she hesitated again. She didn't know where she was, and she heard that if the raw water in the wild was not boiled, there would be many germs, and it would be easy to get infected. If she had no injuries, it would be fine. Now she had injuries. If she got infected and she didn't find a way to escape, she would have no way out. After thinking about it, Xinxingtong gave up the idea of cleaning and began to think about how to ask for help and how to survive. This primeval forest is so strange. She doesn't even know how she appeared here inexplicably. There is nothing on her body. Xinxingtong suddenly touched the mobile phone in her pocket, and her eyes lit up instantly. The phone is still there. She can call the police or make a phone call. In short, it's good to be able to contact someone. Xinxingtong hurriedly took out her mobile phone, turned on the screen, and dialed the police number. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, you are out of service range. Please call again later. Xinxingtong was stunned for a moment, and then she realized that there was no mobile phone signal and no network. In this case, the mobile phone was no different from a brick. Putting the phone back into her pocket in frustration, Xinxingtong whispered to herself, "It's okay, there will be a way." After cheering herself up, Xinxingtong stood up, recalled many videos of how to ask for help in the wild, picked up many dead branches and piled them up, and began to try to make fire by drilling wood. No matter if anyone can see it, at least with the fire, she can find a way to boil water to drink and catch fish to grill, although whether she can catch it is also a problem. After trying for a long time, Xinxingtong had blisters on her hands, and there was not even a spark on the wood she was using to make fire. Xinxingtong was a little desperate. It had been a long time since she woke up, heard the danger, and ran to the river. Now it took her half a day to make fire. If she continued to delay, it would be dark. Once it got dark, she felt that she might not live to see tomorrow in this deserted primeval forest. The light around her gradually weakened. Under the cover of the tall trees, Xinxingtong could not see the sun, and could only judge the time based on the changes in light. Seeing that it was getting dark, Xinxingtong became more and more anxious. Only by making a fire could she drive away the wild animals at night. With the light of the fire, she would not be so scared in such a dark forest. Xinxingtong was probably unlucky. Before the fire was made, there were many noises in the woods, as if many animals were running towards this side. Xinxingtong glanced at the river. She really couldn't run anymore, so she simply threw down the stick and hid under a big rock. As soon as she hid, she saw hundreds of strange animals of all sizes running out of the woods, walking to the river to drink water, and more animals emerged from the forest one after another. Seeing these animals, Xinxingtong, who had originally firmly believed that she could be rescued as long as she survived, almost couldn't hold back, because she didn't recognize any of these animals. The strange animals didn't look like creatures on Earth at all, and she ignored the leaves that couldn't be identified. Everything showed that this was a completely unfamiliar world. At this moment, Xin Tong finally understood a fact. She was probably hit by some unlucky time travel buff. What's more unfortunate is that she didn't go to the high-tech future world she longed for. It didn't even look like a technological society, and she didn't know whether there was any humanities. On the bright side, maybe she would die before she could get out of this primeval forest, right? Xin Tong was hungry and in pain. Under such a blow, she might as well die. But dying in the mouth of a wild beast would also be painful. She was afraid. After Xin Tong realized the facts again, she looked up and suddenly found that the animals that were drinking water just now had all run away. Only a few slow animals were left. But their slow speed also showed that these animals were running for their lives. Xin Tong became alert instantly. She had never seen such a situation, but she had heard of it before. It might be that a more powerful beast had appeared. Thinking of this, Xin Tong wanted to get up and continue running. Although it is better to die in a place where you can't live today or tomorrow, there is an old saying that it is better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. Xin Tong stood up and planned to retreat. As soon as she stood up, a gust of wind suddenly whistled over her head, as if something jumped over her head. Xin Tong froze. At that moment, all her nerves were tense. Her intuition told her that it was dangerous. Run quickly, otherwise she would die. But she couldn't move. Her whole body was frozen. This place seemed to be locked by some powerful breath. After a long time, Xin Tong turned his head stiffly. When he turned around, he saw a strange white creature that looked like a lion sitting by the river drinking water. Its ears were erect, and its eyelids were drooping. It seemed careless. Its tail was swinging back and forth behind it, which was very leisurely. Xin Tong had never seen such a creature in real life. It looked like a lion, but it was not the same as a lion, because it did not have dragon horns on its head like ordinary lions, and there was a circle of scales on its neck. The 9th and 6th sons of Swanee liked to sit quietly and like fireworks. Suddenly, this sentence popped up in Xin Tong's mind. This thing really looks like the Swanee described in the myth, but Swanee is a creature in myth after all. Xin Tong swallowed his saliva. Whether it was a myth or not, the creature in front of him was very dangerous. Xin Tong slowly moved away from the white creature that looked like Swanee, pulled away, and ran without looking back. There was a sound of wind behind him, but Xin Tong didn't dare to look back. He gritted his teeth and continued to run. Suddenly, a gust of wind hit him, and he was hit hard on the riverbank. His legs were numb from the fall. He lay on the ground gasping for breath. His head was full of sweat, and his hair was wet and stuck to his face. A claw pressed on Xin Tong's back, and the huge beast head lowered to look at Xin Tong lying on the ground, breathing beside Xin Tong's ear. Xin Tong trembled with fear. Her teeth were trembling, and she raised her head tremblingly for a long time. The Swanee just stared at her, with a cold gaze, as if it was looking at the food in its mouth. Xin Tong moved, endured the fear, and burst into a strong desire to survive. With a stiff face, she begged for mercy weakly. "I don't have much meat on my body. It's not tasty. Please don't eat me, okay?" The sound was so small that it was almost inaudible. Swanee tilted his head, and his eyes slowly revealed some doubts. He couldn't understand what this weak fellow on the ground was saying, but this weak fellow smelled very fragrant. Swanee moved his nose, and smelled Xin Tong from head to toes. When he smelled the blood near Xin Tong's wound, he paused. This fellow's blood also smelled very fragrant. Xin Tong closed her eyes. She thought she was probably really going to die here. She didn't even have time to enjoy the beauty of the world. The next second, Xin Tong realized that she was bitten, but she didn't feel any pain. She opened her eyes, and saw that the river was quickly retreating, and soon entered the forest. Xin Tong realized that she seemed to be held in the mouth of this creature that looked like a Swanee, and was being taken to a certain place. Xin Tong felt like she had escaped death for a while, because she didn't die in the mouth of the beast, but after being thankful, she became nervous again. She was still in the mouth of the beast. Maybe the beast was not hungry yet, so he took her back as a reserve food. Xin Tong's heart was lifted again. She silently watched the treetops flying past her head. The light that originally leaked through the gaps between the leaves during the day was gone, and the forest was dark, and she could hardly see anything. After an unknown amount of time, Swanee carried Xin Tong in his mouth and plunged into a cave. The cave was also pitch black. Swanee threw Xin Tong on a pile of hay, and slowly laid down beside it with his eyes closed to rest. Xin Tong lay on the hay, and the wounds all over her body began to hurt. She reached out and touched her legs, which were wet and sticky. Shin Tong endured the pain and took out her phone to turn on the flashlight to see that her thighs were covered in blood. There was a big hole in her pants. The original large abrasion turned into a long wound, and blood was still flowing out. Compared with this wound, the wounds on other places were nothing. After Shin Tong saw the wound under the light, she felt even more painful. She didn't dare to touch it, and there was nothing to treat the wound. There was also a beast she had never seen before behind her. Shin Tong's tears kept coming out. She raised one hand to wipe it, but it couldn't be wiped clean. Little did she know that after the light in the cave was turned on, the Swanee, who had been sleeping with his eyes closed, opened his eyes instantly, and quietly moved his head over, first staring at the glowing mobile phone, and then looking at Shin Tong, who was crying. After noticing the wound that was still bleeding from Shin Tong, Swanee tilted his head. It was just a small wound. It would heal in 2 or 3 days. This weak guy was so delicate, still crying. Swanee shook his head, but the glowing thing in the hand of this delicate guy was so interesting. Could he snatch it away? But if he snatched it away, what if the delicate guy cried again, "Forget it, I won't snatch it away." Anyway, when he gets hungry one day and swallows the delicate guy, this glowing thing will be his. Chapter 2. Shin Tong was so absorbed in looking at the bleeding wound that she didn't notice Swanee quietly putting his head close to her, and lying back down to sleep, as if nothing had happened. The wound was bleeding, making Shin Tong feel a little dizzy. After looking back at Swanee, who seemed to be sleeping soundly, Shin Tong put her phone aside, tore the hem of her shirt with force, tore out a long strip of cloth, and simply wrapped the wound, planning to wait until daybreak to see what happened before making any plans. After Shin Tong treated the wound, she turned off her phone. She wanted to save some electricity. At least the phone could provide lighting at night. After putting the phone away, Shin Tong carefully looked back at the outline of the giant in the dark, then curled up in a ball and slowly fell asleep in the corner. After Shin Tong's breathing became even, Swanee opened his eyes and looked at Shin Tong before continuing to sleep. In the middle of the night, probably because he felt cold, Shin Tong instinctively moved towards the heat source, and finally nestled in Swanee's furry tail before moving. Swanee raised his head and looked back, wanting to pull out his tail, but seeing that Shin Tong was not sleeping well, and was shivering, he somehow gave up and pretended not to see it, and retracted his gaze, and continued to sleep. The next morning, when Shin Tong woke up, she saw herself curled up in someone's tail. She was horrified and rolled back to the corner, which hurt her wound. She exhaled in pain. When she saw that Swanee didn't move, she slowly breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that she would anger the beast. Swanee's eyelids moved but didn't open, looking like a deep sleep. Shin Tong looked at the wound on her leg with the light from the cave. Good news, the bleeding stopped. Bad news, it still hurt. She needed medicine. She was afraid that the wound would get inflamed. If the wound got inflamed, she would really die here if she didn't have anti-inflammatory and antipyretic drugs. Thinking of this, Shin Tong secretly glanced at Swanee, and moved out of the cave on tiptoe. While Swanee was asleep, she ran quickly. When Shin Tong moved to the cave entrance, and was about to run out, she was hooked by the collar of her clothes, and dragged back in the next second. Shin Tong. She looked at Swanee with despair, as he pressed her under his claws, and opened his bloody mouth. Swanee lowered his head, and sniffed Shin Tong's neck, squinting his eyes for a while, suddenly let go of Shin Tong, then walked to the cave entrance, raised his claws, and pointed outside, then opened his mouth, silently threatening Shin Tong. The amazing thing is that although they couldn't speak the same language, Shin Tong understood the body language. "I eat you if you dare to run away." Shin Tong, take a deep breath. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Shin Tong held back her tears. Her legs hurt. She felt dizzy from losing too much blood, and she didn't eat anything. So Shin Tong's eyes went dark, her head fell forward, and hit the ground heavily. Chu Xiao was stunned. His threatening eyes stared blankly at the weak creature in front of him falling, and he subconsciously used his claws that he hadn't retracted to pull Shin Tong, his big head full of confusion, because in his cognition, he had never seen such a weak fellow. How could he fall down before he even opened his mouth? Is he dead? Although she fell down, Shin Tong, who was still somewhat conscious, felt the claws digging at her back, and wanted to say, "Take your claws away," but she had no strength, was hungry and in pain, and was really exhausted. She could only move her arms to show that she was still alive, and asked him to stop digging. When Chu Xiao saw Shin Tong move, he retracted his claws, and leaned over to look at Shin Tong's head. He saw that Shin Tong had closed her eyes, but was breathing and still alive. Chu Xiao sniffed to make sure that Shin Tong would not die for the time being, and then he distanced himself from Shin Tong. After a few minutes, Shin Tong recovered and came to her senses. This beast that looked like Swanee seemed to really treat her as a reserve food. On the bright side, her life would not be in danger for the time being, and she could also get the protection of a powerful beast in this primeval forest. This conclusion came from the fact that the animals by the stream ran away when they saw Swanee. Shin Tong took a deep breath, and her legs were a little numb from the pain. Shin Tong prepared herself mentally, and planned to look Chu Xiao in the face. She thought that this beast was probably somewhat intelligent, and should be able to communicate. As soon as he turned his head, he saw the huge beast head next to his head. Shin Tong almost fainted. After finally letting out a sigh of relief, Shin Tong stared straight into Chu Xiao's eyes, with a stiff body. After a long time, he spoke in a hoarse voice, I don't want to escape, but I'm very hungry and injured. I need to eat herbs that can heal my injuries. Shin Tong pointed to his injured leg while speaking, then touched his stomach, and pointed to his mouth to indicate that he wanted to eat. Chu Xiao tilted his head, and looked at Shin Tong's bleeding leg, and the action of Shin Tong covering his stomach. Chu Xiao suddenly realized, and then looked at Shin Tong with some disgust. Weak fellows are useless. They are so weak that they will faint if they don't eat for a day. And that wound is still bleeding after such a long time. Chu Xiao shook his head, his disgust was evident in his words. Shin Tong. Although Chu Xiao didn't say anything, Shin Tong understood Chu Xiao's disgust. Shin Tong took a deep breath and endured it. What else could she do? She couldn't fight him, and she couldn't escape. The most important thing is that even if she escaped, she would die in the primeval forest before she understood the situation. She was just an ordinary person, not Bear Grylls. Chu Xiao swung his tail, pointed his paw inside the cave, and then patted the ground heavily. Then he turned and walked out of the cave. Standing at the cave entrance, he did not forget to look back at Shin Tong with a threatening look. Shin Tong moved into the cave to show that she would not run away. Chu Xiao jumped up and disappeared at the cave entrance. After Chu Xiao left, Shin Tong moved towards the cave entrance. The light at the cave entrance was strong, which made it convenient for her to see her wound. After moving to the cave entrance and finding a stone to sit on, Shin Tong first looked outside. There was a flat piece of land in front of the cave, with plenty of sunlight, and the trees were about 10 meters away. The surroundings were very quiet. Even in the daytime, there was no sound. There were only the sound of the wind and birds. Shin Tong looked up at the sun, which was about the same as the sun on Earth. Shin Tong sighed, and looked down at the wound that was bleeding again. The bandage was also soaked with blood. Shin Tong endured the pain and untied the bandage. The wound split again. She had to have a medicine to stop the bleeding, otherwise she might die from excessive blood loss. Just looking around, although there was a flat grassland at the entrance of the cave, she didn't know herbs, nor did she know what the herbs for stopping bleeding looked like. Shin Tong leaned against the wall behind her weakly. After a while, she took out her phone and turned it on, wanting to check the time and record the date. After turning on the phone, Shin Tong found something strange. She remembered that the battery of the phone was only half left before it was turned off yesterday. How come it is full now after turning it on? Shin Tong frowned and clicked on the main interface, and found that all the apps on it were gone. DingTalk, Zuexitong, and Datetang, which she used to sign in and punch in for study, all disappeared from her phone. The entire phone interface was clean, with only the date and time, and a strange app icon. She was very sure that she had never downloaded this icon. The only app icon left on her phone had a simple Kai-style 100 character. Shin Tong thought that it was already strange that she came to such a strange place, and it would be nothing if it was a little weirder. With this thought in mind, Shin Tong clicked on the 100 character icon, and when she clicked on it, she saw the code scanning interface, which had no instructions. Shin Tong was stunned for a moment, and the code scanning interface showed Shin Tong's hand on her knees. With a ding sound, the interface changed. The palm of an adult female human being is about 15 centimeters long, with pale skin, accompanied by symptoms of excessive blood loss, and it is urgent to stop the bleeding. Shin Tong stared at the 2 lines of words displayed on the item with wide eyes. Is this the compensation given to her by the time-traveling god, an app that seems to be able to identify everything? If this were a primitive society, it would be too useful. Shin Tong's heart instantly became eager, and he couldn't wait to find a small grass to put under the camera to scan. Wild grass has strong vitality, and can be used as food for herbivores. It has no medicinal effect. After trying twice, Tong confirmed the name of this feature that can identify everything. It is indeed a very useful app for her current situation. There is still one thing that is not sure, the problem of mobile phone battery. There is no way to charge in this place. She is not sure whether this phone will reset its battery every day. This needs to be confirmed tomorrow morning, but for now, it is better to find a hemostatic drug first. Tong carefully looked for herbs outside, but there were only useless weeds outside. After scanning too many times, this app even showed a warning prompt. Do not scan the same species multiple times. Tong was a little discouraged. She looked at the forest not far away, and then looked at her legs. She still had to find a way to coax the Swanee, which seemed not to eat her at the moment, to take her back to find some medicine. After so much trouble, Tong hadn't eaten anything yet, and her head was a little dizzy. Chu Xiao had been gone for so long and hadn't come back yet. Tong simply went back to the cave and planned to lie down to save energy. At this time in the cave, the light was very sufficient, and the situation inside the cave could be seen clearly. It was not dirty inside, and there was no strange smell, but it was very simple. There was a pile of hay on the innermost side against the wall, which was considered a bed, and there was nothing else. Tong was very tired. He walked over and curled up into a ball. He put his phone next to his head. Then he heard a sound. Tong subconsciously picked up his phone and took a look. He saw an icon of a herb with instructions. Acnatharum splendens is cold resistant and shade tolerant. It avoids strong light and likes a warm and humid environment. It can stop bleeding, reduce swelling and promote tissue regeneration. It tastes bitter. Note that if this plant of Acnatharum splendens is not picked and handled properly, the efficacy will be halved. Tong was attracted by the words stop bleeding and reduce swelling. Looking at the picture, he took out a handful of dried Acnatharum splendens from the haystack. This is called the road to heaven. Tong used the most primitive method, stuffed it into his mouth and chewed it into pieces. The bitterness made his whole face wrinkled, and then he applied the chewed Acnatharum splendens to the wound. Not long after the medicine was applied, the bleeding stopped. Tong was very happy, and continued to actively turn over the steep reed in the haystack, turning the hay into pieces. Chapter 3. Tong found a lot of Acnatharum splendens from the haystack, which gave Tong more confidence to survive. Looking at the small pile of Acnatharum splendens beside her, it was enough for her to change the medicine 10 times. By then, even if she didn't find new herbs, her wound should have scabbed over, and she would have a higher chance of success even if she ran. After the bleeding stopped, Tong felt much better, but she was thirsty and hungry at any time. Tong touched her dry and flaky lips. She didn't dare to drink the water yesterday, because she was afraid that it was not clean. Now she hadn't had a drop of water for more than 24 hours. Tong was a little worried. She still had to find a way to make a fire, filter the water and boil it. At this point, Tong didn't dare to let herself get sick again. Thinking of this, Tong put the acanthopin axe away, then limped out of the cave, picked up dry firewood and continued to drill wood to make fire. Although it might not be useful, hard work pays off. If she succeeds, she can boil water. Tong was full of energy, but she rubbed hard for a long time, but there was no movement. There were only a few blisters on the palm of her hand, which made Tong frown. After trying for a long time, she still couldn't rub out any sparks. Tong sighed and admitted that she was a waste. Throwing away the wooden stick in her hand, Tong looked at her palm with heartache and blew a few breaths into her palm to comfort herself. It's okay, it doesn't hurt. As she was coaxing, she couldn't help but pout, as if she was about to cry but didn't. She raised her hand to wipe her tears, and the tears fell like money. After all, she was also a child who had just become an adult. She had just entered college, and hadn't enjoyed college life much when she came to this place where there was no shit. No matter how she joked about what she would do after traveling through time, it was just a joke. It really came to this point, there were no familiar people, things, objects, or even people around. Tong was strong enough to hold on until now before crying. And the Swanee had been out for most of the day, and had not come back yet. Tong thought clearly that even if the Swanee regarded her as a reserve food, she was still alive, and in a sense, she was living under the protection of the Swanee. She didn't know how big this primeval forest with no visible edge was, and it would take several days to walk out. So for now, if she wants to survive, she has to stay here, carefully coax Swanee to protect her, and share some food with her, so that she can have a chance to get out of here. Tong took a deep breath and wiped away her tears, looked at the forest, and then looked at the time. Swanee had been out for almost 5 hours. Until the sun in the sky disappeared, the light gradually dimmed, and the temperature began to drop. Shinshing Tong rubbed her arms, and planned to wait for another 8 hours. If Swanee didn't come back, she would go back to the cave first. Fortunately, before the light completely disappeared, the huge figure of Swanee appeared in front of Shinshing Tong. Chu Xiao was hunting outside. He caught a fawn and planned to go back to feed the reserve food after he was full. On the way back, he encountered the enemy and fought. After the fight, he went to the river to drink water. After drinking water, Chu Xiao looked at the venison that he had cleaned up the internal organs and fur, and then looked at the river water. He vaguely remembered that the same kind of reserve food also needed to drink water. Chu Xiao tilted his head, found a huge leaf, and tied the venison with vines and hung it around his neck, and returned to the cave with the water in the leaf in his mouth. As soon as he walked to his nest, he saw the delicate one wiping tears and looking over here from time to time. When he saw him, the delicate one's eyes lit up. Chu Xiao unconsciously raised his head and chest, walked to Shinshing Tong very elegantly, put the leaves filled with water in front of Shinshing Tong, and put the venison on the clean stone slab, and did not forget to push it with his claws, indicating Shinshing Tong to eat. Shinshing Tong's eyes lit up when he saw the food and drink, but it was just raw meat. Shinshing Tong hesitated for a moment, pursed his lips, and felt that it seemed too much to ask for more. However, she really couldn't hold the raw deer meat that was half her size, and chew it bloody. Shinshing Tong looked at Chu Xiao cautiously, moved the simple fire-making tools in front of him, rubbed them, and then looked at Chu Xiao and said, "Fire, can you help me make a fire?" As he spoke, he gestured to Chu Xiao, and opened his hands to describe the shape of the flame. Chu Xiao tilted his head to look at Shinshing Tong. Could this little thing be crazy? Why does he look so weird? He was saying something incomprehensible, and gesticulating with his hands and feet. The same thing happened to the strange little wooden stick on the ground. He was rubbing the little wooden stick with his 2 front paws. Chu Xiao was confused. Chu Xiao didn't understand. Shinshing Tong saw the confusion in Chu Xiao's eyes, and was a little discouraged. She took it for granted. Although the beast in front of her looked like a Swanee, she couldn't be sure that the beast could understand all her words, and fire couldn't be better described by body language. Shinshing Tong was dejected, lowered his head, and exuded a depressed mood. Chu Xiao panicked immediately, lowered his head in front of Shinshing Tong, and looked left and right. Would this little reserve food's eyes flow out of some strange liquid again? Shinshing Tong looked at the fire-making tools she had made in front of her, and then looked at the water and meat beside her. She cheered up. It was okay. She would try again. If it didn't work, she would have to eat raw meat. Just as Shinshing Tong was about to start, 2 huge furry claws appeared in front of her, each stretched out a claw tip and pinched the small wooden stick. Chu Xiao squatted in front of Shinshing Tong. The little reserve seemed to want him to play with the small wooden stick. Forget it, just play it, as long as this troublesome and delicate bag stopped leaking strange liquid from his eyes. Chu Xiao stretched out his claws and pinched the small wooden stick, then tilted his head to look at Shinshing Tong, as if asking, "Is that so?" Shinshing Tong was stunned for a moment, then immediately became pleasantly surprised, nodding his head and saying, "Yes, that's it, then rub it quickly." Seeing Shinshing Tong's smiling face, Chu Xiao blinked and rubbed the small wooden stick quickly. Shinshing Tong stared at the bottom of the wooden stick, added a small handful of hay into it, and waited for the sparks to appear with great concentration. It must be said that Chu Xiao was stronger than Shinshing Tong, and the small wooden stick was rubbed out with afterimages. In contrast, the hay at the bottom also produced sparks due to the rapid friction, and a wisp of light smoke came out. Shinshing Tong looked at the stick that had successfully produced fire with joy, and immediately picked up a small pile of hay to cover it, leaving space at the bottom for the hay to burn. Chu Xiao stopped his claws, and looked at Shinshing Tong's movements, and the smoke coming out of the small fire. Chu Xiao touched the smoke and stared with round eyes. It turned out that Xiao Chuiliang was tossing for a long time to make fire. If he had said it earlier, he would have made fire. But Xiao Chuiliang was quite powerful. He could make fire with his bare hands, and this fire would smoke, but the fire he made would not smoke. He liked this smoke. Chu Xiao was very smart. When he saw Shinshing Tong putting down the hay, he immediately ran around and picked up a lot of dry branches and piled them in front of Shinshing Tong. He also pushed the dry branches towards the fire with his paws, indicating Shinshing Tong to add more firewood. Shinshing Tong saw that the fire was successfully burning, and saw the dry firewood brought back by Chu Xiao. He forgot his fear for a moment, stretched out his hand, and patted Chu Xiao's big paw, and praised him with curved eyebrows. "You are awesome." Chu Xiao didn't understand, but he could tell from Shin Tong's expression that Shin Tong was praising him. Chu Xiao raised his chin and indicated Shin Tong to make the fire bigger. As Chu Xiao wished, Shin Tong added dry firewood and prepared the rack to roast the venison, but the venison was too big. Shin Tong looked at Chu Xiao, touched Chu Xiao's claws reluctantly, then pointed at the venison and made a tearing motion with his hand. Chu Xiao was in a good mood when he saw the smoke he liked. He immediately understood what Shin Tong meant by seeing Shin Tong's actions. Without saying a word, he stretched out his claws to cut the venison into small pieces. After that, he continued to stare at the smoke coming out of the fire. Shin Tong looked at the palm-sized pieces of meat happily, strung branches on the rack and roasted them on the fire, picked up a stone with a concave in the middle as a pot, piled up a simple stove, got some water to brush the stones, and then poured the water with precipitated impurities on the concave stones, and started a fire to boil water. Chu Xiao looked at Shin Tong's series of actions curiously. This small reserve of food was really too strange. In his mind, no one of his kind would do this. When it was completely dark, Shin Tong's water was boiled and the venison was roasted. After 2 days of hunger, his stomach was finally filled. Shin Tong ate the barbecued meat with satisfaction. Although there was no salt, the meat was fresh and not bad. After eating 2 pieces of meat, Shin Tong was full. There were still a few pieces of roasted meat left on the grill. Shin Tong looked back at Chu Xiao, put the meat in front of Chu Xiao, and asked in a low voice, "Do you want to try it?" Chu Xiao had smelled the food long ago, but he was too proud to look at the food that Xiaokui had prepared. When he saw Shin Tong taking the initiative to bring the food to him, Chu Xiao was very satisfied. He swung his tail and looked at Shin Tong reservedly. When he was sure that Shin Tong didn't want to eat anymore, he swallowed the remaining pieces of barbecue in one gulp. His eyes lit up after eating, and his tail swung faster. Shin Tong blinked his eyes. Seeing that Chu Xiao liked it, he simply put the remaining meat on the grill and said to Chu Xiao, "Don't worry, you have to wait a while until it's cooked." Chu Xiao knew that it was roasted for him, and immediately focused on the roasted meat, thinking that Xiao Yuliang would make the meat delicious, and he could bring it back from hunting tomorrow and ask Xiao Yuliang to cook it. In comparison, he preferred to eat roasted meat when he didn't need to replenish energy. Shin Tong touched his stomach and saw that the boiled water was almost cold. He looked around, plucked a piece from a large leaf, folded it into a funnel shape, and scooped water to drink. After drinking half of the boiled water, Shin Tong felt alive again. After eating and drinking, Shin Tong felt that her body was too dirty and needed to be washed, but Shin Tong looked at Chu Xiao quietly. She didn't expect that this human-like Swanee was quite nice. He didn't mean to eat her, and seemed to like barbecue very much. If she tried hard to please this Swanee, she would have no worries about food and drink here. She could try to ask Swanee if he could take her out for a walk tomorrow morning. To survive here, she had to find some tools and edible wild vegetables. Swanee's cave was too simple. After solving the problem of survival and food, it would not be too much for her to improve the living environment. Shin Tong thought confidently. Chu Xiao finished eating all the roasted venison, raised his paw to clean his hair, squinted his eyes, and shook his head, then went into the cave. It was time for him to sleep. Shin Tong also quickly packed up and carried a pile of firewood into the cave. He used small stones to build a circle outside the cave as a fire pit, then piled up the firewood, and brought 2 lit torches from outside to put them in the fire. Then he brought in the stone pot used to boil water, filled it with water and boiled it. After doing all this, Shin Tong walked in by the light of the fire. When she entered, she saw Chu Xiao standing there staring at the messy haystack without saying a word. Shin Tong looked over and suddenly felt a little guilty. In order to collect the sedge grass, she messed up Chu Xiao's haystack. Wouldn't this Swanee be angry? Chapter 4. Chu Xiao turned his head and looked at Shin Tong silently. Shin Tong turned his face away from Chu Xiao with a guilty conscience, and walked slowly to the place where the sedge grass was placed, grabbed a handful of sedge grass, and walked slowly back to the fire along the wall, with his back to Chu Xiao, playing a trick of covering his ears and stealing the bell. Chu Xiao stared at Shin Tong's stiff back for a while, and finally withdrew his gaze silently, used his claws to dig the scattered haystack, rebuilt his bed, and then lay on it, put his 2 front paws together, put his head on it, faced the cave entrance, closed his eyes, and began to sleep. Shin Tong tore off another piece of the hem of his clothes, and the loose t-shirt that originally reached the thigh position became a belly-exposing outfit. Shin Tong used the torn cloth to wet himself, and wiped the blood on his face and body. Finally, he cleaned the wound on his thigh, took off the Acnatharum splendens on the wound, replaced it with a new one, and finally washed the cloth strips and hung them up, and then disposed of the garbage and placed it at the entrance of the cave. After doing all this, Shinshing Tong felt a little more comfortable. He returned to the haystack, looked at Chu Xiao, who closed his eyes, and carefully lay down in the corner farthest from Chu Xiao to sleep. When he opened his eyes the next day, Shinshing Tong found himself rolling onto Chu Xiao's tail again, holding the soft tail in his arms. Shinshing Tong. He rolled and crawled to let go of the tail, and moved away from Chu Xiao, thinking with lingering fear. It is said that a tiger's tail cannot be touched, and the tail of Swanee should be the same. Fortunately, Swanee didn't wake up. Shinshing Tong patted his chest, sat up, and looked at the wound on his leg. The Acnatharum splendens was really useful. The bleeding stopped, and the wound did not get inflamed. It would scab over after a few more days of changing the medicine. Seeing that the wound was healing quickly, Shinshing Tong became happy and grabbed a handful of Acnatharum splendens and chewed it into pieces to change his own wound. After changing the dressing, she turned her head and saw Chu Xiao's big head close to her, curiously staring at the Acnatharum splendens on her wound. Shinshing Tong's heart tightened at first, but then she reacted and pointed at the wound to explain, "I was injured and bleeding a lot. This grass can stop the bleeding." She still gestured while speaking, and she didn't know if Chu Xiao could understand. After she finished speaking, Shinshing Tong thought for a while and pointed at the haystack to explain, "It was turned out from here. I didn't mean to mess up your bed. Sorry." Chu Xiao tilted his head. Little Bread said a lot of things. He didn't quite understand, but he roughly understood that Little Bread's bleeding wound had stopped bleeding because of this strange grass, and it healed quickly. The grass was found from his bed equals, this grass was his equals, he could use it. The logic was perfect. Chu Xiao raised his paw and touched Shinshing Tong's shoulder. Shinshing Tong almost stumbled and fell. Chu Xiao retracted his paw, revealing his soft abdomen. He touched his abdomen with his paw to signal Shinshing Tong to look. Shinshing Tong looked in the direction of Chu Xiao's paw in confusion, and then she found that there was a little almost invisible pink on Chu Xiao's white fur on his abdomen. Shinshing Tong frowned. The light in the cave was still a little dim, and it was not very clear. She simply reached out and pulled Chu Xiao's paw, signaling Chu Xiao to go out with her. When they were outside and the light was bright, Shinshing Tong asked Chu Xiao to show his abdomen again. Chu Xiao cooperated very well. Shinshing Tong pushed aside the long hair on Chu Xiao's abdomen, and was shocked when she saw it clearly. There was a long and narrow wound on Chu Xiao's abdomen, which looked very deep and a little red and swollen, rising and falling with Chu Xiao's breathing. The beast that looked so powerful actually had such a serious wound. This forest was much more dangerous than she had imagined. Shinshing Tong thought a lot in an instant, and finally made up her mind to stay with Chu Xiao for protection. Chu Xiao tilted his head and stretched out his claws to touch Shinshing Tong again, but this time he used almost no force. Shinshing Tong came back to her senses, showing her first relieved smile in 2 days, and patted Chu Xiao's claws. "I apply medicine to you." In fact, Chu Xiao's injury was a bit serious. It should have been stitched, but there was no condition here, so she could only try medicine. Shinshing Tong quickly returned to the cave, and took out half of the remaining Acnatharum splendens. Looking at the few Acnatharum splendens, Shinshing Tong felt a little distressed, but Chu Xiao's injury also had to be treated. Returning to Chu Xiao, Shinshing Tong chewed the Acnatharum splendens with a bitter face, and applied it to Chu Xiao's wound bit by bit. He was afraid that the herbs would fall off if Chu Xiao moved. Shinshing Tong rolled his eyes, and separated the hair on both sides of Chu Xiao's wound, and braided it into a fishbone braid to simply fix the herbs. After finishing, Shinshing Tong admired his masterpiece with satisfaction, and then patted Chu Xiao. "It's done." Chu Xiao looked down at the wound. He could feel that the grass that the small reserve grain gave him had a weak energy entering the wound, accelerating the healing of the wound, and there was also a special energy clearing some strange and bad substances in his body. Although he didn't know the principle, Chu Xiao instinctively realized that this change was what he urgently needed at the moment, and it was very important to him. Chu Xiao looked at Shinshing Tong with shining eyes. The small reserve grain he picked up was a treasure. Shinshing Tong thought that there was not much sedge grass left, and she was a little anxious. She took out her mobile phone and turned it on. She found that the battery was really full. Shinshing Tong was immediately happy. Her guess was confirmed. Her mobile phone became a kind of golden finger that could scan everything with instructions. In this way, her chances of survival here will be greater. At least, she will not die from eating poisonous mushrooms. Shinshing Tong happily put her phone back into her pocket, and with a thought, She took out a piece of Achnatharum splendens and said to Chu Xiao, "This grass is almost gone. Where did you find it? Can we go find some more?" Chu Xiao looked at the grass in Xingtong's hand, and soon understood what Xingtong meant. He picked up Xingtong and put her on his back, then rushed out like the wind. Xingtong was so scared that she lay on Chu Xiao's back and grabbed the hair on Chu Xiao's neck tightly, fearing that she would be thrown out. The scenery on both sides was receding at a high speed, and the cave behind her could no longer be seen. Xingtong didn't know how long Chu Xiao had been running, and finally stopped by the river. This river seemed to be the same river where Xingtong was caught by Chu Xiao, but in a different section. Xingtong climbed down from Chu Xiao's back carefully, and his legs softened for a long time. Chu Xiao was too fast, more exciting than riding a roller coaster. Chu Xiao pushed Xingtong's back and motioned Xingtong to look. Xingtong looked over and saw a large patch of grass by the river, which looked very similar to the dry Achnatharum splendens. Xingtong took out his phone and scanned it uncertainly. Fresh Achnatharum splendens, after digging it out and cleaning it, can be directly applied to the wound. The effect is great. Xingtong immediately happily pulled out a lot of Achnatharum splendens, washed it with water, picked up huge leaves and put them away, and crushed some of them to replace the dry grass on the wound, and also considerately changed the medicine for Chu Xiao. After applying the fresh Achnatharum splendens, Chu Xiao felt more energy, and the wound healed very quickly. Chu Xiao's recovery ability was originally very strong, but the guy who caused the wound had poisonous claws, which caused the wound to heal slowly. Now that the grass given by Xiaobuliliang has removed the poison, his wound heals quickly. Chu Xiao looked at Xingtong with more satisfaction, and was very glad that his instinct stopped him from swallowing Xiaobuliliang when he caught him. Xingtong happily processed a pile of Achnatharum splendens, wrapped it with leaves, and found thin vines to wrap it. Then he began to hurry to find something useful. There were also many mushrooms under the tree, and Xingtong used his mobile phone to scan them. Delicious mushrooms, non-toxic, edible, rich in nutrients. Gray mushrooms, non-toxic, not delicious, tasteless. Colorful mushrooms, highly poisonous. One bite of it will make you feel like heaven. Red umbrella mushrooms, highly poisonous. One bite of it will make you feel like heaven. Fluffy mushrooms, non-toxic, very delicious, perfect with rooster stew. Needle mushrooms are non-toxic and suitable for cooking hot pot. Xingtong picked 6 kinds of mushrooms, 2 of which were poisonous, and 1 was not tasty. Xingtong picked a lot of the remaining delicious mushrooms, fuzzy mushrooms, and needle mushrooms, and still wrapped them with leaves, intending to take them back to eat. Chu Xiao lay by the river and watched his little reserve grain running around under the tree, and also picked a lot of strange things. Xingtong tied a large bag of Achnatharum splendens and a large bag of mushrooms together, looking at Chu Xiao with bright eyes. Chu Xiao looked at Xingtong, then looked at the 2 bags tied together, and realized that this was the little reserve grain asking him to take these things back, take them back. It's not impossible. Chu Xiao picked up the 2 bags and hung them around his neck, and looked at Xingtong again, indicating that it was time to go back. Xingtong looked at the riverside, quickly moved a flat pebble, and asked to take it back. Although he didn't know if it could be burned, it could be used once, and it could be used to fry mushrooms or grill meat. Chu Xiao seemed to sigh, patted the ground, and asked Xingtong to put down the stone slab. Then he used the same trick again, picked up Xingtong, threw him on his back, and then picked up the stone slab with his claws and put it on his head. Chu Xiao walked back slowly, with the stone slab on his head, mushrooms hanging around his neck, and a small reserve of food on his back. On the way back, Chu Xiao planned to go hunting for today's rations to bring back, so as not to have to go out again after returning. Chu Xiao's hunting location is not fixed. He goes wherever there is prey. This time he was lucky and encountered a herd of deer and a wild boar on the road. Chu Xiao took Xingtong to kill the prey they had set their eyes on. Xingtong thought he was going to be thrown out, but Chu Xiao was very steady. He killed 5 deer, a wild boar, and bit 2 fat rabbits to death. Nothing on his body was thrown out. After killing enough prey, Chu Xiao ignored the prey that escaped, and kept them for the next time, otherwise they would be gone next time if they were all caught at once. Chu Xiao skillfully strung the prey with vines, and then dragged it to the river to process it. He was a clean animal, and he would eat outside, and would not bring it back to the nest, but now there was a small reserve of food, so he could take the food back after processing it. Xingtong was placed on a stone by the river by Chu Xiao, watching Chu Xiao use his claws to disembowel the prey, throw the internal organs into the river to be washed away by the water, and cut off the head, tail and claws. Then take the skin off and throw it away. Fur! Shin Tong hurried over to stop Chu Xiao from throwing the fur away, grabbed the fur with his hands, and gestured. I want this, wash it and take it back. Chu Xiao looked at Shin Tong in confusion, but still let Shin Tong take away 2 complete rabbit skins and deer skins. Shin Tong also asked the remaining 3 broken ones to be torn into a complete piece, and clean the blood and flesh on the fur. Shin Tong rolled up the skin and planned to take it back and treat it with wood ash. She had a use for it. Chapter 5. It was still early when we got back to the cave. Chu Xiao knelt down and motioned Shin Tong to come down. He threw all the things he brought back on the ground, put the meat on a clean big stone, and then knelt aside to watch Shin Tong. Shin Tong happily put the fur aside, then found a sharp flaky stone nearby, scraped the remaining meat and fat on the fur, and then boiled water and added the ash from the fire. After doing all this, Shin Tong was about to throw the fur into the ash water, but found that the grooved stone container he picked up was a little small and could not hold the fur. Shin Tong was in a dilemma. She looked around but couldn't find any good solution. She scratched her head and thought that water couldn't soak the fur. She threw the fur into the ash. It might be helpful. Shin Tong was not sure and put small pieces of fur into the water to soak. She threw the fur that couldn't fit into the ash. Although the ash was not enough, it could barely wipe the fur. Chu Xiao squinted his eyes and watched Shin Tong running around busily. He didn't quite understand what Shin Tong was going to do. Can those inedible furs be eaten by throwing them into the burnt fire? But the little reserve food was quite lively. After washing himself, he was white and tender, and smelled very fragrant. Chu Xiao's teeth were a little itchy, and he wanted to swallow the little reserve food. Shin Tong frowned, stood up and observed the surroundings with a vigilant face. Just now, she felt as if she was stared at by a beast, and the hair on her back stood up. After looking around and not finding anything, Shin Tong withdrew her eyes suspiciously, and subconsciously looked at Chu Xiao. Seeing that Chu Xiao was lying there without changing his posture, Shin Tong secretly despised herself. This Swanee was very gentle and kind. Although he suspected that he was treating her as a reserve food, he didn't really eat her. He kindly gave her food and brought her water. In a sense, this was simply a life-saving grace. Shin Tong felt ashamed for suspecting that Chu Xiao wanted to eat her. Then she moved her eyes to the pile of processed meat. She made up her mind to make a delicious meal for Chu Xiao. She saw Chu Xiao seemed very happy eating roasted meat yesterday, so she roasted all of this for Chu Xiao to eat. Just looking at the pile of whole prey, Shin Tong carefully looked at Chu Xiao, then stood 1 meter away from Chu Xiao and asked tentatively, "Are you asleep?" The voice was very low. If Chu Xiao hadn't been sharp-eyed and sharp-eared, he would have hardly heard it. Chu Xiao propped up his eyelids and glanced at Shin Tong. Shin Tong smiled flatteringly and pointed at the pile of meat and gestured, "It's too big to roast. Can you tear it into small pieces?" After saying that, he boldly touched Chu Xiao's overlapping claws to express his thoughts. Chu Xiao was stunned for a moment. Shin Tong's hands were soft, weak, and not threatening, but Xiao Kuelian was still very afraid of him. Why did he dare to touch him now? Chu Xiao couldn't figure it out. Seeing that Chu Xiao ignored her, Shin Tong retracted her hand a little disappointedly. Just as she turned around, she saw Chu Xiao walking by him. He raised his claws and neatly divided a pile of meat into small pieces, which were about the same size as the meat Shin Tong roasted last night. After doing this, Chu Xiao went to see Shin Tong, as if asking, "Is this okay?" "Thank you." Shin Tong was very satisfied. Although the size was still a little big, it was enough for roasting. Shin Tong ran back to the cave and wanted to take out a few sparks from the fire last night. Who knew that all the firewood was extinguished, and there was no residual heat at all? It was obviously extinguished for a long time. Looking at the cold ashes, Shin Tong was a little dumbfounded. She forgot to save the fire when she left in the morning. Chu Xiao saw Shin Tong went in for a long time and didn't come out, so he went into the cave to see what was going on. When he went in, he saw Shin Tong staring at the extinguished fire. Chu Xiao looked at Shin Tong and then at the fire. Without Shin Tong saying anything, Chu Xiao already understood what was going on. Shin Tong noticed Chu Xiao coming in, turned around and looked at Chu Xiao pitifully. Chu Xiao helped to make the fire yesterday, although Shin Tong didn't quite understand why Chu Xiao's 2 paws were more flexible than her hands. But the current situation seemed that if she wanted to eat, she had to ask Chu Xiao to light the fire again. Chu Xiao tilted his head, raised his chin, and motioned Shin Tong to follow him out, and Shin Tong hurriedly followed. When she got outside, she saw Chu Xiao staring at the fur she had thrown into the pit again. Shin Tong hurriedly picked up the fur and put it aside, piled the dead branches into the fire pit, and then put the new fire-making prop in front of Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao waved away Shin Tong's crude props with one claw, then raised one claw towards the firewood pile. The next second, Shin Tong saw a ball of fire coming out of Chu Xiao's claw and falling directly on the firewood pile. Shin Tong's eyes widened, staring at Chu Xiao blankly. So, this can't really be the offspring of a dragon? Chu Xiao saw Shin Tong's stunned look, and somehow suddenly became happy. Chu Xiao raised his head and chest and returned to the cave entrance to lie down, staring at Shin Tong lazily. Shin Tong's eyes followed Chu Xiao's movement, and it took a while for him to come back to his senses. He stupidly skewered the meat with a wooden stick and roasted it on the fire. Staring at the roasted meat, Shin Tong suddenly felt a little relieved. Fortunately, she was lucky enough to meet this gentle beast. Chu Xiao's move just now made Shin Tong realize that Chu Xiao was definitely not the only one in this world who could use magic or superpowers. She couldn't even deal with ordinary beasts, let alone this kind of beast with magic and superpowers. Thinking about it, Shin Tong was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. At the same time, she looked at Chu Xiao with great gratitude. Fortunately, she met Chu Xiao, and Chu Xiao didn't seem to plan to eat her, at least for now. Shin Tong worked even harder to grill the meat. She even found a large leaf from the thing she dragged back to put the grilled meat on. She also set up her own stone slab stone pot. She couldn't just eat meat, which would easily lead to nutritional imbalance. She also had to grill some mushrooms and cook a pot of mushroom soup. The aroma of the grilled meat gradually emerged. Chu Xiao, who had closed his eyes to rest, opened his eyes and walked behind the busy Shin Tong seemingly casually, staring at the grilled meat. Shin Tong was concentrating on turning the grilled meat. When she turned around, she was startled by Chu Xiao's big head. After seeing that it was Chu Xiao, she breathed a sigh of relief and then smiled and said, "Dahe, are you hungry?" Yes, Shin Tong had already given Chu Xiao a name during her barbecue. She felt that although this beast could not speak, it looked intelligent. She did not know how to address Chu Xiao. She could not just feed him all day long. He was her lifesaver after all. That would be too rude. In addition, Shin Tong saw that the horns on Chu Xiao's head were black, and the faintly visible heart-shaped scales on his neck were also black. His 4 claws and the tip of his tail were also black. Although the soft hair on other parts of his body was pure white without any other colors, it sounded majestic. So Shin Tong took advantage of Chu Xiao's inability to speak, and decided to call Chu Xiao Dahe. Chu Xiao looked at Shin Tong in confusion. According to Shin Tong's language patterns in the past few days, the 2 short syllables at the beginning of this sentence seemed to have nothing to do with the question at the end. Chu Xiao tilted his head. The next second, Shin Tong brought a pile of barbecue wrapped in leaves to his mouth and smiled. "Dahe, eat." Chu Xiao? Shin Tong saw that Chu Xiao didn't move, thinking that Chu Xiao didn't understand. So he put the barbecue on the ground, patted Chu Xiao's paw, and then pointed at the barbecue and said slowly, "Eat." Then he pointed at Chu Xiao and shouted, "Dahe, you Dahe." After saying that, he looked at Chu Xiao expectantly. Chu Xiao, he seemed to understand. The short syllables uttered by this little reserve seemed to be calling him. Chu Xiao was silent. Looking at Shin Tong's enthusiastic look, Chu Xiao stretched out his claws to pick up a piece of barbecue and eat it himself. He was obviously a beast, but his movements were human. Shin Tong didn't notice this. Seeing that Chu Xiao ignored her, she didn't lose heart. In addition, she solved the problem of food and safety, so she ran to Chu Xiao with great interest, as if she wanted to teach Chu Xiao to speak human language. She pointed at herself and said, "Shin Tang. I'm Shin Tong, Shin Tong." He repeated it several times, and pointed at Chu Xiao and said, "Dahe." He pointed at himself and said, "Shin Tong." He looked like he was going to teach Chu Xiao to recognize his name. Chu Xiao glanced at Shin Tong. He ignored the nickname given to him by Xiao Puiyang, but the 3 syllables that Xiao Puiyang said, while pointing at himself seemed to be Xiao Puiyang's name. The 3 words sounded nice when spoken by Xiao Puiyang. Chu Xiao silently followed Shin Tong's pronunciation, and repeated them in his heart. Shin Tong. 3 words, he remembered the name of the small reserve food. Shin Tong taught it once, and saw Chu Xiao was indifferent. She did not lose heart. Anyway, she said it to Dahe every day. Dahe would remember it sooner or later. A pile of raw meat gradually became cooked meat in Shin Tong's hands. Shin Tong ate a piece and stopped eating, and the rest went into Chu Zhao's stomach. Xinxing Tong went to see the roasted mushrooms for mushroom soup and fed some roasted mushrooms to Chu Zhao, but Chu Zhao did not seem to like it very much, and refused to eat after taking a bite. Xinxing Tong didn't force herself, she ate the rest, and then drank some soup. The mushrooms were fresh and delicious, but there was no salt, so it lacked some flavor. Thinking of salt, Xinxing Tong was a little worried. It was okay not to eat salt for a day or two, but if she didn't have salt for a long time, she would definitely have problems. It seemed that she had to find something to replace salt tomorrow. Xinxing Tong sighed, changed the bandage on her leg, walked to Chu Zhao, pointed to the wound on Chu Zhao's abdomen, and said, "Dahe, change the bandage." After saying that, he shook the injured ecnathorum splendens that had been smashed into mud with stones. Chu Zhao didn't want to pay attention to Xinxing Tong, so he moved his ears and pretended not to hear. Xinxing Tong looked at Chu Zhao in confusion, then looked at the ecnathorum splendens in his hand, then walked around to Chu Zhao's front and pointed at his leg that had been changed with medicine and said, "Change the medicine." Chu Zhao saw that Xinxing Tong didn't call out strange names, so he looked at Xinxing Tong and cooperated by exposing his abdomen. Xinxing Tong cleaned up the original ecnathorum splendens, wiped Chu Zhao's wound with water, and found that Chu Zhao's wound had healed after cleaning it. There was no sign of healing when he applied the medicine in the morning. Xinxing Tong looked at Chu Zhao in amazement, and there was only a shallow scar left. The healing ability of Dahe, who has supernatural powers, is so strong. After applying the medicine, Xinxing Tong cleaned up, and the sky gradually darkened. Xinxing Tong hurried into the cave. Chu Zhao was already sleeping on the haystack, and the flames were swaying in the dim cave. Xinxing Tong was suddenly a little touched. Dahe was quite nice, and actually helped her build a fire in the cave. Chapter 6. The next day, after dawn, Xinxing Tong woke up and looked at the furry tail in his arms in silence. After letting go, he ran to the corner of the cave and squatted down, hitting his own hands in anger. "What a shameless thing! Is it yours? Why do you hold it? Are you polite? No matter how comfortable it is, I can't hold it." Luckily, Dahe didn't find out. What if Dahe found out and ate me? After cursing his shameless hands in a low voice, Xinxing Tong stood up and looked back at Chu Zhao, who was still sleeping. He walked out of the cave. The sun was bright outside, and the air was good. Everything was good except that there were no people. This is the 4th day since she came here. Xinxing Tong's mood has changed from fear and anxiety to making the best of it. If she doesn't comfort herself like this, Xinxing Tong is afraid that she will go crazy. Xinxing Tong sighed, and sat on the stone at the entrance of the cave to enjoy the breeze. Fortunately, the temperature is not low now, so she doesn't have to worry about keeping warm for the time being. After enjoying the breeze for a while, Xinxing Tong walked to the simple stove, made a fire with the fire she kept yesterday, and boiled water to drink. However, the precipitated water she brought back was gone, so she needed to find a larger container to store water. Tanning fur also needs to be soaked in a large container. As for food, she also needs to find some food that can be stored for a longer time. Stocking up food is a gene engraved in the bones of Chinese people. Xinxing Tong always feels flustered if she doesn't stock up food in such a place. Xinxing Tong gave herself a cheering gesture. She was a well-informed human who had gathered the wisdom of all species. She believed that even in this hellhole, she could adapt well and survive. Then today's survival goal was to pester Dahe to take her out. She could use her mobile phone to identify what was edible and useful. Maybe she could find seasonings if she was lucky. Such a large forest must be rich in resources. Xinxing Tong looked back and saw that Chu Zhao had not woken up yet. He was wandering around the entrance of the cave. There were many large rocks around. She wanted to look for a stone trough that could store some water. Chu Zhao opened his eyes and looked at the cave entrance. In the past few nights, every time he fell asleep, the little reserve food would always roll onto his tail to sleep. He would kick it away and then roll back. Chu Zhao had already gone from being unaccustomed to it at the beginning to being accustomed to it later. He opened his mouth and yawned. Chu Zhao stood up and shook his hair, then walked out of the cave slowly. As soon as he walked out, he looked at Xinxing Tong in confusion. Xinxing Tong was digging at the stone, but he couldn't dig it up. He could only circle around the stone. After a while, he squatted on the ground and dug the grass to scan with his mobile phone. In the end, he stood up and planned to go back to see if Chu Zhao woke up. When he turned around, he saw Chu Zhao standing at the cave entrance looking at him. Although she had convinced herself that Dahe was a good beast, Xinxing Tong's heart still skipped a beat when she suddenly turned around and saw a beast 3 times her height behind her. "Dahe, good morning." After coming to her senses, Tong raised her hand with a smile and greeted him. Chu Xiao, thank you. He didn't want to hear that nickname from the reserve grain. Tong saw Chu Xiao turned his face away and looked like he didn't want to pay attention to her. Tong didn't mind. She used yesterday's mushrooms and a few pieces of animal oil that she had specially left to cook a pot of mushroom soup for breakfast. It tasted very fresh, but there was no salt, so it still tasted tasteless. However, Tong felt that it was enough to have something to eat at the moment, and he didn't need to care too much about the taste. Tong even gave half to Chu Xiao, but Chu Xiao was obviously not interested in vegetarian food, and pushed Tong's mushroom soup away after smelling it. After eating, Tong walked up to Chu Xiao with a flattering smile, blinking at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao, although I don't know what the little reserve grain wants to do, based on the experience of the first day, the little reserve grain is definitely not looking for good things. Tong brewed for a while before speaking, and said to Chu Xiao in a soft voice, Dahe, you see we have too few things here. Can you take me with you when you go out later? I want to find something useful, and salt. Without salt, the cooked food is not very delicious. With salt, I will make you more delicious food, okay? She still gestured while talking, trying to make Chu Xiao understand her intention. Chu Xiao looked at Tong impatiently, shook his ears and stood up. He probably knew that Tong wanted him to take her out to play. Chu Xiao patted the ground unconsciously with his paws. Thinking that Tong could cook, Chu Xiao finally picked up Tong's clothes and threw them on his back, then ran out. He was going to go out hunting. His instinct told him that the rainy season would come soon, and it would be hard to find food, so he had to store some food in the cave in advance. He was afraid that if he ate too much, it would go bad. He was a clean animal, and didn't want the smell of rotting food to fill his cave. But now it was different. The small reserve food he picked up should be able to process these foods and extend the shelf life of the food, so he could store more. As for Tong, it would be convenient to take it out anyway. Tong lay on Chu Xiao's back, tightly grasping his hair, fearing that she would be thrown off. Her ears were filled with the whistling sound of the wind. Chu Xiao was running very fast, and Tong could not see the shadows of the trees retreating quickly on both sides clearly. This time Chu Xiao ran a long distance. Tong checked the time, and found that she had been on Chu Xiao's back for nearly 2 hours before Chu Xiao stopped. At this time, Tong realized that Chu Xiao seemed to have taken her to a place far away from the cave. The trees here were denser than those over there, and the light was darker. The bushes under the trees were very dense, and there were many unfamiliar flowers and plants growing. Tong was amazed at the landscaping of nature. After Chu Xiao stopped, he turned around and threw Tong off his back. Fortunately, Chu Xiao fell down when he threw her, otherwise Tong would definitely be hurt. Tong stood firm by holding the tree trunk next to her. She looked around and then asked Chu Xiao in a low voice, Dahe, where is this? Chu Xiao glanced at Tong, raised his head and looked around, then patted the ground and turned away. Tong was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly chased after him. She was afraid that Chu Xiao would leave her. Who knew that after just a few steps, Chu Xiao turned around and bared his teeth at her, and patted the ground again. Tong stopped, looked at Chu Xiao, and after a while, he pointed to the spot and asked tentatively, I wait for you here? Chu Xiao tilted his head, raised his paw and pushed Tong, almost pushing Tong down, but Tong seemed to understand what he meant, and stood there obediently without following him. Chu Xiao then ran away with satisfaction. He went hunting, and it was a hindrance to bring a small reserve of food with him, and he had to distract himself by watching the small reserve of food. It would be better to leave people here and wait for him to come back after catching the prey. Tong watched Chu Xiao's gradually disappearing back, and then looked back to see that there was no living creature around. Tong swallowed and muttered to himself, Dahe will definitely come back, right? Didn't he let me go? After saying that, Tong shook his head and thought unconfidently, no, Dahe definitely didn't abandon me. As he said this, he walked a few steps in the direction where Chu Xiao left. Not long after he walked, Chu Xiao suddenly came back. The moment Tong saw Chu Xiao, his eyes lit up, and he waved happily at Chu Xiao, Dahe. Chu Xiao, He was halfway through his walk when he remembered that the little reserve was very weak. If he left her here alone, it would be okay if she met something stupid, but it would be bad if she met someone who had a grudge against him. Therefore, Chu Xiao came back, and pulled a tuft of hair from his tail, and put it in Tong's arms, and then left again. With his aura, Those who were not as powerful as him would automatically stay away when they sensed his aura. As for those who were more powerful than him, there was no one more powerful than him on this planet. Shinshing Tong looked at Chu Xiao blankly, and then he patted her in the arms and turned away. When Chu Xiao disappeared, Shinshing Tong looked down to see what was in her arms, and saw a familiar strand of white hair stuck to her clothes and about to fall off. Looking at this strand of hair, Shinshing Tong suddenly felt relieved. She took the white hair off and looked at it carefully, and suddenly laughed. She knew that Dahei would not abandon her. He must have left this strand of hair to tell her not to be afraid, and he would come back to pick her up soon. Shinshing Tong was in a good mood and hummed an unknown tune. She was ready to tie her hair up to work. When she was tying her hair, she found that she didn't have a rubber band. Shinshing Tong looked at the long white hair. Soon Shinshing Tong's hair was tied into a high ponytail, and she used the white hair left by Chu Xiao as a hairband and tied a bow. The hanging white hair was mixed with her black hair, and the black and white were clearly distinguished. After Shinshing Tong finished all this, she took out her phone. She couldn't identify which things were edible, so she had to use her phone to scan them. But before that, she had to get a container to hold things, otherwise she couldn't hold much with her hands. There were quite a lot of things around that could be used. Shinshing Tong pulled out a handful of thin grass, and used her previous hand-woven rope skills to weave a net bag. The final product was a strange-shaped net bag that could hold things. Shinshing Tong was very satisfied. She also got a strap to carry the net bag on her back, and then began to look for edible and useful things. There were many kinds of grass around. Shinshing Tong scanned them, and found that most of them were poisonous, and could not be eaten. Some of them had medicinal value. One of them was called succulent grass, which had the effect of clearing away heat, detoxifying and curing colds. Shinshing Tong picked a lot of them, and put them aside. Later, she found some edible wild vegetables. The most important thing was that she scanned wild ginger and wild potatoes. After discovering these two things, Shinshing Tong was very happy. Potatoes are staple food, and ginger can remove fishy smell and dispel cold. There is no harm in taking them back. After digging out the small piece of potatoes and ginger she found, Shinshing Tong was in trouble. Although the potatoes were small, they were not small in weight, about 40 to 50 kilograms. She couldn't move them, and had to wait for Chu Xiao to come back. Shinshing Tong wiped her sweat, sat down, and looked up to find that she had walked a long way. This was not the place where Chu Xiao put her down. Shinshing Tong was stunned for a moment, and stood up and looked around, trying to find the way back. However, this kind of primitive forest looks the same everywhere, and people without experience in surviving in the wild have no way to tell the direction. Shinshing Tong swallowed her saliva, touched the white hair on her head, and thought, Dahei will definitely be able to find her by following the smell. He will definitely be able to do it. Chapter 7. As the sky got darker, Shinshing Tong became afraid. She grabbed the net she made of vines, and looked at the forest nervously. At the same time, she regretted her behavior of not paying attention to the surrounding environment when she was excited. She should not have forgotten that she was not in her safe motherland, but in a strange and dangerous world. Now, she didn't know where to go, and she didn't dare to walk around. She was worried that she would not only fail to find the way but also walk further and further, causing Dahei to be unable to find her. Shinshing Tong squatted down along the tree trunk in frustration, and called out to the forest in a low voice, Dahei. After calling a few times, a group of birds suddenly flew up from the forest, scaring Shinshing Tong so much that she shrank back and dared not make any more sounds, fearing that she would attract wild animals. The last ray of light between the leaves disappeared, and Shinshing Tong stared at the dark front with wide eyes. The unknown fear filled Shinshing Tong's heart. At this moment, Shinshing Tong hoped that Chu Xiao would appear in front of her. Shinshing Tong gritted her teeth and held back her tears, but she couldn't help but let them fall. Shinshing Tong wiped her tears, touched the hair on her head that served as a hairband, and comforted herself. It's okay, Dahei will find me, it's okay, I'm not afraid. Woo woo woo. She said she wasn't afraid, but she couldn't hear any sound around her. She couldn't see her hand in front of her face. She felt that there were monsters around her who wanted to eat her. She was so scared. The tiny crying sound spread far away with the wind, and soon disappeared. After a while, it came out again intermittently. Shinshing Tong covered her mouth. Don't cry, crying will attract wild beasts. Don't cry. Whoa. As it got dark, the temperature was getting lower and lower. Shinshing Tong shivered with cold and huddled up tightly, trying to keep warm, but the cold wind everywhere made Shinshing Tong unable to hide. There are many nocturnal creatures in the primeval forest at night. When it gets dark, these animals and beasts will come out to look for food. Ha Shirlang slept all day, and when the sun sets, he stretches his forelimbs to wake up, shakes his head, rubs the swelling that has not yet subsided, and stands up with his head held high. He wants to go out to find something to eat. After stepping out of the cave, Ha Shirlang howled at the sky. After the howl, he jumped into the forest with a refreshed spirit, intending to catch a few cute little ones to fill his stomach. The vision in the jungle at night is not good, but in Ha Shirlang's eyes, night is his best disguise, and he can see more clearly in the dark, so Ha Shirlang quickly caught the prey who fell asleep and had a good meal. After eating, he needs to drink some water. Ha Shirlang was about to go to the water source, but his claws paused, and then he turned around, thinking very confidently that it would be a good time to attack at night, and he didn't believe that he couldn't win. The division of territory in the jungle is very clear. Ha Shirlang's territory is next to the annoying guy next door, but Ha Shirlang can't beat him. It doesn't matter if he can't beat him. He still likes to go to the next door every now and then, and he doesn't learn his lesson after being beaten every time he goes there. After crossing the territory line, Ha Shirlang rushed in one direction with a clear purpose. Halfway through, he suddenly stopped, looked around with some doubts, and finally moved his nose, chose a direction and rushed like the wind. After smelling the breath getting closer and closer, Ha Shirlang couldn't help but howl to the sky. Awoo! The threat and provocation in his tone were very clear, and he rushed to the bottom of the tree the moment he got out of the jungle. Ah! Shin Shing Tong's scream broke through the quiet jungle, and he threw everything in his hand out, trying to stop the wolf that suddenly jumped out. Shin Shing Tong, who had finally calmed down under the tree, was just trying to save herself when she heard the howling of a wolf. Before she could react, a huge black shadow pounced on her. Shin Shing Tong threw everything she could touch at the black shadow, and she also burst out with an extremely strong desire to survive, and she quickly got up and ran. However, the things she threw were not enough to tickle Ha Shirlang, and Ha Shirlang waved his claws away, and the next second his big claws pounced on Shin Shing Tong. Shin Shing Tong looked at the huge creature in front of her with fear. This was not the big black creature she was familiar with. This creature looked like a dog, but that was not right. The creature in the forest was not a dog, but a wolf. At this moment, Shin Shing Tong looked at the green eyes in front of her, and couldn't help but despair. She finally managed to survive, but now she was going to be killed by the beast again? Ha Shirlang didn't see who was under his claws at all. He just felt that he had pressed down the annoying guy based on his breath. The wolf showed a weird smile on his face, as if he was mocking. After not feeling the pain of being bitten for a long time, Shin Shing Tong bravely opened her eyes. A ray of moonlight leaked through, allowing her to see clearly what the beast in front of her was. It was indeed a wolf, but it looked like something was wrong with this overly large wolf. Its eyes were crooked, its mouth was open, and its tongue was sticking out. If she had to describe it, Shin Shing Tong felt that the wolf seemed to be grinning. Not quite sure. Shin Shing Tong took another look and saw that the smile in Ha Shirlang's eyes gradually turned into doubt, and he lowered his head as if to look at her. Shin Shing Tong became nervous again and swallowed her saliva. Ouch! How come he's not a nuisance? Ouch! When did a fellow nuisance appear in his territory? He smells so weak. Ha Shirlang didn't understand, but there was a prohibition in his subconscious mind that he couldn't eat his fellow creatures even if he was hungry. This fellow creature refers to all creatures that can transform into human form. So Ha Shirlang raised his paw and even shook it in a friendly way as a greeting. But before he finished shaking his paw, Ha Shirlang was suddenly bitten on the neck and thrown to the side. Ha Shirlang reacted quickly, and the next second he raised his claws, accompanied by a wolf howl. Awoo! How did you come from behind? Isn't it you I'm holding down? Chu Zhao didn't bother to pay attention to Ha Shirlang, and slapped Ha Shirlang with his claws until he was dizzy, then raised his claws, turned his head to look at the trembling Shin Shing Tong, put his head in front of Shin Shing Tong, and rarely used his head to touch Shin Shing Tong, as if he was comforting Shin Shing Tong. When Shin Shing Tong saw Chu Zhao, she couldn't hold back her tears, and she reached out and hugged Chu Zhao's head and sobbed, crying and saying intermittently, I will never run around again. Hiccup. Scare me to death. Dahe, I was wrong. I should have listened to you. I shouldn't have run around. Sob, sob, sob. Chu Zhao was a little confused when he was hugged, so he couldn't dodge it the first time, and was hugged by Shin Shing Tong. Chu Zhao stood there stiffly, and his paws were fixed as if they were fixed, and he couldn't move. Ha Shirlang, who was lying on the ground, came to his senses and looked at the scene blankly, as if something terrible had happened here during his absence. Could this be the partner of the annoying guy? Shin Shing Tong, who had cried enough, let go of Chu Zhao. The crying just now seemed to have cried out all the strangeness and confusion of being in a foreign world in the past few days, and the fear of almost being buried in the mouth of a wolf. After crying, Tong felt much better. She wiped her tears and looked at Chu Xiao, whose fur was wet by her tears, a little embarrassedly, and apologized softly. "I'm sorry, I dirty your fur, I shouldn't run around." Chu Xiao finally came back to his senses. Although he didn't understand what Tong said, he could see clearly that Tong was full of apology. At the same time, the feeling of being hugged kept filling Chu Xiao's heart. He felt a soft and strange feeling in his heart. Chu Xiao's eyes moved away a little erratically. When he glanced at Ha Shirlang, who was dazed on the ground, his eyes narrowed dangerously. The wolf's screams resounded through the jungle. Ha Shirlang, who was beaten, limped out of Chu Xiao's territory and returned to the cave indignantly. He swore to pin Chu Xiao, the annoying guy, to the ground and beat him up. However, Ha Shirlang thought about it again. When he followed the scent today, he smelled 2 scents halfway, so he found the wrong one. So the female he found by mistake couldn't be the partner of the annoying guy? Tong lay on Chu Xiao's back, still sobbing. When Chu Xiao stood up and prepared to go back, she didn't forget to call Chu Xiao and pointed to the net bag scattered beside. Because Ha Shirlang was hit with the net bag, the things in the net bag fell out. Fortunately, the net bag was strong enough and didn't break. Chu Xiao was puzzled for a while, and then he realized what was happening when he saw Tong pointing at something on the ground. He growled and wanted to teach Tong a lesson. He had hunted a lot of prey today and transported them back to the cave first, and then came to pick up Tong. When he found that Tong was missing, Chu Xiao was really angry. But when he turned his head and saw Tong's pitiful look, Chu Xiao couldn't get angry again. The little reserve grain was so delicate and got lost, which was scary enough. He was also frightened by that stupid thing Ha Shirlang. If he taught the delicate one a lesson again, she might cry in front of him all night. Chu Xiao reluctantly withdrew his gaze, scratched with his claws twice, and put the culprit that caused Tong to get lost into the net bag, then picked up the net bag and walked slowly towards the cave. Seeing that Chu Xiao did not leave her baby behind, Tong lay back again, buried her face in Chu Xiao's thick hair, and held Chu Xiao tightly with both hands. As Chu Xiao moved, Tong's eyelids began to fight as if she was in a cradle. Before her consciousness completely fell into a deep sleep, Tong muttered, "Dahe, next time I will never dare to run around again." Chu Xiao heard it clearly, but he didn't know what Tong was talking about. After returning to the cave, Chu Xiao threw the net bag next to a pile of prey and went into the cave a little sleepy. Usually this time is his sleep time, but today he came back late because of looking for Tong, so he was very sleepy. After entering the cave, Chu Xiao lay down for a long time and didn't see Tong get off his back. He couldn't help but turn his head to see Tong holding his 2 strands of hair and sleeping soundly with his eyes closed. Chu Xiao was stunned for a moment, and after a while he closed his eyes again, thinking to himself, anyway, the little thing is not heavy, sleeping on his back is also not impossible. Chapter 8. Tong was still a little dazed when she woke up. A ferocious wolf face appeared in her mind. She shivered with fear. Then she found that she seemed to be still lying on Dahe's back. How to say it, it was much more comfortable than sleeping on the haystack. Tong glanced at Chu Xiao, who was still sleeping with his eyes closed. Seeing Chu Xiao's eyelids moving, Tong hurriedly climbed down and got in front of Chu Xiao to take a look. Seeing that Chu Xiao was not awake, Tong breathed a sigh of relief, rubbed his face, and walked out of the cave. The sun was shining outside, but the temperature seemed to be much lower than yesterday. As soon as Tong left Chu Xiao, he felt the chill and hugged his arms. Then he jumped a few times on the spot to warm himself up. After doing all this, she washed herself with the stored water. When Tong was looking for the wild ginger, wild onion and small potatoes she had picked yesterday, she saw the meat with the internal organs cleaned and piled up, and the intact fur stacked together. Tong's eyes widened. The pile of prey in front of her was taller than her. Wouldn't it go bad if it was left here? But with so much meat, could Dahe finish it? Did Dahe not even have time to eat yesterday in order to find her? Thinking of this, Tong felt even more guilty. Dahe actually came to her on an empty stomach. Tong sniffed. She must be good to Dahe. Although Dahe is a wild beast, he is indeed human. He will protect her and find food for her. Yesterday, he beat up the strange wolf for her. Thinking of wolves, Tong was a little confused. Now thinking about it, the wolf that suddenly appeared and pounced on her yesterday seemed really a bit strange. Would a normal wolf smile like that? It shouldn't be, right? Xin Tong scratched her head and was almost startled by Chu Xiao, who walked quietly behind her. She patted her chest and said, "Dahe, don't be so quiet, you scared me to death." Chu Xiao looked at Xin Tong in surprise. Today's small reserve grain seemed different. It seemed that he was not afraid of him at all, but he was still a little scared yesterday. Xin Tong reached out and patted Chu Xiao's paw, then pointed to a pile of prey behind him and said, "Are you hungry? You didn't have enough food yesterday because you were looking for me. Go eat quickly. I roast some for you later. Remember to make a fire for me." After saying that, he pulled Chu Xiao's paw, signaling Chu Xiao to eat. Chu Xiao took a look at the prey he brought back for the rainy season, and then looked at Xin Tong's small body. He felt that he understood what Xin Tong meant. He raised his paw and divided the prey into small pieces that Xin Tong could carry. He even raised his big paw and patted Xin Tong's head gently. He also lit a fire for Xin Tong, then motioned Xin Tong to stay here, and ran out like a gust of wind, disappearing into the jungle before Xin Tong could react. Xin Tong? ? After Xin Tong reacted, she subconsciously wanted to chase after him, but she stopped after running only 2 steps. She couldn't catch up with Dahe, and if she got lost again, wouldn't it cause trouble for Dahe? So Xin Tong didn't dare to move forward, but sighed and returned to the cave entrance. After returning, Xin Tong realized that Chu Xiao didn't eat the meat but chose to go out hunting. Xin Tong looked at the pile of meat a little confused. What if it went bad if she didn't eat it quickly? Xin Tong didn't know what Chu Xiao meant, so she only took a piece of meat to cook. This time, with the seasoning, Xin Tong also added potatoes to the stew. It really tasted much better, but there was still no salt. After Xin Tong was full, there was still more than half of the pot left. She covered it with leaves and stood up and started to wander around. She hadn't carefully explored the environment around the cave in the past few days. Now she needed tools to store water and soak fur, so she had to see if she could find any useful tools around. Anyway, Dahe didn't take her out, and she had nothing to do, so she might as well get some useful tools out. Xin Tong climbed up the hill made of big rocks again, looking for rocks one by one, and finally found that each rock was very hard, without grooves, and could not store water. Xin Tong was a little frustrated. After climbing down, he thought about the ground again. It seemed that it was not impossible to store water if he dug a hole on the ground. After thinking for a while, Xin Tong felt that digging a hole on the ground to store water was unhygienic, and the stagnant water in the mud could easily breed mosquitoes, so he had to find a way to get a stone. The figure of Chu Xiao and Chu Xiao's sharp claws popped up in Xin Tong's mind. Xin Tong thought about Chu Xiao's claws, and then looked at the huge stone next to him. What he thought in his heart was, Dahe's claws are so powerful, it should be no problem to dig a hole in the stone, right? Xin Tong was not sure, but she was ready to wait for Chu Xiao to come back and let him try. She had to store water, and she felt that she was getting ugly. She had no clothes to change, and her hair was not washed. Xin Tong almost despised herself. If she continued like this, she would not even feel comfortable living in Chu Xiao's nest. After making up her mind, Xin Tong put aside the matter of the water storage tools, and went to deal with the bag of mushrooms and potatoes she brought back. Mushrooms are easy to deal with. Just find a flat stone to spread them on and dry them. They can be preserved for a long time. The potatoes were cleaned of mud and transported back to the cave. For this reason, Xin Tong specially found a corner at the entrance of the cave that would not affect the entry and exit to pile up potatoes, and wild ginger was also put together. Wild onions are not easy to keep, but Xin Tong also has a way to deal with them. As a young man from a nation that loves farming, Xin Tong's talent for farming has also been aroused. She directly reached out and dug a small piece of land, then cut off the roots of wild onions, planted them separately in the loosened mud, sprinkled some plant ash, and watered them, and they were done. Xin Tong looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction, patted the mud on her hands, and waited for her to find more things. Everything that can be planted nearby, so that she doesn't have to worry about not finding food. The only drawback is that there is no hoe, and digging the mud with hands hurts a little. At this moment, Xin Tong envied Dahe's sharp claws. If the claws were to scratch the ground wouldn't need to be turned over. It would definitely be more useful than a hoe. After finishing the work in hand, Xin Tong sat at the entrance of the cave and habitually took out her mobile phone to play. However, there was nothing else to play with except a golden finger software that scans everything. Xin Tong sighed and opened the scanning software. Although there was nothing to study about this software, she still took a look, just in case there was any function she hadn't discovered. After clicking in, the scanning interface is still there. There is no other option except exiting. Xinxing Tong puts her hand under the phone to scan. The palm of an adult human female, about 15 centimeters long, ruddy skin. Note, it is a hand that has just finished digging mud. Xinxing Tong stared at the phone. She washed her hands, but the function of this phone seems to be not as simple as she thought. It can even scan her just digging mud. Thinking of this, Xinxing Tong pointed the phone at the wound on her leg that was healing. The thigh of an adult female, accompanied by a relatively serious trauma. The medicine was applied in time, and the recovery was good. It is expected to be fully recovered in a month, but there may be scars. Xinxing Tong moved the phone away and looked at her leg. The wound had not scabbed yet, but it was not bleeding. Acnatharum splendens was very effective. Such a large wound did not become inflamed, and Xinxing Tong did not have symptoms of fever. But the phone said that her injury would leave a scar. Xinxing Tong's mouth shrank. No girl wants to have a scar that cannot be removed. Looking at the wound and sighing for a while, Xinxing Tong suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly took her phone to the fur where she had smeared the ash, and scanned the fur. The fur of wild deer beast is intact, but the tanning is rough. It needs to be soaked in ash water for many days, and smoked until it is soft and washed before use. Note, the fur is not soft enough in its current state, and is easy to rot. Please ask the host to retan it. Xinxing Tong suddenly realized, but she didn't have the conditions to soak it at the moment, and had to wait for Dahei to come back. Wait, Xinxing Tong moved his eyes to the last line of text that appeared after scanning. Host? Xinxing Tong looked at the phone in confusion. The phone had never shown any words related to the title before. This host? Xinxing Tong stared at the phone and suddenly said, Are you alive? Did you bring me to this hell? The phone was silent, and the screen went off as time went by. Xinxing Tong, The phone pretended to be dead. Xinxing Tong had no choice. After all, she still had to rely on this phone to survive here, and she couldn't really dismantle the phone for research. Xinxing Tong put the phone back in her pocket and said to herself, It seems that the mother of the phone really brought me to an incredible place this time. In the afternoon, when the sun was setting, Chu Xiao came back with a lot of prey. As soon as he saw Chu Xiao, Xinxing Tong ran to greet him happily. Dahei, you're back. Chu Xiao slowed down, looked at Xinxing Tong running over, tilted his head, and waited until Xinxing Tong ran in front of him before continuing to walk forward. Xinxing Tong looked at the pile of prey on Chu Xiao's back. His eyes widened. Dahei, can you finish all this? What if it goes bad? There is no salt either. Chu Xiao put the prey down and put it together with the one from the day before, then looked at Xinxing Tong. He didn't understand what Xinxing Tong said. He only knew that the little reserve food he brought back was talking a lot. Chu Xiao looked at Xinxing Tong with some pity. Forget it. The little reserve food with genetic defects can't even speak clearly. After Xinxing Tong finished speaking, she looked at Chu Xiao and stared at him. After a while, Xinxing Tong looked away in frustration. She had forgotten that Dahei couldn't understand her. But it doesn't matter. Xinxing Tong cheered up again, stretched out his hand to grab a strand of Chu Xiao's hair, and led Chu Xiao to the pile of stones. When there, he pointed at a stone that he liked, which was as big as Chu Xiao's head, and began to gesture. Dahei, look at the big stone. Can you dig a hole in the middle of the big stone? The kind that can hold water without leaking. As he spoke, he gestured. Seeing that Chu Xiao didn't respond, Xinxing Tong got anxious and dug a hole in the ground, then pointed at the hole and the big stone. Chu Xiao? ? Chu Xiao looked at the pit on the ground, then at Xinxing Tong, whose face had turned into a cat's due to digging in the mud, and finally stretched out his sharp claws to tentatively gesture at the big rock. Xinxing Tong looked at him with bright eyes, and nodded continuously. Chu Xiao retracted his claws, and felt that Xinxing Tong's look made his heart feel like it was being scratched by a small claw. Chapter 9. Xinxing Tong didn't even see what Chu Xiao did. In the blink of an eye, a pile of gravel flew out. The big stone she pointed at soon became hollow, and the inner wall was very smooth. Xinxing Tong looked at Chu Xiao, and saw that Chu Xiao was elegantly raising his claws to clean the gravel on it. Ah, Dahei, you are so great. You are super awesome. Xinxing Tong hugged Chu Xiao's head and kissed him. Chu Xiao's brain crashed for a moment, and he froze in place, motionless, with an extremely soft touch on his face. Xinxing Tong was so happy that she let go of Chu Xiao and ran to the big stone tank happily. She tiptoed to look inside and thought to herself that this one could store water, but she also wanted one to soak her fur, and it would be best if there was a bathtub. Xinxing Tong was calculating in her mind, and she turned around with a flattering smile and hugged Chu Xiao's paw and said, "Dahe, can you give me 2 more? Chu Xiao, eh." Chu Xiao moved his paw and looked into the distance in a daze, his mind full of the captured reserve food was kissed. Xinxing Tong tilted his head and looked at Chu Xiao in confusion. As soon as Chu Xiao saw Xinxing Tong's eyes, he didn't have time to think. He stretched out his claws and hollowed out the 2 stones that Xinxing Tong pointed at. After he was done, Chu Xiao came back to his senses, showing an annoyed look. He turned his back and slapped his head with his claws twice. Why did he do it so bewitched? What if his reserve food becomes more and more demanding? Before Chu Xiao could figure it out, he heard Xinxing Tong's happy voice. "Great, Dahe, thank you." Chu Xiao, eh. Okay, it's not impossible. After Xinxing Tong thanked Chu Xiao, she happily went to see the 2 large water tanks and a smaller one that could be used as a bathtub. She had never thought that water storage things were so rare before. Now that she saw them, Xinxing Tong suddenly felt very touched. Although these 3 things were very rough, they were familiar things from her description. After Chu Xiao came to his senses, he saw that Xinxing Tong was particularly happy. He couldn't help but wonder why these 3 strange things made this little reserve grain like them so much. The next second Chu Xiao saw Xinxing Tong struggling to climb up the stone and fell into the hole he had just dug. Chu Xiao? ? I don't quite understand. So the small reserve food is short of toys? Xinxing Tong climbed into the freshly baked stone jar and threw out some of the remaining broken stones. After a while, she was exhausted and panting. When she looked up, she saw Chu Xiao's head resting beside her, looking at her puzzledly. "Dahe, I want to use this to hold water, so I have to throw the stones out, understand?" Xinxing Tong said, while gesturing with his hands. Chu Xiao suddenly realized, patted the stone, picked up Xinxing Tong with his claws, and then pushed the stone jar down, turning the whole mouth upside down, and did the same with the other 2, and then turned them upside down again, and there was nothing inside. After doing all this, Chu Xiao looked at Xinxing Tong, and sure enough, he saw Xinxing Tong was very happy. Xinxing Tong gave Chu Xiao a thumbs up, and then happily pointed to the cave entrance and said, "Dahe, can I put it there?" Putting it at the cave entrance will make it convenient for her to get water, and the one she planned to use as a bathtub should be put inside the cave, close to the cave entrance, otherwise it will be inconvenient to pour water. Chu Xiao, thinking that this time was not a big deal, followed the direction pointed by Xinxing Tong, rolled the stone jar over, and placed it next to the stone wall beside the cave without any instruction. The 2 jars were placed side by side. When he was about to put the small one in, Xinxing Tong gestured to ask him to put the small stone jar into the cave. Chu Xiao raised his paw and easily put the stone jar in the place designated by Xinxing Tong in the cave. At this time, the sky gradually darkened. Xinxing Tong looked up and asked Chu Xiao with concern, "Dahe, you brought back prey again today. Are you not full?" Chu Xiao saw Xinxing Tong pointing at the prey and touching his stomach, and he probably understood that she was asking him if he was hungry. However, he came back after eating outside, and the food he brought back was to be used as reserve food for the rainy season. If it was left like this for a long time, it would go bad, so it needed to be processed. Xinxing Tong saw that Chu Xiao ignored her, and walked to the pile of meat by herself, patted the meat with her claws, and then looked at Xinxing Tong. Xinxing Tong didn't quite understand, but still walked forward and asked tentatively, "Do you want me to roast it for you?" Chu Xiao was silent. He didn't understand what Xinxing Tong said. Xinxing Tong had to raise her hand to gesture. Just as she was gesturing, she saw Chu Xiao pick up the meat and put it on the stone board she used to fry the meat. Then she looked at him. Xinxing Tong thought for a while, trying to understand what Chu Xiao meant. Chu Xiao saw that Xinxing Tong didn't respond, so he simply lit the fire himself, then pointed at the meat on the stone board again, and then pointed at the pile of meat behind him. "Xinxing Tong, roast all of this?" Chu Xiao didn't answer, but his actions told Xinxing Tong that, yes, cook all of this meat. Xinxing Tong, eh. At this moment, she felt like the sky was falling. How long would it take to roast a pile of meat? And why did Dahe suddenly want to roast so much meat? It was obvious that Dahe just tasted it in the first 2 days. However, Dahe saved her life, and Xinxing Tong thought she was a person who would repay a favor. This was just a small request. Maybe Dahe was used to eating raw meat, and suddenly wanted to eat cooked meat. It didn't matter. She would roast it every day, and give it to Dahe when it was done. Xinxing Tong took a deep breath, and began to cook the meat with a deep hatred. But Xinxing Tong was alone, and he only managed to cook 2 pieces of meat until it was completely dark. He ate the meat that he had stewed in the morning, and Chu Xiao ate the rest in a few bites. Xinxingtong sighed. Dahe, it's hard for me to cook all this meat. Will it go bad? Forget it, I try to deal with it tomorrow. It's a waste to keep it raw. You said you won't eat it, so why bring so much back? What a pity if it goes bad. Chu Xiao was cleaning his mouth, and he didn't care when he heard Xinxingtong mumbling a lot, because he couldn't understand it anyway. After Xinxingtong finished speaking, he sat on a rock and looked up at the stars in the sky. The terrain here is open, and there are no tall trees blocking the view. It is easy to see the sky full of stars. It is very beautiful, but there is no moon. Xinxingtong feels a little homesick, and his mood gradually becomes low. Chu Xiao looked up following Xinxingtong's gaze. After seeing a flickering dot in the sky, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have a few men guarding outside. Forget it, it's time. Chu Xiao is a little sleepy. Seeing that Xinxingtong has no intention of sleeping yet, the night wind blows up, and Xinxingtong shivers. Chu Xiao simply scoops Xinxingtong with his claws, and takes him back to the cave. Xinxingtong let Chu Xiao take her back. She was now very confident that Chu Xiao would not hurt her, so she was not afraid even when Chu Xiao held her with his claws. The next morning, when Chu Xiao woke up, he smelled that the humidity in the air was getting thicker, which meant that the rainy season would soon arrive. He had to speed up to catch food on the days with the heaviest rain. Although he did not like to eat stale food, flash floods were more likely to occur on the days with the heaviest rain. Going out to hunt would not only fail to catch prey, but also be dangerous. Now there is an extra small reserve of food to feed, so more prey is needed. Chu Xiao looked back and saw Xinxingtong still sleeping soundly with his tail in his arms, so he gently pulled out his tail and ran out to hunt without looking back. After Xinxingtong woke up, he found that Chu Xiao was gone. Xinxingtong walked out of the cave and did not see Chu Xiao. He thought that Chu Xiao must have gone hunting. After washing up, he saw the pile of meat, and Xinxingtong had a headache again. There was no water left, so he needed to store water. After a breakfast without salt, Xinxingtong began to think about how to deal with the meat. When her hand touched the phone, she suddenly remembered that since it was a golden finger that scanned everything, there should be a way to deal with the meat. She could give it a try. Xinxingtong took out her phone and scanned the meat. The carcass of an adult deer beast, fresh meat, can be stored for 3 days. Note, it can be smoked or pickled with a lot of salt to extend the storage time. Xinxingtong got the method to deal with the meat as she wished. She didn't have salt, but she knew how to smoke it. After coming up with an idea, Xinxingtong got busy. He went to the edge of the forest and picked up many dead branches and piled them together. He built a big fire pit with small stones. Because there was no wooden stick or something to hang the meat, Xinxingtong simply built the fire pit higher, and then directly used a short wooden stick horizontally, and then hung the meat strung with vines on it, and hung it into the fire pit. After doing all this, Xinxingtong went to his simple stove to revive it, and threw all the branches and leaves he picked up into the fire pit. Soon, thick smoke came out and floated over the meat. Because she was afraid that Chu Xiao didn't like to eat smoked meat, Xinxingtong didn't smoke a lot for the time being, and she even left half of the fire pit to smoke her fur. She really wanted to change her clothes. They were almost smelly. The fur smeared with ash could be smoked directly on the fire pit. After the work, most of the day passed again. Xinxingtong was a little thirsty, but she had finished drinking the water. Xinxingtong wiped her sweat, and thought she should save more water, otherwise she would have no water to drink if Dahe didn't come back. When Dahe came back later, she asked Dahe to take her to get more water. Just when he thought of this, Chu Xiao appeared in front of Xinxingtong carrying a pile of prey. Xinxingtong stood up and waved. After a while, Chu Xiao walked in front of Xinxingtong and put down a pile of meat. Seeing that Xinxingtong was fine, he looked at the strange pile of stones at the entrance of the cave. There was smoke coming out from there. Chu Xiao didn't plan to come back so early, but he was a little worried when he saw the smoke coming out of the cave, so he came back early. Chu Xiao looked at Xinxingtong speechlessly, his eyes clearly asking, "What is this?" Xinxingtong walked to the fire pit and pointed at the meat hanging there, gesturing, "Too much. It will go bad if left for too long. I can smoke it so it can last longer, but I don't know if you like it." Chu Xiao looked at Xinxingtong in confusion. He didn't quite understand what Xinxingtong was talking about, but from Xinxingtong's gestures, he could roughly tell that this might be a cooking method. Chapter 10. Xinxingtong was not discouraged when Chu Xiao didn't understand. She had known for a long time that there was a communication barrier between her and Dahe. But it didn't matter. Dahe would definitely understand her after a while. So Xinxingtong simply gave up explaining the smoked meat. She would just take the smoked meat tomorrow to see if Dahe would eat it. She wanted to drink water now. Dahe, the water is gone. You need to drink water. Shin Tong pulled Chu Zhao to the big leaf, where the water was originally stored, and pointed it out to Chu Zhao. Chu Zhao then remembered that Shin Tong needed to drink water. In addition, he often saw Shin Tong using water to wash, so the water was used up quickly. After Chu Zhao caught a glimpse of the 2 large stone jars he had taken out yesterday, he suddenly realized what the 2 hollowed-out stones were used for. He had never thought that the little reserve food was quite smart. Chu Zhao stretched out his paw and pushed Shin Tong, then walked to the stone jars, raised his paw, and put the 2 large stone jars on his head. When he was about to leave, he saw Shin Tong's eager expression, thought about it, and laid down to signal Shin Tong to come up. Shin Tong still wanted to go out for a walk, but was afraid that Chu Zhao would not take her with him. Seeing Chu Zhao lying down, she quickly climbed onto Chu Zhao's back. Chu Zhao quickly took Shin Tong to the river. After putting Shin Tong down, Chu Zhao threw 2 stone jars into the water and filled them with water. Then he turned back to look at Shin Tong, and saw Shin Tong holding a mobile phone and waving it around. Soon, there were more weeds in his hand. After Shin Tong noticed Chu Zhao's gaze, he threw the wild vegetables he had just found into his pocket, and then looked at Chu Zhao. Dahe, it's still early, let me see if I can find more food. After that, he continued to dig in the grass. Chu Zhao thought for a while, and explained Shin Tong's behavior. The small reserve grain seemed to like to eat grass, so this was probably a preparation for the rainy season. When Chu Zhao thought of this, he stopped urging Shin Tong. He got the stone jar filled with water from the river, and then lay there watching Shin Tong busying around. His tail was swinging back and forth, looking very leisurely. Shin Tong used her mobile phone to scan the grass she had never seen before, and indeed found several edible wild vegetables. She would get tired of eating meat every day, even meat without salt. No matter how much she liked meat, she couldn't eat any vegetables. Now she found several wild vegetables, which finally improved her taste. She even scanned some herbs with medicinal value. As long as it was useful, Shin Tong planned to take it all back. She was short of supplies now, so she had to stock up on more things. When she reached the edge of the bushes, Shin Tong stopped going in, fearing that she would accidentally walk too far and get lost. After looking around, Shin Tong looked at her dirty clothes, and then looked at the broad leaves on the tall trees. Shin Tong felt that in this case, since the fur had not been prepared yet, it was not impossible to use leaves to cover her shame first. Chu Zhao turned his head, and saw Shin Tong jumping under the tree. Chu Zhao's big head was full of confusion. What was the small reserve grain doing? The next second, Shin Tong grabbed a large leaf and pulled it down with great effort. Chu Zhao sighed silently, stood up and walked over. He raised his claws and gently scratched it. The leaf fell from the tree, and Shin Tong sat on the ground with it. Chu Zhao looked away with a guilty look. Shin Tong was very happy, holding the leaf, and said, "Thank you, Dahe. Can you help me get a few more leaves?" She had just scanned several kinds of leaves with her mobile phone, and finally concluded that the leaves of this tree were the most suitable for replacing clothes, not easy to be damaged, and breathable. Shin Tong soon got a pile of large leaves. The sun had completely set, and Chu Zhao signaled to Shin Tong that it was time to go back. After returning to the cave, it was completely dark. Shin Tong looked at the fire in the fire pit, and saw that it was fine. She went to boil water for herself. She had to take a bath today. Shin Tong used thin vines to simply make a few large leaves into clothes that could cover her body. She wiped them clean with water, and hung them aside. The rest were used by Shin Tong to enclose a small space at the entrance of the cave. Even if there was no one here, Shin Tong could not take a bath naked under the sky. After boiling water several times to fill the stone bathtub, Shin Tong took off her clothes under the curtain made of leaves, rubbed herself clean, and washed her hair briefly. After washing, the water in the bathtub immediately became turbid. Shin Tong was a little disgusted with herself. After rinsing with clean water, she put on the homemade leaf clothes. She also soaked the clothes she changed in hot water, and rubbed them clean and shiny. She had to wear this set of clothes because Shin Tong knew that she probably couldn't go back. If she stayed here, there would definitely be a time when the temperature would get cold. At that time, it would be uncomfortable to wear fur directly. Adding a layer of clothes inside would also be warmer, so this set of clothes had to be washed and preserved well. Chu Zhao lay on the haystack, watching Shin Tong doing strange things in confusion, until Shin Tong came out of the temporary bathroom, and then he realized that Xinxing Tong was taking a bath. Chu Xiao was a little confused. He vaguely remembered that taking a bath shouldn't be so troublesome. Xinxing Tong felt relaxed after the taking a bath, and the bathtub was a little heavy, so Xinxing Tong looked at Chu Xiao and blinked his eyes to indicate his needs. Chu Xiao easily took the bathtub out and poured out the water. Xinxing Tong's mouth was stretched to her ears, and she just curled up to sleep in the corner farthest from Chu Xiao, because she was afraid that she would hug Chu Xiao's tail again. Chu Xiao didn't bother to care. Anyway, the little reserved food would roll to the tail by itself in the middle of the night. The breathing of the man and the beast gradually became even, and the smell of smoked meat outside gradually came out. When Xinxing Tong got up the next day, the fire in the fire pit was extinguished, leaving only some residual heat, and the meat was smoked. Xinxing Tong took a look, took a piece of smoked meat, washed it, cooked it, and sent it to Chu Xiao, looking at Chu Xiao expectantly. Chu Xiao opened his mouth and ate it. He felt that the taste was a bit strange, but it was not bad. He had never eaten meat prepared in this way before, so Chu Xiao nodded at Xinxing Tong. Xinxing Tong breathed a sigh of relief. Dahe could eat it. In this way, the remaining meat could be preserved for a longer time. Xinxing Tong strung the remaining meat with vines and planned to smoke it dry. The smoked fur was also taken off. Xinxing Tong touched it, and it was indeed very soft, but there was a lot of dust on it, so it needed to be cleaned. After hanging the meat, the fire was lit again. Looking back, Chu Xiao had gone out. Xinxing Tong knew that Chu Xiao had gone hunting. She thought that when Dahe came back, she had to ask Dahe to take her to the river to throw the fur into the water and wash it clean. After the smoked meat is done, we need to find a place to put it. We can't put it in the sleeping place, because it will smell. We need to ask Chu Xiao when he comes back. The smoked meat can be dried in the sun to preserve it better. When Xinxing Tong gets hungry while working, she cooks wild vegetable soup by herself. She still needs to find salt. She remembers that in addition to extracting salt from seawater, there are also salt mines and salt wells in the mountains. She doesn't want to think about salt wells because she can't get them. She can look for salt mines. When the time comes, she can use her mobile phone to scan and see how to extract crude salt. Thinking of this, Xinxing Tong suddenly sighed and said to herself, "Now I have made it, and I can survive in the wild." After saying that, she looked at her hands that were scarred and rough in just a few days, and she couldn't help feeling sad. Although she was lucky to meet Dahe, who would want to come to such a remote place, where you can't take a shower, have no clothes to wear, and can only eat a single food every day. Xinxing Tong wiped away her tears. Where had she suffered such a hardship before? After crying for a long time, Xinxing Tong sobbed and comforted herself. It doesn't matter. It's good that I'm still alive. I'm not hungry or cold. It will be better in the future, but my hands hurt so much. Xinxing Tong looked towards the jungle with sobs, wondering why Chu Xiao hadn't come back yet. She had nothing to do, and was just thinking about it. It was quiet around her, and the more she thought about it, the lonelier she felt. She wanted Dahe to come back soon. With Dahe around, she wouldn't be afraid. However, things didn't go as she wished. This time, Chu Xiao didn't come back until dark. Xinxing Tong became more and more anxious as time went by. Why hadn't Dahe come back yet? He had come back at this time a few days ago. Did something go wrong? Xinxing Tong couldn't sit still anymore. She stood up and looked into the jungle. It was dark, so she didn't dare to go in to look for him. She could only circle around anxiously. After hundreds of bloody scenes popped up in his mind, Xinxing Tong finally saw Chu Xiao's figure, and he breathed a sigh of relief, and said with a crying voice, "Dahe, why did you come back just now?" "I was scared." Chu Xiao looked at Xinxing Tong in confusion, not understanding why Xinxing Tong was crying again, but when he met Xinxing Tong's eyes, Chu Xiao suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and his little reserve was worried about him. In fact, there was a reason why Chu Xiao was delayed today, because he ran into the guy who scratched him last time, the guy with poisonous claws. He didn't run into him originally, but he heard Ha Shilong's howl for help from a distance. Chu Xiao didn't want to care, but his body went over there honestly. When he got there, he saw Ha Shilong being beaten by a huge eagle beast. The poisonous claws were about to tear open Ha Shilong's belly. Chu Xiao rushed over and knocked the eagle beast away. After a fight, the eagle beast couldn't beat him and ran away relying on its wings. Ha Shilong screamed at Chu Xiao, as if he was complaining. Chu Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to Ha Shilong. The eagle beast was also the same kind, so he didn't kill it. When Chu Xiao turned around to return to his territory and prepared to take the food back to the cave, he found that Ha Shilong was still following him. Chu Xiao growled threateningly at Ha Shirlang, but Ha Shirlang seemed to hear nothing and moved closer to Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao put down the food and beat Ha Shirlang again. Only when Ha Shirlang ran away with his tail between his legs did he pick up the prey and go back. This was why Chu Xiao came back late. But Shin Tong didn't know. Seeing Chu Xiao come back so late, she was naturally worried. Chu Xiao lowered his head and rubbed Shin Tong, almost knocking Shin Tong down. The first time he made a sound in front of Shin Tong was a soothing growl. To Shin Tong, it sounded like the legendary dragon roar. Shin Tong was shocked and even forgot to cry. Chapter 11. The next day, Shin Tong insisted on going out with Chu Xiao and held Chu Xiao's legs tightly. Chu Xiao had no choice but to wait for Shin Tong to finish hanging the smoked meat, and then took Shin Tong and the fur that Shin Tong had asked him to take with him. Shin Tong was about to get off the river. Chu Xiao was worried about Shin Tong, so he didn't go far this time. He hunted nearby and could hear Shin Tong's movements at any time. After Chu Xiao left with concern, Shin Tong threw the fur into the water and pressed it with a big stone to prevent it from being washed away by the current. Shin Tong couldn't wash such a big fur, and couldn't drag it after soaking it in water, so she could only let the water flow to wash away the dirt inside. After pressing the fur, Shin Tong began to wander around the river bank to find useful things, and the most important thing was to see if she could be lucky enough to find a salt mine. Chu Xiao came back to the river to look at Shin Tong after hunting a prey, and continued to hunt the next prey when he saw that Shin Tong didn't run far. Shin Tong occasionally looked back and saw another prey behind her, but she didn't see Chu Xiao. Although she didn't see Chu Xiao, Shin Tong felt very relieved and was not afraid to stay alone by the river, because she knew that Dahe was not far away. After a long time, Shin Tong felt hungry. He looked up at the sky and found that the sun was rising. He simply built a stone fire pit on the spot and prepared to roast something to eat. It happened that Chu Xiao caught another prey at this time. Shin Tong saw Chu Xiao put down the prey and was about to leave, so he hurriedly stopped Chu Xiao. Dahe, take a rest and eat something before going. Chu Xiao looked down at Shin Tong, and Shin Tong reached out and hugged Chu Xiao's forelimbs. Chu Xiao showed a helpless expression. He knew that Xiao Yubuliang was a clingy person. Shin Tong let go of Chu Xiao only after she saw him following her to the river. She happily pointed at the fire which she had just made and asked Chu Xiao to light a fire. Chu Xiao was very familiar with making a fire. He liked to see the smoke coming out of the fire. He didn't even know if it was his illusion. The smoke made him feel comfortable. Chu Xiao tilted his head to watch Shin Tong busying around the fire. His eyes followed Shin Tong's movements, like a big cat that was curious about everything. Shin Tong roasted a piece of meat and brought it to Chu Xiao's mouth. It was very natural to feed him. Although Chu Xiao felt that eating this way was too slow, and that he was getting hungrier the more he ate, he didn't want Shin Tong to have that disappointed expression on his face. After all, it tasted better than raw meat, and Chu Xiao didn't intend to be a spoiler. Shin Tong fed Chu Xiao for a while, and saw that Chu Xiao was still not full. Seeing Chu Xiao's big body, he slapped his head. "Oh, I forgot, Dahe, you are so big. How long will it take for you to eat if I feed you like this? Dahe, I'm sorry. It's my fault that I can't roast so much meat at once. How about you just eat some raw meat? Otherwise, how can you eat half of it when you're hungry?" Chu Xiao looked at Shin Tong, and when he saw Shin Tong pointing at the empty grill and the raw meat beside him, Chu Xiao got up and went to eat next to the prey. Shin Tong ate a few bites of meat to fill her stomach, and then looked at Chu Xiao with her chin in her hand. Now she thought Chu Xiao was cute no matter how she looked at him. He even ate with his back to her. Shin Tong was silly and laughed. She went to see if the fur soaked in the river water was really washed clean. Shin Tong was very happy. She turned around to ask Chu Xiao to help drag the fur up, but when she turned back, Chu Xiao had already left. Seeing that more than half of the prey was missing, Shin Tong was a little stunned. Did her Dahe eat so much? Then wasn't she abusing Dahe by feeding him every day? That little food was not enough for Dahe to eat. At the same time, Shin Tong suddenly realized, no wonder Dahe didn't eat her after catching her. It turned out that he disliked her for not being enough to eat. Shin Tong shook her head. She had to work hard to store food. It was getting colder these days. Even if she didn't have common sense, she knew that if the environment here turned into winter, it would be difficult to catch prey. She would have to store more firewood for winter heating. No matter what, she couldn't burden Dahe. After resting for a while, Shin Tong continued to look for things. She picked up dead branches and stacked them up, tied them up with vines, and planned to take them back later. However, the salt mine that Shinshing Tong had been looking for was not found. She had eaten a lot of meat in the past few days, but she always felt weak in her limbs. It was probably because she did not replenish salt in time. Shinshing Tong sighed, and accidentally cut her hand with a small cut by the branch. Shinshing Tong put the finger on her hand into her mouth. If it didn't work, she would drink some animal blood, which also contained salt. Shinshing Tong picked up a lot of firewood and cleaned the meat. Although she had never cleaned it before, Shinshing Tong thought that Chu Xiao had worked hard enough hunting, and she could help Chu Xiao. When Chu Xiao came back, they could go home earlier. Home, Shinshing Tong was stunned for a moment. It seemed that in less than 10 days, she had already regarded the cave where she lived with Dahe as her home, but her home. Shinshing Tong looked down at her reflection in the water, as if she really couldn't go back. After so many days, if she could really go back, why would she still be here? Shinshing Tong, stop imagining. Shinshing Tong muttered to herself, and then found a sharp stone to deal with the prey, but she had never done such a thing before, and the stone was not as good as a kitchen knife, so Shinshing Tong messed up the prey like a crime scene. When Chu Xiao came back, he found that Shinshing Tong had made herself bloody, and in front of him was a pile of prey that could not be seen in its original appearance. The fur on the prey was cut into pieces, and Shinshing Tong was still scratching the belly of the prey with a stone, trying to clean the prey's internal organs. Chu Xiao, Although he didn't understand Xiao Peiyong's intention, Xiao Peiyong's action was obviously confusing. Chu Xiao walked behind Shinshing Tong and touched Shinshing Tong with his head. Shinshing Tong was concentrating on dealing with the prey in front of her, and was startled by Chu Xiao's touch. She turned around and saw that it was Chu Xiao. Looking at the messy prey in front of her, Shinshing Tong suddenly felt guilty. She turned around to face Chu Xiao and quietly threw away the stone. She didn't dare to look at Chu Xiao. She couldn't even handle the prey. Would Dahe dislike her for being useless and throw her away? Thinking of this, Shinshing Tong felt even more guilty, and carefully touched Chu Xiao's forelimbs. Dahe, I just want to help. Chu Xiao tilted his head, but seeing Shinshing Tong's somewhat uneasy eyes, he probably understood that his little reserve food might be worried that he would blame him. So Chu Xiao opened his mouth to reveal his sharp teeth, tore the prey apart, dragged it into the water to rinse the internal organs, and ate the clean prey in one bite. After eating, he looked at Shinshing Tong, as if to tell Shinshing Tong that he was not angry, and raised his paw to gently press Shinshing Tong's head to indicate that he didn't need to be afraid. Shinshing Tong looked up at Chu Xiao, a smile instantly appeared on his face, and he held the front leg that had made the move and acted like a spoiled child. I knew that Dahe was the best. Dahe, I really wanted to help you, but this stone was not sharp, I couldn't cut it, and I didn't know how these animal skins grew. I tried to peel them for a long time but couldn't. I used to be very good at peeling pork skin when I cooked. Chu Xiao let Shinshing Tong hold his front leg, and walked to the prey with this humanoid pendant, skinned the prey in a few seconds, cut open the abdomen and threw it into the water to wash the internal organs, and tied the clean prey with vines, planning to drag it back later. Seeing this, Shinshing Tong let go of Chu Xiao and volunteered to help tie up the prey. Without Shinshing Tong hanging on his legs, Chu Xiao moved faster and dealt with the pile of prey in a short while. After tying up the prey, Shinshing Tong found that Chu Xiao wanted to go back, so he hurriedly pulled Chu Xiao and asked Chu Xiao to help take out the fur that had been washed clean in the water and take it back. After returning to the cave, Chu Xiao put down the prey, Shinshing Tong on his back, a pile of firewood, and the fur that was no longer dripping with water after all the way back. Chu Xiao paused after putting down his things. He vaguely remembered that before the small reserve food came, he was kind enough not to do so many things. What happened now? What he caught was obviously the reserve food. After thinking for a while, Chu Xiao saw Shinshing Tong struggling to drag the tan clean fur onto the stone. Before he could think, his claws had automatically picked up the fur and threw it onto the stone. The next second, he received Shinshing Tong's happy thanks. Thank you, Dahe. Chu Xiao, Forget it, he doesn't lack food anyway, and the small reserve food is obedient, so he can keep it as a pet. Before Shinshing Tong knew it, she had been upgraded from a food reserve to a pet. Shinshing Tong saw Chu Xiao drying her fur, and planned to cook dinner. The smoked meat should be ready when she left in the morning. Before it got dark, Shinshing Tong put away the smoked meat. Because she didn't want to put it in the cave where they slept, she simply pulled Chu Xiao and asked, Dahe, where should we put all this meat? Chu Xiao tilted his head, and didn't understand what Shinshing Tong said. Shinshing Tong sighed, and gestured at the meat. It was not easy for Chu Xiao to understand her intention. She didn't wait for Chu Xiao to answer and gestured directly, hoping that Chu Xiao would open a small cave next to Shengudong, where they slept to store the meat. Fortunately, Chu Xiao quickly understood what Shinshing Tong meant this time, and thought that Shinshing Tong was right, so he stretched out his claws and dug a small cave next to him. Shinshing Tong took a look at the size, and found it very suitable for storing food. Because the newly dug cave was still a little damp, Shinshing Tong simply put firewood in to burn it to get rid of the moisture, and then put the meat in after cleaning it up. After dinner, Shinshing Tong saw that the fire in the small cave was extinguished, but there was still some residual heat, so he was not in a hurry to go in and clean it. He planned to clean up the mud and stones outside first to facilitate entry and exit. While dragging the mud and stones with big leaves, Shinshing Tong took out her phone to check the time, and then opened the app to scan the pile of soil. Poor soil cannot be planted directly, it needs compost. Stones containing salt can be boiled to extract salt. Shinshing Tong. Surprise! Shinshing Tong excitedly stopped dragging the mud, squatted down to turn over the stones in the mud, because she didn't see which stone it was when she scanned just now, so she simply picked out the stones, and scanned them one by one, and finally successfully obtained a cubic meter of salty stones. Chu Xiao lay at the entrance of the cave, and watched Shinshing Tong not sleep at night, and playing in the mud. Chu Xiao didn't quite understand why his little pet liked all these weird things. Chapter 12. Shinshing Tong was so excited when she saw the stones that were scanned to be salty. She didn't even wait until the next day. She immediately washed the stones with water, and threw them into the stone pot to boil. After the water boiled, Shinshing Tong took 2 thin branches that she had broken to serve as chopsticks, and dipped them in the water to taste. The water really tasted salty, although it was still very light, but it was indeed salty. Shinshing Tong was so happy that she could finally eat meat with flavor. The stone pot was not big enough, so she could only boil a few stones at the same time. Shinshing Tong added more fire, filled the pot with water, moved a stone slab to cover the stone pot, and went back to the cave to sleep. The water was boiling there. She would definitely be done the next morning. Chu Xiao saw Shinshing Tong return to the cave, and moved his tail. Shinshing Tong said to Chu Xiao in a good mood, "Good night, Dahe." In the next 2 or 3 days, Shinshing Tong did not follow Chu Xiao out, and also said that he did not need the fur, so that Chu Xiao would not bring back the fur again. Shinshing Tong stayed in the cave to boil the salt mine. After boiling pot after pot of water, a layer of white coarse salt finally formed in the stone pot used to boil salt. Shinshing Tong tasted it, and found that it was not as salty as refined salt, and it was even a little bitter. However, it was good to get salt in this situation. Shinshing Tong was particularly easy to satisfy. Finally, Shinshing Tong boiled the cubic meter of salty stones again, and obtained about 2 kilograms of coarse salt. The boiled stones were no longer useful. Shinshing Tong used the stones to enclose a vegetable garden, and the onions she planted have sprouted in the past few days. The prey that Chu Xiao brought back every day was also smoked by Shinshing Tong, and put into the small cave for storing food. Shinshing Tong's potatoes, dried mushrooms and ginger were also placed in the small cave. After sorting, the outside was very clean, and the cave was also in order. Shinshing Tong also tidied up the haystack where the 2 of them slept, and gestured to Chu Xiao to dig a little deeper into the cave to make a large platform. After the platform was leveled, Shinshing Tong asked Chu Xiao to dry it with a fire, and then spread hay on it, and then spread a layer of tanned and dried fur. Shinshing Tong used the strips torn from the small pieces of fur to connect these furs into a whole piece, which was just right for laying on, and was much more comfortable than sleeping on hay alone. Shinshing Tong also made herself a simple animal skin outfit, which was neatly folded and placed together with her clothes. After another 5 or 6 days, when Shinshing Tong woke up in the morning, he found that Chu Xiao had not gone out hunting. It seemed that he was not going out today. Shinshing Tong felt a little strange, and pulled Chu Xiao's paw and asked, "Dahe, aren't you going out today?" Chu Xiao lay at the entrance of the cave, and looked out. He turned his head to look at Shinshing Tong, when he heard Shinshing Tong's voice. Shinshing Tong felt a little cold, and walked to Chu Xiao's side, and sat down with the fur as a blanket. He looked out along Chu Xiao's gaze, and found that the sky outside was gloomy and windy, and it looked like it was going to rain. "Dahe, is it going to rain?" Shinshing Tong asked Chu Xiao subconsciously. Chu Xiao pushed Shinshing Tong, stood up and walked out, looked at the 2 large water tanks outside, and Shinshing Tong's things were all outside. Chu Xiao turned back to look at Shinshing Tong. Shinshing Tong's head was rowed. "I forgot, if it rains, these things must be brought in." It happened that there was still space in the cave where food was stored. Shinshing Tong simply picked up stones, and went in to build a new stove, and then move the stone pot that had been burning for so long without burning in, and also move the firewood that was placed outside in. After all the important things were moved in, the small cave was full. Fortunately, Tong had arranged it very neatly, with food and utensils clearly separated, and it didn't look messy. After doing all this, Tong started a fire to cook. Chu Xiao liked the food she cooked after she had salt more, but because the pot was not big enough, Chu Xiao could only use her cooked meat as snacks. For this reason, Tong felt very guilty for a while. She had been here for almost a month, and Dahe was so good to her, but she couldn't let Dahe have enough food. Fortunately, Dahe could still eat raw food to fill his stomach. After eating, Tong cleaned up briefly and followed Chu Xiao back to the cave next door. When she returned, she saw that the wind outside was getting stronger and stronger, and the light was getting darker and darker. In the afternoon, the sky, which had been gloomy for a long time, suddenly began to rain heavily. Tong had never seen such heavy rain. It is no exaggeration to say that this rain could really drown people. Looking around, the visibility was less than 1 meter. The fire pit and stove that Tong left outside were washed away by the rain. The cave where she and Chu Xiao lived was slanted, and the top was wider than the bottom, so no rainwater poured in. At this time, Tong also understood why Chu Xiao did not go out today, and also understood why Chu Xiao's behavior of hoarding food during this period was so obvious. It turned out that the beasts really had a premonition of weather changes. With such heavy rain, it would be bad to go out to change water. Tong pulled Chu Xiao back to the bed and whispered, "Today is really a new experience. I have never seen such heavy rain. Dahe, how long will this rain last?" Chu Xiao squinted his eyes, and did not answer, because he did not understand what Tong meant. Tong didn't care if she didn't get a response. Now she could lean on Chu Xiao and be in a daze. Now she was sitting next to Chu Xiao, leaning on him. It was raining, and she couldn't go out. There was nothing to do in the cave. After a long time, Tong was a little bored. In addition, in Tong's eyes, Chu Xiao couldn't speak. Although he was also a living thing, it was really annoying to have nothing to do and no one to chat with. It seemed that time had slowed down. Tong leaned on Chu Xiao and was in a daze for a while. Suddenly she sat up straight, patted Chu Xiao's paw and said, "No, I'm going to fall asleep if I keep being in a daze like this. If I fall asleep now, I won't be able to fall asleep at night. I can't sleep." After saying that, Tong rubbed her face. She had to find a way to kill time. Tong looked at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao noticed that Tong had been staring at him, so he turned his head to look at Tong, as if asking, "What are you doing?" Tong got up and smiled, pulling Chu Xiao's paw and said, "Dahe, I will teach you how to speak." Chu Xiao? But Tong was very serious, and pulled Chu Xiao's paw seriously, asking Chu Xiao to sit upright, and stood in front of Chu Xiao and coughed lightly, like teaching a child who just learned to speak, picked up a stone, and said to Chu Xiao word by word, "Stone, stone, head." Chu Xiao looked at Tong in confusion, until Tong pointed at the stone and repeated the same syllables 2 or 3 times. Chu Xiao slowly understood that his little pet seemed to be trying to teach him a language exclusive to his little pet. Tong held the stone in front of Chu Xiao and continued to say, "Stone, Dahe, stone." Chu Xiao looked at Tong in silence. It must be said that he seemed to have really learned it. Tong's method was simple and crude, but it was indeed effective. Tong recited the stone more than 10 times, then threw it away, and picked up leaves, dead branches, grass and other things he could find in the cave to continue teaching Chu Xiao. An afternoon passed. Tong taught with great interest, while Chu Xiao was very confused. Chu Xiao could not ignore Tong, because he tried to close his eyes and pretend to sleep, but Tong would climb on his head and pull his eyelids. She was very brave, and did not look trembling with fear at all. After Tong finished teaching, she was still not satisfied. The next day, she specially checked Chu Xiao's learning results, and said to Chu Xiao, "Dahe, stone." Chu Xiao ignored her, but Tong did not give up. Anyway, it was raining outside, and she could not go out. She was idle anyway, so she insisted on reciting the stone more than 20 times mechanically. Chu Xiao was so annoyed that he stretched out his claws to pull the stone in front of Tong, his face full of, "Are you satisfied with this?" Tong looked at Chu Xiao with great surprise, and kissed Chu Xiao on the face. "Dahe, you are great. You really learned it. You are so smart. You are the smartest animal I have ever seen." Chu Xiao, When will the little pet change the habit of kissing people when excited? Forget it here. What if I go back in the future? Where to go back? Who cares? He is an unrestrained little pet. After kissing him, Xinxingtong pulled Chu Xiao to continue checking the learning results. After finding that Chu Xiao could accurately bring everything she said to her, Xinxingtong was stunned. So Dahe is really a genius. Maybe Dahe can really cultivate into a spirit in the future. Xinxingtong's attitude of being a teacher lasted for 2 or 3 days, until he taught Chu Xiao everything in the 2 caves. There was nothing left for Chu Xiao to learn, so Xinxingtong was free again. It was still raining outside, and the rain was not stopping. Most of the meat stored next door had been eaten. If the rain did not stop, Xinxingtong would be fine, but she was worried that Dahe would be hungry. Therefore, Xinxingtong was not interested in pestering Chu Xiao to study, and instead looked outside and asked Chu Xiao worriedly, Dahe, the meat is almost finished, and the rain outside has not stopped. What should I do? Chu Xiao probably understood what Xinxingtong meant by this sentence. The learning results of the past few days were very significant. At least, he solved a lot of communication problems with his little pet. Seeing Xinxingtong's worried look, Chu Xiao stood up and walked towards the cave entrance. He looked outside. The rain outside was much lighter than the first day. It was expected that the rain would not be so heavy in 2 or 3 days, so he could go out hunting. These were all within Chu Xiao's expectations, so Chu Xiao was not worried at all. He turned around and patted Xinxingtong's head to comfort him. Xinxingtong sighed, took out his mobile phone, and tapped it in a vain way. Anyway, he didn't have to worry about the battery. Although he couldn't play, he couldn't click it randomly. After clicking a few times, Xinxingtong suddenly had an idea, raised her phone to Chu Xiao, and opened the app to scan. Ding! The level is not enough to scan. Please continue to scan 100 items to upgrade this app before you can continue to scan the creature. Xinxingtong. ? Oh my god, it can still be upgraded. If she hadn't had the urge to scan Dahe today, she really didn't know that this thing could be upgraded? Xinxingtong took back her phone suspiciously and stared at the app interface to study it. She really found a very small and almost invisible logo in the very inconspicuous lower left corner. 100/200, level 1. This is not difficult for Xinxingtong to understand. Combined with the previous prompt, it is probably that she has already scanned 100 items. Scanning another 100 can upgrade. I just don't know if the function will be clearer after the upgrade. At this time, Xinxingtong hoped that the rain outside would stop soon so that she could go out to scan things and upgrade the software. Chapter 13. The heavy rains for days made Xinxingtong extremely depressed. She could only stay in the cave every day. She ate and slept, and even had no energy to talk. The most important thing was that the stored food was almost finished. Xinxingtong could not predict when the rain would stop. Once the food was finished and the rain was still so heavy, she and Dahe might starve to death in the cave. Therefore, Xinxingtong looked at the heavy rain outside with a sad face and sighed occasionally. Chu Xiao looked at Xinxingtong in confusion, not understanding why the little pet sighed. Chu Xiao, thinking that he was a responsible owner, picked up Xinxingtong with one claw and stared at Xinxingtong, trying to use his eyes to ask Xinxingtong why he sighed. Xinxingtong pointed to the next door and said, "The food is almost gone." Then he pointed outside the cave. "It's still raining so hard." Chu Xiao guessed what Xinxingtong meant, tilted his head, raised his paw and patted Xinxingtong, signaling Xinxingtong to be at ease. Xinxingtong looked at the heavy rain outside. Although it was lighter than at the beginning, Xinxingtong was still very worried. Even if it was the rainy season in this forest, this rainy season was too exaggerated. And after so many days of rain, the temperature was also dropping. At least Xinxingtong's clothes could no longer keep out the cold, and the clothes made of leaves at the back could only cover her body. Fortunately, the tan fur could be worn, and Chu Xiao was there to block the wind for her in the cave, so she could still get by. But as the temperature dropped, Xinxingtong began to worry. Will this world become even colder after the rainy season? Will it even be covered with ice and snow? Xinxingtong didn't know how low the temperature would be. Xinxingtong shook his head and said to himself, "I won't be so unlucky. Maybe the temperature will rise after the rain stops. I go out and find something useful, and then let Dahe take me to a farther place to have a look." Chu Xiao saw Xinxingtong nodding and shaking his head, and thought Xinxingtong was weird. Then he thought that Xinxingtong was worried about having no food because he had never survived in the wild. This was normal, but it didn't matter. He wouldn't let his little pet suffer. Thinking of this, Chu Xiao looked at Xinxingtong with a little more gentleness. 2 days later, the rain outside finally became visibly lighter, and the sight was no longer blocked. The edge of the jungle could be seen from the cave entrance. Shin Tong breathed a sigh of relief, because Chu Xiao's stored food had been eaten up, and only the mushrooms and potatoes she picked were left to eat. But Chu Xiao didn't like to eat potatoes and mushrooms, only meat, so Shin Tong was very worried that Chu Xiao would starve. It's a good thing that the rain is lighter now, at least you can go out to find food. Shin Tong patted Chu Xiao's paw. Dahe, the rain is still a bit heavy. Let's wait 2 days before we go out hunting. Chu Xiao looked at Shin Tong, pushed Shin Tong into the cave, and then plunged into the rain. Shin Tong? Dahe must be really hungry. He ran out to look for food in such heavy rain. Shin Tong chased to the cave entrance, and watched Chu Xiao disappear in the jungle. He couldn't help but worry. Although Dahe was very powerful, the rain was not small. Shin Tong was worried. After all, this was a primitive jungle. It rained so hard for so many days, and there might be a flash flood. It wasn't that Shin Tong was just guessing, because the area below the cave entrance had already become an ocean. At the same time, when Shin Tong saw Chu Xiao go out, he understood why there were so many tall stones on the open space at the cave entrance. These stones were exposed above the water, and just connected to the edge of the jungle. They could be used as a stepping stone for Chu Xiao to step out of. Otherwise, he would have to go under the water. After walking back and forth at the cave entrance for more than a dozen times, Shin Tong sighed, and sat on a stone that was brought in to serve as a stool to look at the direction of the jungle. His hands were not idle either, twisting ropes with the fur left over from making animal skins, and there was a roll of already twisted rope next to him. After a while, Shin Tong couldn't sit still anymore and ran to the cave next door to cook something to eat. Although she wasn't hungry, if she didn't do something, Shin Tong couldn't wait quietly for Chu Xiao to come back. Shin Tong checked the time on her phone. Chu Xiao had been out for 5 hours. The sky outside was still gloomy. Was there lightning falling into the jungle? According to the usual calculation, it would be dark in 2 hours, and Chu Xiao hadn't come back yet. It's okay. Dahe is so powerful. He'd be fine. Maybe it's just because it's raining and hard to walk that he came back later than usual. Shin Tong couldn't help but talk to herself to comfort herself. She was really afraid that Chu Xiao wouldn't come back. She was alone in this world with nothing. Although she was very afraid of Chu Xiao at the beginning, she had to admit that with Chu Xiao's presence, Shin Tong didn't collapse because of falling into this state of no one. If Chu Xiao really didn't come back, Shin Tong didn't dare to think about what would happen to her. Without the shelter in this place, perhaps a wild beast would take her away before she collapsed. The more Shin Tong thought about it, the sadder she became. She didn't understand why she fell into such a state. Shin Tong, who was feeling sad, looked down and saw something floating in the water. Shin Tong thought she was seeing things, but after a closer look, she found that it was an animal corpse. It looked like one of the animals that Chu Xiao usually hunted and loved to catch. These prey floated to the cave entrance along the water flow. Shin Tong was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously looked up to see Chu Xiao's majestic figure appear at the edge of the jungle. At the same time, there were many prey floating on the water. Shin Tong's mouth opened wide, and he didn't care about being sad anymore. He stood up and fished out the prey in the water, and then the buoyancy of the water dragged the prey to the cave entrance. Chu Xiao quickly crossed the water, his hair all wet, and stood at the entrance of the cave to shake off the water. Shin Tong was splashed with water, but was not angry. Instead, he asked Chu Xiao happily, "Dahe, why did you come back just now? Is it because of the heavy rain?" Chu Xiao looked at Shin Tong and nodded when he saw that Shin Tong was happy. Actually, he originally planned to wait for 2 days, until the water receded a little before going out. However, seeing that Shin Tong was in a low mood, Chu Xiao did not want Shin Tong to have a depressed expression on his face. He liked to see Shin Tong energetic and smiling. Shin Tong tried to wipe Chu Xiao's skin with animal skin, but Chu Xiao was too big, so Shin Tong's action was better than nothing. Chu Xiao pushed Shin Tong away, and he didn't know what he did. Soon, smoke came out of his body, and his hair became dry and fluffy again. Shin Tong was stunned again. Chu Xiao dried the wet hair, turned around and began to skin the prey. The internal organs had been cleaned by Chu Xiao before he came back. After dealing with the prey, Chu Xiao pushed Shin Tong back to the front of the prey, as if to say to Shin Tong, "Look, don't worry about the food being eaten." Shin Tong was stunned for a moment, then looked at Chu Xiao, and smiled the next second, standing on tiptoe and touching Chu Xiao's nose. Well, I know Dahe is the best. After saying that, Shin Tong scratched Chu Xiao's chin. She remembered that cats like this very much. But Swanee, should it also be considered a cat? Or a dragon? Shin Tong thought a little uncertainly. Chu Xiao squinted his eyes and relaxed his whole body. It was obvious that he really liked Shin Tong's action. Later, Chu Xiao would go out hunting in the rain every day. Shin Tong also confirmed one thing through observation, that animals probably really have predictions about the natural environment. So Shin Tong felt that when Chu Xiao stored the prey, he probably anticipated how long Dayu would last, and when the rain would stop, and he could go out hunting. Because Chu Xiao didn't like to eat food that had been stored for a long time, even though Shin Tong thought it was delicious, probably because animals have a more sensitive taste. The rain lasted for a month, and just when Shin Tong was worried that the water would flood into the cave, the rain stopped, and the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, revealing the long-lost sun. Shin Tong had been stuck in the cave for a month, and felt like she was about to grow mushrooms. She was naturally very happy to see the sun. She had never seen rain fall for so long without stopping. It was indeed a different world. After the rain stopped, Shin Tong couldn't wait to ask Chu Xiao to take her out to avoid the wind. Shin Tong felt like she was living a year in the cave. Who knew that Chu Xiao didn't take her out, and looked at the water outside that had not receded, motioning Shin Tong to look for herself. Shin Tong, there was water outside. If the jungle was like this, then she really had nothing to go out for, because there was no place to step. Shin Tong squatted in the corner with her head down, obviously very unhappy about not being able to go out. Chu Xiao looked back every few steps, looking at Shin Tong with hesitation, and then looked at the sun outside. He vaguely remembered that when raising pets, you should pay attention to the mental health of the pets, and take them out for a walk frequently. Shin Tong was sighing when suddenly a force pushed over. Shin Tong's forehead almost hit the wall. She looked back in confusion, and saw Chu Xiao coming back, and looking down at her. Big Black? Chu Xiao stretched out his claws, and tapped Shin Tong, signaling Shin Tong to get on his back. Shin Tong didn't react at first, but then her face became visibly happy, and she quickly stood up from the ground, climbed up Chu Xiao's back along Chu Xiao's front legs, and didn't forget to say to Chu Xiao, Dahe, I will definitely not cause you any trouble. Chu Xiao nodded, and took Shin Tong out of the cave. As soon as she went out, Shin Tong noticed the temperature difference. The oncoming wind made Shin Tong shiver, and she subconsciously hid in Chu Xiao's thick hair. She didn't expect that it would be so cold outside in just 1 month, and she felt cold even wearing animal skin clothes. After entering the jungle, the water on the ground was shallower, and was flowing to lower places. In some places, the ground soaked by water was exposed. After Chu Xiao entered the jungle, his goal was very clear. He went straight to the nest of the deer beast to hunt prey. Shin Tong lay tightly on Chu Xiao's back, smelling the bloody smell in the air, and the screams of the deer beast. Shin Tong did not dare to open her eyes to see. She had only seen Chu Xiao hunt prey once before, and it was a bit bloody, but this was a jungle where the strong preyed on the weak. Shin Tong understood one thing. If Chu Xiao did not hunt these animals, she and Chu Xiao would starve to death. After killing a certain number of prey, Chu Xiao stopped hunting, found a place with fast-flowing water to process the prey's internal organs, and then tied the prey with a rope and dragged it to the cave. Halfway through, Chu Xiao suddenly turned and took Shin Tong to a high place that was not flooded. When they got here, Chu Xiao turned back and signaled Shin Tong to come down. Shin Tong didn't want to come down at first, she was cold, and wanted Chu Xiao to go back early. Before she opened her mouth, Shin Tong suddenly found that there were many plants in this grassland that she had never seen before, so Shin Tong climbed down quickly. When her feet touched the ground, she shivered. She forgot to wear shoes when she came out. Chapter 14. Shin Tong didn't expect the water to be so cold. He looked at the ground hesitantly. It took him a while to prepare himself mentally. His feet stepped on the grass covered with water droplets. He shivered all over. The first thing that came to his mind was to wear shoes next time he went out. After adapting for a while, Shin Tong started to walk forward. After walking a few steps, he looked back at Chu Xiao. Seeing that Chu Xiao was standing there without moving, Shin Tong continued to walk forward. The plants on this land were soaked in rain for more than a month, and were still full of vitality. There were still small water droplets hanging on the leaves. Shin Tong trembled as she took out her phone to scan the plants she didn't recognize. Most of these plants were inedible, but Shin Tong scanned out Raimi, a grass that could be used to extract fibers to weave linen. Shin Tong thought about it, and realized that she didn't have the conditions to make linen at the moment, but that didn't mean she wouldn't be able to use it in the future. After all, animal skins couldn't be worn all year round. So Shin Tong brought stones to surround a small piece of Rainy as a mark, and planned to think of a way to deal with it after the rain had all subsided. In addition, Shin Tong also found some carrots, and Shin Tong happily dug out the carrots and planned to take them back. Chu Xiao stood not far away and watched Shin Tong. He saw Shin Tong's strange behavior, moving stones and digging mud. His originally fair face was soon covered with mud, like a little cat. Maybe the little guy he picked up was really a little cat in beast form. Shin Tong struggled to neatly arrange the carrots that were still covered with mud, wrap them with big leaves, fix them with vines, and drag them in front of Chu Xiao, looking at Chu Xiao with sparkling eyes. Chu Xiao came back to his senses and glanced at the carrots. He remembered that this was the food that rabbit beasts like to eat. Shin Tong climbed onto Chu Xiao's back. Her feet were numb from the cold. She curled herself up in Chu Xiao's thick fur, her cold feet pressed against his warm skin. Shin Tong sighed and muttered, "Finally I'm alive." Her feet, which were regaining consciousness, moved around unconsciously on Chu Xiao's back. Chu Xiao paused and silently raised his body temperature. After the two returned to the cave, Shin Tong put on her shoes and socks, took out a net bag, put carrots in it, threw them into the water to wash off the mud, and then carefully placed them next door to dry and store. Shin Tong didn't feel cold when she was working, but when she stopped, her hands became cold. Shin Tong finally realized that the weather was a bit strange. According to her common sense, even if the weather was going to change, it couldn't change so quickly. When she went out in the morning, she just felt the cold wind, but in the afternoon, the water was freezing cold. It was clearly winter, and the temperature dropped so much in one day, which was obviously inconsistent with Shin Tong's common sense. Shin Tong jumped to keep warm and blew air into her palms. She couldn't help but worry. If the temperature dropped like this every day, wouldn't she freeze to death here? Thinking of this, Shin Tong looked at Chu Xiao's thick hair with some envy, but unfortunately, she didn't have it. Shin Tong sighed, and silently pulled Chu Xiao's forelimbs. "Dahe, make a fire." Chu Xiao looked at the extinguished fire pit, raised his paw to make a fire, and Shin Tong hurriedly added firewood to it. After the fire, the temperature in the cave rose. Shin Tong sat by the fire, roasting the fire and cooking the soup. After filling her stomach, Shin Tong wanted to eat rice, but it was a pity that she was lucky to fill her stomach in this place. She didn't know if there was rice in this primitive jungle. Chu Xiao finished his dinner, ate some meat roasted by Shin Tong as a snack after dinner, and then lay on the bed with his eyes closed to rest. Shin Tong cleaned up, and then busily built a small fire pit not far from the bed, and moved the charcoal over, because she was afraid of the cold, and lit a fire to keep warm to prevent the temperature from suddenly dropping in the middle of the night and freezing to death here. Chu Xiao raised his eyelids and took a look, and his tail behind him swung, and he had no opinion on Shin Tong's behavior. After doing all this, Shin Tong put a stone pot on the fire and put water in it, and then climbed onto the bed. After getting on the bed, she found that the fire was a little far away, and she was still cold. So she pulled a thick animal skin to cover herself. Even so, Shin Tong still felt a cold wind blowing on her neck. Wrapped in animal skin, Shin Tong looked at Chu Xiao hesitantly. Chu Xiao's fluffy tail looked very warm. Shin Tong moved slowly to Chu Xiao's side, even a little guilty. The moment Chu Xiao looked over, he turned his head away to look elsewhere. Chu Xiao, The little pet's thoughts are really easy to guess. But Chu Xiao didn't expose it, pretending not to know. But the long tail behind him was not disguised very well, and he came to Shin Tong's side with a flick. Shin Tong was secretly looking at Chu Xiao, thinking about how to ask Chu Xiao to sleep with her tail in her arms. But she didn't know that since she came here, she would automatically roll onto Chu Xiao's body every night after falling asleep. Suddenly, she felt a furry touch behind her neck. When Shin Tong turned around, she found the fluffy tail she had been thinking about was circling behind her. Shin Tong's eyes lit up, and she let out a small cry and moved to Chu Xiao's side, while holding Chu Xiao's tail. She let go of the tail, and lay on Chu Xiao's front legs, looking up at Chu Xiao, and said, "Big Black." Chu Xiao moved his ears, and always felt that the voice of the pet was too sweet. Shin Tong didn't care that Chu Xiao ignored him, and leaned against Chu Xiao happily, holding Chu Xiao's tail in his arms, and his body behind him, covered with animal skins, which made him really warm. At this moment, Shin Tong felt that even if she was in this place with nothing, it didn't seem too bad, and she finally understood why so many people like to keep cats and dogs. It was so happy to have a warm cat or dog in your arms, to keep warm in the cold winter. Chu Xiao looked at Xinxing Tong, who had fallen asleep in his arms, tilted his head, and felt that it seemed wrong, but he didn't know what was wrong. Finally, he simply gave up thinking and closed his eyes to sleep. When Xinxing Tong woke up the next day, she noticed that the temperature in Shandong seemed to have dropped again. The fire she had lit before going to bed yesterday had long gone out. If Chu Xiao's body temperature hadn't been very high, she would have frozen to death. Chu Xiao saw Xinxing Tong wake up, so he got up. He was busy catching prey. In 10 days or so, he would not be able to catch prey, so he had to catch enough prey during this period. Xinxing Tong wrapped herself tightly in her animal skin. Seeing Chu Xiao was about to leave, she hurriedly asked Chu Xiao to help light the fire. She didn't plan to go out with him today because it was too cold. It was so cold in the cave, and it was probably even colder outside. Xinxing Tong instinctively thought that she needed to take some cold-proof measures. When Chu Xiao left, she looked back with some concern, and then she remembered that their kind didn't seem to freeze to death in the winter, so she went out hunting again with peace of mind. Xinxing Tong also lit the fire in the small cave next door, which was warmer in a small space, and cooked a pot of hot vegetable and meat soup, which also warmed her up. At this time, Xinxing Tong began to think about how to make the cave warmer. She looked outside. After one night, the water outside had almost receded, and the ground was exposed, with a lot of silt accumulated. The small vegetable field where Xinxing Tong planted onions had long been washed away, and the onions were gone. However, the 2 large stone water tanks placed under the cave were still firmly planted there, filled with rainwater. Xinxing Tong retracted her gaze. During the rainy month, Xinxing Tong had nothing to do, so she communicated with Chu Xiao to connect the 2 caves. Now Xinxing Tong wanted to block the entrance of the small cave, leaving only the ventilation hole and the passage to the big cave. In fact, she also wanted to reduce the entrance of the big cave, but thinking of Chu Xiao's huge body, Xinxing Tong silently gave up this idea and turned to another way. Besides, the fire which she had stored was almost burned out, so she had to collect more. Judging from the current temperature, if she didn't store firewood, she would really freeze to death, or starve to death. Xinxing Tong made a plan in her mind. Other things could be put aside for later, but she had to collect firewood first. After confirming the plan, Xinxing Tong took the remaining animal skins and returned to the next cave. If she wanted to go out, she had to take cold prevention measures, otherwise there would be no doctor to treat her if she got cold. Xinxing Tong found a small piece of animal skin and wrapped it around her calves and thighs with a rope, then wrapped her limbs and body tightly with animal skins, and then put on animal skin clothes. In this way, she was indeed not cold anymore. Xinxing Tong also wrapped her feet with animal skins, and the cold prevention measures were very well done. Xinxing Tong, who was fully armed, looked like a clumsy little bear from a distance and walked slowly. Xinxing Tong left the cave and walked in places without mud, but even so, the animal skin on his feet was soon covered with mud. When he reached the edge of the jungle, Xinxing Tong stopped and started picking up branches on the ground. These branches were wet, and they had to be dried before they could be used, otherwise they would be full of smoke when burned, which would choke people to death. There were a lot of branches here, and Xinxing Tong quickly picked up a pile and tied them up with vines. When she was about to drag them back to the cave, Xinxing Tong found that she couldn't drag these firewood. Because the branches were soaked in water and became heavy, Xinxing Tong tied a lot of them together. In addition, she was wearing too many clothes and was not flexible. The ground was difficult to walk on, so Xinxing Tong could not drag these bundles of firewood. Xinxing Tong sighed and simply did not rush to drag them back. Instead, she continued to pick up firewood. She picked up more. Anyway, when Chu Xiao came back, she could drag them all back at once, which saved trouble. Xinxing Tong, who was picking up firewood with great interest, did not forget to find other edible and useful things, especially herbs. There was no harm in stocking up more useful herbs. When the sun was setting in the afternoon, Chu Xiao came back with a bunch of prey. He had learned to tie the prey together with vines, so he could bring back more prey each time. When he was about to reach the cave, Chu Xiao hesitated and stopped, looking at Xinxing Tong, who was wrapped tightly in animal skin not far ahead. His big eyes were full of doubts, and he didn't understand. Could that ugly thing be the animal form of his little pet? Chu Xiao approached Xinxing Tong slowly, thinking to himself, it doesn't matter, even if the animal form is ugly, it's still his pet. It doesn't matter if it's ugly. Chu Xiao comforted himself, and when he got closer, he found that Xinxing Tong was not in animal form, but wrapped in a layer of animal skin. Somehow, Chu Xiao felt a little disappointed, as if he was disappointed that he didn't see what Shin Tong looked like in animal form. Chapter 15. Chu Xiao walked behind Shin Tong, and the more he looked at Shin Tong's animal skin, the more he disliked it. He didn't like his things to be stained with other smells. Chu Xiao had disliked the animal skins on the bed in the cave for a long time, but sleeping like that was indeed more comfortable than just sleeping on a pile of grass. In this way, Chu Xiao also quietly rolled around on the bed for many days when Shin Tong was not paying attention, and let the animal skins be stained with his own smell before accepting them. And Shin Tong didn't wrap so many animal skins on her body at that time, and Chu Xiao still smelled Shin Tong's own smell, but now Shin Tong wrapped herself from head to toe with animal skins to keep warm. These animal skins were placed on the other side, and were not stained with Chu Xiao's smell at all. Therefore, under the animal skins, Chu Xiao could hardly smell Shin Tong's smell. Shin Tong was still picking up branches. Because he was always active, he was not cold. In fact, he felt a little hot. After a while, he sat down to take a break. When he turned around, he saw Chu Xiao, who had been standing there for who knows how long. Shin Tong patted his chest. "Dahe, why do you always stand behind me quietly? You scared me." Chu Xiao tilted his head, and saw Shin Tong with only his face exposed. He stretched out his claws, and flipped over the animal skin that served as a hat on Shin Tong's head, revealing Shin Tong's flattened hair. Shin Tong, eh? Shin Tong covered her hair, and glared at Chu Xiao. How could she be a human? Well, it was an animal, but an animal can't just take off its hat casually. Chu Xiao looked at Shin Tong with satisfaction, revealing his head. He even wanted to tear off the animal's skin on Shin Tong. He didn't like the smell of other weak animals on Shin Tong. But as soon as he stretched out his claws, he was caught by Shin Tong. Shin Tong held Chu Xiao's claws and moved to the side, pointing to a pile of firewood behind him, and said, "Dahe, you are finally back. I have been waiting for you for a long time. All these need to be transported back. I think it will get colder and colder. You are not afraid of the cold because of your thick fur, but I can't. I will freeze to death." Chu Xiao tilted his head to listen to Shin Tong's chatter, and then looked at the animal skin on Shin Tong's body that he didn't like. In the end, he gave up the idea of tearing off the animal skin on Shin Tong's body, and moved his eyes to the pile of firewood that Shin Tong had picked up. Chu Xiao easily dragged the firewood, prey, and Shin Tong back to the cave. The firewood was thrown at the entrance of the cave, and Shin Tong untied the vines, and let the firewood spread out to dry. The prey that Chu Xiao brought back was placed on the big rock next to him. When Shin Tong saw it, he went over and asked, "Dahe, do you want to pickle these meats?" Chu Xiao probably understood what Shin Tong meant, and shook his head slightly. There was no need to deal with it. The temperature here would drop soon, ice would form, and snow would fall. The meat would freeze hard, and would not go bad. Shin Tong was stunned for a moment when she saw Chu Xiao nod, blinked her eyes, and asked tentatively, "Won't it go bad?" Chu Xiao shook his head again. Shin Tong widened her eyes in surprise. She thought about it carefully. This was the first time that Chu Xiao clearly responded to her question with a nod or a shake of his head. When she was bored and taught Chu Xiao when it was raining, Chu Xiao did not show such a humane behavior. Soon Shin Tong reacted and hugged Chu Xiao's front legs in surprise. "Dahe, it turns out that you can really understand what I say, you are so amazing." Shin Tong was not afraid, on the contrary, she was very happy. Compared with a partner who can communicate with a partner who cannot communicate, the one who can communicate naturally gives Shin Tong more motivation to live. Humans are creatures that cannot live alone. Staying away from people for a long time will only accelerate people's death step by step. At this moment, Shin Tong did not regard Chu Xiao as an animal, but a close partner. She was not alone here. She was lucky to have a powerful partner. Chu Xiao looked down at Shin Tong. He didn't understand what was wrong with Shin Tong, but Chu Xiao could sense Shin Tong's rich emotions and complicated mood at the moment. Chu Xiao instinctively lowered his head and rubbed Shin Tong's head. He thought that doing so would make his little pet happy. Shin Tong really smiled widely and rubbed back. The man and the beast rubbed each other intimately, and Shin Tong laughed out loud. After traveling through time for so long, this was the first time Shin Tong laughed so happily. Chu Xiao looked at Shin Tong's eyes, and he felt that Shin Tong's eyes seemed to be full of stars. After returning to the cave, Shin Tong hung his fur hat on the tree branch he picked up, and took off the outer layer of fur coat. Chu Xiao saw that Shin Tong finally peeled off the annoying fur, and nodded with satisfaction. As a result, he found that Xinxing Tong had only taken off half of it. Chu Zhao frowned slightly, and couldn't help thinking in his heart, could it be that his little pet likes those weak furs so much? After watching for a while, Chu Zhao still couldn't stand it, and stretched out his claws again, and cut the rope that Xinxing Tong used to bind the fur. Xinxing Tong was still thinking about how to spend the winter safely, when he felt a chill on his back. The animal's skin that he had wrapped tightly around him loosened. Xinxing Tong held the animal's skin against his chest, and looked back at Chu Zhao helplessly. Dahe, stop playing. If you like playing with ropes, I find you too. You can't play with the ones I have. I freeze to death without clothes. Chu Zhao tilted his head and thought, if you're afraid of the cold, you can change back to animal form. Generally speaking, the best way for them to avoid the cold is to change back to animal form. Besides, no orc will wrap himself in the fur of other animals to keep warm, because orcs are very territorial, and don't want their territory to have other smells. But Xinxing Tong didn't know. She just thought Chu Zhao was making a fuss because he thought she was wearing animal skins. Besides, in Xinxing Tong's eyes, no matter how human Chu Zhao was, he was still a furry, a big furry, so Xinxing Tong didn't think Chu Zhao's behavior was excessive. Chu Zhao looked at Xinxing Tong in confusion. Why didn't the pet change its original form when it was cold? Xinxing Tong simply washed up and wrapped the animal's skin again, then hugged Chu Zhao's tail and slept on him. She didn't forget to pat Chu Zhao's paw and said, "Go to bed quickly, Dahe, we have things to do tomorrow." Chu Zhao didn't like Xinxing Tong lying on him wearing other animal skins. He couldn't sleep because he stared at Xinxing Tong, who was gradually falling asleep. The next morning, when Xinxing Tong woke up, she felt something was wrong. The animal skin on her body was gone, leaving only her underwear and short-sleeved top. Xinxing Tong? Xinxing Tong was very confused and puzzled. She didn't have the habit of sleeping naked, not to mention that it was so cold. She didn't think she would dream of taking off her clothes when she fell asleep. So where was the animal skin she used to keep warm? Xinxing Tong looked around in confusion, and finally found her animal skin in the corner farthest from the bed. Xinxing Tong, eh? Chu Zhao opened his head uncomfortably, and deliberately avoided looking at Xinxing Tong. Yes, he was the one who secretly tore off Xinxing Tong's animal skin in the middle of the night, and even threw it far away on purpose. Chu Zhao even thought with confidence that with him around, Xinxing Tong would not freeze to death even if she didn't change back to animal form. Xinxing Tong took a deep breath, but still couldn't help but scratch Chu Zhao fiercely, grabbed Chu Zhao's hair, pretended to be fierce and said, "Big Black, you are too much. How could you take off my clothes while I was sleeping? If I accidentally roll out, I will really freeze to death." Chu Zhao pretended not to hear, and moved his ears slightly. Xinxing Tong looked at Chu Zhao helplessly, mustered up the courage to climb up from Chu Zhao, ran over quickly to pick up the animal skin and wrap it around her. She still had a lot of things to do, and had to wear animal skin to keep warm. Chu Zhao curled his lips. What's so good about those animal skins? The little pet is so precious. Chu Zhao looked down at his long and thick fur, tilted his head and thought for a while, then looked at Xinxing Tong again. As he looked, Chu Zhao's eyes gradually brightened. He thought of a way to make Xinxing Tong give up those annoying animal skins. Anyway, Xinxing Tong had to have those animal skins because it was cold, so it would be the same to change to something warm. Chu Zhao grinned and walked out of the cave in a good mood. He disappeared at the door in a blink of an eye. He had to hurry up and hunt, and come back early in the evening. Xinxing Tong looked at Chu Zhao's back inexplicably, always feeling that Chu Zhao's behavior in the past 2 days was a bit inexplicable. But Xinxing Tong didn't have time to care about what Chu Zhao was going to do. When she woke up today, she found that the temperature was still dropping, and it was getting colder. The breath she exhaled turned into white mist. It started to blow outside, and the sun in the sky was a little gray. Xinxing Tong rubbed her hands, and ate a few times before going out to work. The firewood needed to be turned over. She didn't know how to make charcoal, so she could only pick up more firewood. Otherwise, if she burned firewood with an open fire, this amount of firewood would not be enough to keep warm. In addition, she had to put something in the cave to block the wind, but she couldn't make it inconvenient for Chu Zhao to go in and out. This was a little difficult. Xinxing Tong was worried while picking up firewood. Although Chu Zhao was furry, and it was very warm to sleep with him in his arms, it would be useless if the temperature dropped. After picking up firewood for a day, Xinxing Tong walked a little further into the jungle, but did not dare to go far. He made a mark. After a day, the ground in the jungle was dry, and the mountain fruits that were not ripe before the rain were also lost. Shin Tong hugged a smaller tree and shook the fruits down. After scanning them with his mobile phone, he picked up the edible ones and took them back. He was also lucky enough to pick up a fruit similar to chestnuts, which was much larger than chestnuts, as big as basketballs, and the thorns were also very sharp. Shin Tong scanned it and found that this fruit was called thorny fruit, a simple and straightforward name, non-toxic and edible. Shin Tong smashed one with a stone and took out the snow-white flesh inside and tasted it. It was very sweet and crispy, a bit like chestnuts, but tastier than chestnuts. Shin Tong deliberately walked far away, moved a stone to hit the tree trunk, and a bunch of thorny fruits fell down. Shin Tong wrapped her hands with animal skins and tied the thorny fruits to the vines one by one, then pulled one end of the vine and dragged a series of thorny fruits back along the mark. When she returned to the pile of firewood she had picked up, Chu Xiao also came back with prey. Seeing the pile of things Shin Tong had picked up, Chu Xiao dragged all of Shin Tong's firewood and thorny fruits back to the entrance of the cave. For the next half a month, the temperature dropped every day, and Chu Xiao brought back more and more prey every day. It piled up into a small hill at the entrance of the cave. Shin Tong couldn't see the top when she looked up. The one she brought back at the beginning had already frozen hard, and the ground outside the cave was also frozen solid. All this indicated that winter was coming on this planet. Chapter 16. Shin Tong now felt that she was not warm enough even with 2 animal skins wrapped around her. In order to avoid freezing to death, Shin Tong finally came up with a solution and built a Kong. She remembered that the temperature in the northeast was dozens of degrees below zero in winter, and this method was used to survive the cold winter before there was collective heating. Her current situation was similar to that of the people in the northeast, who did not have high technology. Although she had never built a Kong, she had seen the video. Besides, Shin Tong did not intend to make something perfect, as long as it could keep warm. Shin Tong was writing and drawing on the ground with a branch, thinking about how to make a Kong. To make fire, she had to use the cave next door, which was used as a storage room. She had to dig a small hole between the 2 caves as a flue, and then build a small Kong with stones and mud along the flue. She also had to build a stove next door. The Kong didn't need to be very big. She slept alone anyway, so Dahe could sleep on the big bed. She could also use animal skins to surround the small Kong to block the wind. It was a perfect tool for wintering. After making the plan, Shin Tong didn't drag her feet. In the morning, before Chu Xiao went out hunting, she gestured to Chu Xiao to help dig a hole between the 2 caves. Although Chu Xiao didn't understand what Shin Tong was going to do, he still did what Shin Tong asked him to do. After that, he ran out to hunt. In a few days, he would not be able to catch prey. The prey he had stored was barely enough. Chu Xiao needed more food. Shin Tong watched Chu Xiao leave, then climbed down the cave, picked up stones, and moved them back into the cave one by one. In addition, he had to dig mud and pick up hay and mud. When the stones were almost moved, Shin Tong was about to dig mud when she realized that she had overestimated herself. She couldn't dig the mud that was frozen harder than concrete. Shin Tong sighed, gave up digging mud, and went to pick up a lot of hay. Mud can be dug in the cave, not necessarily outside. After picking up hay, Shin Tong dug a pile of mud in the small cave with stones, added hay water to make yellow mud that can be used to build walls, and then relied on the memory in his mind to start clumsily building walls and stoves. The stove is about 1.5 square meters, a crooked cube, and the height is up to Shin Tong's waist. There is a hole on the top to place Shin Tong's precious stone pot, and there is no condition to make a sieve to isolate the wood ash below. Shin Tong was very satisfied with her masterpiece. She lit a fire in the stove to see how well it was sealed and dried the moisture in the stove faster. After making sure that the smoke came out through the reserved holes, instead of drifting into the cave next door where people were sleeping, Shin Tong moved the remaining materials to the cave next door to continue working. Shin Tong used stones to pile up a flue 2 meters long and half a meter wide against the wall. It was called a flue, but it was actually something Shin Tong came up with on a whim. She didn't want to go to the next door to add firewood in the middle of the night, so she planned to put the fire that was reduced to charcoal in the flue here. She only needed to leave a stove door for adding firewood, and then she could find a stone to block it. In this way, it could burn longer, and she didn't have to wake up in the middle of the night to add firewood. With the experience of building a stove, Shin Tong built the Kong faster. The Kong was 2 meters long and 3 meters wide. Shin Tong planned to make it bigger, so that she could stay in bed and do something during the day. She also used stones to build a support point in the middle of the Kong, and then covered it with a wooden board covered with mud, and then put stones and mud on it to make it flat. When she was halfway through, she ran out of stones and mud for the wall, so she simply stopped to rest. At this time, she realized that a long time had passed and the light outside was getting darker. But Chu Xiao hadn't come back yet. Xinxing Tong was a little worried. While picking up stones below, she looked into the jungle. Chu Xiao came back later and later these days, and brought back more and more prey. In Xinxing Tong's eyes, she couldn't finish eating all the prey outside the cave in her lifetime. Obviously, Chu Xiao didn't think so. According to Chu Xiao's current behavior, this meat was not enough for him to eat. So Xinxing Tong was even more worried. Chu Xiao stored so much food. How long would the winter here last? Before the last ray of light disappeared, Chu Xiao came back with a mountain of food. Xinxing Tong immediately put down the stone in his hand, trotted forward, and followed Chu Xiao back. Chu Xiao glanced at Xinxing Tong, threw the prey aside, lowered his head, and touched Xinxing Tong's face, and then went back to the cave together. After entering the cave, Chu Xiao noticed the changes in the cave. Standing at the entrance of the cave, he tilted his head to look at the strange things, wondering if he should take Xinxing Tong out for a walk. Xinxing Tong was so bored that he played in the mud when he was alone. He was really not a qualified owner. Chu Xiao thought about it, and thought that the food was enough to last for a whole winter. He had to let Xinxing Tong go out to play before the ice and snow blocked the forest. After all, his little pet seemed to like running outside. Thinking of this, Chu Xiao looked at Xinxing Tong happily, thinking that Xinxing Tong seemed to like eating wild boar meat and pheasants. He could catch some when he took Xinxing Tong out to play tomorrow. Xinxing Tong noticed the change in Chu Xiao's mood, and pulled Chu Xiao to help pick up enough stones, build a fire for lighting, and finish the Kong. Because Chu Xiao was strong, Xinxing Tong quickly finished a rough Kong. Xinxing Tong was very satisfied with this, patting the uneven Kong surface and said, "Finally it's done, Dahe. With this, I won't be afraid of the cold anymore. Tomorrow I want to go out and pick up some thick branches and bring back animal skins to block the wind." Chu Xiao nodded silently, and after Xinxing Tong finished cleaning up, he habitually rolled Xinxing Tong up with his tail and went to bed. Xinxing Tong wanted to say something but stopped, and finally didn't move. Firstly because the Kong was not dry yet, and secondly, it was really comfortable to sleep with Chu Xiao's tail in his arms. Xinxing Tong half closed his eyes, and lazily nestled in Chu Xiao's arms. The next day, when Xinxing Tong got up, she found that the Kong and the stove were dry. Before going out, Xinxing Tong lit a fire in the stove and put enough firewood. When she came back, she could see how tight it was. If there was smoke, she could apply another layer of mud to increase the tightness. After doing all this, Xinxing Tong put on the animal's skin and climbed onto Chu Xiao's back and followed Chu Xiao out. In a cave, the biting cold wind blew toward Xinxing Tong, making him shiver. He quickly pulled up the animal's skin to cover his face, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. Chu Xiao took Xinxing Tong to a valley away from the wind. After putting Xinxing Tong down, Chu Xiao did not leave, but just looked down at Xinxing Tong. After Xinxing Tong stood firm, he looked around. There was not much green in the valley. In just over half a month, all the plants had turned yellow, and there was a thick layer of snow on them. However, there was no wind in this valley, so it was not that cold. Xinxing Tong saw that there were no branches he was looking for in the valley, so he turned back and said to Chu Xiao, "Dahe, let's go to the forest to look for it. There are no branches I want here." Chu Xiao nodded, and took Xinxing Tong to the forest from the other side. He originally took Xinxing Tong out to play today, so naturally he had to meet Xinxing Tong's request. After entering the forest, Xinxing Tong quickly found the branches he wanted, and turned back to ask Chu Xiao to help fix the 4 branches he selected on Chu Xiao's back with vines, intending to take them back later. Xinxing Tong also carried a net bag on her back, and picked up a lot of frozen wild fruits along the way, all of which could be eaten after scanning. Xinxing Tong took a look and saw that the progress bar of the app was only 10 species away from being full. Xinxing Tong simply didn't rush back, and planned to fill the progress bar, and see what kind of magical species her Dahe was after upgrading. Chu Xiao watched Xinxing Tong walking around in front, and he followed behind slowly, occasionally leaving for a while, and when he came back, there were 2 more pheasants behind him. Xinxing Tong's net bag was gradually filled up. After turning the corner, Xinxing Tong was surprised to find a bamboo forest, and hurriedly turned back to pull Chu Xiao to the bamboo forest. In comparison, bamboo is definitely more suitable as a support, and bamboo can be used to make more tools. She still doesn't have a suitable bowl, chopsticks, or water cup, and every time she drinks water, she is embarrassed. These bamboos can be made, not to mention that she may dig winter bamboo shoots. So when Shin Tong saw the bamboo, he couldn't wait to pull Chu Xiao to the bamboo forest not far away. But this time Chu Xiao stopped and looked a little hesitant. Seeing Chu Xiao didn't move, Shin Tong looked up at Chu Xiao, pointed at the bamboo forest and asked, "Dahe, I want to go there to cut 2 bamboos to bring back. Why don't you go?" Chu Xiao retracted his gaze and looked down at Shin Tong. It's not that he couldn't go, but that was the territory of a rolling beast. Although the rolling beast couldn't beat him, Chu Xiao thought he was a polite orc and would not easily step into other people's territory to avoid being regarded as a provocative warmonger. Seeing Chu Xiao silent, Shin Tong scratched his head and asked tentatively, "Is it dangerous there? Can't we go there?" Just when Chu Xiao was about to nod, he saw Shin Tong's pitiful eyes, shook his head immediately, and then walked towards the bamboo forest. It was just a rolling beast. Shin Tong wanted bamboo, so he went to get 2. Seeing Chu Xiao walking forward, Shin Tong immediately followed happily. Bamboo shoots and meat stew were delicious. When they reached the edge of the bamboo forest, Shin Tong put down the net bag and began to pick bamboo. After picking 4 bamboos, he pointed at the bamboo and asked Chu Xiao to break the bamboo. Chu Xiao's sharp claws cut the 4 tall bamboos into a smooth cut. Shin Tong didn't intend to waste the branches on them, so he dragged them back to burn. After tying the 4 bamboos, Shin Tong walked inside again to look for bamboo shoots. Shin Tong didn't find any bamboo shoots and ran into a black and white panda. Shin Tong's eyes widened and blurted out, "Panda." The panda looked very angry and ran towards Shin Tong. Shin Tong realized something was wrong, turned around and ran towards Chu Xiao, shouting as he ran, "Big Black, help! Gong Gong is chasing me." Pandas are indeed cute, but that doesn't change the fact that pandas are not cats but bears. Luckily, Chu Xiao was not far behind Shin Tong. After hearing the noise, he jumped in front of Shin Tong and stopped him. He looked at the chasing Gong Gong silently, and let out a threatening growl from his throat. Master of the Bamboo Forest. Giant Panda Maoiji, Chapter 17. Shin Tong hid behind Chu Xiao, and carefully poked her head out to look. How should I put it? Even if Gun Gun was fierce, it didn't affect his cute appearance. This was the first time Shin Tong saw a panda up close. It was tall and round. Shin Tong covered her chest and felt a little bad. She was really brave, and actually wanted to raise a panda. Mao Yiji stared at the 2 orcs in front of him, who had broken into his territory for no reason and cut his bamboo. Mao Yiji was very angry, and lay on the ground, slapping the ground with his front paws to express his anger. Chu Xiao, Chu Xiao sighed silently, and the next second, all the restrained breath was released, directly facing the angry Subaru Yiji. Subaru Yiji, He was so angry, he was really angry. It was obviously the orc in front of him who provoked him, and he should be angry. Why did this orc act so confidently, and the female orc hiding behind him? Don't think he didn't see it, but no matter how angry he was, Subaru Yiji was very afraid of Chu Xiao, and he stepped back 2 steps in caution. He instinctively realized that he couldn't beat the powerful orc in front of him, and the most important thing was that Subaru Yiji didn't want to be beaten. After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, Mao Yiji lowered his head in a compromised manner. Chu Xiao glanced at Mao Yiji, retracted his threatening gaze, turned his head to look at Shin Tong who was hiding behind him, indicating that Shin Tong had dealt with the rolling beast in front of him. Shin Tong looked at Mao Yiji for a while. She really wanted to raise it, but this one was too big. She wanted to raise a panda cub. Mao Yiji waited for a while, and saw that Chu Xiao did not move. Then he raised his head with courage. When he saw Shin Tong's eyes, Mao Yiji suddenly felt a chill on his back, trembled, took a few steps back, and turned to run. He always felt that if he continued to stay here, something unexpected would happen. Shin Tong stretched out her hand to stop him. She hadn't seen enough of the panda. Chu Xiao looked at Shin Tong silently, lowered his head, and nudged Shin Tong's back, indicating that if Shin Tong wanted anything else, he should hurry up, as it would be dark soon. Shin Tong withdrew his gaze with regret, and looked at Chu Xiao with a smile. Dahe, that panda seemed to be very afraid of you. Are you really a dragon? Chu Xiao looked at Shin Tong in confusion. What is a dragon? He is a lion orc, but he has mutated a little, and is not the same as an ordinary lion orc. After asking, Shin Tong ran away without waiting for Chu Xiao's answer. Shin Tong didn't care about this answer. It didn't matter whether it was a dragon or not. Anyway, Dahe was her only companion and friend here. Chu Xiao continued to follow Shinshing Tong slowly, watching Shinshing Tong digging here and there with a wooden stick, and didn't know what Shinshing Tong was digging. After strolling through half of the bamboo forest, Mao Yiji, who was hiding in the dark and observing, couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't stand his territory being made bumpy by the female orc. He turned around and dug a bunch of bamboo shoots and threw them in front of Shinshing Tong, wanting Shinshing Tong to get out quickly. He didn't accept the smell of other orcs in his territory, or orcs that he couldn't beat, so Mao Yiji would rather use his stored food to exchange these two orcs, who didn't know what was going on, to get out quickly. Shinshing Tong was a little confused. He looked at the pile of delicious bamboo shoots in front of him, and the rolling beast that ran away after throwing away the things. He subconsciously turned back to look at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao looked at the bamboo shoots with a look of disgust. He had nibbled on them before, and they were not tasty. They were numbing to the mouth. Only the rolling beast liked to eat them. However, Chu Xiao looked at Shinshing Tong with a little hesitation. Would his little pet like to eat this? Shinshing Tong came back to his senses, thought for a while, ran to the pile of bamboo shoots, opened his arms, and hugged the bamboo shoots and asked Chu Xiao, "Are these all sent to me by the big rolling beast? Can I take it home to eat?" Chu Xiao hesitated for a while, but still nodded. Anyway, besides numbness, this thing is not poisonous. Maybe Shinshing Tong will not like it after tasting it. With Chu Xiao's consent, Shinshing Tong happily put bamboo shoots on Chu Xiao. Mao Yiji gave him 12 bamboo shoots, half the length of his arm. Shinshing Tong drooled and had already thought of various ways to cook bamboo shoots. Chu Xiao saw that it was getting late, so he asked Shinshing Tong to get on his back. They should go back. Shinshing Tong looked back at the bamboo forest, planning to wait until he had finished eating the bamboo shoots before digging them again. After crossing the valley, Shinshing Tong felt a chill on the tip of his nose. He looked up and saw that it was snowing. Small snowflakes fell on his head and face. Shinshing Tong was stunned for a moment, then excitedly reached out to catch the snowflakes. When he reached the entrance of the cave, the snow had already fallen heavily. A thin layer of snow had covered Chu Xiao's food. Shinshing Tong climbed down, rubbed his face, and made a snowball and placed it at the entrance of the cave. Chu Xiao put down the pile of things on his back, and Shinshing Tong hurriedly picked up the bamboo shoots and carried them back to the cave. Chu Xiao cut off the thinnest end of the bamboo to serve as a pillar, and also cut the thick and straight branches, and picked 4 to serve as bamboo poles. At the root of the thickest bamboo, Shinshing Tong got 4 bamboo basins, and several bowls and cups, all of which were cleaned and neatly placed in the cave by Shinshing Tong. After making all these, there was still some bamboo left. Shinshing Tong didn't want to waste it, so she blinked and took out her phone to scan. Adult bamboo can be used to make various utensils. After scanning, the app popped up an upgrade prompt box in front of Shinshing Tong, and automatically upgraded, with a countdown of 12 hours. Shinshing Tong was happy. She scanned the bamboo just to see if this app could give her a method to make furniture with bamboo. Unexpectedly, the app upgraded after scanning. But it doesn't matter. Shinshing Tong vaguely remembered that bamboo needed to be split into bamboo strips to weave things. Shinshing Tong looked at Chu Xiao's sharp claws, which were more useful than knives. Soon, the remaining bamboo was split into bamboo strips, and thin bamboo strips at Shinshing Tong's request. After entering the cave, Shinshing Tong checked her Kong. There were no cracks, and there was no smoke in the cave. It seemed that her Kong was built very successfully. Even after being out for so long, there was still residual heat on the Kong. Shinshing Tong was very satisfied. He moved the wooden planks to lay on it, then laid a layer of hay, and finally laid animal skins. Shinshing Tong's new bed was ready. Shinshing Tong climbed on it and rolled around. It was very comfortable. After rolling, Shinshing Tong was busy inserting bamboo poles into the 4 corners of the bed. Chu Xiao helped with this step, otherwise Shinshing Tong would not make it strong enough and it would fall. Then she put thinner bamboo poles horizontally, hung animal skins on all 4 sides, and supported the top with 2 bamboos horizontally, covered with animal skins, and opened a hole to the inside to enter and exit the small space inside. It became warm immediately. Shinshing Tong happily ran to the next room to light a fire, and boiled water to cook food. When Shinshing Tong came back after packing up, she found that her small space was very warm, and even the temperature of the cave rose a little. Obviously, this Kong was very useful, and Shinshing Tong didn't have to worry about wintering. Later, she turned these bamboo pieces into doors, and put them in the cave next door to block the entrance. She hung animal skins on them, so that they could be easily removed when the temperature warmed up. It was better than blocking the cave directly. After making a plan, Xinxing Tong got into her Kong and prepared to sleep. Chu Xiao, who was lying on the big bed waiting for Xinxing Tong to sleep. Chu Xiao looked at Xinxing Tong in disbelief as she got into that strange little tent. That strange thing. So it was a bed for a pet? Nest? No, how could a pet sleep comfortably in such a small place? Isn't his tail warm? Is he uncomfortable sleeping on his body? Why did Xinxing Tong want to sleep in a separate bed from him without saying anything? Chu Xiao couldn't accept it, and even stood up from the bed, staring at the Kong covered with animal skins. He really hated these animal skins, and Chu Xiao's eyes even revealed a bit of grievance. After a while, he turned his head away, looking angry, not looking at Xinxing Tong, and angrily closed his eyes, and slept by himself. When Xinxing Tong was about to fall asleep, he remembered something and muttered in a daze, "Dahe. I'm going to sleep first." Chu Xiao's ears moved, obviously hearing Xinxing Tong's mumbling, and slowly turned his head to continue looking at Xinxing Tong. In the second half of the night, Chu Xiao raised his head irritably. He couldn't sleep. He used to sleep like a beast, but it had only been a short time, and he was not used to no one holding his tail. Chu Xiao swung his tail, and stared at Xinxing Tong's Kong. The next second, Chu Xiao jumped off the bed silently, and approached the Kong. He wanted to know what was so good about this tightly wrapped thing, and Xinxing Tong didn't come back to sleep next to him like before. Chu Xiao stretched out a claw and carefully opened the animal's skin. As soon as he opened it, he found it very warm inside. His body accidentally touched the wall, and found that this area was warm. Chu Xiao looked at Xinxing Tong who was sleeping inside, and kicked off the animal skin covering his body. He put down the animal skin, and walked to the flue to take a look. There was still charcoal fire inside. Looking inside from the reserved opening, it was a bright red. At this time, Chu Xiao understood what Xinxing Tong had been busy with all day. This could indeed keep warm, but Chu Xiao still didn't quite understand why Xinxing Tong would rather go to such great lengths to keep warm in such a primitive way than change back to his original form to spend the winter. Chu Xiao thought about it, and came to a conclusion. His pet probably had some genetic defect that prevented it from changing back to its original form. But in this case, Chu Xiao couldn't figure out which adult was so cruel to throw a female who had just reached adulthood and had a genetic defect and no common sense to such a dangerous planet. Chu Xiao frowned, walked around the cave for a few times, walked to a corner, looked at a stone, raised his paw, looked a little hesitant, and finally didn't press it. He returned to the bed and stared at Xinxing Tong. He instinctively realized that this was not the time to press the stone, and he had to wait a little longer. When Xinxing Tong woke up in a daze, she saw a dark place in front of her. It took her a while to realize that this was the tent she had built with animal skins. It was comfortable and warm, and she could spend the cold winter. Xinxing Tong rubbed her eyes, put on the animal skins, and got out of the Kong. She shuddered as soon as she went out. The temperature difference was at least 10 degrees. Chu Xiao was lying on the bed. He opened his eyes when he heard the noise, and looked at Xinxing Tong, who was full of energy. His eyes seemed to be silently accusing something. Xinxing Tong smiled and pointed at the Kong and said, "Dahe, with this, I am not afraid of the cold. When I find a way to make this bigger, we can make the cave warmer." After that, Xinxing Tong planned to go to the next door to get food. When she walked to the cave entrance, she found that the outside was white. The snow was very thick, almost flush with the cave entrance. Xinxing Tong had never seen such heavy snow. Looking from the cave entrance, the mountains and rivers were all white, and the whole world was silent, like a canvas. Chapter 18. Xinxing Tong looked outside in amazement. At this moment, he understood what the northern scenery was like. Thousands of miles of ice and snow were drifting. It was so beautiful. After looking for a long time, until the cold came, Xinxing Tong rubbed his hands and went to the next door to make a fire to keep warm and cook. Chu Xiao had no intention of going out. He lay at the entrance of the cave and looked out. From time to time, he turned his head to see Xinxing Tong busy. Chu Xiao tilted his head, and always felt that this scene was very comfortable. It seemed that he had never had such a peaceful and comfortable moment in his memory. Xinxing Tong threw a few potatoes into the fire to roast. The cold wind was howling outside, and Xinxing Tong wrapped himself tightly in the animal's skin. When Xinxing Tong came out after finishing, he saw that Chu Xiao had not gone out. Xinxing Tong walked over and sat next to Chu Xiao, leaning on Chu Xiao, and asked, "Dahe, are you not going out today?" Chu Xiao lowered his head to look at Xinxing Tong, and shook his head after a while. It was snowing heavily outside, and even if he went out, he would not be able to catch prey, and it would be easy to fall into a deep pit covered by snow. Therefore, Under normal circumstances, Chu Xiao would not go out in the early stage of snow in winter. After a while, when the snow was frozen, Chu Xiao would occasionally go out for a walk. Xin Xingtong held a cup of hot water and looked at the snow outside. After a while, snowflakes fell from the sky again. Xin Xingtong shivered and got up to stay in bed. By the way, she tried to weave the bamboo strips into a door. Chu Xiao watched Xin Xingtong walk in, shivering as he walked. He silently crossed his body to block the cold wind blowing in from the hole. Xin Xingtong moved her small wooden stool to sit next to the flue by the wall. It was warm here. Then she dragged the bamboo strips over and thought about weaving them together. After she had a clue, Xin Xingtong moved much faster. However, the weather was too cold. After weaving for a while, Xin Xingtong's hands became a little stiff. She could only weave for a while to warm her hands. Seeing Xin Xingtong playing with the bamboo pieces seriously, Chu Xiao leaned his head close to Xin Xingtong and stared at him with a very focused look. Xin Xingtong reached out and patted Chu Xiao's paw and said, "I'm making something to block the wind, otherwise it would be too cold to stay in bed during the day." Chu Xiao looked at the small piece of bamboo with holes, and after a moment of silence, he looked at Xin Xingtong with great affection. His little pet was indeed naive. How could this thing block the wind? If you want to keep warm, the best way is to nestle in his arms. When Xin Xingtong was about to put her cold hands aside to warm them up, she suddenly had a bad idea and put her cold hands on Chu Xiao's chest. Chu Xiao was stunned for a moment, then felt that Xin Xingtong's hands were not normal, frowned again, bent down and pressed Xin Xingtong's hands under him, and the next second he hugged Xin Xingtong into his arms. He only knew that Xin Xingtong was afraid of cold, but he didn't expect Xin Xingtong's hands to be so cold after snowing. Xin Xingtong was caught off guard by Chu Xiao's arms and blinked. Chu Xiao was indeed warm and not cold at all, but she couldn't work like this. Xin Xingtong was entangled, and it took a while for her to convince herself to struggle to climb out of Chu Xiao's arms, and she had to hold Chu Xiao's hands to prevent Chu Xiao from pulling her back again. "Dahei, I know you're afraid I'd be cold, but this is still good. I can't just stay in your arms all winter without doing anything. I'd be bored to death." Xin Xingtong patted Chu Xiao's eager paws, and continued to weave bamboo seriously. The next second, Chu Xiao stood up in front of him, changed his posture, and lay down again. His long tail was wrapped around Xin Xingtong's back, like a thick blanket. At the same time, Chu Xiao took out a large bag of things wrapped in leaves from somewhere, and put it in front of Xin Xingtong, and touched Xin Xingtong with his paws to signal Xin Xingtong to look. Xin Xingtong was just happy that her Dahei was so considerate. Seeing Chu Xiao asking her to look at something, Xin Xingtong stretched out her hand and opened the thing wrapped in leaves in front of her. Xin Xingtong was stunned when she opened it. The color of the thing inside was very familiar, and the material was even more familiar. Xin Xingtong stretched out her hand and touched it. It was indeed soft hair. And when she picked it up, she saw that it was not a messy pile. She didn't know how Chu Xiao did it. Chu Xiao made these hairs into the same style as Xin Xingtong's animal skin clothes, which were very thick. Xin Xingtong was stunned. He looked at the woolen clothes and then at Chu Xiao and blurted out, "So much hair, Dahei. Do you shed hair? Won't you feel cold?" Chu Xiao, ? Is this the point? Xin Xingtong smiled again after saying this, and took the clothes and looked up and down, left and right, and finally found that this clothes and the felt doll were made with the same principle, and it was indeed warm. Xin Xingtong didn't bother to be polite with Chu Xiao, took off the animal skin on his body, and put on this woolen clothes. The woolen clothes were very soft and thick, and there was a smell of sunshine. I don't know how Dahei made this thing. After putting it on, the clothes grew to Xin Xingtong's ankles, which was very windproof and not prickly, and could be worn close to the body. I just don't know how Chu Xiao made such a small piece of clothing. The new clothes are lighter than animal skins. Xin Xingtong's movements are more flexible, and his hands are not so cold. Chu Xiao looked at Xin Xingtong and was very satisfied. He quietly collected his own hair, but it was not enough. Chu Xiao pulled some off his body to make up the difference. He went to the other side of the jungle and threatened a monkey orc to make clothes for him. After he was done, he wanted to give it to Xin Xingtong first, but considering that Xin Xingtong seemed to like cleanliness, Chu Xiao washed and dried it for several days, but later forgot about it when he caught prey, and only gave it to Xin Xingtong today. Now Xin Xingtong was full of his aura, and he didn't have to watch Xin Xingtong wearing those annoying animal skins. In the afternoon, Xin Xingtong's bamboo had become a large piece, which could block the passage between the two caves, but Xin Xingtong's purpose was to block the cave next door, so Xin Xingtong moved the things to the next door to continue. After a long time, Shin Tong felt a little sore in the waist and back, so she simply stood up and walked around for a while. Chu Xiao lay outside to watch her, and Shin Tong smiled at Chu Xiao. After drinking a sip of water, she thought of her Scan Everything app, and didn't know how it was after the upgrade, so she took out her mobile phone and opened it to watch. The app was successfully upgraded, and a function to be unlocked appeared on the interface. There was no change in other aspects. The progress bar at the bottom had a new change, from 200 to 1000. Shin Tong clicked the icon to be unlocked, and a prompt box popped up. Production: this function needs to be unlocked after upgrading, and it is temporarily unavailable. Shin Tong scratched his head, not quite understanding what this production meant. He could only study this function after the upgrade. Shin turned his eyes to Chu Xiao. Her original intention of upgrading the app was to see if her Dahe was a dragon. Now that the upgrade is complete, Shin Tong raised her phone to Chu Xiao and turned on the scan. This creature needs to be upgraded before it can be scanned. Shin Tong looked at the pop-up prompt box and was a little confused. It has been upgraded, but it still cannot be scanned. So what kind of species is her Dahe? It was already dark outside. Chu Xiao stood up and entered the cave, signaling Shin Tong to stop playing. Shin Tong agreed to put away her phone, then leaned the half-woven bamboo door against the wall, and simply tidied up before going to sleep next door. Chu Xiao stared at Shin Tong, watching Shin Tong crawl into the strange nest again. He was immediately unhappy, wagging his tail and looking at the wall. He was obviously warmer. Why did Shin Tong have to sleep alone in that strange place? After a while, Shin Tong suddenly poked his head out of the animal skin tent and waved at Chu Xiao. "Good night, Dahe." Chu Xiao looked over and saw Shin Tong's face flushed, and he was no longer angry. In the second half of the night, Shin Tong was sleeping in a daze and felt the wind. He subconsciously reached out to grab the quilt, and soon fell asleep again wrapped in warmth. In the morning, Shin Tong was awakened by the light. She was a little confused. When she opened her eyes, she was no longer in her fur tent. Instead, she was sleeping in Chu Xiao's arms, and was circled by Chu Xiao's tail. Shin Tong? ? She got up and saw that her fur tent was dismantled, but the frame was still there. The fur was thrown into the corner, just like the fur clothes that disappeared in the middle of the night. Shin Tong was so angry when she came to her senses. She turned her head and looked at Chu Xiao, who closed his eyes. Chu Xiao's eyelids were still moving. He was clearly awake, but pretending to be still asleep. Shin Tong pinched Chu Xiao angrily and said unhappily, "At the beginning, you clearly wanted to eat me, but now you are so clingy." Chu Xiao opened his eyes, pretending not to understand, and looked at Shin Tong blankly. Shin Tong pointed at the animal's skin in the corner, and Chu Xiao gradually couldn't pretend anymore, and looked away guiltily. He just didn't want Shin Tong to sleep there, and he didn't like those animal skins blocking Shin Tong, so he couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, got up and quietly wrapped Shin Tong with his tail, and then threw Shin Tong's precious animal skin into the corner. Seeing Chu Xiao looking around guiltily, Shin Tong couldn't get angry anymore, patted Chu Xiao's paw inside. "You are so clingy, you are not still a baby, right? It shouldn't be like this. It's so big, it must be an adult. If you don't like sleeping separately from me, then let's move the bed over there. I can't hang on you all day and night in winter." After hearing the general idea, Chu Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up, and his ears stood up with joy. He didn't know what Shin Tong was going to do, but he understood that Shin Tong didn't want to sleep separately from him. Shin Tong sighed, put on a new sweater, picked up the animal's skin, and roasted the thorny fruit that was thrown into the stove last night. It was very soft, sticky and sweet. Shin Tong walked back and stared at the bed while chewing the fruit. It's called a bed, but it's actually an expanded earthen platform covered with hay and animal skins. If you want to move it now, you just need to dig the mud on the wall opposite the Kong to fill the distance between the Kong and the bed. With Chu Xiao around, this job is very simple. After a while, the two beds are combined into one. Shin Tong looked at the newly baked big bed, turned around and took the half-woven bamboo board from the party screen to block the position of the Kong and the hole. Not to mention that the length is particularly suitable. It can be blocked with animal skins as a simple partition wall. In this way, Shin Tong will not be cold even if she rolls out in the middle of the night, and Chu Xiao does not have to sleep separately from Shin Tong. Both of them are very satisfied. Chapter 19. The winter was long and time passed slowly. At first, Shin Tong felt fresh and ran to the snow to have fun. As soon as she went out, she sank into the snow. It was Chu Xiao who dug her out of the snow. After playing like this for a few days, Tong was exhausted. There was nothing else. It was too cold. It was getting colder day by day. The water that had just been boiled would freeze as soon as it was poured out. If you stayed outside for a long time, you would freeze to death. The firewood that was picked up before the snow was quickly consumed. Tong had never experienced such cold weather. In order to keep warm, Tong took Chu Xiao to Mao Yiji's bamboo forest to steal bamboo when the snow was not so heavy. Finally, they made 2 bamboo doors that were enough to block the entrance of the cave. However, there were not enough animal skins, and the windproof function was not so good. It was not easy to catch prey in winter. Tong had no choice but to pour water on the bamboo door. After it froze, it could also block the wind. However, in this way, Tong could not move the door. If she wanted to go out, she had to ask Chu Xiao to move the door. Tong had finished eating the thorny fruit, and the mushrooms she had picked up were long gone. There were only a few potatoes, a few carrots, and frozen wild fruits left outside in the cave. Tong was a little worried. If winter continued for a long time, she couldn't just eat meat. But it was icy and snowy outside, and there was no way to find other food. Tong was a little worried. She couldn't go out to scan things and upgrade apps in winter. Everything seemed to be paused by winter. Chu Xiao saw that Tong had become silent, and didn't like to tinker with those strange things anymore. He even ate less than before. Chu Xiao was a little worried. While chewing the hard meat, he thought about how to make Tong happy. After Chu Xiao had eaten his fill, he stood up. He remembered that Tong seemed to like eating that strange bamboo shoot. He didn't find any when he went to cut bamboo a few days ago. Today, there was no wind, so he could take Tong to find the rolling beast to ask for some bamboo shoots. He could also look for other things along the way. He remembered that Tong liked to use ancient electronic devices to take pictures of things everywhere. Tong was sitting at the entrance of the cave, roasting fire and daydreaming. The next second, he was bitten by Chu Xiao and thrown on his back. Tong was a little confused and subconsciously hugged Chu Xiao and asked, "Big Black, what are you going to do?" Chu Xiao did not answer, but turned around and walked towards the jungle on the snow that covered half of his body. He raised his body temperature deliberately for fear that Tong would be cold. Tong watched Chu Xiao shuttle through the snowy jungle, sniffed, and lay on Chu Xiao and whispered, "Dahe, did you find that I was unhappy, so you took me out to play?" "I'm fine." Chu Xiao shook his tail and took Tong through the valley to the bamboo forest. Tong lay on Chu Xiao for a long time. She actually missed her friends before she traveled through time. She wanted to chat with her friends around the stove, roast fire and eat snacks, but there were no friends or snacks here, only Chu Xiao, who couldn't speak to accompany her. Under such circumstances, Tong had to admit that she was afraid of loneliness. She wanted to go back to a place where there were people. Even if this was not her world, she wanted to find someone, to talk to someone, to take her Dahe with her. But Tong was afraid that Chu Xiao would be hurt after finding humans, and she didn't want Chu Xiao to be hurt. As if he noticed that Tong's mood was getting worse, Chu Xiao turned his head and put Tong down, looking at Tong silently. Tong came back to her senses, and found that Chu Xiao had brought her to the bamboo forest. Seeing Chu Xiao's worried eyes, she forced a smile, patted Chu Xiao's nose and said, "I'm fine, don't worry. Why did you bring me here?" Tong looked towards the bamboo forest. No matter what, it was impossible to walk out of the jungle and find human settlements in this icy and snowy situation. Tong took a deep breath, cheered up, and pulled Chu Xiao to say, "Let's go find some bamboo shoots to eat, but the snow is too thick. I don't know if we can dig bamboo shoots." The man and the beast walked into the bamboo forest. The bamboo was bent by the thick snow. Tong couldn't step on the bottom. Chu Xiao couldn't bear it anymore and walked in with Tong biting him. Chu Xiao found a vacant space and dug the snow away before letting Tong go. But this noise also alarmed Mao Yiji. Mao Yiji was sleeping on a pile of bamboo shoots in the cave. After being woken up, he immediately got up angrily. He wanted to see who had broken in. Following the direction of the breath, Mao Yiji gradually slowed down his pace. This breath was a little familiar. Mao Yiji stopped and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. He had already entered the sight of Chu Xiao and Tong. Mao Yiji, He knew it was these two annoying guys. Here they come again, in the middle of winter, aren't these too cold? They only want to trouble him, right? Subaru wanted to pretend he didn't see it, and turned to leave. The next second, there was a gust of wind above his head, and Chu Xiao blocked his way. Subaru looked at Chu Xiao with his teeth bared, and a snoring sound came out of his throat. Chu Xiao tilted his head, raised his paw, and slapped Subaru to the ground with a slap. Subaru was smashed into the snow. He was so angry that he pounded the ground. He couldn't beat him, and he wouldn't let him run. What on earth did this strange lion beastman want to do? Seeing Chu Xiao was about to beat up the panda, Xinxing Tong hurried over to stop Chu Xiao. "Dahei, don't bully me." Chu Xiao's paw was still raised above Mao Yiji, but he reluctantly retracted it after hearing Xinxing Tong's words, and deliberately kicked a pile of snow on Mao Yiji. Xinxing Tong dug away the snow pile, revealing Mao Yiji's head, then carefully distanced himself, showed a friendly smile, waved his hand, and said, "I'm sorry, Dahei brought me here to play because I was too bored, don't be angry, gun. Mao Yiji didn't understand what Xinxing Tong was saying, but he could feel that Xinxing Tong had no ill intentions, and even had a bit of apology in his heart. Mao Yiji looked up at Xinxing Tong, and just when he wanted to scare Xinxing Tong with his teeth bared, he saw Chu Xiao's threatening expression behind Xinxing Tong. Mao Yiji immediately turned his face away, and didn't look at Xinxing Tong in anger. Xinxing Tong looked at Mao Yiji's appearance, relying on Chu Xiao's back, and boldly stretched out his hand to touch the giant panda's head in front of him. However, just when his hand was about to touch Mao Yiji, Chu Xiao bit his collar and dragged him back. When he turned around, he saw Chu Xiao's disapproving eyes. Xinxing Tong was a little embarrassed, and then he coughed lightly and looked at Mao Yiji. Mao Yiji also felt puzzled. He just realized that the strange female orc in front of him seemed to want to touch him. Xinxing Tong rubbed his hands and smiled and said to Mao Yiji, "Gong, do you have more bamboo shoots here? Can you take me to dig some?" "Bamboo shoots, the ones you gave me last time." Mao Yiji looked at Xinxing Tong speaking a language he couldn't understand while gesticulating with his hands and feet. It took him a long time to understand what Xinxing Tong meant. "Want bamboo shoots?" Subaru Yiji was excited now. He climbed up from the snow and looked down at Xinxing Tong with a proud and arrogant attitude. "Why didn't you say it earlier? You came to him to ask for food. If you want food, don't you know to lower your posture?" However, Subaru Yiji was also very happy, because the number of their panda tribe orcs was small, and they didn't like to live in groups. Other races didn't like to eat bamboo. He often wanted to share food, but didn't know who to share with. He didn't expect to meet an orc from another tribe, who also liked to eat bamboo shoots. Of course, although he was happy, Subaru Yiji believed that he still had to have an attitude. If he agreed easily, what would happen if the tasteful female orc in front of him and the unreasonable and domineering mutant lion tribe continued to push for more? Xinxing Tong watched Mao Yiji stand up, 3 times her height, and a little fear appeared in her eyes. She subconsciously stepped back and moved closer to Chu Xiao. After staying with Chu Xiao for a long time, she forgot that this was a dangerous jungle. Even the panda, that looked simple and easy to talk to, was a ferocious beast. Mao Yiji was waiting for Xinxing Tong to continue to beg him, but Xinxing Tong didn't speak for a long time. He looked down with some doubts, and saw that the fear on Xinxing Tong's face had not disappeared. Mao Yiji scratched his head and restrained his breath. He instinctively thought that he should not be rude to female beast men. Chu Xiao lowered his head and touched the top of Xinxing Tong's head. Xinxing Tong came back to his senses and saw that Mao Yiji had become silly. The fear in his heart disappeared, and he continued to discuss digging some bamboo shoots to eat. Mao Yiji looked at Xinxing Tong and then at Chu Xiao. He weighed the pros and cons. If he didn't give the bamboo shoots, this unreasonable lion tribe might beat him up. If he gave it, he would only lose a few bamboo shoots. Besides, bamboo shoots sprouted one after another. If they were not eaten, they would turn into bamboo. It would be okay to give some to this female orc. He could also use the bamboo shoots to ask this lion tribe to harass him less. So Mao Yiji quickly thought it out, walked in one direction, and turned back to signal Xinxing Tong and Chu Xiao to follow. Xinxing Tong took Chu Xiao and followed. Under Mao Yiji's guidance, they dug up fresh winter bamboo shoots. Each bamboo shoot was very big. Xinxing Tong was very happy and enthusiastically used local materials to cut a bamboo and weave a bamboo basket to hold the bamboo shoots. Mao Yiji watched from the side, thinking of how he was always busy carrying bamboo shoots back to the cave and scattered them all the way, and he immediately became interested in Xinxing Tong's bamboo basket. He stretched out his claws to press the bamboo basket woven by Xinxing Tong to express what he wanted. Xinxing Tong was stunned for a moment, and looked up at Mao Yiji's huge body and the bamboo basket that looked like a toy in contrast. Xinxing Tong smiled and said, "Gong, this one is too small." If you want, I can leave a big one for you as a thank you gift for giving me bamboo shoots. Mao Yiji didn't understand, and there was a puzzled look in his small eyes. Shin Tong didn't say anything nonsense, rubbed his hands, leaned on Chu Xiao, and continued to weave the bamboo basket with flexible fingers. This time, he deliberately weaved a big one, but because of the rush, it was a bit rough, but Mao Yiji didn't mind. He was very happy to see Shin Tong weaving a big bamboo basket. When the bamboo basket was woven, he couldn't wait to take it from Shin Tong. Unprepared, Shin Tong was accidentally scratched by a bamboo stick, leaving a red mark on the palm of his hand, which was a bit painful, but fortunately there was no bleeding. Chu Xiao slapped Mao Yiji directly, knocking Mao Yiji into the snow. Mao Yiji got up, and was about to get angry when he saw Shin Tong blowing air into his palm, frowning and looking very painful. He felt a little embarrassed and turned around to dig a pile of bamboo shoots in front of Shin Tong, indicating that Shin Tong should take them all away. Seeing this, Shin Tong felt that the gun in front of her was really a polite and good gun. Next time, she could send some bamboo shoots stewed with meat to Gun Yun. She didn't know if Gun Yun would like it. Seeing that it was getting dark, Chu Xiao urged Shin Tong to go back. Holding a full bamboo basket, he walked back. The rest were not easy to carry, and Chu Xiao did not plan to take them back. He wanted to take Shin Tong to the bamboo forest for a stroll every few days. He was afraid that some ignorant people might come up and offend Shin Tong in other places. Chapter 20. After returning to the cave with a basket of bamboo shoots, Shin Tong immediately cooked a pot of bamboo shoots and meat stew, and also roasted potatoes as the staple food. After eating, he felt warm all over. Then he blocked the cave entrance, and the temperature of the cave quickly rose. In the following days, Chu Xiao took Shin Tong to Mao Yiji's place every now and then. Mao Yiji was not very happy at the beginning, but later he ignored it. Especially after Shin Tong brought him a pot of bamboo shoots and meat stew, Mao Yiji completely fell in love with the taste. Every time Shin Tong came, he would send a lot of bamboo shoots, and gesture to Shin Tong to bring delicious meat next time. It didn't matter if it was frozen, he loved it. Shin Tong was actually a little puzzled, because she felt that both Chu Xiao and the panda in front of her seemed to be too smart and not very animal-like. To be uncertain, Shin Tong felt that the thoughts and behaviors of these two seemed to be closer to humans. However, it may also be that the animals living in this primitive jungle are particularly smart, and this is another world, perhaps different from the Earth. Shin Tong is also happy to communicate with animals, so she treats Mao Yiji more and more like a friend. Mao Yiji now does not reject Shin Tong and Chu Xiao entering his territory, and even cleans the snow in the open space every day. Although Shin Tong does not come every day, Mao Yiji comes out for a walk every day, and goes back to the cave to sleep when he sees that Shin Tong is not here. Chu Xiao was very unhappy about this. In his eyes, Mao Yiji was just an animal dealer who wanted to kidnap Shin Tong. He even regretted taking Shin Tong to Mao Yiji's place. Shin Tong was making smoked bamboo shoots. Because there were too many bamboo shoots, she was a little tired of eating them every day, but it would be a pity if so many bamboo shoots went bad. Shin Tong planned to make smoked bamboo shoots. At the same time, it was also because winter was too boring. Shin Tong loved to daydream when she was free, so she found something to do to pass the time in the long winter. After 2 months, the ice and snow outside showed no signs of melting, and it was even getting colder. It snowed every few days, and the snow on the ground accumulated before it melted. Shin Tong was a little worried. In addition to the woolen clothes, she also wore animal skins. When she didn't leave the cave, she stayed in bed and warmed herself by the fire. She also reduced the number of times she went to the bamboo forest. It was too cold. Shin Tong felt that the temperature was about 30 to 40 degrees below zero. Fortunately, there was Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao was always warm. Shin Tong wished she could grow on Chu Xiao. After 2 months of winter, Shin Tong was so cold that she asked Chu Xiao in a low voice, "Dahe, when will the snow melt? I'm so cold." Shin Tong's voice was trembling with cold, and this was still in the cave, and Shin Tong's calm was also heated. Chu Xiao's tail circled Shin Tong, lowered his head, and rubbed Shin Tong's head, silently holding Shin Tong in his arms, wanting to tell Shin Tong that it would be soon, the snow would gradually melt in another month, and the temperature would warm up in another 2 months. Shin Tong was a little drowsy from the cold, and subconsciously clung to Chu Xiao, absorbing the warmth from Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao raised his claws to output his supernatural power, and the fireball fell on the extinguished firewood. The warm flame raised the temperature of the cave a little. Chu Xiao frowned, thinking it was not enough. Shinshing Tong in his arms was still shivering. Chu Xiao covered Shinshing Tong with his tail, and used his supernatural power to raise his body temperature. Shinshing Tong's frowned brows gradually relaxed, and he slept more peacefully. Chu Xiao was relieved when he noticed that Shinshing Tong was no longer shivering. If this still couldn't keep Shinshing Tong warm, Chu Xiao planned to send Shinshing Tong out of this planet. In Chu Xiao's eyes, Shinshing Tong, who was weak and had a genetic disease, was pitiful enough, and he couldn't let her freeze to death on this planet just because of his love. Because it was getting colder outside, Chu Xiao didn't allow Shinshing Tong to go out. He even took the animal skin to Shinshing Tong and asked Shinshing Tong to fence off the space of the small bed, fearing that Shinshing Tong would freeze to death when he went out to eat or was not paying attention. Shinshing Tong was too bored in the cave and tried to go out. Who knew that she would retract her hand as soon as she stretched out her hand? It was colder outside than the last time she went out. She froze as soon as she stretched out her hand. Shinshing Tong was sure that if she insisted on going out at this time, she would become an ice sculpture. Compared with the temperature outside, the cave, which was originally cold, became warm. Shinshing Tong shook her head and planned to cook something hot to warm herself up. However, when she walked to her kitchen, she found that her stone pot was cracked in half, and the stone slab used for grilling meat was also broken into pieces. Shinshing Tong couldn't believe it and looked at the two stones a little helplessly. In fact, Shinshing Tong was also worried that the stones would crack when placed on the fire at the beginning, but they didn't burn for so long. So Shinshing Tong thought that these stones were suitable for high temperatures. Who knew that they would break at this time? Shinshing Tong picked up a stone and looked at it. She was a little worried. It was icy and snowy outside. Where could she find new stones to cook food? Eating raw meat in this weather was cold. Not to mention that she couldn't chew it. Even if she chewed it until it was frozen, she would get a stomachache. The stone pot cracked because the temperature dropped, and it was suddenly heated every day. Shinshing Tong moved the broken slate stone pot aside. Without the pot, she had to think of other ways to cook food and boil hot water to drink. After looking around, Shinshing Tong set her sights on the bamboo basin. Although bamboo could be directly burned to cook food, it was too wasteful. She had to find a way to simmer the meat with bamboo over an open fire, but for now, she would cook one pot first. Shinshing Tong found a remaining bamboo tube, put the last potato and melon peel in it, as well as the meat, mushrooms, and carrots, sealed it, and threw it into the fire. Chu Xiao, who was eating, found something wrong when he had almost finished eating. Did he eat meat too fast these days? Chu Xiao finished the last bite of meat, stood up and walked around his food mountain, and found suspicious claw marks that were not completely covered by snow. Chu Xiao narrowed his eyes, looked up in a certain direction, snorted coldly, and returned to the cave. After entering, I saw Shinshing Tong sitting by the fire in a daze. Chu Xiao pulled back the frozen bamboo door that blocked the wind and blocked the cave entrance tightly. Then he walked to Shinshing Tong and asked Shinshing Tong what happened. Shinshing Tong looked up at Chu Xiao and sighed, pointing at the broken stone pot in the corner and said, "Dahe, the stone pot I used to cook rice is broken. I can't chew the frozen meat." Chu Xiao followed Shinshing Tong's gaze and saw the broken stone pot. He immediately understood why Shinshing Tong was in a daze. He knew that Shinshing Tong didn't eat raw meat. The stone pot was Shinshing Tong's food for cooking. Now it was broken. No wonder Shinshing Tong was worried. At this time, Shinshing Tong's bamboo tube meat was also cooked. Shinshing Tong used a branch to jump out of the bamboo tube. After opening it, the fragrance was fragrant. Chu Xiao looked at the bamboo tube curiously, and then looked at Shinshing Tong. Shinshing Tong explained, "This can only be cooked once, and I still need to drink hot water, so I have to think of other ways, but I already have an idea." Chu Xiao retracted his gaze after hearing what Shinshing Tong said, and lay at the entrance of the cave, head facing inside, body slightly bent, and held Shinshing Tong in his arms. Shinshing Tong ate, and fed Chu Xiao at the same time, and finally all the food that could not be finished went into Chu Xiao's stomach. After eating, Shinshing Tong brought bamboo to Chu Xiao to split it, and then covered one side with mud. After it dried, it should be placed on the stove. After lighting the fire, he tried to put the bamboo basin filled with water on the bamboo strips to see if it would work. Fortunately, although the boiling water was a little slower, it was useful. However, the bamboo strips covered with mud at the bottom were not durable, and they had to be covered with mud again in a few days, but this also solved Shinshing Tong's eating problem. When Shinshing Tong came to his senses, he found that Chu Xiao stayed outside for a longer time every day, and sometimes went out in the middle of the night. Shinshing Tong was a little worried about Chu Xiao's behavior. One day when Chu Xiao was about to go out, he stopped Chu Xiao and asked, Dahe, what are you doing outside? Isn't it cold? Chu Xiao lowered his head and touched Shin Tong with his head, signaling Shin Tong not to worry, and then continued to walk out. After a long time, Chu Xiao didn't come back. Shin Tong was very worried. She wrapped herself tightly, put a cup of hot water in her arms, and carefully got out through the gap in the door. Because there was snow everywhere outside, it was clear even at night. Chu Xiao's white hair melted perfectly into the snow. Shin Tong searched for a long time before finding Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao was hiding behind the pile of frozen food, staring in one direction. As if he noticed the movement behind him, Chu Xiao looked back and saw Shin Tong coming out. He immediately stood up and walked back. When he reached the cave entrance, he pushed Shin Tong in with his head. It was so cold outside, Shin Tong would freeze. Shin Tong was pushed back into the cave and asked hurriedly, Dahe, what are you doing? It's so cold outside. You can't just stay outside because of your thick fur. What if you freeze? Seeing Shin Tong's worried look, Chu Xiao shook his head to indicate that it was okay. After a while, he stretched out his claws and pointed at his food. Shin Tong looked over and saw that the pile of meat had been reduced by 3/5. Chu Xiao ate once a day or two, and each meal would eat more than 100 kilograms of meat. However, Shin Tong did not understand, and had not seen Chu Xiao come out to look at the food before. Chu Xiao saw that Shin Tong did not understand, so he did not continue to explain, but stayed outside and stared at his food. It was the first time Shin Tong saw Chu Xiao like this, but she was too cold, so she had to tell Chu Xiao to be careful and go back to the warm bed. When it was dawn, Shin Tong heard strange noises coming from outside, and soon heard the screams of ghosts and wolves. Shin Tong was startled and woke up instantly, and hurriedly got up and put on her clothes. As soon as he looked out from the gap in the cave, he saw Chu Xiao holding a familiar gray thing under his paw and beating it. Shin Tong was stunned for a moment, and finally understood what Chu Xiao meant by staying outside last night. It turned out that an animal really came to steal food. Ha Shirlang was beaten and screamed, and he was still biting a frozen deer in his mouth. He didn't throw it away even after being beaten. He was screaming while eating the meat. The main point was that the beating couldn't be in vain. Chapter 21. Shin Tong stared at Chu Xiao and Ha Shirlang in amazement. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. He didn't know whether to complain about Ha Shirlang's behavior of eating even if he was beaten, or complain about Chu Xiao for guarding outside all night and really catching a meat thief. After Chu Xiao beat Ha Shirlang, he slapped Ha Shirlang away with one claw. When he turned around and saw Shin Tong coming out, he turned around and walked over to let Shin Tong go back into the cave. Shin Tong popped his head out to see Ha Shirlang, who was slapped away, and asked Chu Xiao, Dahe, is that the wolf from before? It came to steal our food? Chu Xiao nodded. He found that the food consumption was abnormal. Normally, he had planned how much food to eat at a time, which was just enough to finish the winter. However, he found that it was not enough these days. He also found the traces left by Ha Shirlang, so he planned to wait and see which thief stole his food. After watching all night, he finally saw Ha Shirlang sneaking in to steal meat. Chu Xiao caught Ha Shirlang with a piece of meat in his mouth and beat him up. He didn't want to run away just because he stole his food. Ha Shirlang fell in the snow and ate a piece of meat, thinking that it was better to beat him than to starve to death. After eating, he went to steal. The meat tasted so good. Chu Xiao went back to the cave to catch up on his sleep. He felt sleepy after guarding all night. Before he slept for long, he heard some noise outside. He got up and saw that Ha Shirlang was stealing his meat openly. Chu Xiao, Shin Tong also saw it and looked at Ha Shirlang speechlessly. Chu Xiao's beating just now didn't scare the giant wolf. Not only did it not run away, but it came back to steal. No, this should be called robbery. Chu Xiao was really angry and jumped out of the cave, stretched out his claws and grabbed Ha Shirlang. Ha Shirlang whimpered, and 3 blood marks appeared on his back, but he didn't run away. He held a piece of meat and lay in front of Chu Xiao whimpering. Shin Tong looked at the 3 blood marks and felt a strange pain in his back. However, after Ha Shirlang whimpered for a while, Shin Tong found that Chu Xiao put down his raised claws and stared at Ha Shirlang seriously. Ha Shirlang didn't want this to happen. He actually saved enough food for the winter, but just halfway through the winter, his food was snatched away by that annoying eagle orc. He had no food to eat, and he couldn't catch prey after searching outside for several days. Seeing that he was about to starve to death, Ha Shirlang thought of Chu Xiao. He remembered that before winter came, he saw Chu Xiao running through the jungle every day. Chu Xiao must have food. Although he couldn't beat Chu Xiao, he shouldn't be discovered if he went there to steal some food in the middle of the night. Ha Shirlang was not sure, and thought that he didn't have the right reason. On the fourth night, when he couldn't find any food, Ha Shirlang was hungry and found the entrance of Chu Xiao's cave. At first, he was worried that he would be discovered by Chu Xiao if he went there, but when he arrived, Ha Shirlang saw that Chu Xiao's cave was blocked by a strange-looking thing. He hid aside, and as long as Chu Xiao didn't come out, he wouldn't be discovered. After realizing this, Ha Shirlang wanted to laugh out loud. Wasn't it waiting for him to steal? Ha Shirlang didn't have to worry about being hungry this winter. He had a good meal. At first, he was cautious and ate very little. After 3 or 4 days, seeing that Chu Xiao didn't notice the loss of food, Ha Shirlang became bolder, and went back to sleep every day after eating a full stomach. Who knew that his shoes would get wet by the river, and he was caught. But Ha Shirlang thought that he was caught anyway, and it would be unfair to not eat enough, so he continued to eat in front of Chu Xiao. When Chu Xiao got serious, Ha Shirlang immediately begged for mercy, and told Chu Xiao the reason loudly. But the tone of explanation sounded a bit mean to Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao looked at Ha Shirlang, who was lying on the ground begging for mercy, but still chewing the meat, and his claws were a little eager to move. Ha Shirlang, who had chewed another piece of meat, was still not satisfied and wanted to eat more, but Chu Xiao was there, so he didn't dare to, because his back was still hurting. So Ha Shirlang started to howl again. "Boss, you just take me in as your subordinate, and take care of my food. I will help you patrol, and I will return your food when the snow melts." Chu Xiao looked at Ha Shirlang with disdain, and his refusal was obvious. Ha Shirlang was anxious, and he hugged Chu Xiao's thigh with his claws, and continued to howl. "I promise to listen to you, boss. Can you bear to see a handsome wolf like me starve to death?" Chu Xiao stared at Ha Shirlang silently, and his meaning was very clear. You won't starve to death, and someone will come to take you back when that time comes. Ha Shirlang refused. "Awoo. I won't go back. I won't go back. I want to stay here." Chu Xiao slapped Ha Shirlang away with a slap, and looked at Ha Shirlang with a warning. Ha Shirlang rolled on the ground and acted like he was going to stay here. "Chu Xiao, my claws are a little itchy." Xinxingtong watched for a long time, and was a little confused. Although she didn't understand what the wolf was howling, the action of rolling on the ground was very familiar. "Isn't this cheating?" Xinxingtong looked at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao also had a headache. Ha Shirlang was of the same kind. He couldn't kill him, nor could he leave him alone, otherwise Ha Shirlang would steal his food. Ha Shirlang saw Chu Xiao hesitate, so he climbed along the vine and ran to the cave quickly. He howled at Xinxingtong, and drooped his eyebrows and pretended to be pitiful, trying to make Xinxingtong sympathize with him. However, Xinxingtong didn't understand what Ha Shirlang was calling out, nor did he see that the huge Ha Shirlang was acting cute and pitiful. Instead, he was frightened by the sudden approach of Ha Shirlang and hurriedly retreated back to the cave. Chu Xiao turned around and hit Ha Shirlang. Ha Shirlang rolled in the snow before he stood firm, grinning and showing a flattering smile, with his tail wagging behind him. In short, he just didn't leave. Xinxingtong saw Zhuang pulling Chu Xiao's paw and asked, "Dahe, what's wrong with that wolf?" Chu Xiao thought about it and ignored Ha Shirlang, which was considered to be tacit approval of Ha Shirlang's behavior. While Xinxingtong was cooking, he signaled Xinxingtong to cook more bamboo shoots for Ha Shirlang to eat. He could stay, but he had to eat vegetarian food, otherwise he wouldn't have enough meat. Xinxingtong probably understood something from Chu Xiao's behavior, and said to Chu Xiao, "So that wolf is your friend? He came because he didn't have enough food to survive the winter, right? But will the wolf eat bamboo shoots? There are still a lot of frozen fruits. I can't eat cold ones. Will the wolf eat them?" Chu Xiao indicated to Xinxingtong to give whatever he wanted, as long as he could fill his stomach. Xinxingtong didn't ask any more questions, and threw some fruits and bamboo shoots for stewing meat to Ha Shirlang every day. Chu Xiao gave Ha Shirlang a piece of raw meat every day. Although he couldn't eat enough, he could ensure that he wouldn't starve to death. Ha Shirlang was very satisfied. He patrolled every morning and went back when he was full. His life was very regular. With the addition of Ha Shirlang, Xinxingtong's bamboo shoots were consumed very quickly. Mushrooms and carrots were all gone. Even the thorny fruits were eaten up because they were shared with Ha Shirlang. Not to mention the frozen fruits. Ha Shirlang was indeed a wolf that was not picky about food. Xinxingtong was a little worried when he saw the bottom of the stock. The potatoes, the staple food, were eaten up, and even the bamboo shoots were gone. Chu Xiao noticed this, patted Xinxingtong's head, and came out of the cave to stare at Ha Shirlang, who was eating hard. Ha Shirlang looked up after realizing it, tilting his head and looking at Chu Xiao in confusion. Chu Xiao pointed at the potatoes in the big bowl of food in front of Ha Shirlang. Go find this kind of food if you have nothing to do. There are also thorny fruits and frozen fruits buried in the snow. You have eaten all the food for the little pet. If you can't bring it back, you won't have meat to eat today. Ha Shirlang widened his eyes, looked down at the potatoes in the bowl and the frozen fruits next to it, and ate them in 2 or 3 bites in the next second. He got up with a howl and ran into the jungle. He couldn't catch the prey, but he could still dig these things out. Xinxing Tong was still worried, and when she saw Chu Xiao coming back, she said, "Dahe, let's go to Gongdan's place to dig some more bamboo shoots. We haven't been to Gongdan's place for half a month." Chu Xiao shook his tail and told Xinxing Tong not to go out. It was cold outside, and Xinxing Tong would freeze if she went out. Xinxing Tong didn't believe it and insisted on going out. She was so cold that she couldn't walk before she walked 5 meters out of the cave. It was Chu Xiao who dragged her back. Xinxing Tong was shivering while warming herself by the fire in the cave. Just now outside, she thought she was going to see the king of hell. Chu Xiao sighed and put his paws on Xinxing Tong's back, transferring heat to Xinxing Tong. He was also a little worried. His little pet was indeed a little stubborn in a sense. On the other side, Mao Yiji hadn't seen Xinxing Tong for half a month. He wanted to eat the bamboo shoots made by Xinxing Tong. He scratched his head for a long time, and finally made up his mind. He carried a large basket of bamboo shoots, and planned to go to Chu Xiao's territory. Although he didn't like Chu Xiao very much, he decided to go to see his friend. Running fast in the snow with a bamboo basket on his back, Mao Yiji slowed down after entering the jungle, sniffing the air as he walked, and successfully arrived at Chu Xiao's cave, bumping into Ha Shirlang, who was coming back from digging fruits and food. Mao Yiji looked at Ha Shirlang warily, ready to fight, but Ha Shirlang grinned at him, then ran away happily, with 2 large bamboo basins on his back, filled with frozen fruits and potatoes. Mao Yiji was stunned, always feeling that the wolf beast man in front of him was strange. Mao Yiji frowned, but thinking of Xinxing Tong, Mao Yiji continued to walk towards Chu Xiao's cave. When he arrived at the entrance of the cave, he saw Ha Shirlang put the basin at the entrance and howled at the inside. "Boss, I found the fruit." Mao Yiji? ? Soon he saw Chu Xiao come out of the cave and take the 2 basins back. Mao Yiji scratched his head stupidly, thinking, could this wolf also be a friend of Miss Food? Mao Yiji glanced at Ha Shirlang, who was having fun next to him, and walked to the entrance of the cave with the basket on his back and made a little noise towards the inside. "Is Miss Food at home?" Chu Xiao, who was pushing 2 bowls of fruit in front of Xinxing Tong, turned back in confusion. Xinxing Tong was a little surprised to see the fruit. "Dahe, where did you find it?" As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a familiar voice outside, and hurriedly said to Chu Xiao, "Dahe, go and have a look, I think I heard the sound of gun gun." Chu Xiao turned around and opened the door, and saw Mao Yiji and the bamboo basket of bamboo shoots on his back. Xinxing Tong, wrapped in thick skin, also saw Mao Yiji, and immediately stood up happily and walked over to greet him. "Gun gun, why are you here?" Mao Yiji looked at Xinxing Tong in a naive way, put down the bamboo shoots on his back, and put them in front of Xinxing Tong, and pointed at the meat. It was obvious that he wanted to eat the food made by Xinxing Tong. Xinxing Tong laughed, and the bamboo shoot said, "Then you have to wait, I will make more for you, you can take it back and eat." After that, Xinxing Tong picked up 3 bamboo shoots, and made bamboo shoot stewed meat for Mao Yiji. Mao Yiji shook his head, and did not go in, just sat outside the cave and waited. Chapter 22. Xinxing Tong was obviously very happy to see Mao Yiji coming. During this period, because it was too cold, Xinxing Tong had hardly left the cave. He was really bored. If Chu Xiao hadn't gone against his usual habit, and accompanied Xinxing Tong every day, Xinxing Tong would have thought of freezing to death. Now Mao Yiji is here. Although he is not a human, he is still alive, and can communicate with body language. Xinxing Tong is naturally happy, and at the same time, he is also very fortunate that the animals here are very intelligent, and can communicate. Chu Xiao was very dissatisfied. When the rolling beast came, Xinxing Tong didn't even look at him, and cooked food for the rolling beast. Chu Xiao looked at the rolling beast outside holding a bamboo shoot and chewing it. His eyes were very dissatisfied. His claws were itching to drive the rolling beast away, but when he saw Xinxing Tong cooking food with great interest while humming an unknown tune, Chu Xiao put down his claws again. Forget it, it's rare for the little pet to be so happy. It must be boring for the little pet who likes to go out and play. Thinking of this, Chu Xiao looked at Mao Yiji with a much kinder look. This rolling beast was useful to make Shin Tong happy. Mao Yiji felt a little cold on his back. He looked around in confusion, then turned to look at Chu Xiao. He found that Chu Xiao closed his eyes and didn't look at him. Mao Yiji scratched his head and continued to chew bamboo shoots. After chewing for a while, a handful of snow suddenly flew over and knocked the bamboo shoots off his hand. The cold snow got into his hair and froze him. Mao Yiji? Ha Shirlang rolled on the ground not far in front of Mao Yiji, pointing his front paws at Mao Yiji, grinning with a mocking look. Subaru hesitated for a moment and looked back at Chu Xiao. It wasn't that he couldn't beat this stupid wolf, but he remembered a saying that goes, if you hit a dog, you should look at its owner. This stupid wolf called out to the Lion Clan leader. After all, this was his territory. Chu Xiao noticed Subaru's gaze and opened his eyes to look over. Seeing Ha Shirlang rolling on the ground and making strange laughter, Chu Xiao was silent for 2 seconds and signaled Subaru to do as he pleased. Subaru immediately looked at Ha Shirlang, bared his teeth at him, and rushed over the next second. Ha Shirlang realized the danger belatedly and immediately rolled to avoid Mao Yiji's attack. He didn't realize that he was the first to provoke him, and threw a handful of snow at Mao Yiji. Mao Yiji fought back against Ha Shirlang's behavior without saying a word, buried Ha Shirlang in the snow and piled up snow. Under Mao Yiji's absolute power, Ha Shirlang was buried after a few resistances. Ha Shirlang let out a miserable howl in the snow pile, as if he was tortured and killed by Mao Yiji. In fact, Mao Yiji was very sensible, and just buried Ha Shirlang. Chu Xiao looked at the snow pile with disdain. It was a useless wolf that couldn't even beat a rolling beast. Ha Shirlang tried to shout more miserably to arouse Chu Xiao's sympathy, and let the rolling beast come down to accompany him. However, Chu Xiao didn't mean to care. Instead, Mao Yiji became impatient and pressed the snow pile a little tighter. When Shin Tong came out after cooking the meat, he saw a mess of snow and asked Chu Xiao curiously, "Dahe, what happened? Where is the wolf that can only eat?" Chu Xiao's tail had subconsciously circled Shin Tong, bringing Shin Tong to his arms. Shin Tong pushed Chu Xiao and shouted to Mao Yiji, who was not far away, "Gun, gun, it's cooked, come and eat." Mao Yiji patted the snow pile, and when he heard Shin Tong's call, he immediately left Ha Shirlang in the snow pile and ran toward Shin Tong. Shin Tong used the largest bamboo basin to hold the meat. In addition to cooking these, there was another basin cooking. A large basin of meat was placed at the entrance of the cave, still steaming, and the aroma was fragrant. When Mao Yiji ran over, the meat had cooled down a lot, and Mao Yiji happily picked it up and poured it into his mouth. Ha Shirlang's nose moved as he smelled the fragrance. The boss is eating alone behind his back. Ha Shirlang rushed out of the snow pile and ran towards the delicious food like a wild horse. Shin Tong was startled and looked at Ha Shirlang with a pile of snow on his body with a speechless expression. Ha Shirlang ran to the cave entrance and braked suddenly, splashing the snow on Shin Tong. Chu Xiao slapped Ha Shirlang away with a slap. Ha Shirlang learned his lesson and ran back again. This time he slowed down and squatted at the cave entrance obediently, sticking out his tongue and looking at Shin Tong with sparkling eyes. His intention was very obvious. Shin Tong helplessly looked at Ha Shirlang, who was obviously huge but had a pitiful look like a puppy. After hesitating for a while, he reached out and touched Ha Shirlang's head like a puppy. Ha Shirlang was stunned for a second, then jumped around in the snow like crazy, and then ran back and looked at Shin Tong with resentment. Shin Tong looked at Ha Shirlang, who suddenly went crazy inexplicably, hitting Chu Xiao, and asked Chu Xiao in a low voice, "Dahe, what's wrong with this wolf?" Chu Xiao was also stunned by Shin Tong's behavior. Shin Tong's action of touching Ha Shirlang's head was indeed a bit offensive, because under normal circumstances, only partners of the opposite sex would do such intimate actions, and other than that, parents would do this when their children were young. Mao Yiji, who was happily eating meat next to him, was also confused. He stared at Shin Tong blankly, and after a while, he scratched his head and looked at Shin Tong in confusion. Isn't Miss Gourmet the partner of this lion orc? Why did he touch the stupid wolf's head? Before Shin Tong could figure out why Chu Xiao, Ha Shirlang, and Mao Yiji all looked a little strange, looking at Chu Xiao in a daze. Chu Xiao came to his senses and rubbed Shin Tong, indicating that Shin Tong was fine. He remembered that Shin Tong's behavior did not seem to know this. Shin Tong reflected on it, and it seemed that she became like this because she touched Ha Shirlang's head. Is it not allowed to touch the head of an animal like a small animal when it grows to a certain size? Shin Tong looked at Ha Shirlang embarrassedly and apologized in a low voice. I'm sorry, I didn't know you didn't like me touching your head. I won't do it next time. Ha Shirlang didn't understand, and still looked at Shin Tong with resentment. Chu Zhao understood and growled at Ha Shirlang, which was considered to convey Shin Tong's meaning. Ha Shirlang looked at Shin Tong. Awoo. I forgive you. Quickly bring the food to this king. Shin Tong looked at Ha Shirlang blankly, and then looked at Chu Zhao. She didn't understand what Ha Shirlang was going to do. Chu Zhao looked at Ha Shirlang with disdain, turned around and picked up the delicious bamboo shoot meat that had just been cooked but not yet cooked and threw it to Ha Shirlang. Ha Shirlang was so happy that he buried his head and ate it, forgetting what happened just now in an instant, and even thought that it was okay for Shin Tong to touch his head, as long as he was given delicious meat to eat. After eating, Mao Yiji saw that it was getting dark, so he waved his paw at Shin Tong and stood up to go back to the bamboo forest. In fact, Mao Yiji also came to see if Shin Tong was safe. After all, in Mao Yiji's eyes, Shin Tong was too weak, and it was so cold that he was very worried. Later, Shin Tong could not go out, so Mao Yiji would bring bamboo shoots and fruits to Shin Tong every now and then to exchange for food, and occasionally he would catch wild rabbits and pheasants to give to Shin Tong as a snack. The long winter was finally about to pass, and the sunny days for several days in a row made the snow outside begin to melt, and the icicles above the cave entrance were also dripping. Shin Tong was very happy to see that the unbearable winter was finally over. She didn't have to worry about being frozen to death, and she didn't have to stay in the cave all the time. She could go out to find food. After spring, there would be more food to eat, and delicious wild vegetables would definitely be found in the jungle. Everything would get better and better as winter passed. It was just that when the snow melted, it was even colder than when it snowed. It was bone-chillingly cold. This was the most difficult time for Shin Tong since winter. She huddled in the animal's skin and didn't even get out of bed. She threw food into the fire with bamboo tubes to roast. She ate a few bites when she was hungry, but she didn't want to leave the warm Kong at all. Chu Zhao hadn't been out for a few days. Shin Tong looked at Chu Zhao with some worry. She found that Chu Zhao hadn't gone out to eat for several days. Dahe, why don't you eat? Chu Zhao looked at Shin Tong. The roughly stored meat had been eaten 3 days ago. The snow had melted a lot in the past 2 days. He had to wait another 2 days before going out to hunt. In fact, it would be better to wait until all the icicles melted and fell before going out to hunt. But Chu Zhao couldn't stay hungry all the time. It would be very dangerous. Seeing Chu Zhao not speaking, Shin Tong got up and ran out to take a look. Only then did he realize that Chu Zhao's food was gone. Shin Tong was anxious and moved the food he cooked and the 40 to 50 kilograms of meat left in the cave next door to Chu Zhao. Dahe, eat quickly, I have enough fruits and bamboo shoots. Chu Zhao pushed the food away, saying that he would not use it, but Shin Tong was tough and stuffed the food into Chu Zhao's mouth, insisting that Chu Zhao eat it. Seeing that Chu Zhao did not eat, Shin Tong bit his lower lip and said, if you don't eat it, I will give it to the wolf. Chu Zhao opened his mouth and sighed silently, wanting to tell Shin Tong that he would be fine if he didn't eat for half a month, but seeing Shin Tong's stubborn expression, Chu Zhao finally lowered his head and ate some. He also left enough meat for Shin Tong to eat for a few days, and said he would not eat it no matter what. Shin Tong touched Chu Zhao's paw. Is it because the wolf ate too much that you don't have enough to eat? Chu Zhao nodded. Shin Tong was a little angry and wanted to settle the score with Ha Shirlang, but she couldn't beat Ha Shirlang, so she had to say to Chu Zhao, I should have known not to give him food. Chu Zhao looked at Shin Tong with amusement. Seeing that Shin Tong was shivering from the cold after getting angry, he quickly held Shin Tong in his arms. Ha Shirlang was also crying with hunger, but Chu Zhao really had no food. No matter how shameless he was, he would not snatch the food from the female orcs, so he could only endure it. When icicles fell randomly from the sky, Ha Shirlang did not dare to go out hunting, fearing that he would be pierced by icicles falling from the sky. Shin Tong would run to the cave entrance shivering every day to see how the snow was melting. Fortunately, as the snow melted, the temperature was also rising. Although it was still very cold, Shin Tong could withstand it wearing a sweater under the animal's skin. For days later, the ice at the entrance of the cave had melted, and only the corners where the sun could not reach the entrance were still covered with pieces of snow. Chu Zhao finally stopped staying in the cave, and jumped into the jungle to catch the animals that came out of their nests after the spring. Chapter 23. Shin Tong was relieved when she saw Chu Zhao finally went out hunting. She was really worried that Chu Xiao would lose his mind due to hunger. At the same time, the ice and snow outside melted. Xin Tong took out her mobile phone again. Spring is the season of revival of all things. She should be able to let her mobile phone scan all things upgrade as soon as possible. The most important thing is that her salt is finished. She needs to find a salty stone and get some salt. Xin Tong thought about it in her mind. She needs a lot of things to live here, and she doesn't want to stay in this place forever. She still wants to go out and look for the human society in this world. She wants to know what kind of world she has traveled to. Besides, if she really couldn't go back, she would have to live in this world for at least 50 or 60 years. If she stayed in such a place all the time, she would feel bored. So Xin Tong thought about it, and decided to prepare herself to explore this strange world with Dahe. Life is neither long nor short. After a winter, Xin Tong thought seriously that if she stayed here all the time, she would probably degenerate into an animal. Besides, she had a golden finger that was very useful for the jungle. It would be a bit of a waste if she only wandered around in this small area. However, all this was based on Chu Xiao's agreement to go out with Xin Tong. So Xin Tong had to convince Chu Xiao, otherwise if she went alone, she might be killed by animals before she even got out of the jungle. Xin Tong clapped her hands and stood up, carrying her small bamboo basket out of the cave. The ground outside was a little muddy because the ice and snow melted. Xin Tong picked the dry ground and walked. When she got there, the animal's skin on her feet was covered with mud. Xin Tong put the bamboo basket aside. She remembered that it was here that she found the salt ore last time. The ice and snow on this mountain wall also melted. Xin Tong used a bamboo board cut into the shape of a shovel to dig inside. It was not easy to dig. There was no mud here, but all rocks. It could even be said that it was impossible to dig. Xin Tong tried hard for a long time, but didn't dig out a stone. Panting, she found a clean place to sit down and rest. After resting for a while, Xin Tong realized that she couldn't dig out salt ore like this. She didn't have enough strength. She didn't know how long it would take to dig like this. When she was digging just now, she didn't think about what to do if the piece she dug was not salt ore. Xin Tong put down the bamboo shovel in her hand and took out her mobile phone. She didn't have enough strength, but Dahe had plenty of strength and means. Xin Tong began to scan the rocks on the mountain. After scanning a piece, she finally found salt ore. There were salt ore in the adjacent pieces. Xin Tong made a mark and planned to wait for Chu Xiao to come back and ask Chu Xiao to help her dig these stones down. This time Xin Tong planned to get more. The 2 kilograms of salt she made before winter were not enough. Xin Tong spent a whole winter searching for salt, but she still had nothing to use in the last period of time. It would not hurt to stock up more salt. After marking many places, Xin Tong stopped and walked back. The things in the cave also needed to be cleaned up. After a few days, when the ground outside was dry, Xin Tong wanted to follow Chu Xiao to the jungle to dig wild vegetables to eat. Chu Xiao came back early in the afternoon and brought back only one prey. However, from Chu Xiao's appearance, it seemed that he had eaten his fill outside before returning. The prey he brought back was for Xin Tong. Xin Tong stood up immediately when he saw Chu Xiao coming back and looked at him happily. Dahe, you are finally back. Come and help me dig some of those stones down. Before Chu Xiao put down his things, he was pulled to the side by Xin Tong. Seeing the mountain wall marked by Xin Tong, Chu Xiao looked at Xin Tong. Xin Tong patted the marked place and said, "It's here, take out this stone and make it smaller." Chu Xiao tilted his head. Although he didn't know what Xin Tong wanted to do, he still did it. A pile of fist-sized stones soon piled up in front of Xin Tong, almost as tall as Xin Tong. Xin Tong was so happy that he hugged Chu Xiao's head and kissed him on the face. Chu Xiao, Chu Xiao's brain crashed again, and he was stunned for a long time, until Xin Tong put the broken stones into the bamboo basket and looked at him with bright eyes. Chu Xiao mechanically bit a basket of stones and walked into the cave. His eyes were a little dull, as if he was wandering in the sky. Xin Tong didn't notice it, and she was excited to pack the remaining stones. When Chu Xiao helped her move them back to the cave, she went to the pile of stones and picked a stone of the right size, intending to ask Chu Xiao to hollow it out and take it back as a pot. Stones can burn longer. Chu Xiao's mind recovered after he moved the stones. His face, which was covered by hair, suddenly turned red. His tail swung back and forth, and he looked a little helpless. This was not the first time Xin Tong kissed him, but Chu Xiao felt completely different this time. Chu Xiao thought he might be sick and a little strange. Just as Chu Xiao was looking at the wall and thinking, Shin Tong stood at the entrance of the cave and called him, "Dahe, come and help me." Chu Xiao got up and walked out in a depressed mood. When he saw the stone that Shin Tong moved over, he subconsciously looked at Shin Tong with a questioning look. Shin Tong patted the stone and said with a smile, "Dig a hole here." He then pointed to the broken stone that was burned in winter. "Make a pot like that." Chu Xiao understood, stretched out his claws and dug out a stone pot for Shin Tong in a few seconds, and helped Shin Tong move it to the small cave. After the snow melted outside, it was no longer possible to melt snow and boil water at any time. However, there was still unused water in the 2 stone water tanks these 2 days. Chu Xiao took a look and waited until the water was almost used up before getting new water for Shin Tong. Shin Tong hummed a song while grilling meat. She fed Chu Xiao what she couldn't finish as a snack. After the spring, she didn't need to store food because it would spoil easily. So she ate all the meat every day to reduce the smell in the cave. After eating, it was completely dark outside. Shin Tong cleaned the pot, washed the mud off the salt ore and threw it into the pot. She covered the pot with a bamboo basin, added firewood and went to bed. Although the temperature was high now, it was still cold at night. She was comfortable sleeping on the heated kong, but Shin Tong felt a little strange. She didn't say it during the coldest winter, but now she slept on the kong and covered with animal skins. She would not be too cold to fall asleep. On the contrary, she could sleep well. But every morning she found that she was not in her own nest, but sleeping on Chu Xiao, with Chu Xiao's tail in her arms. Of course, sleeping like this is very comfortable, but Shin Tong always feels that it is not good for her to do so. So she checks every day before going to bed to make sure that she will not roll out of the nest. However, this action is useless. Shin Tong still sleeps in Chu Xiao's arms in the familiar posture when she wakes up in the morning. Shin Tong looks at Chu Xiao with suspicion, thinking that it might be Dahe who did it. But seeing Chu Xiao's confident and unashamed eyes, Shin Tong thinks that she may be wrong, and at the same time deeply reflects on herself. She must not roll over at night. Dahe used to sleep alone, and now she must have disturbed Dahe. Maybe Dahe will not sleep well because of this. Chu Xiao's tail swung back and forth, and it was impossible to tell that he had secretly used his tail to roll Shin Tong into his arms to sleep in the middle of the night. After a few days, the ground outside was dried by the sun, and the temperature rose quickly. Shin Tong could take off the animal's skin and only wear a light sweater. After walking out of the cave, Shin Tong looked at the green jungle gradually emerging with relief. He was carrying a bamboo basket behind him. Shin Tong was going to find something to eat in the jungle. Chu Xiao carried Shin Tong into the jungle. There were still some small pieces of snow that had not completely melted in the jungle, but some green appeared under the snow. The nuts that had been buried in the snow for a winter also emerged. Some of them had already rotted, but you could still pick up those with intact shells. Chu Xiao put Shin Tong in a place where the sun could shine for a moment. He looked at Shin Tong worriedly and signaled Shin Tong not to wander around. Chu Xiao actually didn't want to leave Shin Tong alone, but there were many other beasts hunting besides him in the place where he hunted, which was more dangerous. He was not afraid of the beasts on the ground, but there was an eagle beastman who was very difficult to deal with. He would always fall from the sky when he was not paying attention. Chu Xiao was worried that Shin Tong would be captured. Shin Tong waved her hand to let Chu Xiao rest assured. With the previous experience, she would not run around. Chu Xiao left, looking back every 3 steps, thinking that he had to catch enough prey and come back early today. When Chu Xiao's back was out of sight, Shin Tong took out his shovel and began to look for something to eat in this area. The ground was covered with withered weeds. Shin Tong simply took out his phone and scanned all the way. Fortunately, he saw a handful of delicious mushrooms hidden under the snow. It was difficult to find food at this time, but it was better than nothing. Being able to walk around was also a happy thing for Shin Tong, who had been bored for a whole winter. Shin Tong was in a good mood, and the experience bar of the app was also rising after scanning. Shin Tong believed that the app would be upgraded soon. Shin Tong searched this area thoroughly. Chu Xiao hadn't come back yet. Shin Tong carved a mark on the tree and walked a little further away. She didn't dare to walk too far. It was about 10 minutes away. With the mark, Shin Tong didn't get lost like before. Shin Tong was also surprised to find peanuts and wild sweet potatoes that had been buried for a winter. Shin Tong kissed her phone happily. When she used her phone to scan the ground, the app reminded her that there were peanuts and sweet potatoes under the withered weeds that could not be seen. Tong dug up many peanuts and sweet potatoes in this small piece of land. Before she finished, Tong wiped her sweat. Her bamboo basket was full. She would come back tomorrow for the rest. She carried a full basket of sweet potatoes and peanuts to the place where she separated from Chu Xiao with great effort. She was exhausted and panting, but she was particularly happy to see a basket of food and think that there was still a lot of food that had not been dug up. After resting for a while, Chu Xiao appeared in Tong's sight. He was still carrying a prey and quickened his pace when he saw Tong. Tong waved at Chu Xiao, and on the way back, he asked Chu Xiao to take a detour to the river and throw the basket full of peanuts and sweet potatoes into the river to wash off the mud on it. When they finished doing this and returned to the cave, it was already getting dark. Tong patted Chu Xiao's paws and spread the sweet potatoes and peanuts on the rocks outside to dry and preserve them. Chapter 24. After the beginning of spring, Tong gradually became unable to wear her woolen clothes. The spring here warmed up much faster than the spring in Tong's memory. In less than half a month, Tong changed her thick sweater into a fur vest. Although it was still a bit hot, it would be cold to wear only her short sleeves. Tong dug out the peanuts and sweet potatoes in the field bit by bit and brought them back. In the meantime, Tong also gave some to Mao Yiji to eat, and got some fresh bamboo shoots from Mao Yiji. Green wild vegetables also emerged in the jungle. Tong tried many kinds of edible vegetables, and finally concluded that mustard greens were the most suitable for her taste. With wild vegetables, Tong finally stopped eating meat every meal. But recently, Tong felt that Chu Xiao seemed a little bit strange. Tong couldn't really tell what was wrong. She felt that Chu Xiao had been a little elusive recently, which was different from the usual hunting. Tong had observed that Chu Xiao used to be very regular every day. He would take her out in the morning, put her in a safe place, and then go hunting. Although he still took her out now, he ran away after putting her down, and he didn't look back every step of the way as before. But this is not wrong. What makes Tong feel wrong is that Chu Xiao seems to be avoiding her. In fact, Tong is not sure whether Chu Xiao is avoiding her. The main reason is that she has been sticking to Chu Xiao for a whole winter. She just came here not long before the winter, so she doesn't know whether Chu Xiao has been like this before. Tong is a little distressed about this. She has no energy to dig the ground to find food. After realizing that Chu Xiao is wrong, Tong found that she would not roll into Chu Xiao's arms when she slept at night. When Tong woke up one morning and found it, she looked at Chu Xiao with a very suspicious look. She now thinks that it may not be her who rolled into Chu Xiao's arms in the middle of the night, but she has no evidence. Then when Tong called Chu Xiao only responded once and 10 times. It was obvious that Chu Xiao was in a daze. It took a long time for him to come back to his senses after hearing Tong calling him. After so many times, Tong lost his temper and could only sigh helplessly and try not to disturb Chu Xiao's daze. But after a long time, Tong couldn't help but feel a little worried. She wanted to ask Chu Xiao what was wrong, but every time she approached Chu Xiao ran away as if he had been electrocuted. Tong stared blankly at Chu Xiao, who was running away. Before her hand even touched Chu Xiao's claws, Chu Xiao had already run 10 meters away. Tong felt uncomfortable with Chu Xiao's behavior. She didn't know why Chu Xiao suddenly started to avoid her and ignored her. Tong looked at her palm with a dull expression. A terrible thought popped up in her mind. If one day she was driven out by Dahe, no one would treat her as well as Dahe in this strange place. Tong felt uncomfortable and wanted to cry when she thought of this, but no one listened to her. Chu Xiao felt a little annoyed after running away, but he couldn't not run, mainly because Chu Xiao had recently recovered a lot of his thinking memories before coming to Yuanqixing. The most important thing was that his estrus period was coming soon, and he was in a bad state. He would be irritable and angry for no reason. If he continued to get too close to Tong, he was worried that he would hurt Tong. At the same time, the orcs of the entire primitive star became a little restless. In a starship stationed in outer space of the primitive star, a soldier who was monitoring the data of the primitive star found the command cabin and reported, "Commander-in-Chief, the winter of the primitive star has passed. According to the data sent back, the marshals are in good condition, but the data has fluctuated a little during this period. Dr. Go has seen the data and said that it is because the estrus period is approaching. Commander, do we need to give the marshals inhibitors?" The person called the commander withdrew his eyes from the data displayed on the light screen, turned to look at the soldier who reported and asked, Did Dr. Go say how long it would take for the marshal to come back? The soldier shook his head. Dr. Go didn't say. Shi Lu frowned, then said to the soldier, I know, I will go to ask Dr. Go, and make a decision later. The soldier nodded and left. Shi Lu pinched his eyebrows, narrowed his eyes, and after a while, he gathered his long hair behind his head, picked up the hat beside him, left the command cabin, and went directly to the medical room. In the medical room, a handsome man in a white coat was fiddling with those strange instruments. Shi Lu leaned against the door and asked, How long will it take for the marshal to come back? There is news from the front line that those rubbish can't be in office anymore. The guys who clamored to resign from the marshal's position last year are now silent. I think it would be better if the marshal didn't go. He should take good care of himself for a year or two. But if he really does this, those innocent civilians will probably be eaten by the Zerg. Go Chi-Huang waved his hand and said without turning his head, What's the hurry? The time is almost up, and the inhibitor is ready. Find a time to send it down, otherwise, except for the marshal, the others will have to fight to the death. Shi Lu looked at Go Chi-Huang speechlessly. In the entire Chu army, only he and Go Chi-Huang were left to guard. The others followed them. The marshal's sleeping consciousness turned into a beast, and went to the primitive star to recuperate, suppressing the devouring energy left in the body from the battle with the Zerg that would affect the mental ability. So far, their marshal has been in the original star for almost a year. The good news is that the data sent back by their marshal is indeed tending to stabilize, and getting better, but the situation outside is not good. The front line of the border star has been shrinking, and many residents of the border star died without evacuating in time. There have been many dissatisfied comments from the public on the star network, and some have called for the restoration of their martial positions. Some have scolded the ministers for inaction, and some have scolded His Majesty the Empire for being stupid. Shi Lu sighed. This is not a good thing. The more intense the public's comments are, the more serious the situation is. Go Chi-Huang looked back and saw Shi Lu's expression, smiled, and waved his hand. I told you not to worry. I saw that the marshal's mind was recovering, and since before the rainy season last year, the energy swallowed in the marshal's body has been reduced a little, which is a good thing. I would rather the marshal stay down there for a little longer. He has been hard enough these years. Brother Lu, don't worry about it. Shi Lu sighed. I'm just worried that those people are doing bad things behind the scenes. Go Chi-Huang waved his hand. What are you afraid of? Aren't we guarding here with the marshal's personal guards? Besides, the imperial law clearly stipulates that anyone who destroys the original star will face the punishment of exile from the universe. Shi Lu is not as optimistic as Go Chi-Huang. He knows that the law is for those who abide by it. What use is the law for those who want to interfere? Although he did not get the exact time from Go Chi-Huang, Shi Lu still notified the logistics department to prepare robots to drop inhibitors at a fixed point. Go Chi-Huang cleaned up his laboratory, turned on the data monitoring and took a look. When he was about to look away, he suddenly felt strange. Huh? She uttered a sound, and then called up the satellite surveillance to check it carefully. Xinxing Tong was still immersed in the mood that Chu Xiao ignored her, and Chu Xiao was not right. She had no appetite for food. From time to time, she stared at Chu Xiao's back with a look of hesitation. She wanted to know what happened to Chu Xiao, but Chu Xiao ran away when he saw her approaching, as if there was a ghost chasing him. Chu Xiao noticed Xinxing Tong's gaze on him, and his back stiffened a little. Then he silently got up and walked away, and continued to stare at the sky in a daze to suppress his inner irritability. After a few days, Xinxing Tong couldn't stand Chu Xiao ignoring her all the time. Before Chu Xiao went hunting, she carried her bamboo basket and a bamboo stick and walked into the jungle without even looking at Chu Xiao. She planned to go to the bamboo forest to ask Gun Gun. In Xinxing Tong's opinion, Gun Gun was also very human. We are all animals. Maybe Gun Gun knew what happened to her Dahe. Chu Xiao, who was about to wait for Xinxing Tong to leave, looked at Xinxing Tong's stubborn back in a daze. He stretched out his claws toward Xinxing Tong's back, and it took him a while to come back to his senses. He instantly jumped over and caught up with Xinxing Tong, looking at Xinxing Tong with his head tilted. Xinxing Tong was a little angry. He knew that Chu Xiao was catching up, but he ignored Chu Xiao and walked into the jungle faster, showing a clear attitude of if you ignore me, I will ignore you. He also unconsciously showed a little angry expression on his face. However, no matter how fast he was, he could not catch up with Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao followed Xinxing Tong slowly, looking at Xinxing Tong in confusion, and did not realize that Xinxing Tong was angry because of his behavior during this period. Xinxing Tong remembered the route to Mao Yiji, but Chu Xiao had always carried her there before, and the speed was very fast, which made Xinxingtang's perception of distance unclear. After walking for a long time, she didn't even reach the valley. She even saw a lot of new species of plants during the rest time. Chu Xiao was not in a hurry to go hunting. His Tangnang looked like she was going to run away from home, and Chu Xiao was not very reassured. In this season, the jungle was very dangerous, and there were beasts in heat everywhere. Xinxingtang pursed her lips and leaned on her crutches. Her feet hurt after walking for so long. She also knew that Chu Xiao was following her, but Xinxingtang was unwilling to give in and let Chu Xiao carry her. Xinxingtang wiped the sweat off her face, took out a bamboo tube and drank a sip of water, and continued to walk. She saw the huge Chu Xiao following her from the corner of her eye. Xinxingtang became more and more angry, threw the bamboo stick into the basket and ran forward. Chu Xiao was a little confused, but he looked at Xinxingtang with great satisfaction, thinking that it was good for Xinxingtang to be so lively. If he was not with Xinxingtang in the future, Xinxingtang's speed would not be able to catch many prey, but it would still have a chance to escape. With this idea in mind, Chu Xiao did not stop Xinxingtang's behavior at all, not knowing that Xinxingtang had been walking for most of the day and started running again. He was already very tired, his feet and knees hurt, and he felt so wrong that he wanted to cry. When the sun was setting in the afternoon, Xinxingtang finally crossed the valley and was about to reach the bamboo forest. Chu Xiao realized Xinxingtang's purpose and frowned. If he went to the bamboo forest at this time, the rolling beast might not be very friendly, and might even be harmful to Xinxingtang. Chu Xiao jumped in front of Xinxingtang and blocked her way. He looked at her silently, and it was obvious that he didn't want Xinxingtang to go. Xinxingtang was furious when she saw Chu Xiao stopping her. "Why are you stopping me? Aren't you ignoring me? Can't I go play with the rolling beast?" Chu Xiao shook his head and looked at Xinxingtang seriously. She definitely couldn't go. Seeing that Chu Xiao didn't let her go and didn't explain why, Xinxingtang burst into tears after a while of pent-up emotions. She pointed at Chu Xiao and cursed, "You big black, you were so clingy before winter, but now you ignore me every day, don't let me pinch your paws, don't let me hold your tail, and now you don't even let me find friends, I. In the end, Xinxingtang kept saying "I" for a long time, but couldn't say anything threatening. Xinxingtang felt very helpless, and threw the bamboo stick to the ground in anger. She turned her back to Chu Xiao, and wiped her tears. Chu Xiao was confused. He didn't quite understand why Xinxingtang was angry and even cried. Seeing Xinxingtang crying, Chu Xiao was a little anxious and circled around Xinxingtang, trying to figure out why Xinxingtang was crying. Chapter 25. Xinxingtang wiped her tears with her back to Chu Xiao. She was really worried about Chu Xiao's abnormality, but Chu Xiao avoided her and didn't say anything when asked. This made Xinxingtang feel very uneasy. When she was a child, she had a white puppy. The puppy happily sent her to school every day and waited for her on the way home after school. But one day, the puppy suddenly stopped sending her to school. When she came back from school, she was told that the puppy was dead. Xinxingtang was afraid that Chu Xiao's abnormality would be the same as that puppy. He would suddenly ignore her one day and disappear from her life. At this time, Xinxingtang had to admit that she was very dependent on Chu Xiao in this primitive jungle without human beings. In Xinxingtang's heart, she and Chu Xiao depended on each other in this jungle. She couldn't live without Dahe. So after noticing that Chu Xiao was not right, Xinxingtang would be worried and angry that Chu Xiao did not tell her anything. Chu Xiao wanted to stretch out his claws to wipe Xinxingtang's tears, but Chu Xiao's claws were too big and directly smeared Xinxingtang's face. Before he could stop his strength, he accidentally pushed Xinxingtang backwards and fell to the ground. Xinxingtang stared blankly at Chu Xiao's frozen claws, and cried even louder the next second, sad and aggrieved. Tears could not stop flowing from the gaps between his fingers. Chu Xiao froze in place. He did not want to push Xinxingtang down. Chu Xiao came to his senses and hurriedly wanted to help Xinxingtang, but when he thought of the action just now that made Xinxingtang fall, he retracted his claws and used his tail to circle Xinxingtang's waist and put Xinxingtang on his back, and did not forget to gently pat Xinxingtang's back with the tip of his tail to comfort her. Xinxingtang continued to cry on Chu Xiao's back, letting Chu Xiao carry her back. When they returned to the cave, it was completely dark and the moon was out. Xinxingtang still couldn't control her sobbing, and the hair on Chu Xiao's back was wet with tears. Chu Xiao listened silently to the crying on his back getting smaller and smaller. When he returned to the cave, he didn't rush to go in, but carried Xinxingtang on his back and walked around outside, trying to cheer Xinxingtang up in this way. Xinxingtang wiped her tears and climbed up from Chu Xiao's back. She was a little tired after crying for so long, and after thinking about it, Shin Tong felt a little embarrassed. She actually cried so sadly in front of Dahe. No matter how smart Dahe was, he was still a beast. Maybe Dahe didn't know why she was crying, or maybe Dahe was like this during this period. It was normal for Dahe, but it was abnormal in her eyes. It's understandable that she cares about Dahe, but she can't ask Dahe, who can't talk, to tell her everything just because she cares about him. She can't use her human mind to ask Dahe, which is against the law of nature. Shin Tong convinced herself and apologized to Chu Xiao quietly on his back. I'm sorry, Dahe, I'm just worried about you. If this is normal, just nod your head. I won't interfere with you. As long as you are fine, don't leave me, don't abandon me. Shin Tong's voice was soft, and there was some crying tone that couldn't be stopped. Chu Xiao felt so soft in his heart after hearing this. How could his Tang Tang be so obedient? How could he abandon the poor little thing he picked up? If he goes back in the future, he will take Tang Tang with him. He will give Tang Tang everything he can. Chu Xiao put Shin Tong at the entrance of the cave, and nodded at Shin Tong seriously. He wanted to reassure Shin Tong, and didn't want Shin Tong to cry. Shin Tong sniffed, hugged Chu Xiao's head and rubbed it, saying, I know how long will you continue like this? Can you stop hiding from me? I'm scared. Chu Xiao was a little stiff, and at the same time, he felt a little sweetly troubled. His daughter Tang Tang was good in everything except that she liked to do some intimate things, which made him feel embarrassed. Shin Tong saw that Chu Xiao ignored her for a long time, and slapped Chu Xiao angrily and said, Dahe, you ignored me again. Chu Xiao came back to his senses, looked at Shin Tong, and nodded to show that he understood. At the same time, Chu Xiao was also reflecting on himself. Even if he was afraid that he could not control himself and hurt Shin Tong, he could not ignore her. This was a very bad cold violence behavior. When Shin Tong saw Chu Xiao nod, she smiled, but her eyes were red from crying, and this smile looked very pitiful. Chu Xiao pushed Shin Tong back to the cave, and clumsily used his claws to pick up the bamboo tube meat that Shin Tong had thrown into the fire in the morning, and had not eaten yet, and brought it to Shin Tong, motioning Shin Tong to eat. Shin Tong had walked all day, and was tired and hungry at this moment. Seeing Chu Xiao bring food to her, she took it and opened it, and started eating without hesitation. Halfway through the meal, Shin Tong suddenly remembered that Chu Xiao didn't seem to go out to find food today because of her. Shin Tong looked at the food in her hand, and suddenly felt a little guilty. Because of her, Dahe was still hungry. Thinking of this, Shin Tong couldn't eat anymore and looked up at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao looked at Shin Tong with gentle eyes, but the distance was a little far. He didn't stick to Shin Tong all the time like before, and he didn't want to stay away from Shin Tong during this period, but kept a certain distance, but not too far. Shin Tong handed the food to Chu Xiao, and said guiltily, Dahe, you didn't go out hunting today, are you hungry? Eat something. Chu Xiao tilted his head to look at Shin Tong, shook his head to indicate that he was not hungry, and not eating for a day would not make him feel hungry. Shin Tong simply sent the food to Chu Xiao's mouth, feeding him while saying, Eat quickly, otherwise you will be hungry and can't sleep. It's not good to sleep on an empty stomach. Chu Xiao was stunned for a moment, and soon looked at Shin Tong with a smile in his eyes. He didn't refuse again, and he and Shin Tong shared the food one bite at a time. Although the food was not enough for Chu Xiao to fill his teeth, Shin Tong would be happy if Chu Xiao ate it. The next day, Shin Tong got up and saw Chu Xiao outside the cave, and he returned to his usual state, so he walked over to greet him, Dahe, good morning. Chu Xiao looked back at Shin Tong, and asked with his eyes if Shin Tong wanted to go out. Shin Tong looked at his phone, and the progress bar was almost there, so he nodded, indicating that he wanted to go out. Chu Xiao used his tail to circle Shin Tong, and put him on his back, and then took Shin Tong into the jungle. This time Chu Xiao took Shin Tong to a place Shin Tong had never been to before. He had observed Shin Tong, and knew that Shin Tong liked to pull some strange grasses. Now there was a place in his cave that Shin Tong had cleared out to store those dried grasses. After putting Shin Tong down, Chu Xiao cleared the potential threats around him, and left a mark before leaving Shin Tong to hunt. Recently, there are more and more ferocious beasts, and even the docile herbivores are very anxious. Chu Xiao didn't dare to leave Shin Tong for too long, so he planned to go, and come back quickly. Shin Tong saw Chu Xiao leave, looked around, and started to use the tools he had made, a 15-centimeter bent bamboo piece, connected to a stick, as a head, although it was not so sharp, but it could still remove the weeds. Shin Tong ignored the familiar weeds, and used her mobile phone to scan the strange grass that appeared after she pulled away the grass. She collected a lot of useful herbs, and dried them according to the plan given by the app. Although those things were useless for the time being, Tong thought that they were useless now, but they would not be useless in the future. She still had a long time here, so it would definitely be good to keep them. After scanning all the strange grass within a radius of 50 meters, Tong had some more medicinal herbs in her bamboo basket. The names were all unfamiliar, but the functions were very familiar. Tong planned to take them all back. After scanning this article, Tong also dug up yam. Although she didn't like eating yam, she was at this point, and there was no need to be picky about food, so she took all of it back. After the bamboo basket was full, Tong stopped and looked at her phone again. The progress bar was still a little short. Tong looked around and didn't dare to go far. She honestly put away her tools and carried the bamboo basket back to the place where she and Chu Xiao separated. After finding a place to sit down, Tong was a little bored. Seeing that Chu Xiao hadn't come back yet, she simply put the bamboo basket in front of her and picked a few large leaves next to it. She planned to pick out the weeds from the herbs she picked, sort them out, separate them, and take them back to dry. This job requires carefulness. Tong picked a lot. She walked too much yesterday, and her legs were a little sore. She was thinking about finding some herbs to soothe the meridians, and boil them to apply to her legs after returning. I don't know how long it took Tong to pack all the herbs, and put the other things back in the basket. She stood up and stretched. Just as she was about to take a walk, she heard a strange sound above her head. Tong looked up and saw nothing, but she did not hear the sound wrong. Tong became alert, put the bamboo basket on her back, held a sharpened bamboo stick in her hand, and found a thick tree to lean against to prevent being attacked from the front and back. After a long time, nothing came out, but Tong still didn't dare to relax her vigilance, because she found that the surroundings gradually became quiet. She could hear the sound of insects and small animals running by, but now there was no sound at all. Something was wrong. Tong became nervous, and hoped that Chu Xiao would appear in front of her in the next second. The atmosphere around her became stagnant. Tong felt that the current situation was inexplicably like the first time she met Chu Xiao, which was very dangerous. Tong swallowed unconsciously, and held the bamboo pole in her hand tighter. At this time, there was another strange movement above Tong. Tong subconsciously looked up, but could only see layers of leaves and branches. The leaves were shaking, but there was no wind. Tong was nervous, and became more nervous. There was another noise. Tong looked over, and saw a huge black shadow passing through the gaps between the leaves. It was so fast that Tong could not see clearly what it was. The only thing she could be sure of was that she could not deal with this unknown creature. Tong made a prompt decision, and ran in the direction where Chu Xiao left. Chu Xiao was about to come to find her at this time. If she stayed here, she might die. If she ran, she might find Chu Xiao who had returned. However, things were somewhat beyond Tong's expectations. She had only run a few steps when the black shadow fell from the sky in front of her. Tong was a little confused. She carefully stepped forward and poked the black shadow with a stick. When she found that the black shadow did not move, she walked forward bravely. The stick in her hand was still against the black shadow, and her hand was about to pull the black shadow to see what it was. Before Tong could see clearly, Chu Xiao came back. He smelled a nasty smell from a distance, and immediately ran back like the wind. However, the situation he saw made Chu Xiao a little confused. If he was not mistaken, Tong had killed a beast with that stick that broke at the slightest bend? Chapter 26. Tong quickly retracted her hand, but the stick was still against the unknown creature. She raised one hand to greet Chu Xiao, and her expression was visibly happy. She was afraid when Chu Xiao didn't come. Now that Chu Xiao came, Tong became bolder. After greeting, she walked to the unknown creature and tried hard to turn it over to see what fell in front of her. The unknown creature had feathers on its body, and it was all black with some gray feathers. After using all her strength to turn the unknown creature over, Tong found that it seemed to be a bird, and a big bird. Tong gestured and saw that it was 3 times her size. It was the first time Tong saw such a big bird. The bird looked a bit like an eagle, but Tong was not sure because she had never seen a live eagle. Chu Xiao also came to Tong at this time. He looked at Tong first, and then moved his eyes to the suspected eagle. After just one look, Chu Xiao showed a look of disdain and unfriendly, and stretched out his claws, ready to move on the eagle's neck. Tong looked at Chu Xiao's claws and asked, Dahe, do you like this big bird? I don't know if it's good to eat. It's so big that it's hard to handle if we take it home. Let's drag it to the river. We can pluck these feathers, wash them, and keep them for warmth in winter. Chu Xiao was very tempted by Tong's suggestion, but he knew in his heart that this was the same kind, and it was the one that left a wound on Tong's abdomen when he picked it up last year. Although he didn't know how this annoying eagle orc became like this, Chu Xiao definitely couldn't really eat this guy. Tong was still holding the stick and gesturing at Ingtiaoshi, as if she was gesturing where to stab him, but Tong still didn't dare to really stab him. She had never killed a chicken before, and the meat was always taken back by Chu Xiao after he processed it. She had never seen any particularly bloody scenes, so now she was really asked to stab the stick into a creature, which was a bit of a psychological barrier. Tong had no choice but to look up at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao was very direct. He raised his claws and slapped Ingtiaoshi away. He didn't like this eagle orc, even if he was injured, because this eagle orc was more annoying than Ha Shirlang. Ha Shirlang is just a bad mouth, not very good at stopping when things are going well, but Ingtiaoshi is just a guy who has nothing to do after eating. He attacks beasts and orcs indiscriminately, so Chu Xiao doesn't like Ingtiaoshi. When they meet, there is nothing else to do except fighting. Now seeing Ingtiaoshi like this, Chu Xiao is just gloating and not adding insult to injury, which is already very good. Yes, Chu Xiao didn't think that his action of slapping Ingtiaoshi away was adding insult to injury. Tong looked at Chu Xiao's actions and asked a little puzzled, Dahe, can't I eat this? Chu Xiao nodded. Tong looked at Ingtiaoshi with some regret. She had thought of many ways to cook it, such as braised chicken nuggets, beggar's chicken legs, and roasted wings, but Chu Xiao said it was inedible. There was no need to bring back things that were inedible. Tong picked up the yam that accidentally fell out while running and put it back in the bamboo basket, intending to go back with Chu Xiao. Unexpectedly, Ingtiaoshi, who was thought to be dead, moved, which scared Tong. She hurriedly hid behind Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao took a look. The angle of Ingtiaoshi's wings was not normal. He was injured. There was blood on his claws. As long as Ingtiaoshi didn't fly in the sky to attack, he was no match for him. Chu Xiao snorted and didn't take Ingtiaoshi seriously. He turned around and motioned Tong to get on his back. They were going back. Tong glanced at Ingtiaoshi again, and she gradually realized that in general, Chu Xiao seemed to not eat things that were very smart animals, such as Gun and wolves that could eat, so he didn't want the food that fell in front of him. Maybe this big bird was also a very smart animal. Maybe it was from the same class as Gun and the others? While thinking, Tong walked to Chu Xiao's head, and she saw a scene that surprised her. The size of Ingtiaoshi lying there changed. Tong watched Ingtiaoshi, who was 3 times her size, gradually shrink, and finally turned into a bird larger than an ordinary bird. Tong was stunned. Could she have really arrived in some fantasy world? Chu Xiao frowned. This state of infantilization could only mean that the beast man in front of him was in a very bad state and was seriously injured. Otherwise, beast men would not easily become infantile under normal circumstances. Chu Xiao looked at Ingtiaoshi irritably, scratching his claws on the ground a few times. He didn't want to care about Ingtiaoshi, but his instinct made him unable to ignore him. Tong had already run to Ingtiaoshi at this time, grabbed Ingtiaoshi's claws, and lifted him up. She was really curious about why there was such a change. For Tong, this was too unreasonable. She had never seen such a situation before. Chu Xiao watched Tong pick up Ingtiaoshi, and he didn't even have time to stop him. He had to walk in front of Tong and touch him, wanting Tong to release Ingtiaoshi. Tong was curious, and after observing for a while, he found that Ingtiaoshi's chest was still rising and falling, and he was alive. Tong turned around and said to Chu Xiao, Dahe, this bird is still alive. Let's take it home to raise it. How did it become so small when it was so big? Chu Xiao, ? Why did his Tang think so strangely, and he didn't seem to know much about the orcs, and wasn't the tone of taking it home to raise it too relaxed? But Tong looked at him with sparkling eyes. Chu Xiao thought for less than a second before agreeing to Tong's move to take Ingtiaoshi back. Of course, because he disliked Ingtiaoshi, and didn't want to carry Ingtiaoshi on his back, he found a vine to tie Ingtiaoshi's legs and dragged Ingtiaoshi back. After returning to the cave, Tong couldn't wait to see Ingtiaoshi as soon as he got off Chu Xiao's back. Chu Xiao looked at Tong in disbelief. In the past, when Tong came back from outside, he would come to see him first. Chu Xiao looked at Ingtiaoshi, who was in a coma with unkind eyes. Tong looked at Ing Tiaoshi in surprise. People are always curious about unknown existences that do not threaten their lives. However, curiosity cannot resist hunger. Tong dragged Ing Tiaoshi to the entrance of the cave, tied the other end of the vine to a stone, and then called Chu Xiao back to the cave to cook. After eating, Tong thought about making a cage to raise a bird. She had to observe why the strange bird became smaller. There were still a lot of bamboos obtained from Maoyiji. Tong found some and made a rough cage, and then showed it to Chu Xiao. "Dahe, look, we can use this cage to raise that strange bird, okay?" Chu Xiao took a look and didn't have the heart to tell Tong that this cage couldn't hold Ing Tiaoshi at all, but seeing Tong's excited look, Chu Xiao nodded reluctantly. After finishing the cage, Tong went out to take another look at Ing Tiaoshi, and found that Ing Tiaoshi was still alive, so he ignored him, and went back to the cave to sleep. The next morning, Chu Xiao went out for a short time, and came back in less than 2 hours, bringing meat back for Tong to eat. Tong didn't go out with Chu Xiao. She was studying why Ing Tiaoshi became smaller, and she locked Ing Tiaoshi in her newly built cage. However, under the sun, Tong found that Ing Tiaoshi was injured, the blood on his legs had not dried yet, and his wings were folded abnormally. Ing Tiaoshi was still unconscious. Tong thought about it, and felt that if he wanted to study him, he had to be alive. If he died, he would quickly become smelly, and there would be nothing to study. So Tong went to look through the herbs, and found some herbs that could stop bleeding and reduce inflammation. But with the herbs in his hand, Tong was not sure if Ing Tiaoshi could use them. After all, Tong thought that these herbs were for humans. After thinking for a while, Tong took out his mobile phone and scanned Ing Tiaoshi. This creature is at a higher level. Please upgrade before scanning. Tong frowned and scanned the herb she had brought. As she scanned, she said to the phone, "Give me a plan. Can this herb be used for birds?" This time, the circle on the app scanning interface spun for a long time before the explanation appeared. It can be used for birds. It was a very human answer. Tong looked at the phone for a long time before she snorted. She knew that this golden finger was alive. It had been pretending to be dead and ignoring her before. Tong tapped the phone screen fiercely. "Warning, do not tap the screen too hard. Damage will void the warranty." Tong was so angry that she laughed. She threw the phone back on the bed and turned a blind eye. After all, she couldn't really break the phone. She still needed to rely on the phone to find food in the jungle to survive. Tong mashed the acanthopenex in her hand into a medicinal paste and applied it roughly on Ing Tiaoshi's legs. Tong was a little troubled about the injury on the wing. She had never treated a human, let alone an animal. The wing was obviously broken and needed to be fixed. The problem was that she didn't know how to fix it. It didn't seem good to leave it alone. What if it grew crooked and couldn't fly when it woke up? Wouldn't it have to stay here? Her Dahe has worked hard to raise her. This bird can be eaten at first glance. It can't be raised. Tong shook her head, gestured the size of the wings, ran to the small cave, and got 2 bamboo sticks of similar length to fixing Tiasher's broken wings. But after hesitating for a long time, she didn't know how to start. Chu Xiao came back at the right time. Tong saw a savior and hurriedly pulled Chu Xiao to ask, "Dahe, you see this bird's wings seem to be broken. How to fix it? Now that we have brought it back, we can't just leave it alone." Chu Xiao looked at Ing Tiaoshi, coldly lifted Ing Tiaoshi's wings and straightened them, patted the broken bones back to their original position, and then looked at Tong. Ing Tiaoshi twitched in pain while unconscious. Tong stared at Chu Xiao in amazement. Are the animal's treatment methods so rough? However, despite being shocked, Tong quickly put the bamboo strips on Ing Tiaoshi's wings and fixed them with thin vines. After making sure that Ing Tiaoshi had no other injuries, Tong put Ing Tiaoshi down. Chapter 27. Chu Xiao was not happy with Ing Tiaoshi staying in his cave, so while Tong was cooking food next door, he threw Ing Tiaoshi out with the bird and the cage. After being thrown out of the cage rolled several times on the ground due to inertia, and Ing Tiaoshi inside the cage also bumped several times in the cage, and the cage was also deformed. Ing Tiaoshi inside was still in a coma. Tong finished eating and cleaned up, and came out with a bamboo tube of raw meat in his hand. When he saw Chu Xiao, he asked, "Dahe, does the big bird want to eat?" Chu Xiao tilted his head, pretending not to understand, and took the meat from Tong's hand, which was not enough to fill his teeth. The prey he caught was handled by Tong himself, so there was no way he would give it to a nasty guy. Chu Xiao swallowed the meat while looking at Tong with innocent eyes. Xin Tong opened her mouth, and finally looked at Chu Zhao helplessly, and said, "If you want to eat, I will get you some more. You can't even taste this little bit." As she said that, Xin Tong was going to get some snacks for Chu Zhao. She thought Chu Zhao was greedy, and wanted to eat something. Chu Zhao stretched out his claws to hook Xin Tong's clothes, preventing Xin Tong from passing. Xin Tong turned back in confusion. "You don't want to eat?" Chu Zhao nodded. He was not hungry, nor was he a greedy ghost. He just didn't want to give food to Ingtiaoshi. It would be best if he starved to death. Xin Tong saw that Chu Zhao really didn't want to eat, so she didn't insist anymore. She wanted to check on Ingtiaoshi instead. She also wanted to know why the size of a bird could change so much in a short period of time. At this time, Xin Tong realized that Ingtiaoshi was no longer in the cave. Xin Tong reacted belatedly, and looked at Chu Zhao. Chu Zhao lay at the entrance of the cave, and looked outside. He seemed to have noticed Xin Tong's gaze. His ears moved, and then he moved outward to distance himself from Xin Tong. If he got too close, Chu Zhao would be afraid that he would not be able to help but pull Xin Tong into his arms, and lick her fur. However, in Xin Tong's eyes, Chu Zhao was guilty. He threw away the big bird she picked up, and was afraid that she would be angry, so he didn't dare to look at her. Xin Tong thought for a while, and gradually realized something. She looked at Chu Zhao with a smile in her eyes. She remembered that people who keep pets often say that if they smell other animals outside, their pets will get angry and ignore people, so her Dahe must be jealous because she saw a bird coming back. Xin Tong couldn't help laughing when she thought of this. Chu Zhao heard it, and looked at Xin Tong in confusion. He didn't understand what Xin Tong was laughing at, but Chu Zhao figured it out the next second, and then looked at Ingtiaoshi in the cage outside with great anger. He knew the guy was a nuisance. Ingtiaoshi in coma? ? Xin Tong laughed enough, so he walked to Chu Zhao's head, pinched Chu Zhao's cheek and said, "Don't worry, Dahe, I'm just curious why the bird was so big when it fell, and it became so small in a short time. I throw it away after I finish studying it. Besides, the bird hasn't woken up yet, and it might not survive." Chu Zhao blinked his eyes, feeling the touch of caressing on his face, and the whole beast was confused. He subconsciously tilted his head toward Xin Tong, wanting to rub his head against Xin Tong. As soon as he got close to Xin Tong, Chu Zhao came back to his senses, immediately stood up and ran out of the cave, jumped to the top of the cave to cool down. He couldn't indulge himself. If he continued to indulge, it would be easy to lose control of the estrus period and cause harm to Xin Tong. Xin Tong was stunned for a moment, and quickly chased out. After looking around, he found Chu Zhao blowing the wind above his head. Chu Zhao stood there, and looked into the distance. He looked majestic and full of wild power. Xin Tong didn't know if it was an illusion. She seemed to see the shadow of a tall man in this beast. How is it possible? Xin Tong patted her head. She must have been in this deserted place for too long, so she thought Dahe was a human. Xin Tong patted her cheapness again, and then shouted to Chu Zhao, "Dahe, don't stay there for too long." Chu Zhao heard it, and nodded to Xin Tong. Xin Tong retracted her gaze, and found the cage that Chu Zhao had thrown out of the cave. Xin Tong hurried over to check and found that although the cage was a little deformed, it was not broken. Ingtiaoshi inside looked no different from before. The wings fixed with splints were stretched to the side, but the herbal mud on the legs fell off because of rolling. Fortunately, the bleeding did not continue. The hemostatic effect of Echnathrum's Phenanthera was very good. After struggling to drag the cage back, Xin Tong suddenly stopped halfway, and subconsciously looked up at Chu Zhao. As expected, he saw Chu Zhao's gloomy eyes. Xin Tong couldn't help laughing. After laughing, he waved at Chu Zhao, and really didn't continue to drag Ingtiaoshi into the cave. Instead, he put a big stone outside the cave to block the wind and put the cage under the stone. After settling Ingtiaoshi, Xin Tong thought about it, found a few big leaves to cover the top of the cage, fixed it, and stuffed a few handfuls of hay into the cage. After doing all this, Xin Tong stood up with satisfaction, applied medicine to Ingtiaoshi again, and took a bamboo bowl filled with water, and put it in the cage. Chu Zhao, who was enjoying the breeze on the top of the mountain, also came down at this time. Seeing that Xin Tong had placed Ingtiaoshi far away, he was happy, and walked behind Xin Tong with his tail wagging. Xin Tong looked back, and saw Chu Zhao, and said with a smile, "Just put it outside. Wild birds flying outside are very dirty. Don't put it in the cave. When it wakes up, I will see how it changes its body shape, and then release it." Chu Zhao didn't understand what wild bird and release meant, But it didn't prevent him from understanding Shin Tong's intention to throw Ing Tiasher out. Chu Xiao happily carried Shin Tong on his back and ran several laps at the entrance of the cave. The next morning, Chu Xiao went out hunting. Shin Tong was using a hoe to dig the land outside the cave. She also built a bamboo fence to enclose a piece of land of about 7 or 8 square meters. The area was divided into different areas. One area was already planted with wild onion roots. Shin Tong planned to try farming. If she could grow something, she could also grow it in the cave in winter. The cave was so big anyway, so it wouldn't matter if she enclosed a piece near the entrance. However, the premise of all this was that the things in this place could be grown. It didn't matter if they couldn't be grown this year. If they couldn't be grown this year, she could try again next year. She could also compost and improve the land. She could always grow 1 or 2 things slowly. There are also herbs. After the vegetables are grown, the next step is to plant herbs. Chu Xiao will inevitably get injured when hunting. If he can plant herbs, he won't have to search the jungle when he needs them urgently. Shin Tong wiped the sweat from her head due to labor, and planted the peanuts she picked in the field. She picked up all the peanuts in the jungle field. She would not be so lucky next time if she wanted peanuts. She said that she would try her luck in the jungle. Shin Tong thought it would be better to try to plant some. Shin Tong was working hard here, but she didn't know that Ing Tiasher in the cage behind him woke up. Ing Tiasher was very angry. It wasn't that he was picking a fight, but he couldn't stand it anymore. The grizzly bear on the next hill started roaring for no reason, which was annoying, so he flew over and beat the bear up. He was still angry, so he planned to go to the wolf's territory to beat the wolf up, and go to the mutant lion next door to fight with the mutant lion. However, the grizzly bear didn't follow the moral code of martial arts and held a grudge against him. It ambushed him halfway, chased him with a wasp to block his sight, and then slapped it to the mountain and broke his wings. That was fine, but when he fell down, Ing Tiasher was unlucky and got scratched on his leg by a sharp stone. The bloody smell attracted poisonous beasts. If he hadn't run fast, he would have been poisoned to death. Ing Tiasher got angrier and angrier as he thought about it. He was the one who had always beaten others, but this time he was caught by a bear. He couldn't stand it. He had to get back at the bear. Ing Tiasher suddenly opened his eyes, spread his wings, and was about to trouble the grizzly bear, but something seemed wrong. For the first time, Ing Tiasher's eyes showed confusion, as if he didn't understand the situation. What are these bamboos in front of him? Is the green roof above his head? Ing Tiasher's eyes were full of question marks. He looked out through the cage, and saw Shin Tong working with his back to him. Ing Tiasher narrowed his eyes, and raised his wings to violently destroy the cage, but when he raised his left wing, he encountered an obstacle and retracted his gaze. At this time, Ing Tiasher found that his wings were fixed well, his bones were restored, and his leg wounds were covered with medicine. However, he felt inexplicably painful, but it was normal to feel pain. After all, he fell from such a high place. Ing Tiasher thought about it. His injuries were treated so well, it must have been treated by the same kind. Ing Tiasher raised his eyebrows. He seemed to remember that he did meet a female orc before he fainted. Thinking of this, Ing Tiasher looked at Shin Tong again. So the one who treated his wounds was the female orc? Ing Tiasher smiled silently, and the next second he violently broke the cage, propped up his splinted wings, and swaggered toward Shin Tong. Shin Tong hadn't finished planting peanuts when she heard the noise behind her. She looked back and saw Ing Tiasher walking towards her. Shin Tong was stunned for a moment, and then saw the damaged cage. She immediately reacted and ran out of the vegetable garden she had worked so hard to build. She looked at Ing Tiasher vigilantly, picked up a stone on the ground and threw it at Ing Tiasher, trying to stop Ing Tiasher from getting close. The main reason was that she was afraid that Ing Tiasher would suddenly grow bigger, and she would definitely not be able to beat him, and Chu Xiao hadn't come back yet. Shin Tong swallowed her saliva, a little regretful that she had picked up Ing Tiasher. Ing Tiasher tilted his head, as if he saw the fear in Shin Tong's eyes, and suddenly became more arrogant. He walked in front of Shin Tong and ordered him around with a quacking sound. Question marks gradually appeared on Shin Tong's face. What was this quacking in front of him? Wasn't it an eagle? Why was it quacking like a duck? Seeing that Shin Tong didn't respond, Ing Tiasher suddenly became impatient and raised his intact wings to reach out to Shin Tong. However, as soon as he touched Shin Tong fell backwards on his back. Ing Tiasher looked at his wings suspiciously. Didn't he use any force? Shin Tong fell to the ground due to the sudden strong push. He grimaced in pain and was a little angry. Chu Xiao, who had just returned from hunting, saw Ing Tiasher attacking his Tang from a distance. He immediately dropped the prey he brought back and rushed over with a roar. Chapter 28. Ing Tiaoshi wanted to dodge the attack from behind flexibly, but his injured wings and legs, as well as his shrunken body due to poisoning, did not cooperate. Chu Xiao slapped him in the face, and he flew out and fell heavily on the stone, which made his already serious injuries worse. Chu Xiao stood in front of Shin Tong and looked at Ing Tiaoshi angrily. Ing Tiaoshi was dizzy after the fall, and it took him a while to recover. The first thing he did when he recovered was to fight Chu Xiao. He staggered to the ground after taking only 2 steps, looking at Chu Xiao unwillingly. When he recovered, he must fight this mutant lion. Shin Tong rubbed his sore buttocks and stood up. Seeing Chu Xiao angry, he hurriedly said, "Hey, I'm fine." The anger in Chu Xiao's eyes had not yet subsided. He turned back and looked at Shin Tong worriedly. He was relieved when he was sure that Shin Tong was indeed fine. He lowered his head and touched Shin Tong. Shin Tong felt confident when he found Chu Xiao's love. He walked out from behind Chu Xiao and looked at Ing Tiaoshi lying on the ground not far away and whispered to Chu Xiao, "Hey, is that guy okay? He doesn't move. Is he dead?" Before Chu Xiao answered, Ing Tiaoshi had already raised his head, telling Shin Tong with his actions that he was not dead yet. Ing Tiaoshi stared at Chu Xiao. Only then did he realize that he had become smaller, and that there were still toxins in his body that had not been cleared. The good thing was that the medicine applied on his legs was very useful, and his wounds healed quickly. But if the toxins were not cleared, his juvenile state would not be able to recover for a while. After weighing the pros and cons, Ing Tiaoshi looked at Shin Tong. He knew that the one who treated his wounds was definitely not the lion tribe, but the very weak female orc. His wounds were not healed yet, and he would definitely be retaliated if he went back in this situation. Yes, Ing Tiaoshi knew very well that he had made many enemies. He had fought with every orc on the primitive star. If he went back, some of them would come to settle accounts with him. Rather than going back and getting beaten up and embarrassed, it would be better to stay here. The herbs he used were very good. The female orc would definitely be able to cure the disease, and maybe even cure the poison in his body. Most importantly, Ing Tiaoshi looked at Chu Xiao, and then at Shin Tong. He couldn't stand this lion tribe orc being good. Why did the lion tribe orc have such a sweet and soft wife? It was a strange mutant lion. How could such a powerful eagle tribe be inferior to the sick lion tribe? Ing Tiaoshi lay on the ground, looking at Chu Xiao with a provocative look. He was going to steal someone's wife today. Ing Tiaoshi was very righteous and took action immediately. His eyes changed, and he looked at Shin Tong pitifully, pretending to twitch his wings. Chu Xiao stared at Ing Tiaoshi with wide eyes. He had never seen such a shameless orc. Which orc would take such a small injury seriously? The bones will heal in 10 days, or half a month at most, and it won't be as serious as the annoying guy showed. Chu Xiao was so angry that his teeth itched. He really hated this aggressive eagle tribe. Shin Tong looked at Ing Tiaoshi for a while, and turned back to ask Chu Xiao, "Hey, why is the big bird twitching? Is it going to die? If it's dead, can I stew it with soup? I want its feathers too." Ing Tiaoshi didn't understand what Shin Tong said, and he felt strange in his heart. Why hadn't he heard the language of this female orc? But Ing Tiaoshi automatically imagined that Shin Tong praised him in front of Chu Xiao, and his eyes were a little more proud. Chu Xiao's expression suddenly became strange after hearing what Shin Tong said. Then, looking at Ing Tiaoshi's smug look, Chu Xiao's expression was a bit hard to describe. Shin Tong was still waiting for Chu Xiao to nod. She was a very obedient person. If Chu Xiao disagreed, then forget it. After all, in this place, it was definitely right to listen to Chu Xiao. The next second, Chu Xiao nodded at Shin Tong. It was okay if Shin Tong liked it. Shin Tong became happy and walked to Ing Tiaoshi with courage and pride. With Chu Xiao around, she was not afraid of this strange big bird. Shin Tong looked down at Ing Tiaoshi and said with a smile, "You better be good. If you don't listen, I will kill you and stew you into soup for Dahe to nourish his body. You are so big that stewing soup must be very nourishing." Ing Tiaoshi didn't understand, but he imagined that Shin Tong was really comforting him and wanted to treat his injuries. So, he even carried him back to the cave. Shin Tong grabbed Ing Tiaoshi's claws and dragged him to the entrance of the cave, and found a stone to put him. Chu Xiao saw Ing Tiaoshi's smug look after hearing Shin Tong's words, and he didn't know what Ing Tiaoshi was proud of. Is being stewed in soup something worth being happy about? This eagle tribe probably really broke its brain. After Shin Tong put Ing Tiaoshi away, he thought about it, and decided that he couldn't just leave it there. He had to repair the cage. Although it didn't look like it could hold the bird, it was better than nothing. Shin Tong went to pick up the broken cage, found some bamboo, repaired the broken cage, and threw Ingtiasher back in. Ingtiasher? ? Why did you throw him into the strange cage? Ingtiasher pondered and finally came to the conclusion that he must be afraid that the violent lion tribe would cause trouble for him, so he used the cage to protect him from harm. What a lovely female orc, Ingtiasher thought. After locking up Ingtiasher, Shinshingtong ran over to ask Chu Xiao, Dahe, you came back so early today, are you full? Chu Xiao then remembered that he had thrown away the food he brought for Shinshingtong in a hurry. Chu Xiao turned around and ran back to pick up the food, but when he ran over, he didn't see the meat he had thrown away. Chu Xiao looked around in confusion. He should have thrown it here. Why was it gone? Shinshingtong chased after him breathlessly. Dahe, why are you running? Chu Xiao irritably dug the ground, and looked at Shinshingtong with apology. Shinshingtong looked around and said, What's wrong? Did you lose something? After saying that, Shinshingtong remembered that Chu Xiao came back without prey today, and then thought of Chu Xiao's anxious look just now, so he asked, Did you throw the meat here in a hurry just now? Why is it gone now? Chu Xiao nodded, and Shinshingtong said, Don't worry, we will look for it carefully again. It doesn't matter if we can't find it. Anyway, I don't like to eat meat every day. Despite what Shinshingtong said, Chu Xiao was still very upset. However, after a while, Chu Xiao started to wonder again. This was his territory. How could someone be so blind to pick up his things? Who would be so bold? After thinking for a while, Chu Xiao's expression cracked a little. There really was someone who was not afraid of death who would come over. If he smelled carefully, he could still smell a little residual scent. Chu Xiao looked in the direction where the scent disappeared, and soon found Ha Shirlang lying in the bushes, gnawing on meat. Shinshingtong followed and saw Ha Shirlang. He looked at Chu Xiao's unfriendly expression and immediately realized that the guy who stole Chu Xiao's meat was this wolf. Ha Shirlang realized the danger belatedly. He turned around with his face full of meat residue, and the corners of his mouth hanging. He looked at Chu Xiao stupidly, and pushed the meat in front of Chu Xiao. He stood up with his tail bitten. Woo. Boss, I'm so lucky. I saw the meat that no one wanted on the road when I went to find you just now. Eat it quickly. Chu Xiao put down his raised claws again, gritted his teeth, and silently picked up the meat and walked back with Shinshingtong. Ha Shirlang followed happily, shaking his head and continued, Woo. Boss, I came to you for something. I was injured accidentally. I was afraid that the Eagle tribe would come to trouble me, so I came to hide here. Boss, don't worry, I will help you hunt every day. Chu Xiao took a look at Ha Shirlang and saw a long blood scar on his back, deep enough to see the bone, and he didn't know how he was injured. Shinshingtong didn't understand what Ha Shirlang was yelling about, but when he saw the wound on Ha Shirlang's body, he frowned. Ha Shirlang had been eating and drinking with Dahe and her for half a winter, and they were considered friends. Now he was injured and it looked quite serious. Shinshingtong couldn't ignore it. Ha Shirlang seemed to be unable to feel the pain of the wound on his back. He continued to run fast. When he ran far away, he looked back at Chu Xiao and Shinshingtong who were walking slowly. When he returned to the cave entrance, Ha Shirlang was about to speak when he saw Ingtiasher, who was locked in a cage. He immediately got angry, and rushed over with bared teeth and growled threateningly at Ingtiasher. Shinshingtong was startled. Although Ha Shirlang looked a bit fierce, he looked silly when he opened his mouth. Shinshingtong had never seen Ha Shirlang show his fierceness. Ingtiasher looked at Ha Shirlang lazily. Even if he was injured, he was not afraid of this stupid wolf and beat him up. Ha Shirlang threatened for a while, and then became aggrieved. He turned around and shouted at Chu Xiao, Woo. Why is this annoying guy here? What is he doing hiding in a strange cage? Let him out, I want revenge. Chu Xiao, Put down the meat and look at Shinshingtong. Shinshingtong reacted and asked tentatively, Does the edible wolf have a grudge against this big bird? Chu Xiao nodded. Not only Ha Shirlang, but who does this eagle tribe have no grudges against? It is also the ability of the eagle tribe to survive until now. Shinshingtong scratched his head and comforted Ha Shirlang softly. Edible wolf, I picked up this injured bird. I will raise it to death and stew it into soup and give you a portion. How about it? Ha Shirlang tilted his head to look at Shinshingtong. He didn't understand what Miss Gourmet said. Following Mao Yiji's shouting, Chu Xiao raised his eyebrows and patted Ha Shirlang's head, making Ha Shirlang roll on the ground. Ha Shirlang looked at Chu Xiao and Shinshingtong aggrievedly, and finally comforted himself. It doesn't matter. The boss is here. This eagle tribe will definitely not get good, and he will quietly retaliate later. Ha Shirlang stopped looking at Inkyusher when he thought of this, and found a place to lie down. Chu Xiao cut a small piece of meat that was not bitten by Ha Shirlang and gave it to Xinxing Tong. Chu Xiao was a little disgusted with Ha Shirlang's saliva. He looked at Inkyusher in the cage again, and simply threw the meat to Inkyusher. Tang Tang wanted to raise him for a while, and he would definitely satisfy her. Xinxing Tong was not in a hurry to cook, but found all the stored Achnatharum splendens. Ha Shirlang's injury had to be treated. The wound was so big that the bones could be seen. Xinxing Tong felt a phantom pain in her back when she thought about it. She had to treat Ha Shirlang's wound. Although the animals here might not die because of this injury, Xinxing Tong still wanted to apply medicine to Ha Shirlang's wound. Chapter 29. Ha Shirlang was lying down, his ears moved, and when he raised his head, he saw Xinxing Tong walking towards him holding a piece of bamboo. The bamboo was filled with something green and bitter, which was a bit strange. Ha Shirlang looked at Xinxing Tong vigilantly. Ha Shirlang was still very scary when he was serious, with sharp eyes, and he looked like he would pounce on him and bite him at any time. Xinxing Tong was a little scared when he looked at the motionless Ha Shirlang. After all, the guy in front of him was a real wolf, unlike Chu Xiao. Xinxing Tong stopped 3 meters away from Ha Shirlang and hesitated, not daring to get close. Ha Shirlang's ears moved, and when he saw Xinxing Tong's expression, he immediately kept his expression, and the fierce light in his eyes became even more fierce. He pretended very well. Although he didn't know what the boss's partner was going to do, based on his limited experience, it was definitely not a good thing, Ha Shirlang thought proudly. Chu Xiao saw it, walked to Xinxing Tong, raised his paw and slapped Ha Shirlang to the ground, and growled at Ha Shirlang. Ha Shirlang climbed up, hanging his head. He forgot that the boss was still there. Xinxing Tong smiled at Chu Xiao and said, "Dahe, I go and apply medicine to this wolf that can only eat." The wound looked scary. Chu Xiao nodded silently, and Xinxing Tong walked to Ha Shirlang, wanting to touch Ha Shirlang's head to comfort him. But thinking of Ha Shirlang's crazy behavior after he touched his head before, Xinxing Tong retracted his hand, and said to Ha Shirlang in a kind tone, "I don't know if you can understand, but don't move, I will treat your wound for you." Xinxing Tong pointed at the wound on Ha Shirlang's back while speaking. Ha Shirlang looked outside at Xinxing Tong. He didn't understand what his eldest friend was saying, so he looked at Chu Xiao again. Chu Xiao slapped Ha Shirlang roughly to the ground, and growled and ordered Ha Shirlang not to get up. Ha Shirlang lay on the ground, holding his head with his 2 front paws, thinking, "Forget it, just play with the boss and his friend." Xinxing Tong saw Xinxing Tong crawling, so she walked over with a large basin of Achnatharum striata herb mud. However, Ha Shirlang was very big, and even if he crawled, she couldn't apply the medicine. She could only crawl on Ha Shirlang, but Xinxing Tong was a little hesitant. She was afraid that if she crawled on Ha Shirlang would go crazy again. Chu Xiao seemed to have seen through it, glanced at Ha Shirlang, stretched out his paw in front of Xinxing Tong, let Xinxing Tong stand on his paw, and then raised his paw so that Xinxing Tong could apply medicine to Ha Shirlang. Xinxing Tong breathed a sigh of relief, took the medicine, looked at Ha Shirlang's bloody wound, held his breath, and endured the discomfort to cover the 1-meter-long wound with the medicine mud bit by bit. Ha Shirlang was so cold from the coolness of the herbs that he wanted to stand up, but his eyes met Chu Xiao's threatening eyes, and he didn't dare to get up. Soon Ha Shirlang realized something, whimpered softly, and crouched even lower, cooperating with Xinxing Tong's actions to apply the medicine. Seeing Ha Shirlang's cooperation, Xinxing Tong was happier applying the medicine. Soon, a large basin of Achnatharum splendens was applied to Ha Shirlang's back. After applying the medicine, Chu Xiao put Xinxing Tong down. Xinxing Tong walked to Ha Shirlang and said, "Don't move. There is no gauze. If you move, the medicine will fall off. The Achnatharum splendens in the cave has been used up. Don't waste it, okay?" Ha Shirlang looked at Xinxing Tong stupidly. His confused eyes showed that he didn't understand. Xinxing Tong had no choice but to look at Chu Xiao. At the same time, she was very glad that Chu Xiao was very smart. He could understand what she said after she taught him for a short time. Chu Xiao understood and growled at Ha Shirlang. Ha Shirlang understood and lay there motionless. He knew that the things Xinxing Tong covered his wound with were good for him, and he could clearly feel the wound healing, the torn muscles dividing cells rapidly, and the substances that made him feel comfortable were decomposed from the pile of strange things and entered his body from his wound. Ha Shirlang was rarely obedient, and he didn't forget to thank Xinxing Tong with a low whine. Xinxing Tong saw the meaning of Ha Shirlang's whine from his eyes, and was very happy. Xinxing Tong felt that this was very meaningful, saving the dying and healing the wounded. Inkyosher ate the meat in the cage, which was not enough to fill his teeth. He had no concept of not eating the food that was given to him out of pity. He ate everything up, thinking that it would be a waste if he didn't eat it. He was mainly hungry. Seeing Shin Tong giving Ha Shirlang, Tiansher looked at the wound on his leg that was almost healed, and the toxins that had not been eliminated from his body. His eyes rolled, and the next second he lay in the cage, his claws twitching and making a mournful cry. Shin Tong looked back and frowned when she saw Tiansher twitching. She pulled Chu Zhao over to see. She had seen the wound on Tiansher's leg before, and it was almost healed. Logically, Tiansher should be fine except for the broken wings. Why was he still twitching? Shin Tong could never have guessed that Tiansher was pretending. Chu Zhao could see that Tiansher was pretending, and tried to tell Shin Tong not to leave the cunning eagle, but Shin Tong didn't understand what he meant. Chu Zhao had no choice but to follow Shin Tong to Tiansher in a depressed mood, and looked at Tiansher with a warning. If Tiansher could pay attention to Chu Zhao, he would not be Tiansher. He was still twitching, looking at Shin Tong with pitiful eyes, and did not forget to hug his stomach with his intact wings, and even rolled around in the cage. Shin Tong looked at Tiansher in confusion, and asked Chu Zhao in a low voice, "What's wrong with this strange bird? Is its brain broken?" Chu Zhao almost couldn't hold back his laughter, and looked at Tiansher with sarcasm in his eyes. Tiansher squinted at Chu Zhao, and looked at Shin Tong pitifully, expressing that he was in pain. Shin Tong pondered for a while, and felt that Tiansher's actions were a bit human, so maybe he was really in pain. With Chu Zhao by his side, Shin Tong walked to the front of the cage and observed for a while, confirming that the wound on Tiansher's leg was almost healed. It was not a big wound to begin with, but he didn't know how the wings were. Seeing Shin Tong looking at him, Tiansher pretended even harder. He liked anything that made Chu Zhao unhappy. Of course, Tiansher did feel a little uncomfortable. Although the toxins in his body would not kill him, they would trigger the devouring substances left in his body by the Zerg. Overall, he felt uncomfortable, but he was not as uncomfortable as he appeared to be. Shin Tong scratched her head. She was not a doctor, let alone a veterinarian. She could not diagnose what was wrong with Tiansher. Chu Zhao grabbed Shin Tong's collar and dragged her back, signaling Shin Tong not to worry about Tiansher, as he would not die anyway. Shin Tong didn't want to care, because she and Tiansher were not familiar with each other. She picked him up just because she was curious about why Tiansher's body shape changed. Besides, Tiansher looked like he was seriously ill. Shin Tong took 2 steps back, thinking without any burden. Anyway, she picked him up, and it wouldn't be her fault if he didn't keep him alive. Tiansher? Why didn't the gentle female orc want to save him? Was he not pitiful enough? Ha Shirlang snorted at Tiansher, and Tiansher glared at Ha Shirlang fiercely. When the female orc left, he would definitely beat up this stupid wolf. Shin Tong stretched and walked into the cave with Chu Zhao Wang. As they walked, he said to Chu Zhao, "Dahe, we have run out of Achnatharum splendens. Take me to pick some more tomorrow. We may need some more herbs to heal the wound on the gray wolf. I don't know how he got hurt. It's such a big wound, and his bones are almost broken. We also need to store more herbs in case you." Bah, you are so powerful that you will definitely not get hurt." Chu Zhao nodded. The herbs that Shin Tong fiddled with were very useful. It would not hurt to pick more. When Tiansher outside saw Shin Tong and Chu Zhao enter the cave, he stopped pretending and stood up to look at Ha Shirlang with ill intentions. Ha Shirlang laughed at him just now, not because he liked everyone, but because he was not a loser who would not react to being laughed at. Ha Shirlang stopped laughing and stared at Tiansher, slowly stood up, and shouted a warning. Now everyone was injured, and Tiansher had become a child. Ha Shirlang did not think that he could not beat Tiansher. Tiansher supported his injured wing, and made a gesture of akimbo with the other wing. Just when he wanted to break the cage violently, he remembered that the cage was made by Shin Tong. Tiansher hesitated for a while. He still wanted to pretend in front of Shin Tong. Tiansher gave up destroying the cage, and used his wings to flexibly open the door of the cage. Ha Shirlang was as if facing a great enemy, howling at Tiansher, warning Tiansher not to get close. Tiansher sneered, ran to Ha Shirlang and wanted to beat him up. Ha Shirlang bit Tiansher back, and the two patients started fighting. Shin Tong heard the noise and hurried out to see, and saw Ha Shirlang and Tiansher fighting, and a lot of medicine on his back was rubbed off. Shin Tong should be angry, but the word chicken flying and dog jumping inexplicably popped up in his mind. As we all know, people will laugh when they are speechless to a certain extent, so Shin Tong laughed. Chu Zhao flew forward without saying a word and hit Tiansher and Ha Shirlang. Both beasts became obedient. Ha Shirlang felt that he could not provoke the boss, and Ying Tiaoshi was injured and did not want to ask for trouble. Ying Tiaoshi saw Shin Tong and came up with a plan. He ran to Shin Tong while Chu Xiao was not paying attention, holding his stomach and supporting Ha Shirlang with his wings. Gaga! Gentle female, that wolf bullied me, caught me out of the cage, and wanted to eat me. Go and drive him away. Ha Shirlang looked at Ying Tiaoshi in disbelief. He had never thought that there would be an animal more shameless than him. This was simply slander. Ha Shirlang couldn't bear it anymore and jumped up to hit Ying Tiaoshi. Ying Tiaoshi flexibly hid behind Shin Tong and looked at Ha Shirlang with a provocative look. Ha Shirlang stopped just 1 meter in front of Shin Tong and looked at Shin Tong aggrievedly. Woo. Miss Gourmet, do you believe him? This guy lied to you. I didn't do that. Shin Tong scratched her head and looked at Chu Xiao for help. She didn't understand what the wolf and the bird were saying, but she could understand that the two were probably looking for her to judge. Chapter 30. Chu Xiao walked up to Shin Tong, took Ying Tiaoshi out from behind Shin Tong and threw him back into the cage, growling, I throw you out if you make trouble again. He then looked at Ha Shirlang. Be quiet. I beat you if you disturb Tong Tong's sleep. Ha Shirlang was quiet and crawled to a place farthest from Ying Tiaoshi. He couldn't take a beating, nor could he leave here. The wound on his back was because there was a very powerful beast next door, and because of the estrus period, it was picking fights everywhere. He accidentally bumped into the beast, and they didn't fight. The beast was not an orc, and it was completely killing him. It was also in a violent mode because of the estrus period. If he hadn't run fast, he would have died. The injury has not healed yet, and there are anxious beasts everywhere. It is better to stay here than to go back. It is safer to follow Chu Xiao to hunt every day. Ying Tiaoshi was not convinced that he was locked up by Chu Xiao, so he wanted to make trouble. But in the current situation, he could not fly for the time being, so he could not beat Chu Xiao. Ying Tiaoshi endured it, and made up his mind that he must fight with Chu Xiao when he recovered. Shin Tong yawned, she was sleepy, and when she saw Chu Xiao had dealt with the 2 animals, she turned around and went back to sleep. The next morning, Chu Xiao was going to hunt, and Shin Tong was going to collect herbs, and they went out together. Ha Shirlang followed Chu Xiao. He also wanted to go hunting. After all, it was not good to eat and drink for free at Chu Xiao's place. Although Ha Shirlang liked to be mean, he also knew how to repay his gratitude. Shin Tong treated his wounds, so he wanted to catch some prey to repay Shin Tong. Chu Xiao put Shin Tong by the river where they first met. There were a lot of Achnatharum splendens in this place. Now it was spring, and a thick patch of Achnatharum splendens had grown. Shin Tong waved at Chu Xiao to indicate that Chu Xiao should go hunting and not worry about him. Chu Xiao was a little worried, especially since Ha Shirlang was so badly injured. He was worried that a ferocious beast would come over. Chu Xiao thought about it, and turned around to stop Ha Shirlang, who was going to go with him. Ha Shirlang looked at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao growled, You stay here to protect Tang Tang. In exchange, I will bring you enough food. Ha Shirlang looked at Chu Xiao, then at Shin Tong, and nodded happily in agreement after thinking for less than 3 seconds. In contrast, Chu Xiao felt that Ha Shirlang was an orc after all, and he would not completely lose his mind anyway. With Ha Shirlang around, ordinary ferocious beasts would not come over. Shin Tong didn't care that Ha Shirlang didn't leave. As long as Ha Shirlang didn't put on a fierce expression, he looked like a harmless animal. Achnatharum splendens grew very lushly. Shin Tong pulled a lot of them, took them to the waterside to clean the mud on the roots, and then put them on stones to dry. In addition to Achnatharum splendens, Shin Tong also saw many unfamiliar plants. With a scan of his mobile phone, Shin Tong got Kion grass and Fon grass. The functions showed that these 2 medicines had the function of calming the nerves. Although Shin Tong couldn't use them for the time being, it would not hurt to take them back. Shin Tong was busy drying the herbs. She turned around and saw Ha Shirlang lying there. She waved at him and prepared to change the medicine for him. Ha Shirlang walked in front of Shin Tong and looked at him in confusion. Shin Tong gestured to Ha Shirlang to lie down next to a big rock. She found a rock and crushed the fresh Achnatharum splendens. Then she climbed onto the big rock and reached out to remove the medicine left by Ha Shirlang. After revealing the wound, Shin Tong was surprised to find that Ha Shirlang's wound, which was deep enough to see the bone yesterday, had healed halfway today, with only some flesh wounds left. The healing ability of the animals here is indeed extraordinary. In just 1 day, such a serious wound was half healed. Shin Tong was surprised, but she kept applying medicine to Ha Shirlang's wound. Ha Shirlang squinted his eyes, looking very enjoyable. When Shin Tong climbed down to wash his hands, he did not forget to thank Shin Tong. Shin Tong looked at Ha Shirlang with a smile. According to Yin and Ha Shirlang's calculations on the use of medicine, she could use the medicine more accurately next time. After a rest, Shin Tong couldn't sit still. She was always worried that the stored food would run out, so when she arrived in the jungle, she would look for medicine and edible things. This time was no exception. She took a bamboo stick and started looking by the river. After a while, she found that they were all some old wild vegetables, which tasted bad. Shin Tong gave up and turned her attention to the river. She hadn't eaten fish for a long time. Seeing the river reminded her of fish, and she was drooling. Shin Tong wiped the corners of her mouth, looked at the sharp bamboo in her basket, and simply took it to the river to try to fork the fish. Ha Shirlang tilted his head to look at Shin Tong's strange behavior. What was he doing with a not-so-sturdy stick at the river? He was digging into the river. What was there? Ha Shirlang was a curious wolf, so he walked to Shin Tong's side and looked into the river. There was nothing in the river except river fish. What was Shin Tong digging for? Shin Tong aimed at a big fish, holding his breath, and stabbed it when he saw it right. Unfortunately, he missed it, and the fish ran to the side. Shin Tong stabbed it several times, but failed to hit it, and he was a little disappointed. Ha Shirlang watched for a long time, before he realized that Shin Tong wanted to catch fish. Ha Shirlang immediately became excited. He knew how to catch fish. Isn't this the best opportunity to thank him? Although he didn't understand what was so good about fish, it had many bones, and was smelly, but it didn't prevent him from being an expert in fishing. Shin Tong planned to try again. If he couldn't catch it, it would be fine. Just as he got ready and was about to stab it, a big splash of water splashed next to him, soaking Shin Tong's animal skin vest. Shin Tong touched the water and stared to the side, and saw Ha Shirlang's front half in the water, and the back half on the shore, with a strange shape. Shin Tong, She now thinks this may not be a wolf, but the ancestor of the husky. Deep in Ha Shirlang's claws, there are 3 big fish weighing more than 10 pounds. They come up and stick out their tongues to Shin Tong, with an expression on their faces of praise me. Am I awesome? Shin Tong was indeed a little surprised, mainly because she had never heard of wolves catching fish, but Shin Tong was a little hesitant about this fish. Ha Shirlang's claws penetrated the fish body, and Shin Tong was afraid that Ha Shirlang's claws had rabies. In short, Shin Tong felt that wolves and dogs belonged to the same lineage, and Shin Tong was afraid that this fish had rabies. Although Chu Xiao cut the meat that he took back from Ha Shirlang's mouth yesterday, Shin Tong did not dare to eat it, and secretly gave it to Yin behind Chu Xiao's back. Shin Tong scratched her head and took the fish. If she didn't want to eat it, she could prepare it for Ha Shirlang. Otherwise, it would be too hard for her Dahe to hunt alone. Ha Shirlang was happy to see Shin Tong accept the fish, and tried to continue catching fish. Shin Tong also wanted to eat fish, so he came up with an idea. He put the fish in front of Ha Shirlang, propped up the hole on the fish that Ha Shirlang had poked, shook his head, and covered the hole. Ha Shirlang was a smart orc, and obviously understood what Shin Tong meant. Although he thought Shin Tong's request was strange, he really caught a few big fish that could jump for Shin Tong. Shin Tong immediately gave Ha Shirlang a thumbs up with a big smile on his face. Ha Shirlang shook his head proudly. He knew he was super awesome. Shin Tong found a sharp bamboo stick to scrape the fish scales. She actually didn't like killing fish because her hands would get fishy, but here there were no southern vegetable vendors to pamper her and help her process. If she wanted to eat, she had to process it herself. After killing 8 fish with great effort, she rinsed the internal organs and gills, and scraped the black membrane in the fish's belly. Shin Tong got 8 clean fish. Then she went to the edge of the jungle and followed her memory to find wild onions and wild ginger. She was also lucky enough to find susu grass, which she washed and crushed and stuffed into the fish's belly. She also smeared it on the fish's body. She also used the salt she brought with her to dissolve in water, and smeared it on the fish. After marinating it for a while, Shin Tong picked up the fire, found the fire that was temporarily preserved by bamboo, and started to grill the fish. The fish was a bit big, so after grilling it for a long time, Shin Tong also touched the animal oil she refined on it, and it soon became fragrant. Shin Tong thought that Ha Shirlang and Chu Xiao had big appetites, so she grilled them all. She gave the 3 with holes in their bodies to Ha Shirlang, and she ate a little of the 5 herself. The rest were given to Chu Xiao as snacks after dinner. Before going back, she asked Ha Shirlang to help catch 2 more fish nuggets to make more fried fish nuggets. Thinking of the fried fish nuggets, Tong's mouth almost watered. Ha Shirlang didn't take it seriously at first, until the strange fragrance came out, and the fishy fish gave off a fragrant smell. Ha Shirlang drooled greedily, staring at the grilled fish eagerly, while looking at Tong. His heart was very conflicted. This is for Miss Food. He can't eat it. Woo-woo. He really wants to eat it. He deserves to be Miss Food. Tong smiled and said, "Don't worry, it will take a while to grill." Ha Shirlang swallowed his saliva, and looked at Tong eagerly again. When the fish was done, Chu Xiao came back with a pile of prey. He came to Tong when he smelled the fragrance. Tong scratched Chu Xiao's chin and said, "It's almost done. Dahe is back just in time." Ha Shirlang looked at the fish reluctantly. Chu Xiao signaled Ha Shirlang to eat the prey he brought back to fill his stomach and remember to leave 2 for Tiaoshi. Ha Shirlang kept looking back as he went to eat the prey. He really wanted to eat fish. After a while, Tong's fish was done. He extinguished the fire, and the fish was roasted golden and crispy. He gave it to Chu Xiao after it cooled down for a while. He also gave Ha Shirlang the 3 fish with holes. Ha Shirlang cried out with emotion. Chu Xiao looked at Ha Shirlang unkindly, snorted coldly, and ate all 4 fish. Tong could not eat any more after finishing the fish belly, so she gave the rest to Chu Xiao. After eating, Tong went to collect the herbs drying on the stone, wrapped them in leaves, and put them in baskets, and took them back to dry them before storing. When Ha Shirlang was full, Tong expressed her intention to take 2 fish back. Ha Shirlang was very active in catching 6 fish for Tong, and was considerate enough to knock them unconscious and put them on the shore. Tong asked Chu Xiao to help her clean the fish. As for Chu Xiao's claws, Tong thought confidently, how could it be the same? Her Dahe was a good animal who loved cleanliness and understood human nature. Besides, Dahe was not an ordinary animal. Dahe might be the legendary 9 sons of the dragon. In short, Tong was very hypocritical. Chapter 31. After returning to the cave, Tiaoshi was still in the cage, looking very quiet. Chu Xiao looked at Tiaoshi suspiciously, always feeling that Tiaoshi was too quiet, not normal. Tiaoshi was lying on his back in the cage. He was not big now, and the cage was very spacious. When he heard the noise, he glanced to the side and ignored Chu Xiao. Even though he was very hungry, and saw the food Chu Xiao brought back, Tiaoshi was very confident that he was locked up here, and the sick lion should offer him food. Chu Xiao narrowed his eyes, and looked at Tiaoshi with displeasure. He didn't want to give the food he brought back to Tiaoshi, so he snorted and threw it to Ha Shirlang. Ha Shirlang was so happy that he dragged the prey to the side, and planned to eat it slowly, and he didn't forget to laugh at Tiaoshi. Tong was taking the fish into the cave. She wanted to fry some fish pieces as a snack and marinate the fish with wild onions, wild ginger, and salt to remove the fishy smell. Unfortunately, there was no starch, otherwise it would be more fragrant if she coated it with some flour and pepper. Tong was drooling just thinking about it. When she came out, she saw that Chu Xiao didn't give the food to Tiaoshi. Tong looked at Chu Xiao with some doubts. Chu Xiao said that the food he brought back would be given to Tiaoshi, so why did he give it to Ha Shirlang now? Ha Shirlang grinned and ate the meat, and took a provocative look at Tiaoshi, looking a little bit naughty. Tiaoshi glared at Ha Shirlang and Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao ignored Tiaoshi, and walked into the cave, and took Tong, who came out to see the situation, back with him. Tong looked back a little worried, but Chu Xiao raised his paw to block him. Tong sighed and whispered, "Dahe, what if they fight?" Chu Xiao looked at Tong and shook his head. Tong, you mean there won't be a fight? Chu Xiao looked at the top of the cave. He said it was none of his business if there was a fight, and they could fight or not. Tong sat on the bamboo stool and held his chin with his hand, a little worried. The edible wolf and the strange bird are both injured. I finally gave them medicine. What if they get injured again in the fight? There is not enough reed grass for the 2 of them, and I don't know how the edible wolf got so badly injured. Chu Xiao could guess a little about Ha Shirlang's injury. It was just that he encountered a powerful beast that he had never fought before. When Tiaoshi saw Chu Xiao and Tong go in, he immediately looked at Ha Shirlang, who was still eating meat, with a bad look. Ha Shirlang shuddered, looked at Tiaoshi belatedly, and immediately stood up and growled at Tiaoshi. Tiaoshi opened his mouth and showed a provocative smile, then opened the cage and walked towards Ha Shirlang. Ha Shirlang's angry cry soon spread to the cave, and Tong stood up worriedly and prepared to go out to take a look. Chu Xiao stopped Tong and reassured Tong with a very reliable look, and then said that Tong didn't need to go out, and he would go out to take a look. Shin Tong nodded, and Chu Xiao walked out. Outside, Ying Tiaoshi was jumping up and pecking at Ha Shilang's head. Ha Shilang was so angry that he raised his claws to pounce on the bird. There were a few more blood spots on his head. Ying Tiaoshi became more and more excited as he pecked. He supported an injured wing and jumped 3 feet high. Chu Xiao, Chu Xiao closed his eyes and pretended not to see the chaos outside. At the same time, Chu Xiao was a little irritable about this scene. He didn't like anyone disturbing his and Shin Tong's life. Chu Xiao opened his eyes and looked at Ha Shilang and Ying Tiaoshi. His expression gradually became unfriendly, and his claws were ready to move. Ha Shilang and Shin, who were playing around, suddenly froze, tucked their tails between their legs, and ignored Ying Tiaoshi, who was still pecking at them. They quickly ran to hide in a pile of rocks. He had just sensed a murderous aura. Ying Tiaoshi pointed at the hiding Ha Shang and laughed. He was caught off guard by a shadow. Ying Tiaoshi slowly raised his head and saw Chu Xiao looking at him fiercely. Ying Tiaoshi's laughter choked instantly. He was unwilling to admit that he was intimidated. He immediately looked at Chu Xiao unconvinced, with a provocative look on his face, and was eager to peck Chu Xiao's head. Chu Xiao raised his paw and slapped Ying Tiaoshi, who was eager to try, to the ground. He looked down at Ying Tiaoshi, who was a little dizzy due to the impact, and his furry face showed an expression that could be called a sneer. Ying Tiaoshi was hit, and his already unhealed injuries were further aggravated. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Ha Shilang, who was hiding in the distance, swallowed his saliva and showed a flattering expression. If you hit him, you can't hit me. Chu Xiao growled. If you make trouble again, I will kill you all. Ying Tiaoshi, who finally woke up, showed a look of fear in his eyes. After Chu Xiao gave the warning, he turned back to the cave and suppressed his inner irritability. He didn't want to scare Shin Tong. When Chu Xiao was no longer visible, Ha Shilang came out from behind the stone, looking at the cave entrance with fear. He didn't fight with Ying Tiaoshi anymore, but gave the meat to Ying Tiaoshi. Compared to the meat that was not easy to eat, Ha Shilang thought it was better not to make Chu Xiao angry. Ying Tiaoshi showed an expression of you know what's good for you. Ha Shilang endured it, and stayed away from Ying Tiaoshi. It was quiet outside. Shin Tong saw Chu Xiao coming in and asked, they didn't fight, did they? Chu Xiao thought about it, and shook his head. Shin Tong was relieved. She was worried that the two of them would fight outside, which would make her Dahe unable to sleep well. When she heard that there was no fight outside, Shin Tong felt relieved. At the same time, she decided to send Ying Tiaoshi away tomorrow, and not leave him at the entrance of the cave. She cared about Chu Xiao's mood. The next day, Shin Tong got up early, and threw the fish that had been marinated overnight into animal oil for frying. The aroma of frying soon wafted out. The greedy Ha Shilang looked inside, from the outside of the small cave. Even Ying Tiaoshi couldn't help but jump on Ha Shilang's head to look. Shin Tong fried the fish for an hour before putting it in a bamboo basin, and he didn't forget to give it to Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao was about to go out hunting, and when he saw Shin Tong coming out, he wanted to ask Shin Tong if he wanted to go, but the next second Shin Tong fed him a mouthful of fried fish. Chu Xiao swallowed it. The fish was too small, so he couldn't even taste it, but he instinctively thought it was delicious. Shin Tong looked at Chu Xiao with sparkling eyes, and Chu Xiao nodded to indicate that it was delicious. Shin Tong was satisfied, put down the fried fish in his hand, and said, I get the other basin out and take it out to eat, Dahe, wait for me. As she said that, she ran back to the small cave. As soon as she entered, she saw that the bamboo basin she used to fry the fish was clean, even without any oil. Shin Tong? ? Where is her fish? Outside the cave, Ha Shilang was lying on the ground with a guilty conscience, with oil stains on the corners of his mouth. Ying Tiaoshi was lying on Ha Shilang's head, with oil on his pointed mouth as well, and the evidence of his guilt was obvious. Shin Tong came out with an empty basin. Dahe, the fish is gone, but it doesn't matter, we still have another basin. Chu Xiao narrowed his eyes, and looked outside. Shin Tong knew who had stolen the food as soon as he thought about it, and pulled Chu Xiao and said, forget it, it's just a snack, Dahe, let's go out first, I want to bring back some more things to plant, we will have to live here for a long time in the future, and when I have enough things stored, we can leave this jungle and look around. Chu Xiao retracted his gaze, and lowered his head to touch Shin Tong, thinking that if Shin Tong liked it, he could take Shin Tong for a stroll around this primitive planet before going back. At his speed, he could circle the planet in less than 2 months. After this thought came to his mind, Chu Xiao took Shin Tong to the jungle. After running for only 2 steps, Xin Tong said. Wait, I take the strange bird out too. I think he's almost recovered. Let's throw him back into the jungle. Next time we meet, I see how he changes his body shape. After saying that, he slid down from Chu Zhao's back, ran to Ying Tiaoshi, picked up Ying Tiaoshi's paw and threw it into the cage, then picked up the cage and walked out. Because he was holding the cage, Xin Tong didn't get on Chu Zhao's back, and followed Chu Zhao into the jungle. Ying Tiaoshi, who was suddenly caught in the cage, looked at Xin Tong with a question mark on his face. Where were you taking him? Ying Tiaoshi soon found out, because Xin Tong took him to the place where he was picked up, put down the cage, waved, and climbed onto Chu Zhao's back without looking back and left. Ying Tiaoshi, question mark. Ha Shilang, who followed behind, rolled on the ground with laughter. Xin Tong asked Chu Zhao to put her in a place she had never been to. The app could upgrade after scanning more than a dozen things. She wanted to go to a strange place to skim plants she had never seen. Chu Zhao was in a good mood when he saw Xin Tong throwing Ying Tiaoshi out. He took Xin Tong to a hillside where he could see the place where he often hunted. There was no danger around, and there was a lot of grass on the hill. Chu Zhao thought Xin Tong would definitely like it. Xin Tong waved at Chu Zhao. She really liked this place. There were many unfamiliar grasses. Xin Tong felt that she could upgrade the app today. After putting down the bamboo basket, Xin Tong began to skin the grass on the ground with a bamboo stick. She successfully harvested new herbs and found unripe wild fruits. The scan results showed that this wild fruit was particularly delicious when ripe. It would take about a month for it to mature. Xin Tong marked it and planned to come back when it matured. After scanning a plant of Citrus aurantium, the app interface bloomed with gorgeous fireworks. Congratulations to the host for scanning more than 300 items. The app is being upgraded. Please wait patiently for 48 hours. After the upgrade, the app will unlock new features. Xin Tong smiled and put the phone back in her pocket. She would soon know what Chu Zhao was. The app was being upgraded, so Xin Tong stopped scanning and picked out the herb she knew. She also found a piece of Achnatharum splendens at the other end of the hillside. Achnatharum splendens' hemostatic and anti-inflammatory functions were particularly useful to Xin Tong. She didn't like too much. She picked most of the Achnatharum splendens. She stopped only when the frame was full. She found a clean stone to sit down and eat the fried fish while watching Chu Zhao hunting prey in the distance. After watching for a while, Xin Tong felt a little sleepy, but she didn't dare to sleep outside, so she stood up and strolled, enjoying the live version of the hunting behavior in the animal world. Anyway, she couldn't see the bloody scene or smell the blood from a distance. But her big black dog was really handsome. He didn't drag his movements at all and often killed with one blow. After biting it to death, he dragged it to the side and ate it, and then continued to hunt after eating. Xin Tong also picked wild flowers to make a wreath, making a small one for herself and a big one in her hand, ready to give it to Chu Zhao. Just after finishing the wreath, Xin Tong subconsciously glanced at Chu Zhao, and out of the corner of her eye she saw something strange floating in the sky, not quite like a bird. Xin Tong was stunned for a moment. She had good eyesight, and could clearly see that the flying thing was a cube with 4 legs, emitting a metallic luster, with a flashing red dot in the middle. The overall look did not match the temperament of this primitive jungle. In other words, Xin Tong felt that if she was not mistaken, it was a high-tech product. Chapter 32. Xin Tong put down the wreath and rubbed her eyes. Was she dazzled? The long-legged cube in the sky did not disappear, but flew closer and closer. Xin Tong swallowed her saliva and thought about it. It seemed that there was indeed no evidence to show that the place she traveled through was a primitive society. It could not be assumed that this place was a primitive society just because it was a jungle. Xin Tong looked at the cube getting closer and closer, and subconsciously shouted in the direction of Chu Zhao, "Big Black." The wind said Xin Tong's voice to Chu Zhao. Chu Zhao moved his ears, put down the prey he had set his eyes on, turned around and ran toward Xin Tong. He heard that Xin Tong's tone was a little panic, so he ran back quickly. When he returned to Xin Tong, Chu Zhao was still slightly out of breath. This was the first time he was so anxious, afraid that something might happen to Xin Tong. Just looking at Xin Tong in front of him, Chu Zhao was a little confused. There was nothing here. Why did Xin Tong call him so panicked? Xin Tong pointed to the sky and said vaguely, "Big Black, look at what that is? Am I seeing it wrong? Otherwise, why do I see something like a drone? Isn't this a primitive jungle?" Chu Zhao looked in the direction Xin Tong pointed, and suddenly realized that this was a robot that delivered inhibitors to the orcs recuperating on the primitive star. But hasn't Xinxingtong seen it before? Even ordinary people have one of these things, and they are very convenient for daily use. Why does his Tang Tang act like he knows nothing? Xinxingtong rubbed her face and calmed down for a while before she became happy again. She should be happy that it was not a primitive society. She didn't have to live in the primitive jungle all the time. She could return to human society. The high level of technology meant that life was very convenient. Xinxingtong felt that the future was full of hope. But when she came to her senses and saw that it looked like Chu Xiao, Xinxingtong felt reluctant to leave Chu Xiao, but Chu Xiao was a beast, and he couldn't live in human society. Xinxingtong felt lost again. Chu Xiao watched Xinxingtong's expression change in just a few minutes, sometimes happy, sometimes reluctant, and sometimes melancholy. Chu Xiao tilted his head, not understanding why Xinxingtong was like this. Chu Xiao thought it was all caused by the delivery robot. If he showed the robot to Xinxingtong, maybe everything would be fine. Thinking of this, Chu Xiao turned around and pounced on the robot that was getting closer and closer to him, bit the robot in his mouth, and sent it to Xinxingtong. The robot made a warning mechanical sound in Chu Xiao's mouth. Warning, warning, attack received, please let go. Xinxingtong hurriedly rescued the robot from Chu Xiao's mouth, and said to Chu Xiao, don't bite it. What if you bite it? Dahe, this thing is very important. Chu Xiao nodded. It was indeed very important. With the inhibitor, he didn't have to worry about not being able to control and hurt Tang Tang. But what Xinxingtong said was important was that this thing could allow her to find a way to contact human society for help. The two were completely on different channels. The robot was bigger than Xinxingtong thought. It looked only a little bit big at first, but when it was in front of him, he found that this cube robot was half the size of Xinxingtong's arm. It should be very heavy, but Xinxingtong could pick it up easily. It was much lighter than he imagined. Xinxingtong looked at the robot in surprise and knocked on it. The robot issued a warning, don't knock, don't knock. Xinxingtong couldn't help laughing and said to Chu Xiao, Dahe, let's take this back. Chu Xiao certainly had no objection. He would have taken the robot back and taken out the inhibitors inside for backup. Xinxingtong was holding the robot and was about to ask Chu Xiao if he wanted to go back when she remembered that she had suddenly called Chu Xiao back. What if Chu Xiao hadn't eaten yet? Xinxingtong asked Chu Xiao, Dahe, I'm fine. Are you still hungry? I wait for you here. Chu Xiao shook his head. He had almost finished eating and could go back. It was still early, and he could take Xinxingtong for a walk. At this time, the flowers and plants that had been suppressed by ice and snow for a winter had grown out, and colorful wild flowers could be seen everywhere in the jungle. Perhaps because he had received new information, Xinxingtong's face was full of smiles. He sat on Chu Xiao's back holding the robot, and exuded a happy atmosphere all over his body. In any case, the high-tech society is definitely more comfortable than the primitive society. Chu Xiao took Xinxingtong for a walk to the cave. There were beautiful views along the way. Xinxingtong also put the woven wreath on Chu Xiao's head, passed through the two dragon horns, and also put a small wreath on his head. Chu Xiao went to the waterside to take a look. At first, he felt a little awkward, but when he saw Xinxingtong wearing the same wreath as him, he immediately became happy and walked with his head held high, as if he was showing off the wreath on his head. Ingtiaoshi, who was thrown under the tree, couldn't accept the fact for a long time. He didn't believe that Xinxingtong threw him out like this, but when he thought of Chu Xiao's smug expression, Ingtiaoshi's expression cracked, and he slapped the ground with his wings in anger. His injury hadn't healed yet. How could the female orc have the heart to throw him out? Aren't female orcs supposed to be kind and gentle? Ingtiaoshi barked loudly, then calmed down, opened the cage, and went straight to Chu Xiao's cave without returning to his own nest. When Xinxingtong and Chu Xiao came back after a round, they found that the entrance of the cave was in a mess, and the herbs that Xinxingtong had originally arranged neatly in the small cave were also turned upside down. Xinxingtong looked at all this in amazement. Did a thief come in? Chu Xiao narrowed his eyes. He smelled the scent of a nasty ghost. It must have been done by Ingtiaoshi, that nasty ghost. Xinxingtong looked at the messed up herbs with distress. These were all the herbs she had worked so hard to find. There were herbs for treating colds, clearing away heat and detoxifying, stopping bleeding and reducing inflammation. Now they were all in a mess. Xinxingtong was a little angry. She picked up the herbs and said, Dahe, you must find out who did it. I must beat him up. Chu Xiao narrowed his eyes, and turned his head to look outside the cave. This was his, and Xinxingtong's home. Ingtiaoshi dared to do this. Chu Xiao regarded it as a provocation from Ingtiaoshi. After cursing and collecting the herbs, Xinxing Tong went to check if the small cave next door had been destroyed. The small cave was not spared. All the food stored by Xinxing Tong was eaten. They ate it, but they left a pile of garbage. Xinxing Tong cleaned it up angrily, turned around to find Chu Xiao, and found that Chu Xiao had gone out. Xinxing Tong followed him out, and Chu Xiao was sniffing around, looking for someone. Xinxing Tong realized that Chu Xiao was probably looking for the guy who destroyed the cave. After a while, Chu Xiao found Ying Tiaxer sleeping with his belly bulging in the messy pile of stones. There were still food residues on Ying Tiaxer's mouth, which completely proved that Ying Tiaxer was the culprit of the destruction. Chu Xiao narrowed his eyes, and slapped him with one claw. After doing the damage, Ying Tiaxer waited for a long time, but didn't see Chu Xiao and Xinxing Tong coming back. He turned around and found a pile of stones to sleep. He was sleeping soundly, when he was caught off guard by a slap and embedded in the pile of stones. Ying Tiaxer woke up from his dream, and looked over fiercely. After seeing Chu Xiao, he felt guilty for a moment, then he became righteous and stood with his hands on his hips, and shouted at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao was too lazy to respond to Ying Tiaxer, and beat Ying Tiaxer so hard that he had no power to fight back. His nose and face were swollen, but he avoided the wing that Ying Tiaxer helped to splint, because that was the injury treated by Xinxing Tong, and he couldn't let Xinxing Tong work in vain. He beat other places at will. Ying Tiaxer, who was beaten, lay on the ground and grumbled, asking Chu Xiao to get back at him after he recovered. Chu Xiao ignored Ying Tiaxer and beat him so hard that he couldn't get up at all. He didn't even have the strength to speak, so he turned around and took Xinxing Tong, who was watching, back. Xinxing Tong walked for a while before he couldn't help asking, "Dahe, was it that strange bird that did it?" Chu Xiao nodded. Ying Tiaxer was a vengeful orc. Xinxing Tong threw Ying Tiaxer out in the morning, and he came back to cause trouble. If Xinxing Tong wasn't a female orc, Ying Tiaxer would definitely have troubled Xinxing Tong. After returning, Chu Xiao silently helped Xinxing Tong clean up the cave. The scattered stones outside were also piled up by Chu Xiao to the side, so that they would not be scattered everywhere. There was also Xinxing Tong's small vegetable garden that was damaged by the stones. The onions planted in it were all damaged. Fortunately, the peanuts planted were not damaged. Chu Xiao removed the stones from the vegetable garden and watched Xinxing Tong turn the damaged onions into the mud. He raised his paw and patted Xinxing Tong's head to comfort Xinxing Tong. On the other side, Ying Tiaxer, who had recovered from his shock, became more and more angry. He didn't stay here anymore. He got up and limped into the jungle. He had to find a way to get revenge on Chu Xiao. Ying Tiaxer was walking in the bushes, hiding his body. He was not well yet. He would suffer if he met a large beast, so Ying Tiaxer hid very well. When he was close to his own nest, Ying Tiaxer saw a manic beast hitting the mountain with its head. Its eyes were red, and there were green plants at the corners of its mouth. It seemed that it was manic because it had eaten something wrong. Ying Tiaxer hid and watched for a while, until the beast hit him hard and fell down without any movement. Ying Tiaxer came out and walked over. Seeing the vegetation next to it was completely destroyed, Ying Tiaxer searched for a while, and found a few remaining plants, which were very similar to those at the mouth of the beast. Ying Tiaxer sneered. This thing must be poisonous, but it can't kill people. At least Chu Xiao won't be poisoned to death, but it will make Chu Xiao very painful, and maybe even destroy the cave by himself. Gaga, then he can snatch the female orc back, be a hero and save the beauty. From now on, the gentle, kind, and lovely little female will be his. Ying Tiaxer laughed up to the sky, pulled out a few grasses with his claws, and turned to poison Chu Xiao. When he was close to the cave, Ying Tiaxer stopped again. It would definitely not work if he stuffed the grass into Chu Xiao's mouth. Ying Tiaxer squatted in the bushes and thought hard. He turned his head, and saw Ha Shirlang carrying a few big fish, and walking happily towards the cave. It was obvious that he was going to ask Xinxing Tong to grill fish for him. Ying Tiaxer rolled his eyes, opened his mouth and smiled, and quietly followed Ha Shirlang to Chu Xiao's cave. Chapter 33. Ha Shirlang walked to the entrance of the cave, and howled at the inside. Chu Xiao walked out and looked. Seeing a pile of fish on Ha Shirlang's back, he turned back, and called Xinxing Tong. He remembered that Xinxing Tong liked to eat this kind of fish. As soon as Xinxing Tong came out, Ha Shirlang put the fish on the ground, and said to Xinxing Tong, "Awoo. Miss Gourmet, I brought a lot of fish. Just cook them, and give me a little bit." Chu Xiao looked at the fish, and then at Xinxing Tong. If Xinxing Tong didn't want to do it, he would send Ha Shirlang away. Although Xinxing Tong was a little disappointed because of the destruction of the cave, she was still in a good mood overall. When she saw the fish, She probably understood that Ha Shirlang wanted to eat fish. It happened that she hadn't eaten dinner yet. The fried fish in the morning was cold, and she was going to heat it up. Now it was better to have fresh fish. She wanted to drink fish soup, so she cut a piece to make fish soup, and gave the rest to Chu Xiao and Ha Shirlang. Thinking of this, Shin Shing Tong smiled and said to Ha Shirlang, "Then you have to wait a while." After that, he went to get a bamboo knife to deal with the fish. Chu Xiao also helped Shin Shing Tong clean the fish and asked Ha Shirlang to fetch water, because there was not enough water in the tank. Ha Shirlang was willing to do anything as long as he had food to eat. He quickly fetched some water, and watched Shin Shing Tong rub the strange but delicious grass on the fish with his tongue sticking out. Chu Xiao turned and went into the cave, and took out several bamboo basins that Shin Shing Tong had asked for to prepare to put the fish in. Ying Tiaoshi appeared like lightning, while Chu Xiao was in the cave, and threw the mashed grass into the seasoning that Shin Shing Tong had also mashed. Shin Shing Tong got angry when he saw Ying Tiaoshi, and waved him away. "Go away, you ungrateful weird bird. I saved you and treated your injuries, but you still wreak havoc in my house." Ying Tiaoshi snorted, and in order not to be suspected, he grabbed a large piece of fish and ran away. Ha Shirlang was about to chase him, but Shin Shing Tong hurriedly called out to him, "Big Wolf, don't chase him. What if that guy leads you away, and comes back to steal again?" Ha Shirlang didn't understand, but he knew that Shin Shing Tong didn't want him to chase him, so he had to stop and shouted a warning at Ying Tiaoshi's back. Shin Shing Tong shook his head, and continued to marinate the fish, then piled up a circle of stones, threw in firewood, set up the grill, and hung the fish on it. After Chu Xiao took out her stone pot, she built a small fire next to it to cook fish soup. Shin Shing Tong specially reserved a piece of fish belly meat, and fried it with animal oil until both sides were browned, then added green onion and ginger to remove the fishy smell, poured water into it, covered it with a bamboo lid, and slowly stewed it. While doing so, Shin Shing Tong also washed some potatoes, and cut them into pieces, and threw them in. After a while, the fish soup gave off a strong fragrance. Shin Shing Tong estimated the time and opened the lid. He found that the soup had begun to turn white slowly. Shin Shing Tong pressed the fish meat inside with a bamboo spatula and continued to stew it. When the soup turned white and thick, he added salt. After adding salt, he cooked it for a while until the salt was absorbed. If conditions allowed, adding some black beans, chili peppers and minced garlic would make it more fragrant and delicious, but Shin Shing Tong did not have the conditions, so he could only eat it like this. The boiled fish soup cooked faster than the grilled fish. Ha Shirlang lay there waiting for the grilled fish, drooling. Fortunately, Shin Shing Tong brought out the fried fish pieces for Ha Shirlang to satisfy his craving. After eating the fried fish, Ha Shirlang stared at Shin Shing Tong's fish soup, thinking that such a fragrant soup must be delicious, but Ha Shirlang didn't dare to ask for it, fearing that if he asked for the soup, Chu Xiao would not give him the fish to eat. If he didn't ask for it, Ha Shirlang would be so greedy that he could only drool at Shin Shing Tong's fish. Shin Shing Tong used a bamboo bowl to hold a bowl of fish meat. After taking a bite, his eyes lit up. The fish was fresh and tender. After stewing, the freshness was in the soup. It didn't smell fishy even with the addition of onions and ginger. It was very delicious. After cooling it down, Shin Shing Tong happily ate 3 bowls in a row, and didn't forget to feed Chu Xiao a bowl in the middle. Ha Shirlang became even more greedy after seeing this, and couldn't help but let out a small whine. Shin Shing Tong then noticed that Ha Shirlang's saliva was all over the floor, and he added a bowl of fish soup to Ha Shirlang with a smile. Ha Shirlang immediately perked up, and thanked him with a whine. He drank the fish soup in one gulp, and looked at Shin Shing Tong with sparkling eyes, obviously thinking it was very delicious. After Shin Shing Tong was full, he shared the remaining fish soup with Chu Xiao and Ha Shirlang. After the grilled fish was ready, Shin Shing Tong also tasted a bite or two, but Ha Shirlang was very happy to eat it. Chu Xiao didn't want to share the food made by Shin Shing Tong. Although it was the fish brought by Ha Shirlang, Chu Xiao was not hungry, and he fought with Ha Shirlang to eat it. As a result, Ha Shirlang only got 2 fish in his mouth, and the rest went into Chu Xiao's stomach. Ha Shirlang looked at Chu Xiao with resentment. He was not full yet, and the fish was gone. Ha Shirlang had to sigh and planned to catch some prey to fill his stomach before it got dark. Shin Shing Tong cleaned up and washed the dishes, and collected the leftover fish bones, and took them to the other side for Chu Xiao to bury, so as to avoid the odor after a long time. Just after finishing the cleaning, Shin Shing Tong felt something was wrong. Something was wrong with his body. He felt hot and a little anxious. Shin Shing Tong frowned and returned to the cave after cleaning. He felt even hotter. He even took off the animal's skin and wore only short sleeves. Chu Xiao, who came in later, seemed to be a little strange. Normally, Chu Xiao would lie on the bed and rest quietly at this time, and then go to sleep in about an hour. But today was very abnormal. Chu Xiao seemed very anxious. He walked back and forth in the cave, and his claws kept scratching the ground. The cave was not big enough. After walking for a while, Chu Xiao looked at Xinxing Tong and walked out of the cave again. He was circling outside. He was getting more and more agitated. Xinxing Tong was also very anxious. This anxiety was like a bug tickling Xinxing Tong's heart, but it couldn't tickle him. Xinxing Tong turned around and around, thinking that he might be sick. He took out his phone to scan what was wrong with him. Chu Xiao couldn't scan it, but Xinxing Tong could scan it himself. However, when he took out his phone, he remembered that the app was being upgraded and it would take 48 hours, which could not solve Xinxing Tong's current problem at all. Xinxing Tong gritted his teeth and almost threw the phone away. His mind was in a mess. It was hard to squeeze out a trace of clarity. He thought that Chu Xiao was also like this, and then he thought that maybe there was something wrong with the dinner, but they had eaten the fish for dinner before, using the same method, and nothing happened after eating. Why did it go wrong this time? Just as she was thinking about it, she heard Chu Xiao's suppressed roar from outside. Xinxing Tong became worried and stumbled out. As soon as she came out of the cave, she saw Chu Xiao crashing into the mountain. Xinxing Tong was startled and her anxiety was suppressed a little. She hurriedly called Chu Xiao, "Dahe, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me." There was a hint of crying in her voice. She had never seen Chu Xiao like this before. His eyes were red, and he exuded an extremely strong aura, as if he wanted to eat people. Chu Xiao's eyes became clearer. Seeing Xinxing Tong's look, he suppressed his inner anxiety and growled at Xinxing Tong, wanting Xinxing Tong to take out the inhibitor in the robot. His symptoms were probably due to his early estrus period. But Xinxing Tong didn't quite understand what Chu Xiao meant by his roar. Coupled with his anxiety, Xinxing Tong inexplicably wanted to bang his head against the wall. His mind began to become confused, and even some indescribable fragments emerged. Chu Xiao saw Xinxing Tong like this, and secretly said that it was not good. He thought that it was his fault that Xinxing Tong was in estrus. However, Chu Xiao didn't know that Xinxing Tong didn't have estrus at all. Xinxing Tong leaned against the wall, pulled at her collar, and shook her head, wanting to ask Ha Shirlang if he was also poisoned by food. She opened her mouth, but could not make any sound. Chu Xiao looked at Xinxing Tong, dug a hole in the ground with his claws, panted with his mouth slightly open, and his eyes revealed a fierce struggle. When he saw Xinxing Tong was about to tear off his clothes, the last string in his mind finally broke. Xinxing Tong seemed to see the big black body outside gradually shrinking, and a tall man with white hair walked towards her. Xinxing Tong vaguely thought that she might have hallucinations due to food poisoning, but she was very happy, physically and mentally happy, as if she was swaying in the gentle waves and fell asleep, and the anxiety in her heart gradually receded. For 3 days, Chu Xiao and Xinxing Tong did not leave the cave, and it was quiet outside. Ingtiaoshi, who secretly laid materials, came back secretly, wanting to see Chu Xiao's miserable condition of hitting his head and knocking himself unconscious, and then take the opportunity to beat Chu Xiao. Ingtiaoshi, hiding behind a rock, looked at the cave entrance with doubts. He also went to see Ha Shirlang and confirmed that Ha Shirlang was hit by the rock, and finally took the emergency measures, and was picked up by the spaceship before coming here to see Chu Xiao's situation. Logically speaking, Chu Xiao was much stronger than the stupid wolf, and the emergency rescue measures should not be triggered. He should have fallen to the ground and been beaten by him. Ingtiaoshi came out of the stone and looked ahead blankly. Could it be that Chu Xiao was also taken away? Soon Ingtiaoshi opened his mouth and laughed. It was good that she was taken away. He would go and take the little female orc away. He. Ingtiaoshi walked towards the cave with his head held high. The more he walked, the more he felt something was wrong. In the past, Chu Xiao's aura was not so strong here. Today, the closer he got to the cave, the stronger Chu Xiao's aura became. There was also a warning not to get close. Ingtiaoshi was stunned for a moment, but he approached the cave unwillingly. He just poked his head inside, and heard a deep voice inside saying one word in interstellar language, "Get out!" Ingtiaoshi's eyes widened, and his mind was about to refute, but his body had already rolled away honestly. When he returned to the edge of the jungle, Ingtiaoshi came to his senses and flapped his wings. Oh no, the little female was harmed by the sick lion. In the cave, the man with short white hair was wearing a dark green uniform, a brown belt around his waist, and many medals on his shoulders. He had broad shoulders and a narrow waist, sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, a high nose bridge, and diamond-shaped lips that were pursed. There seemed to be some regret in his eyes, and he was a little afraid to look at the bed. Xinxing Tong was lying on the bed covered with animal skin, with red marks all over her white skin. Her neck was bitten so badly that it was unbearable to look at, and she was still sleeping. Chu Xiao looked at her for a while, and then looked away guiltily. He couldn't help but look at Xinxing Tong again, and at the same time, he was a little worried. Logically, Xinxing Tong should be almost done, so why didn't she wake up after sleeping for so long? Chu Xiao squatted down and reached out to touch Xinxing Tong's cheek. He thought to himself, what if Tang Tang got angry? Then he thought that he and Tang Tang were partners, and it was natural for them to do such a thing. Chu Xiao stared at Xinxing Tong's sleeping face and made some noise. The next moment, Xinxing Tong's long eyelashes trembled, and then he opened his eyes. There was still a bit of confusion in his eyes, and he had no focus. After a while, he slowly got up from the bed, blinked, and after realizing there was someone next to him, he turned his head to look over. After the confusion, his eyes were obviously very shocked. Chapter 34. Xinxing Tong's pupils trembled, and he pointed at Chu Xiao with a trembling hand for a while before he asked in a lost voice, "You? Who are you?" Chu Xiao's face suddenly turned red, and he turned his head away from Xinxing Tong. Xinxing Tong felt a chill in his chest, and looked down belatedly to find that he was not wearing anything, and his lower abdomen was still a little swollen. The feeling brought back by his body made Xinxing Tong's movements stiff, and then he jumped off the bed wrapped in animal skins, but his legs were weak, and he almost fell to the ground. Chu Xiao was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and he stretched out his long arm, very skillfully picked up Xinxing Tong, and put him back on the bed, and continued to lower his head. Xinxing Tong became even angrier, mainly because Chu Xiao looked as if she was taking advantage of the man in front of her. Xinxing Tong gritted her teeth and asked, "Where are you from? Where is my dahe? I'm telling you, don't think I won't care just because you look good, rogue. You look good but you're still a stinking rogue." There was no way. It wasn't that Xinxing Tong didn't want to curse more harshly, but it was really hard for her to curse more harshly when facing Chu Xiao's face. It's no exaggeration to say that the white-haired man in front of her was really handsome, and he was wearing a uniform similar to a military uniform. If she met him normally, she would definitely chase him, but the situation in front of her was indeed not normal. She was not mentally ill, and no matter how good-looking she was, she couldn't change the white-haired man in front of her. Xinxing Tong completely forgot about the happiness he was indulging in desire. This time, it was Chu Xiao who was confused. He understood every word Xinxing Tong said, but why didn't he understand what Xinxing Tong meant when he put them together? Could it be that Xinxing Tong didn't recognize him as Chu? Oh dahe, this shouldn't be the case. The smell of an orc in beast form and human form is the same. It's not possible that he can't be recognized just because he changed his form. Why didn't his Tang Tang seem to recognize him? Chu Xiao looked at Xinxing Tong in shock and blurted out in interstellar language, "Tang Tang, do you want to be a scumbag female beast who refuses to admit her love after having sex?" Xinxing Tong, ? Is this white-haired guy in front of me a foreign handsome guy? What is he talking about? Xinxing Tong sneered impatiently. Don't think I will let you go just because you speak a foreign language. Speak Chinese. Chu Xiao, do you want to be a scumbag female beast who refuses to admit your love after having sex? Xinxing Tong's face was even more confused. She understood the first half of the sentence, and was very angry. What did she mean by refuse to admit her love after having sex? It's not her own will. Xinxing Tong suddenly had a picture of herself holding onto the handsome white-haired guy and kissing him. Xinxing Tong widened her eyes, and felt a little guilty. Could it really be her? No, this is not the point. The point is, what kind of scumbag female beast is it? Does it mean that you can use random words just because you are not good at Chinese? Xinxing Tong glared at Chu Xiao angrily. What is a female beast? Speak human language. Are you trying to call me a scumbag? I don't remember what happened at all. You must have had bad intentions first. Xinxing Tong said it with confidence. Chu Xiao's expression was even more abnormal. At this time, Chu Xiao realized that his Tang Tang seemed to be different. She could not change into a beast form. She spoke a language he had never heard of. Her behavior was completely different from other female beast men. When she was freezing in winter, she cursed and said that God was blind and exiled her to this hellhole. Now she didn't know what a female beast was. At this moment, Chu Xiao connected all the abnormalities of Xinxing Tong. His Tang Tang seemed to be unusual. Xinxing Tong glared at Chu Xiao, and then she swallowed her saliva. Chu Xiao looked too handsome, a bit like her paper husband. Xinxing Tong shook her head. Being handsome was not enough to make a living, and what's more, she was at a disadvantage now. If she didn't act tough, she would definitely be at a disadvantage. Thinking of this, Shin Tong glared at Chu Zhao again, and then started looking for Chu Zhao in animal form. She didn't see Chu Zhao in the cave, and Shin Tong was a little anxious. She wanted to go out to find Chu Zhao, and she didn't forget to question Chu Zhao in human form. White hair, where did you take my Dahe? This is Dahe's cave. Get out. Chu Zhao, ? Chu Zhao pointed at himself. Shin Tong was angry and stood up with the help of the bed. Her legs would be weak without help. What's wrong with you? I'm asking you, where is my Dahe? It's a big white lion with long horns and a circle of particularly handsome heart-shaped scales on its neck. Where did you take Dahe? If anything happens to Dahe, I will never forgive you. Hearing Shin Tong's description of his beast form, Chu Zhao was very happy. He couldn't hold back his smile and pointed at himself to frantically signal Shin Tong to look at him. Shin Tong scratched her head and thought that this handsome white-haired guy might be a fool with a problem in his brain. Shin Tong was also worried about Chu Zhao in beast form. Besides, there was no place to call the police in this place. Shin Tong just said those words to intimidate the man in front of her. Shin Tong was afraid of the handsome man. She had read many articles about waist beating. Her small body could not beat the man in front of her, with about 8 abdominal muscles. Chu Zhao looked at Shin Tong with bright eyes. His wife praised him. Shin Tong put on her clothes and moved out along the bed. First, she wanted to find her family Dahe, and second, if she ran out of the cave to the jungle, this man would definitely not be able to catch her. After slowly moving to the cave entrance, Shin Tong took a deep breath and ran away, shouting, Dahe, where are you? Someone is bullying me, Dahe. Chu Zhao came to his senses. ? Chu Zhao chased after him, and his long legs caught up with the fleeing Shin Tong in just 2 or 3 steps. He grabbed Shin Tong's arm and spoke half a sentence in interstellar language and then switched to Chinese. Tang Tang, don't run. Tang Tang, don't be afraid. I didn't bully you. I am Dahe. Shin Tong was struggling to escape from Chu Zhao's hands. When he heard Chu Zhao stuttering Chinese and the last few words, Shin Tong was stunned, stopped struggling, and looked up at Chu Zhao's face. After a few seconds, Shin Tong couldn't help laughing, pointing at Chu Zhao and said, Don't think you can treat me as a fool just because you are handsome. Are you Dahe? My Dahe is a beast 3 meters tall, with a tail that is 10 meters long. You dare to pretend to be my Dahe? I warn you, you'd better disappear from my sight, otherwise I will let my Dahe eat you when he comes back from hunting. After saying that, Shin Tong looked at Chu Zhao fiercely, but there was some panic in his eyes. Chu Zhao frowned, and finally realized that Shin Tong really couldn't tell the difference between the beast form and the human form, and would regard him as 2 different individuals in the beast form and the human form. Chu Zhao suppressed other thoughts in his mind, let Shin Tong sit on the stone, and squatted in front of Shin Tong to explain seriously, I am really Dahe, Tang Tang. Have you forgotten? You taught me to speak your language in winter. Dahe was your name. I didn't lie to you. Shin Tong's pupils trembled. He didn't know whether he should be shocked first that Dahe could turn into a human and become a demon, or that he was sleeping with someone other than a human. Chu Zhao hadn't fully recovered all his memories before he came to the original star. Seeing Shin Tong didn't speak, he pursed his lips, looked a little aggrieved, lowered his head, and even his hair was a little depressed. Shin Tong sat stiffly for a while, his eyes fell on Chu Zhao a little vaguely, and he spoke after a long time, with a questioning tone. You said you are Dahe? Do you have any evidence? Chu Zhao raised his head instantly. You roll onto my tail when you sleep. You like to sleep with my tail hugged the first day I picked you up. The hair you used to tie your hair was the one I gave you. Shin Tong's expression was a little stiff after hearing this. She did wake up hugging Dahe's tail the second day she was picked up. She also quickly let go of Dahe's tail while Dahe was still asleep. Stop talking, it's impossible. How can an animal become a human? This is not right. Shin Tong covered his ears, reorganizing his worldview in his mind. Chu Zhao thought about it. Anyway, he was on the primitive star, and he couldn't maintain his human form for long. In fact, according to reason, he and Shin Tong should be in beast form when they combined on the primitive star, but Shin Tong was an orc with a genetic defect and couldn't turn into a beast, so Chu Zhao had to turn back to human form. Now he found that Shin Tong was faceblind and couldn't distinguish between human and beast forms. So Chu Zhao simply changed from human form back to beast form in front of Shin Tong. Shin Tong stared blankly at the handsome white-haired guy in front of her, who was 190+ cm tall and grew ears. His body swelled, and his limbs turned into familiar claws, and finally a living Dahei appeared in front of her. There was silence for more than 10 minutes. Shinshing-tong covered her chest, and looked like she was going to faint. Her good Dahei actually turned into a human, and slept with her. Before this, Shinshing-tong had never thought that her life would be so bizarre. Chu Xiao tilted his head, and suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to tell Shinshing-tong his name. Now that he had turned back into a beast, he couldn't speak for a while, so he had to give up and planned to tell Shinshing-tong his name after leaving the original star. Shinshing-tong waved his hand weakly at Chu Xiao and said, "Dahei, I want to be alone, go out and play for a while." Chu Xiao didn't want to leave. He just wanted to stay close to Shinshing-tong. His limited rationality was even less after he turned back into a beast. His tail was also very honest, and circled around Shinshing-tong. Shinshing-tong didn't know how to face Chu Xiao for the time being. He moved Chu Xiao's tail away, and walked slowly towards the cave. Chu Xiao followed Shinshing-tong step by step. Shinshing-tong walked 2 steps, and turned back to stop Chu Xiao, and made a gesture to drive him away. "Dahei, let me be quiet for a while. I'm so annoyed now, and you? Aren't you hungry?" Chu Xiao tilted his head, and suddenly realized that his wife was indeed hungry after not eating for 3 days. Moreover, if the orcs have sex during the estrus period, 80% of them will have a baby. Maybe his wife is already pregnant at this time. It is very hard for female orcs to give birth to offspring. He must take good care of Tang Tang. Chu Xiao nodded at Shinshing-tong, and quickly turned around and ran towards the jungle. Shinshing-tong sighed, sat at the entrance of the cave, resting his chin and staring at the sky in a daze. His mind was in a mess, and there was a sense of unreality. He didn't understand why it was like this. Chapter 35. The handsome white-haired guy turned into Dahei. Oh no, the handsome white-haired guy was originally Dahei turned into equals Dahei is really a dragon, or the kind that has achieved success in cultivation. Then what is her half a year for? Every day she hugged Dahei to sleep, touched Dahei's chest muscles equals touched the chest muscles of the handsome white-haired guy, and crawled on Dahei when she was bored in winter, kissed Dahei's face, pinched Dahei's paws. Shinshing-tong covered her face. She was too embarrassed to see anyone. After a while, Shinshing-tong raised her head again. No, Dahei can turn into a human. Why doesn't he speak? That's right. It was all Dahei's fault. It was Dahei who misled her. She couldn't be blamed for being obsessed with sex. Shinshing-tong showed a righteous expression, but this expression collapsed when she saw Chu Xiao dragging the prey back. She turned around silently and faced the wall. Chu Xiao threw the food in front of Shinshing-tong. Seeing Shinshing-tong staring at the wall, he curiously followed Shinshing-tong's gaze. There was nothing on the wall. What was his Tang Tang looking at? Shinshing-tong moved to distance herself from Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao approached again, and did not forget to stretch out his claws to cut a piece of meat, and put it in front of Shinshing-tong. Shinshing-tong finally looked at Chu Xiao, and touched her stomach. She was indeed hungry. Shinshing-tong stood up. Food is the most important thing for people. Shinshing-tong took the meat, and cooked something to eat. Chu Xiao followed diligently to make a fire for Shinshing-tong. After Shinshing-tong was full, Chu Xiao took care of the rest. It was still early outside. Shinshing-tong sat at the entrance of the cave, and Chu Xiao lay beside her. Shinshing-tong was no longer leaning on Chu Xiao. When she thought that Chu Xiao would actually become a human, Shinshing-tong felt a little uncomfortable, and even kept a distance. Chu Xiao looked at Shinshing-tong in confusion, and then looked at his soft hair. Could it be that Tang Tang didn't like him anymore? Thinking of this, Chu Xiao's tail quietly circled Shinshing-tong's body, and he used the tip of his tail to shake in front of Shinshing-tong, trying to seduce Shinshing-tong. Shinshing-tong was in a daze, and unconsciously pinched the tip of Chu Xiao's tail. Chu Xiao was satisfied, and he knew that Tang Tang still liked her. After pinching for a while, Shinshing-tong suddenly reacted, threw away Chu Xiao's tail, and decided not to escape anymore. No matter what, she was the one who suffered. Shinshing-tong looked at Chu Xiao seriously. Chu Xiao was made nervous by Shinshing-tong's attitude, and he tilted his head to look at Shinshing-tong. Shinshing-tong thought for a while before asking, "Will you become a human?" Chu Xiao nodded, and Shinshing-tong asked again, "Then we talk after you become a human, or you can speak." Chu Xiao was a little embarrassed, because he couldn't speak in the beast form. After they became beasts, they communicated by roaring. As for becoming a human, it was impossible now. Shinshing-tong frowned when he saw Chu Xiao like this. "Why don't you speak? Can't you talk? You don't become a human, you." Shinshing-tong was inexplicably angry, and raised his hand to hit Chu Xiao. This strength was lighter than tickling for Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao even squinted his eyes, and looked like he was enjoying it. He also put the other side of his face to Xingtong's hand. Xingtong, I always feel that my hands are dirty. Chu Xiao looked at Xingtong expectantly. Xingtong took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. I will pretend that what happened before didn't happen, although I don't know why it happened. I will rest here for a few days, and leave when I recover my strength. Chu Xiao immediately got anxious when he heard this. He stood up, wagging his tail anxiously, and growled. Why do you want to leave? Where are you going? I go with you. It's dangerous outside. Xingtong didn't understand and said to himself, You can become a human. So can the big wolf, the strange bird, and the rolling? You are all the same creature, right? Chu Xiao looked at Xingtong and nodded. Just when he went out, he knew that Ha Shirlang had been taken away. Xingtong continued, Forget it, there's no point asking this. I want to go back to human society. People like you are aliens in human society, and will be regarded as monsters. You'd better stay here. I won't come back to see you. From now on, we will go our separate ways. Chu Xiao, ? Why did his wife run away for no reason? What kind of human society is there? Why is he an alien in their orc society? Does Tang Tang also dislike him, because he is a mutant lion? Chu Xiao was unhappy and aggrieved. Chu Xiao looked at Xingtong, who was still trying to distance himself from the matter. He got angry and bit Xingtong's waist, took him back to the cave, and yelled at Xingtong, Don't go alone. I take you back with me. It's dangerous outside. Don't leave me behind. When Xingtong saw Chu Xiao yelling at her, she felt wrong for no reason, wiping her tears and saying, Why are you yelling? I haven't lost my temper with you yet. Damn Dahe, you were so nice to me before, but now you yell at me. Seeing Xingtong crying, Chu Xiao panicked instantly, turning around in a hurry, and clumsily raised his paw to wipe Xingtong's tears, and his paw smeared Xingtong's face. Xingtong couldn't cry anymore, and looked at the huge paw in front of her speechlessly, and laughed. People really laugh when they are speechless. Xingtong pushed Chu Xiao's paw away expressionlessly. Change back to a human and talk to me. I don't understand what you are yelling. Chu Xiao, Chu Xiao closed his eyes and sighed, walked to the corner and pressed the stone. If he didn't press it, his wife would run away. Compared with that, his wife was more important. Xingtong saw that Chu Xiao not only ignored her, but also went to the corner to play with stones. She became even angrier. Just as she was about to scold Chu Xiao, she heard an incomprehensible language coming from the stone. It was the voice of a strange man. Xingtong was stunned for a moment, and immediately ran over to stare at the stone, forgetting to scold for a moment. Shi Lu, who was far away in outer space, looked at Ha Shirlang in the confinement room with a headache, turned her head and asked, Why did he become like this? Go Chi-Huang looked down at the record and said, He ate something bad. It's a bit strange. Colonel Ha doesn't like to eat grass, so how could he eat a lot of Zhizha grass by mistake? Fortunately, he came back in time. The gray wolf, in the confinement room, was still howling and rolling in pain. The invisible medicine mist filled the entire confinement room, slowly relieving Ha Shirlang's discomfort. Chief of Staff the marshal sent a return signal. Shi Lu ignored Ha Shirlang as soon as he heard it, and immediately walked out quickly, walked to the signal receiving room, and said excitedly, The marshal is finally coming back. Hurry. Arrange a spaceship to pick up the marshal. Dr. Go is ready to give the marshal a full body check. He then connected the signal again, his voice full of excitement. Marshal, can you hear me? We will arrange a spaceship to pick you up immediately. Chu Xiao's low roar came from the other side. Prepare a set of women's clothes, and bring a brainwave translator. Shi Lu, Marshal. Before he finished speaking, the communication was unilaterally cut off. Shi Lu was confused and followed Chu Xiao's instructions. After arranging the spaceship to pick people up, he went to find Go Chi-Huang. I said, What does the marshal mean by asking me to prepare women's clothes? Go Chi-Huang was still recording data to prepare for Chu Xiao's physical examination. He said without turning his head, Why don't you just prepare it? Huh? Women's clothes? Go Chi-Huang reacted and turned around. Shi Lu nodded. The marshal asked me to prepare a set of women's clothes and a brainwave translator. Go Chi-Huang analyzed for a while. Could it be that the marshal met a female orc with the same cultivation? And he fell in love with her and planned to bring her back to be the marshal's wife? That doesn't make sense. Why prepare clothes? When everyone turns back into a human, they use their fur to transform into clothes. Shi Lu scratched his head, his eyes turned into vertical pupils in an instant. He was very confused, and saw Ha Shirlang still wailing in the confinement room. Shi Lu squinted his eyes, and said, Let this stupid wolf get better quickly. He must know what's going on. When Ha Shirlang was mentioned, Go Qiguang patted his head. That reminds me, some time ago, I looked at the monitoring data and found that there was an extra creature next to the marshal. The data did not look like an orc. I thought it was the reserve food raised by the marshal. Now think about it, it may be a female orc who has not turned into a beast. It's really interesting. How can an orc resist instinct and maintain human form on the primitive star? As soon as Shi Lu saw Go Qiguang's interested expression, he immediately warned, I told you not to have any bad ideas. Be careful that the marshal destroyed your laboratory. Go Qiguang curled his lips and waved his hands. I know, I'm not a pervert. Chu Xiao turned around and saw Shin Shing Tong with a dazed expression and patted the stone. Shin Shing Tong's mind was even more confused. This stone looked like an ordinary stone. How could it make a sound after so long? Could it be a phone? Cell phone? Shin Shing Tong paced back and forth and looked at Chu Xiao again. Who is inside? What is this stone? Chu Xiao, Tang Tang, I can't talk to you in animal form. Chu Xiao was lying in the corner in autism. Shin Shing Tong simply stopped asking and ran over to reach out and dig the stone, trying to dig it out. However, the stone looked small, and Shin Shing Tong tried very hard but couldn't get it out. He was frustrated and sulked aside. When sleeping at night, Shin Shing Tong hugged the animal's skin and huddled in the corner away from Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao looked at Shin Shing Tong eagerly. In the past, Shin Shing Tong always hugged his tail and slept in his arms. Shin Shing Tong closed his eyes, and after a while, he turned back to warn, Don't roll me into your arms in the middle of the night. Chu Xiao's pupils were shocked. How could Tang Tang guess his thoughts? Shin Shing Tong snorted and continued to sleep with his back to Chu Xiao. It wasn't cold now anyway. Chu Xiao couldn't sleep without Shin Shing Tong in his arms. After making sure that Shin Shing Tong was asleep in the middle of the night, Chu Xiao sneaked behind Shin Shing Tong, only a fist away from Shin Shing Tong, thinking very confidently that he didn't roll Tang Tang into his arms. When Shin Shing Tong woke up, she sneezed and looked at the familiar white hair in front of her. She subconsciously stretched out her hand to pinch it. After pinching it, she realized what happened. She was very embarrassed and turned back to take the initiative. I told you not to roll me into your arms. Chu Xiao blinked and pointed at his body a fist away from Shin Shing Tong, telling Shin Shing Tong that he didn't. Shin Shing Tong, pinched Chu Xiao's tail hard and glared at Chu Xiao. In fact, Shin Shing Tong was not angry about sleeping with Chu Xiao. She was an adult. Besides, she vaguely remembered that she was half-hearted and even took the initiative several times in the process because Chu Xiao was handsome. There was nothing to be angry about such a thing. The reason why Shin Shing Tong was angry was that Chu Xiao didn't talk to her after he turned back into a beast, and he also avoided her questions and didn't communicate with her seriously. Shin Shing Tong felt something was wrong. In fact, it was also because Chu Xiao was the closest person to her here. A creature, so Shin Shing Tong got angry at Chu Xiao. Chapter 36. Shin Shing Tong looked at Chu Xiao, who was hanging his head, and was so angry that she simply carried her bamboo basket and went out with a hoe and bamboo stick. If she stayed in the cave, she would be pissed off by Dahe sooner or later. She might as well go out for a walk. Now that she was sure that this was a high-tech society, Shin Shing Tong also wanted to find a way out of the jungle. Seeing this, Chu Xiao hurriedly followed, but was afraid that Shin Shing Tong would get angry, so he followed Shin Shing Tong 4 or 5 meters behind him, and did not go hunting. He followed wherever Shin Shing Tong went. Shin Shing Tong ignored it at first, but later Chu Xiao's eyes became more and more obvious. Shin Shing Tong could not ignore it, so she had to turn around and look at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao opened her eyes, and pretended that she didn't look at Shin Shing Tong. Shin Shing Tong walked in front of Chu Xiao, and stared at him for a while, and suddenly remembered something. Calculating the time, her phone should have been updated. After the upgrade, she can scan what kind of creature Dahe is. Shin Shing Tong's eyes lit up, took out her phone, pointed it at Chu Xiao, and clicked on the app. Adult male orcs in battle damage need to clear the devouring energy from the Zerg as soon as possible. Primary antidotes can be used to suppress it. The complete cure needs to be displayed after upgrading. Shin Shing Tong felt that she knew every word in the pop-up prompt box, so why didn't she understand it when they were put together? What male orcs? What Zerg? Within a day, Shin Shing Tong reshaped her worldview and updated her self-awareness. This is not an ordinary human society. There are orcs, or it may just be a simple orc world, and there are even Zerg. Dahe was also poisoned by the Zerg. Oops, my head is itchy, I need to grow a brain. Shin Shing Tong squatted down on the spot, looking at the mobile phone app with deep hatred. If she had known, she would not have upgraded it. After staring at the phone for a while, Tong began to worry about Chu Xiao again. There was still devouring energy in her big black body that had not been eliminated. Devouring, it sounds like a bad thing, and it might be very painful. Thinking of this, Tong raised his head and looked at Chu Xiao worriedly. Chu Xiao saw Tong looking at him, and immediately walked in front of Tong. Tong sighed, stood up, touched Chu Xiao's lowered head, and said to himself, "Forget it, I forgive you for the time being. I was angry before that you didn't change back to human nature and communicate with me seriously. Now I think it might be because you were poisoned. It doesn't matter. You must explain to me when you get better, understand?" Chu Xiao tilted his head, and nodded immediately after listening. His eyes were filled with visible joy. Tong patted Chu Xiao's head, and climbed up Chu Xiao's back familiarly, and said, "Let's go to the hillside we went to last time. I see if the fruit is ripe." He felt a little uncomfortable after saying that, but soon he became confident. It was time to sleep, so he was not shy. Tong shook his head, and the last bit of discomfort in his heart disappeared. Chu Xiao happily carried Tong on his back, and walked towards the hillside. After walking 2 steps he ran. Tong lay on Chu Xiao's back. Her hair was messy because of the wind, but she was thinking about upgrading her phone as soon as possible. Chu Xiao had devouring energy in his body. When she scanned it just now, the instructions said that there would be a radical cure after the upgrade. It would be best if there was a way to completely eliminate the devouring energy. Tong didn't want Chu Xiao to die anyway. When they reached the hillside, Tong hadn't been there for a few days. The grass here was much more lush, and some of the marked fruits were red. Tong climbed down and waved at Chu Xiao. "Big Black, go hunting quickly, I wait for you here." Chu Xiao nodded and looked around. He hadn't been here for several days. He had to make sure there were no other threats nearby before he could let Tong stay here. After a round of inspection, Chu Xiao rushed towards the herd of herbivores in the distance. Tong put down the basket, cleared a space to put things, and then picked the ripe fruits and washed them with the water he brought. After taking a bite, Tong's eyes lit up. "This fruit is very delicious, sour and sweet, very juicy, a bit like strawberries, but tastier than strawberries." After eating, Tong was still not satisfied. She stared at the remaining unripe ones, thinking that she would come every day in the future and eat as many ripe ones as she could. Tong sat on the stone and looked around. She scanned all the grass nearby and picked up all the useful ones. Tong simply took out her mobile phone and started to study the upgraded app. The app interface was still simple, but the production function below that was originally locked was unlocked, and the small icon also lit up. Tong clicked in to take a look, and the interface changed from scanning to production. The production function is also simple. There are 2 small grids on the top row, and there are mind map lines connecting them, extending to a slightly larger grid below. In addition, there is a yellow button 2 knuckles long at the bottom, with the word production on it. Tong looked at it for a while, and guessed that this was probably to put in materials to get new items. Just like the life skills in online games, putting in enough materials to get the finished product, but Tong didn't dare to draw a conclusion. After thinking for a while, he tentatively asked the phone, "What does this mean? Don't be silent, I know you can hear me. You brought me to this hellhole, and gave me a broken cheat code without any instructions. You have to tell me if this production is what I want, right? Otherwise, how can I upgrade it? And don't worry, I'm not looking for trouble with you. Anyway, I'm here, and it seems that I can't go back now. Although I don't know what's wrong with you, we can be considered as cooperation, right?" After that, the phone didn't move, and after a long time, until Tong almost thought that this app was really dead, the phone screen lit up twice, and the production interface slowly showed a dialog box with a few words popped up on it. "Put in 20 stalks of Acnatharum splendens, and 2 cups of water to get hemostatic pills." After successfully making hemostatic pills, the recipe for making functions is unlocked. After this sentence came out, the app was silent again, but Tong knew that the app was indeed alive. Perhaps it was some kind of system, but this system seemed a bit socially anxious. That is, it did not issue tasks or introduce functions. Everything was up to her to explore on her own. Tong was in a good mood. As long as she had a direction, the app system could do whatever it wanted. It was none of her business. Tong pulled out 20 stalks of Acnatharum splendens nearby, and estimated and poured out 2 cups of water. Looking at the prepared materials, Tong was a little confused. She and the app were separated by the phone screen. She couldn't break the dimensional wall, could she? At this time, the phone screen showed a few more words. "Materials, come closer." Tong? Question mark. Tong was a little confused, but she still picked up the sedge grass and tentatively approached the phone screen. As soon as the sedge grass touched the phone screen emitted a blue light, and the sedge grass disappeared in the blue light. Tong looked and found that one of the two grids used to place materials in the app had a sedge grass icon, and there was a small one in the lower right corner of the small grid. The experiment was successful. Tong immediately put the remaining Achnathorum splendens close to the screen. Soon the number in the small grid changed to 20, and emitted a green light. Tong hurriedly put the water close to the item. This time, the water flowed out of the quilt, and entered the blue light. After half of the water was poured, the blue light stopped absorbing water. Tong put away the water cup and looked at the app. The yellow production button on it turned green. Tong clicked it decisively. The production interface began to flash blue light. After 30 seconds, the finished product grid showed the production product, and the material grid above became empty. Tong clicked the finished product grid. Average hemostatic powder, good hemostatic function, average anti-inflammatory function. Please keep up the good work and make perfect hemostatic pills. Tong understood. Not sure if it was a ratio problem, the hemostatic pills were not successful, and the formula was not unlocked. She had to continue to make perfect hemostatic pills, knowing the method. Tong was not in a hurry. Anyway, she had plenty of Achnathorum splendens, and she would succeed if she took her time. But how to get this finished product out? Tong looked at the finished product in confusion, and clicked again, and an option popped up on the screen. Do you want to store the finished product in the system backpack? Tong didn't expect to have an unexpected gain, and hurriedly clicked yes. The powder quickly disappeared from the grid. Tong looked for it, but couldn't find the backpack icon. He launched the production function, and saw the backpack icon opposite the production on the scanning interface. After clicking on the backpack, there were empty grids inside. Tong counted and found a total of 36 spaces, and there was a lock next page function below. It seemed that more spaces needed to be unlocked after upgrading. The hemostatic powder that was just made was in the first one. Tong curiously clicked it, and a new option appeared. Do you want to take out the hemostatic powder? Tong clicked yes, and a small paper bag of about 5 or 6 square centimeters appeared in the palm of his hand. After opening it, there was a white and fine powder inside, and it also exuded a pleasant and refreshing medicinal fragrance. After Tong looked at it, he tried to bring the paper bag close to the mobile phone screen, and the mobile phone item appeared again. Do you want to put the hemostatic powder in the backpack? After choosing yes, the hemostatic powder returned to the backpack and turned into a small icon. After studying the new function, Tong was very happy and praised generously. You are such a great system. The phone flashed pink light twice suspiciously. Tong exited the app and found that there were a few more words under the original bear icon. Wanwu app. You have a name, I will call you Xiao1 from now on, but your name is quite grand, hee. Is it possible to do anything if you have the materials? Forget it. It doesn't matter if you don't answer, I know you are shy. The app didn't make any noise, so Tong put away her phone and stretched. The new function of the Wanwu app was very useful. Although it could only make hemostatic drugs at present, after the upgrade, it was estimated that as long as there were materials, it could not only make drugs. Whether it was a human society or an orc society, Tong believed that this app would definitely help her adapt to this strange society quickly. Not far away, Chu Xiao was full and caught a wild boar that had just grown up. Tong loved it. Chu Xiao also considerately cleaned the wild boar before bringing it back to Tong. Seeing Tong's smile, Chu Xiao shook his tail and took Tong to the river, fetched water and brought it back, and also caught fish. Chapter 37. After returning to the cave, Tong hurriedly got something to eat and began to study the production of hemostatic pills. She was eager to upgrade the production function and unlock more recipes. So Tong forgot to eat and sleep. Chu Xiao looked at Tong in confusion. He clearly remembered that Tong loved to eat wild boar meat, so why didn't she eat 2 bites today? She only ate 2 bites of fish. Is this enough to fill her up? Chu Xiao was afraid that Tong would be hungry, so he didn't eat up the rest and left a midnight snack for Tong. Next, Chu Xiao watched Tong's strange movements. The ancient machine in Tong's hand didn't seem to be that ancient. In addition, Tong didn't carry him on his back, so Chu Xiao saw it clearly. The useful grass disappeared when it approached the glowing screen, and so did the water. Chu Xiao was curious and stared at it intently. After a while, he saw a small paper bag appear out of thin air in Xingqing's hand. Chu Xiao stood up instantly and walked around Xingqing, his expression very confused. He looked everywhere on Xingqing and didn't find any space equipment. Could this ancient machine be some kind of retro-looking space equipment? Chu Xiao raised his claws and put one of his claws close to the screen of Xingqing's phone, trying to take something out of it. At present, all the portable space devices in the Empire are very simple. The person who gets them can take out the things inside by breaking the program lock inside. Chu Xiao naturally thought that Xingqing's space device was the same. However, nothing happened. Xingqing even pushed his claws away and patted them, and warned, "Dahe, don't bother me. I'm doing something important. If you are sleepy, go to sleep first." Chu Xiao looked at his paw, then at the phone in Xingqing's hand, and laid down in confusion. After Chu Xiao's paw left, the app popped up a prompt. "Please don't touch me with your paw, I'm angry." Xingqing couldn't help laughing, avoiding Chu Xiao, and whispered, "Okay, next time he won't touch you, don't be angry." The phone was silent again, and Xingqing continued to make hemostatic pills. I don't know how long it took, and the sky gradually became bright outside. Xingqing yawned, and the hemostatic pills in his backpack were already full of 99+. Xingqing stared at the screen. "This is the last time. If it doesn't work, I go to sleep." The grid gave off a different green light. Xingqing looked over, and saw that the icon of the finished grid was different. He clicked it, and took a look. Perfect hemostatic pills, great hemostatic function, great anti-inflammatory function, 1 pill for minor injuries, 3 pills for serious injuries, the medicine will cure the disease, spread the flowers, spread the flowers. Xingqing smiled, put the things into the backpack, put the phone in his arms, fell back and fell asleep. Chu Xiao, who had been staring at Xingqing all night, yawned when he saw this, but he didn't sleep. Instead, he got up to cover Xingqing with animal skins, went to the kitchen to eat the leftovers, and then went out hunting. He wanted to hunt the best meat for Xingqing. After Chu Xiao left, Tiaoshi appeared at the entrance of the cave. The board on his wings was removed, and he looked completely healed. His body size also changed from a juvenile to an adult. When his wings were spread out, they were 7 or 8 meters long. He took advantage of Chu Xiao's departure to sneak over. Tiaoshi didn't want Chu Xiao to have an easy time. Besides, Chu Xiao had beaten him several times. Tiaoshi was not convinced. He couldn't beat Chu Xiao, and couldn't make Chu Xiao happy. The most important thing was that Tiaoshi regretted giving Chu Xiao drugs. He didn't know that the drug would cause estrus. Now, he wanted to see Chu Xiao go crazy, but Chu Xiao got the beauty. Tiaoshi regretted it as soon as he thought about it. After thinking about it, he came up with a plan with his few remaining brains. He wanted to snatch Xingqing away. Just when he had almost finished recuperating on the original star, Tiaoshi sneered and notified his men to pick him up. Then, while Chu Xiao was away, he planned to kidnap Xingqing. For this reason, Tiaoshi deliberately waited near Chu Xiao's cave for 2 days, intending to wait for Chu Xiao to go out alone and snatch Xingqing away when she was alone. Now Tiaoshi finally got the chance. After Chu Xiao's breath completely disappeared, Tiaoshi took action. He looked at the cave entrance for a while, and then sneaked in quietly. Originally, Tiaoshi was worried that Xingqing would struggle and not follow him. Once he entered, he found Xingqing asleep. Tiaoshi opened his mouth to laugh, but before he could laugh, he covered his mouth and quietly walked to the bedside, put the sleeping Xingqing on his back, and even found something with Chu Xiao's scent in the cave, wrapped Xingqing in a strange piece of clothing, and then rushed out of the cave and flew away. Xingqing was awakened by the movement, but she was too sleepy. She felt as if she was on Chu Xiao's back, and her face was pressed against the soft and familiar white hair. Xingqing muttered, "I said I'm so sleepy, you can just go hunting by yourself. Why did you bring me out?" After saying that, he fell asleep again. Tiaoshi was nervous for a while when he heard Xingqing's voice, and slowed down the flight speed. After a while, he heard no movement. Tiaoshi gritted his teeth and quickly returned to his cave on the cliff. He had planned it the day before and notified his men to pick him up. At this time, a spaceship should be here. As long as he left the original star, Chu Xiao would not be able to find him. Tiaoshi smiled with a successful revenge. 2 spaceships appeared in the sky. One flew to the direction of Chu Xiao's cave, and the other came to Tiaoshi. Tiaoshi crouched down, not daring to put Xingqing down, fearing that he would wake Xingqing and cause trouble. Seeing the spaceship getting closer, Tiaoshi's eyes also showed a proud light. The spaceship stopped in front of Inktiasher's cave. The spaceship was oval, and there was a majestic eagle pattern with wings spread on the side. The spaceship opened, and the light ladder extended from the spaceship door to Inktiasher's feet. At the same time, an excited voice came from the spaceship. "Captain, you are finally willing to come back." Inktiasher stepped onto the light ladder with his head held high and entered the spaceship. After Inktiasher entered the spaceship, the light ladder disappeared, the door closed, and the spaceship returned along the route it came from. Chu Xiao was a little distracted when catching prey, and accidentally let a few deer escape from his mouth. Chu Xiao stopped hunting and looked up to see two spaceships. Chu Xiao simply stopped hunting, left the half-dead prey, and ran quickly to the cave. He was a little worried about Xinxing Tong, who was sleeping in the cave. The spaceship that came to pick up Chu Xiao had already stopped at the entrance of the cave. The door of the spaceship opened, and Shi Lu turned into a giant python and got off the spaceship. He poked his head into the cave and looked left and right, and even made a hissing sound to greet him. When he found that Chu Xiao was not in the cave, Shi Lu retreated again. The orcs didn't like their caves to have the smell of other orcs. After retreating, Shi Lu felt something was wrong. He had helped find the cave for his marshal, and it was empty except for a pile of hay for sleeping. The first glance he had taken just now showed that it was very different from when his marshal first came. Shi Lu couldn't tell what was different, but it didn't feel so cold, and there was a small cave next to it. Shi Lu's sense of smell was average, and the smell of Chu Xiao filled the cave these days, completely overshadowing Xinxing Tong's scent. Therefore, Shi Lu didn't realize that there were other people living in the cave besides his marshal. After a while, Shi Lu raised his head and looked towards the jungle. His huge body swam out quickly in an S shape and met Chu Xiao. "Hiss. Marshal, are you feeling better?" Chu Xiao glanced at Shi Lu and recalled from his memory that this was his subordinate, and he couldn't beat him. Chu Xiao glanced at Shi Lu and ran towards the cave. The closer he got to the cave, the more panicked Chu Xiao became. After entering the cave, Chu Xiao went straight to the bed, intending to wake up Xinxing Tong and take Xinxing Tong away from the original star. However, the bed was empty. Xinxing Tong, who was sleeping on it, was gone. Chu Xiao froze in place with his paw half raised. The next second, he was frantically looking for someone everywhere, from the big cave to the small cave. He also opened the bed and dug hay everywhere, trying to find Xinxing Tong. However, after turning the cave upside down, Chu Xiao still didn't see Xinxing Tong. The whole beast stared blankly at the messy cave, with only one thought in his mind. His wife ran away. Chu Xiao whimpered softly, trying to call Xinxing Tong back, but no one responded to him. Shi Lu, who was waiting outside, saw Chu Xiao didn't come out for a long time, so he simply poked his head in and looked inside. Seeing that the originally clean and tidy cave had become a mess, Shi Lu was also confused, not knowing why his marshal was crazy. "Hiss? Marshal?" Chu Xiao came to his senses and suddenly felt something was wrong. His Tang Tang was no longer angry yesterday. The most important thing was that Xinxing Tong was not a person who ran around. Even if he had to go to the jungle, he would wait for him to come back. Besides, Xinxing Tong didn't sleep all night last night, and he was very sleepy this morning. How could he leave the cave for no reason? Xinxing Tong didn't take the small backpack he often used. Even if he wanted to leave here, Xinxing Tong couldn't throw away the small backpack and the bamboo spear for self-defense. Chu Xiao moved his nose and finally smelled a trace of other smells in the cave. Chu Xiao was very angry and turned around and ran straight to Inktiasher's cave. He should have killed the annoying guy, but now he chased Tang Tang away. Shi Lu didn't react. Chu Xiao disappeared. Shi Lu hurriedly chased after him, shouting, "Hiss! Marshal, what are you going to do?" Chu Xiao turned a deaf ear to him and burst out at the fastest speed to reach the bottom of the cliff, where Inktiasher's cave was located. He jumped up the cliff with a power-gathering jump. When he reached the entrance of Inktiasher's cave, Chu Xiao slapped it with one claw, but it was already empty. Shi Lu, who was chasing after him, said, "Hiss, hiss! Marshal, when I came to pick you up just now, Inktiasher was also picked up by his subordinates." Chu Xiao angrily slapped Inktiasher's cave into ruins, turned around and went straight to the spaceship. If he went back now and speeded up, he could still catch up with Xinxing Tong and get him back. Shi Lu didn't even have time to catch her breath and hurried back. After returning, Chu Xiao was about to board the spaceship, but suddenly remembered something, went into the cave, and took all the herbs that Xinxing Tong had worked hard to collect. When Xinxing Tong was found, she would definitely be happy to see these things. The spaceship took off, and disappeared into the sky as a stream. Seeing the spaceship rushing over, Maliji? ? No, he hasn't boarded the spaceship yet. Maliji held the bamboo shoots and stared blankly at the spaceship disappearing. Chapter 38. After the spaceship left the original star, it flew back to the starship according to the route. In the spaceship, Shi Lu turned back to human and injected Chu Xiao with the antidote for sealed consciousness, allowing Chu Xiao to fully regain consciousness. Chu Xiao changed from beast form back to human form. After leaving the original star, he can freely switch between human form and beast form. Shi Lu took the women's clothing that Chu Xiao requested and asked, "Marshal, what do you want me to prepare women's clothing for?" Chu Xiao had just recovered and his mind was still a little confused. When he saw the women's clothing, he subconsciously answered, "For Tang Tang to wear." Shi Lu, "Ah, who is Tang Tang?" Chu Xiao's face turned cold instantly, and he ordered Shi Lu, "Chase the eagles immediately. Be sure to intercept them before they leave this star system." Although Shi Lu didn't understand why Chu Xiao did this, but obeying orders was the duty of a soldier, Shi Lu immediately conveyed Chu Xiao's meaning and sent a small team to chase. After returning to the starship, Chu Xiao strode off the spaceship and went to his fighter plane, intending to chase in person. Ha Shirlang has returned to his human form, which is completely different from his beast form. Ha Shirlang in human form looks very calm. When he saw Chu Xiao, he was about to say hello, but Chu Xiao walked past him. Ha Shirlang thought about what he had done on the original star, and his expression almost cracked. He was really mean when he was in beast form. Shi Lu came from behind and saw Ha Shirlang raised his hand to greet him. "Colonel Ha, are you okay?" Ha Shirlang nodded coldly. Shi Lu hooked Ha Shirlang's neck and led him to the lounge, asking as he walked, "The marshal is not right this time. He asked me to prepare women's clothes, but no one wore them. He also asked me to order the pursuit of Ingtiasher's mercenary group. From the looks of it, the marshal seems to be going after them personally. By the way, who is Tang Tang?" Ha Shirlang sorted out his memory in an instant and blurted out, "Miss Gourmet is not with the marshal. Why chase after Ingtiasher? If that guy doesn't start trouble, then... Wait a minute." Ha Shirlang cursed, and immediately stood up and said, "Old Shi, stop talking nonsense. Put the matter of returning to the Emperor Star on hold, and focus on chasing Ingtiasher. Also, bring back Old Cat, Sister Rabbit, Sister Tiger, and the others, and proceed separately. Chasing Ingtiasher first. That damn guy has captured Miss Food." Ha Shirlang walked out after saying that, and Shi Lu didn't even have time to ask why. Shi Lu let out a breath, and his emotions were very stable. It doesn't matter, the marshal's subordinates, who doesn't know who, he's used to shit. Shi Lu couldn't hold back and showed an angry expression. He walked to the command room with the wind. The soldiers he met on the way avoided him. Ha Shirlang quickly ran to the fighter cabin at the bottom of the starship. When he was a wolf, his mind was not clear, but now, he was very clear. No matter what the relationship between Miss Food and his marshal was, just because the herbs Miss Food gave him to treat his injuries could suppress and relieve the swallowing energy, Ha Shirlang couldn't let Miss Food fall into the hands of other orcs. Unlike Chu Xiao, Ha Shirlang and Shi Lu were both think tanks of the Chu Legion, and they put the interests of the Legion first. Ha Shirlang narrowed his eyes, and got on the fighter plane, and followed Chu Xiao closely, while establishing contact with Chu Xiao. Shi Lu arranged for the spaceship to go down and pick up the 3 people from the Chu army who were still on the original star. Ha Shirlang did not explain, but someone could always explain the situation to the remaining 3 people. Mao Yiji was chewing bamboo shoots, with a large basket of food left behind. He sat at the entrance of Chu Xiaoshan cave waiting for the spaceship to pick him up. Although he had not yet regained his sanity, his instinct made him wait here. If Chu Xiao left, they would not stay long. A day later, a white tiger and a huge lop-eared rabbit appeared at the edge of the jungle, approached Mao Yiji, nodded to each other, and then lay quietly in a triangle. Xin Tong slept soundly with a sweater in her arms. She slept for 11 or 12 hours before waking up. After waking up, Xin Tong asked without even opening her eyes, "Dahe, how long has it been?" After waiting for a long time without hearing a response, Xin Tong opened her eyes, and was a little confused when she saw the metal ceiling. She got up from the bed, and scratched her messy hair, wondering why she changed her place after sleeping. Was she a pig? She really fell asleep, and didn't even notice the change of place? Or did she travel through time again? Xin Tong looked down and saw the animal's skin on her body, the phone in her arms, and the sweater she was holding. She denied the idea of traveling through time. It was definitely not a time travel. It might be that her dahe took her to another place while she was asleep. But this place looks very civilized. Shinshing Tong's eyes lit up. The Wan Wuepskin said that her dahe was an orc. Maybe it was dahe who took her out of the jungle and back to civilized society. Thinking of this, Shinshing Tong put down the sweater, folded it, and put it down. She got out of bed, but couldn't find her shoes. She had to walk around the room barefoot. She wanted to go out of the room to find Chu Xiao, but Shinshing Tong couldn't find the door. Shinshing Tong looked at the room with no trace of door frame in confusion, and reached out to feel the wall, trying to find the door frame. Ing Tiaosher sat in the main control room with his legs crossed, supporting his head with one hand and listening to his subordinates' reports. Captain, for some reason, the Chu Corps started to track us with all their strength 3 hours ago. It is estimated that in another 4 hours, we will reach the nearest jump point. Captain, where is our next destination? Ing Tiaosher showed a nasty smile. Is the surname Chu chasing us? Let him chase me. I just want to see what Chu is capable of. The subordinates around looked at their leader with a hard time saying anything. How can they say that their leader is good in every way? He has never failed in the missions he took, and he generously distributes the commissions he gets to his brothers. Among the mercenaries, their boss is simply a living bodhisattva. But their boss does have a shortcoming. He likes to stir up trouble. He likes to take the initiative to stir up trouble. Even if someone doesn't provoke him, he will go up and beat up the person if he passes by and takes a look at his boss. At this moment, he probably had a conflict with Marshal Chu on the original star. What did he do to cause the Chu system army to track him? As the deputy leader of the Eagle mercenary group, Yu Lai deeply felt that he needed to persuade them. If they continued like this, it would be difficult for them to do anything. The leader would make enemies everywhere, and would be easily beaten up. But before Yu Lai could speak, someone came in from outside the door. Report to the leader, the female orc you brought back has woken up. After saying that, he handed over the monitoring equipment in his hand, and the light frequency appeared in front of everyone. Yu Lai, Ing Tiaosher took it carelessly, looked at the light frequency, snapped his fingers and said, today's meeting ends here, you guys can handle it yourself. After saying that, he stood up and walked out, and the rest of Yu Lai looked at Ing Tiaosher with a headache. Others comforted Yu Lai. Deputy Captain, don't get angry, the captain has been like this for a long time. Let's communicate with Marshal Chu later, and explain the misunderstandings, don't you think? Yu Lai sighed and nodded. It can only be like this, by the way, what's the matter with the female orc that the captain brought back? Everyone else shook their heads to indicate that they didn't know. Someone laughed and said, in my opinion, maybe our leader has finally gotten wise, and is planning to marry a leader's wife. Everyone else laughed when they heard this. Yu Lai also laughed and said, I hope so. Maybe the leader will control his temper after getting married. Everyone else nodded with sympathy. They were mercenaries who were paid to do things, and they didn't want to have enemies everywhere. Ing Tiaosher walked towards the room where Shinshing Tong was while staring at the surveillance video. When he thought of Chu Xiao banging his head against the wall at this time, and what he was going to do next, Ing Tiaosher wanted to laugh. Shinshing Tong was looking for the door, and was getting impatient. She was muttering and cursing Chu Xiao. Damn black. Where did you get me? I'd be angry if you don't show up. The next second, a circle of light appeared on the wall she had just touched. An oval wall protruded and slid parallel to the side. Shinshing Tong looked over and saw a very tall man standing at the door. He was not dressed properly, and was standing by the door without any posture. Shinshing Tong raised her head, and finally saw the face of the man. He had a face that was not easy to mess with. His eyebrows and eyes were full of, what are you looking at? If you look at me again, I beat you up. He looked like he was ready to start a fight at any time. His black hair was very messy. Every strand of hair revealed that he had a bad temper. Even his hair was not convinced by each other. Shinshing Tong subconsciously took a few steps back and looked at him vigilantly. She had never seen this person before. He was not Dahe. She remembered what Dahe looked like when he turned into a human. Ing Tiaosher showed his 8 white teeth and bent down. Hey, Chu Xiao's little girlfriend, how are you? Shinshing Tong showed a confused look. She didn't understand what this strange person was saying. Seeing that Shinshing Tong ignored him, Ing Tiaosher snorted. Are you still counting on Chu Xiao to save you? Let me tell you, we are far away from Chu Xiao now. You just stay here obediently, and when we get to my territory, we will go to register for marriage and become legal partners. Shinshing Tong, Shinshing Tong smiled awkwardly but politely, and asked carefully, hello, do you speak Chinese? Hello? Hi? Ing Tiaosher's expression froze. He had never heard of this language, and looked at Shinshing Tong fiercely. Speak interstellar universal language. Shin Xingtong shuddered. She wanted to die. Ying Tianshu saw Shin Xingtong's frightened expression, scratched his hair in annoyance, and cursed inwardly. Damn Chu Xiao, where did you get a female who can't even speak the interstellar universal language? He turned around and ordered the communicator. Find a translator. Yu Lai was thinking about how to communicate with Chu Xiao to eliminate the misunderstanding when he received Ying Tianshu's order. He sighed and asked the people next to him to send something to Ying Tianshu. After Ying Tianshu got the translator, he rudely put it on Shin Xingtong's neck. Shin Xingtong was so scared that he hid back and shouted, "What are you going to do? Let me go." Ying Tianshu grabbed Shin Xingtong's hand and put the necklace-like translator on Shin Xingtong's neck. After putting it on, he activated the translator. A strange language was detected. The language library cannot be identified, and the translation cannot be made. Ying Tianshu frowned and looked at Shin Xingtong, who was hiding in fear. Ying Tianshu took a deep breath and asked someone to get the brainwave translator. At this moment, he really couldn't figure out how Chu Xiao and this female orc communicated on the primitive star. The brainwave translator was brought quickly, and Ying Tianshu pinned it on Shin Xingtong's hair. He also put one on himself. After he was done, he asked, "Do you understand now?" Shin Xingtong touched the eagle-shaped clip on her head. The strange language in front of her magically turned into a language she could understand. Shin Xingtong nodded. Chapter 39. Seeing Shin Xingtong nod, Ying Tianshu showed a satisfied expression, but he was unhappy the next second because the translator conveyed Shin Xingtong's words. "Who are you? Have you seen my Dahe? Its animal form is a lion with dragon horns." Ying Tianshu laughed at him first. "Dahe, ha ha ha, a sick lion should be called this name." After laughing, he said, "Don't think about it, you will never see your Dahe again." Shin Xingtong retreated silently. She felt that Ying Tianshu was sick, and was afraid that she would be beaten if she got too close. Ying Tianshu didn't care about it, and continued, "The guy named Chu beat me on Yuan Primitive Star. I must take revenge. If he beat me, I will steal his wife." Shin Xingtong? Question mark. When did Dahe beat this person? No, Primitive Star? Is it that jungle? Then Dahe had indeed beaten wolves and strange birds. Shin Xingtong tentatively said, "Big wolf?" Ying Tianshu looked at Shin fiercely. "Xingtong, who is that stupid wolf? Who are you insulting?" Shin Xingtong looked up and down at Ying Tianshu, then nodded. This attitude is indeed similar to that strange bird, and he likes to make trouble. "So you are the strange bird?" Ying Tianshu snorted. "What strange bird? I am the most powerful eagle in the eagle clan. I have a name, Ying Tianshu." After saying that, he looked at Shin Xingtong awkwardly. "What's your name?" Shin Xingtong covered her mouth to hold back her laughter. How could someone call her a troublemaker? But she didn't dare to laugh out loud, for fear that Ying Tianshu would hit her. Ying Tianshu asked again impatiently, "I asked you what your name is." Shin Xingtong was afraid of being beaten, so she answered honestly, "Shin Xingtong." Ying Tianshu nodded. "Very good, Shin Xingtong, right? When you get there, come with me to register for marriage." After saying that, Ying Tianshu left. Shin Xingtong was left with a question mark on his face. No, what did that silly bird say just now? Marriage? Registration? Is she mentally ill, or is the silly bird mentally ill? Shin Xingtong wanted to chase him out, but the door was closed in front of her. Shin Xingtong knocked for a long time, but it didn't open, so she had to sit down on the bed angrily. After Ying Tianshu went out, he was in a good mood. He opened the core full channel and announced happily, "Brothers, rush to the nearest administrative star at full speed. Your boss is in a hurry to get married, and I will treat everyone to a wedding wine when the time comes." All that followed were, "Congratulations, boss. Congratulations, boss. Boss, who is our leader's wife?" "Aw, boss, you're so quick." Ying Tianshu raised his head proudly. There were a bunch of bachelors in their legion, but he was about to have a partner. Yu Lai sent a private message to Ying Tianshu. "Captain, do you want to send wedding invitations to other mercenary groups? Take this opportunity to ease the relationship with other mercenary groups." Ying Tianshu, "What do you want to ease? I don't care, of course. I have no problem if they want to get beaten up." Yu Lai, After a while, Ying Tianshu replied, "Wait, send out invitations, inform them to come to my wedding, remember to bring gifts, and be sure to inform the surname Chu." Yu Lai was a little confused. Ying Tianshu's attitude changed too quickly. Yu Lai felt something was wrong, so he quietly pressed the button to send out the invitations, and planned to observe for a few days. Shin Xingtong was a little anxious. The strange bird didn't tell her where Dahe was, and locked her up here. Shin Xingtong didn't even know where she was. Without Chu Xiao by her side, Shin Xingtong was very uneasy. After a while, a table appeared on the wall at the head of the bed, with a set of clothes on it. Shin Tong took a look, picked up the clothes, and shook them open. It was a set of clothes similar to those on Ingtiaoshi, dark green pants and a white top. Shin Tong looked at the clothes, and then at the messy animal skins on her body, and sighed. The damaged clothes felt very comfortable to the touch, so she didn't need to embarrass herself. After taking the clothes, Shin Tong looked around, pursed her lips, and asked loudly, "Where is the bathroom?" Ingtiaoshi came as soon as I woke up. There must be some surveillance equipment in this room. It is definitely not okay to change clothes here. After Shin Tong finished speaking, another door appeared on the wall. After opening it, there was a small space inside. Shin Tong walked in, and a voice prompt sounded inside. "The hot water is ready, and the toiletries are next to it. Dear guest, I wish you a pleasant bath." Shin Tong was speechless, but there was indeed a tub of steaming water inside, and there were things he didn't recognize next to it. Shin Tong fumbled for a while, before taking off the animal skin to wash. The conditions on the primitive planet were simple, and Shin Tong's hair was not smooth. Fortunately, Shin Tong washed frequently, so her hair was not too dirty. Now there was shower gel and shampoo, so Shin Tong took a bath and washed her hair happily, and she was dry and refreshed. After washing, Shin Tong found that she didn't know where her dirty clothes had gone. When she was looking for them, a small board with a white bath towel stretched out from the wall next to her. Shin Tong took the bath towel and wrapped herself up. After leaving the bathtub, warm wind suddenly blew down from the top of her head, drying her hair every once in a while. Shin Tong looked at the ceiling curiously. There was nothing on the ceiling, not even an air outlet. She didn't know where the warm wind came from. Moreover, Shin Tong stretched out her hand to test it, and the wind only blew towards her wet hair, as if there was a wind ball wrapped around her hair. After the hair was dried, a mechanical arm extended from the wall next to it, holding something similar to a comb to comb Shin Tong's hair. Shin Tong untied the bath towel and changed into clothes before going out. Just as she went out and came back, Chu Zhao's hair that she used as a hair tie also disappeared with the dirty clothes. It didn't matter that the clothes were gone. Shin Tong wanted to get the strand of white hair back. "Where's my hair tie? It was placed with the dirty clothes. Send it back to me." The bathroom was quiet, and there was no response to Shin Tong. Shin Tong walked out disappointed, and saw the sweater on the bed, and felt a little comforted. When Shin Tong was free, she kept thinking about whether Dahe would be angry if she left. The more she thought about it, the more unhappy she became. She simply took out her phone to divert her attention. She wanted to know where she was. Searching the phone could scan everything, and maybe it could tell her where she was. After taking out her phone, she opened the Everything app and scanned the wall. Type 57 Interstellar Battleship, moving at high speed, with a total of 534 adult orcs in the starship, and a loophole in the starship's defense system was detected. Shin Tong was stunned for a moment, then her brain quickly reacted. Interstellar Battleship, this name sounds too sci-fi, so she must have really arrived in some future interstellar society. Shin Tong was in a complicated mood. She had lived on the primitive planet for so long, and suddenly, she was told that this was a high-tech interstellar society. What was the hardship she had endured? Is it her bad luck? And judging from the current situation, the primitive jungle must not be simply isolated from the world. If she had scanned the planet when she was still there, she might have figured out what was going on. Shin Tong sighed, and thought of Chu Zhao again. She didn't know what happened to her Dahe, whether he had left the jungle, or whether she would have a chance to meet Dahe again. It was all because of this sick bird. It must have been kidnapped from Dahe's cave by Ingtiaoshi. Shin Tong hadn't had time to check the formula unlocked after successfully making the hemostatic pills. She wanted to see what formulas were unlocked. After clicking on the mobile phone making function, Shin Tong saw a recipe icon on the interface. After clicking it, the first page was full of recipes that could be made. Delicious mushroom soup recipe, unlocked. Typhoid recipe, can be made. Primary antidote, can be made. Hair growth potion, can be made. Advanced inhibitor, can be made. Delicious roast chicken, can be made. There are 6 recipes unlocked on the first page, 2 recipes, and 4 potions. Shin Tong looked at the hair growth potion, and was a little tempted. There was also a button for the next page at the bottom. Shin Tong clicked it. Please accumulate 1,000 points of experience after successfully making the recipe on this page to unlock the next page of recipes. Shin Tong clicked on the recipe for delicious mushroom soup. After clicking it, the page automatically jumped to the production page. The original hemostatic pills were replaced with delicious mushroom soup. The material grids changed from 2 to 8, with various mushrooms and a free-range chicken on them. The names of the mushrooms looked familiar. They were all mushrooms that Shinshing Tong had picked up in the jungle. There were none in this place. Shinshing Tong was in a headache and continued to change the recipe. The typhoid recipe actually required 20 stalks of Isatis chinensis, 5 slices of old ginger, and 3 bowls of minor injuries. Clean water was easy to deal with. Shinshing Tong had stuffed some Isatis chinensis in the backpack before, but there was no old ginger. Shinshing Tong was in a headache and changed the next one. Antidote: 3 tails of mung beans, 5 stalks of lingxiao, 10 stalks of honeysuckle, 6 bowls of clean water. Good, she didn't have any of them. Shinshing Tong changed the next one. The hair growth potion required Polygonum multiflorum. She had never heard of the materials of the inhibitor. The delicious roast chicken was simple. A clean free-range chicken, honey, oil, and salt were enough. The problem was that Shinshing Tong didn't have any. Shinshing Tong sighed. The materials were incomplete, and she could not accumulate production experience for the time being. At this time, Shinshing Tong missed Chu Xiao again. If Dahe was here, she could ask Dahe to help her find all the materials. As for Ingtiaoshi, Shinshing Tong didn't think Ingtiaoshi would help her. Ingtiaoshi was studying how to hit Chu Xiao hard, and had long forgotten Shinshing Tong. Yulai reminded Ingtiaoshi to finish his meal. Halfway through, Yulai suddenly remembered and asked Ingtiaoshi, "Captain, have you said food to the future captain's wife? You are about to get married. You should spend more time with the captain's wife, and take her to walk around our starship to get familiar with our mercenary group. After all, the captain's wife will live here for a long time in the future." Ingtiaoshi, who was eating happily, said, He felt guilty. He forgot, and even locked the door to prevent Shinshing Tong from coming out. Yulai was speechless when he saw it. He sighed, and called a servant who had just finished his meal. He asked him to go to the back to prepare some food that female orcs like to eat, and give it to Ingtiaoshi. Then he advised Ingtiaoshi earnestly, "Captain, you are about to get married. If you go on like this, the captain's wife will divorce you sooner or later. You should go and have dinner with her." Ingtiaoshi coughed lightly, and picked up the tray to go to the room where Shinshing Tong was locked up. Yulai saw Ingtiaoshi leave. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Their captain's attitude didn't seem to like her. Yulai sighed, and felt that the hair on his head was about to fall out. He was worried every day. Chapter 40. Shinshing Tong's stomach growled with hunger. She knocked on the door, but no one responded. Shinshing Tong felt that Ingtiaoshi might want to starve her to death here. The vicious bird, if she had the chance, she would definitely pluck all the vicious feathers of the bird. Lying on the bed, Shinshing Tong stared at the ceiling in a daze. She was hungry. Lying down would reduce her energy consumption. What if Ingtiaoshi didn't give her food? How many days could she live lying down? She didn't know if Dahe would come to find her. Shinshing Tong sighed again. What if Dahe thought she left on her own? Shinshing Tong felt melancholy, thinking that she would never see Dahe again. Thinking that she might not see Chu Xiao again, Shinshing Tong felt a little sad. No matter from which aspect, Chu Xiao was the first creature Shinshing Tong met when she came to this world, and he had protected her for so long and treated her very well. It's all because of that dead bird. Shinshing Tong couldn't help but grit her teeth and cursed in a low voice. She was sleeping in the cave, and when she woke up, she was abducted here, and was not given food. Even prisoners were not tortured like this. She missed Dahe so much. "You cursed me behind my back?" Ingtiaoshi stood at the door with food in hand, looking unhappy. Shinshing Tong sat up instantly, and shook his head to deny. "I didn't curse you. I didn't curse you, you heard it wrong." Ingtiaoshi sneered, walked into the room, put the food on the table extending from the bedside and said, "Eat. If you curse me after you are full, don't blame me for being rude." Shinshing Tong closed his mouth, slowly moved to the bedside, picked up the fork, and ate the unknown fruit and grilled unknown meat on the plate. The portion was a little small. Shinshing Tong felt that it was not enough, but he didn't dare to say it. Ingtiaoshi stared at Shinshing Tong until she finished eating all the fruits and meat on the plate before speaking. "Are you full? You feel more comfortable here than with Mr. Chu, right? Mr. Chu only knows how to feed you the bloody meat, and doesn't understand that a delicate female like you should be kept delicately." Shinshing Tong looked at Ingtiaoshi blankly. Is he talking about her? Is there nothing wrong with Ingtiaoshi? How does she look delicate? Ingtiaoshi was still boasting. "Don't worry, stay by my side. You will have endless happiness in the future. You can eat whatever you want, buy whatever you want. I have plenty of money. There is nothing I can't buy except what you can't think of." When Shin Tong heard the second half of the sentence, she immediately put away the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. She was indeed short of ingredients. Then, do you have chicken? It would be best if it was a whole, clean, freshly killed free-range chicken. Ing Tiaosher paused. Free-range chicken. What is it? But Ing Tiaosher would not say it in front of Shin Tong. Even if he didn't know, he couldn't show his timidity in front of Shin Tong, which would affect his majestic image in Shin Tong's mind. Shin Tong saw that Ing Tiaosher didn't say anything and asked again, mung beans? Ling chow? Honeysuckle? These are also fine. Ing Tiaosher, He had never heard of any of them. Shin Tong was a little disappointed, but still said generously, it doesn't matter if you don't have these, I also like mushrooms. Ing Tiaosher clenched his fists, and the next second, he collected the tableware as if nothing had happened and said, wait, we are still sailing now, I will ask someone to change the route, and go to a place where these things can be bought. After saying that, Ing Tiaosher walked out calmly, and when he reached the door, he turned back and emphasized, I can buy you the free-range chicken, mung beans, ling grass, and honeysuckle you want. Shin Tong nodded repeatedly, and praised him half-heartedly. Wow! You are awesome. Ing Tiaosher walked out with a reserved look, and after closing the door, he took a few steps and suddenly punched the wall, cursing, what on earth did you teach me? And I have to buy these weird things. Ing Tiaosher scratched his hair in annoyance, thought about it, and went to find Yu Lai. On the way, he handed the plate to his men to send back to the restaurant. Yu Lai had just finished dealing with the affairs of the group and was ready to rest, when the door was violently kicked open by Ing Tiaosher. Yu Lai, sighed. Yu Lai patted the wall and made a stool for Ing Tiaosher to sit on, and asked Ing Tiaosher, Captain, what's wrong with you? Who asked you again? Ing Tiaosher stared at Yu Lai and asked, what is free-range chicken? Yu Lai, what are green beans, ling grass and honeysuckle? Yu Lai, ? Is their leader sick again? Yu Lai looked at Ing Tiaosher with some worry. Ing Tiaosher said unhappily, put away your imagination. My future wife asked me for it. I boasted in front of her and told her that there was nothing I couldn't buy except what she couldn't think of. Who knew she really said something I had never heard of? Yu Lai, help me check what these are. If you have them, buy them as soon as possible. Yu Lai sighed resignedly and got up to work overtime. Okay, I check it out and buy it back if I have any information. By the way, what's the name of your future wife? Ing Tiaosher replied, Shin Tong, I don't know why she likes strange grasses. Yu Lai nodded. Okay, I talk to Miss Shin later and ask what characteristics these things have to make it easier to find. Ing Tiaosher hesitated for a second and decisively refused. Don't ask. If I ask, she will know that I'm bragging, right? What should I do if she laughs at me? Yu Lai, Yu Lai expressionlessly pushed the screen in front of Ing Tiaosher. You can do it if you can. Yu Lai didn't think he was a genius when he only knew the name, and didn't know the shape or color of the object. Ing Tiaosher reluctantly gave in. Okay, you go and ask, but you are not allowed to reveal that I asked you because I didn't know, okay? Yu Lai nodded. Don't worry, Captain, I won't destroy your image in Miss Shin's mind. Ing Tiaosher was satisfied, got up and left, leaving Yu Lai to work overtime to record the things he was looking for, and then post them on the mercenary dark web and the Star Pirate dark web for search. The next day, after Yu Lai finished his daily work, he went to find Shin Tong. Speaking of which, he had not officially met Shin Tong yet. When he went, he also brought a sapphire hairpin as a gift for Shin Tong. This sapphire was bought when he passed by the auction star before, and it was very suitable to give it to Ing Tiaosher's fiancée. Yu Lai also dressed very formally on purpose. After all, if nothing unexpected happened, Shin Tong would be his immediate superior in the future, and he couldn't leave a bad impression. When he arrived at the door of Shin Tong's room, Yu Lai showed a perfect smile and raised his hand to knock on the door politely 3 times. Shin Tong woke up early. Chu Xiao was not in the strange place. There was a strange smell everywhere. Shin Tong could not sleep well. In the end, she barely slept while hugging the clothes made of Chu Xiao's hair. At this moment, she heard the polite sound of the door opening. Shin Tong felt that it must not be Ing Tiaosher. Ing Tiaosher was not so polite. Shin Tong walked to the door. She didn't know how to open it, so she had to tentatively say to the outside, Who is it? I don't know how to open the door. Yu Lai cursed Ing Tiaosher in his heart, and then said, Miss Shin, I am the deputy leader of the Flying Eagle mercenary group, so I'm coming in. Yu Lai opened the door, and went in after hearing Shin Tong's voice of assent. When he saw Shin Tong, he smiled and said, Miss Shin, my name is Yu Lai, and I'm glad to meet you. Shin Tong's eyes were still a little alert. Yu Lai was very friendly, smiling, and very kind. Xinxing Tong let down her guard a little and returned a polite smile and said, "Hello, Deputy Head, my name is Xinxing Tong." Yu Lai nodded, looked around, and knocked on the wall a few times. Soon, a set of tables and chairs extended from the wall. Xinxing Tong felt that high technology was magical. "Miss Shen, I'm sorry to bother you. Yesterday, the team leader asked me to buy a few things, but he didn't tell me what the characteristics of those things were, so I came to ask Miss Shen." Xinxing Tong sat opposite Yu Lai and curled his lips after hearing what Yu Lai said. The dead bird doesn't know everything. Sorry, I didn't scold him. Yu Lai didn't care. Anyway, their team leader has been sick for a long time, so Xinxing Tong can scold him. Xinxing Tong said a little embarrassedly, "If you can't find it, it doesn't matter. I want mung beans, ling grass and honeysuckle. These three are more important. Mung beans are a green bean with a diameter of about 2 millimeters. Ling grass is actually a fungus that grows at the roots of pine trees. It usually grows on sunny and warm hillsides. It is irregular in shape, gray-brown or dark brown. When cut open, it is white powdery. Honeysuckle is a vine plant. It will grow golden white. If it is two colors, the flower shape is slender." Yu Lai listened carefully to Xinxing Tong's description, opened the optical computer to record, and used AI to generate the finished picture, and then handed it to Xinxing Tong. After Xinxing Tong looked at it, he pointed at the honeysuckle and said, "This one is a little smaller and thinner in shape. Mung beans and ling grass look like this." Yu Lai nodded and said, "Okay, Miss Shen, don't worry. I will send it to Miss Shen as soon as I buy it. By the way, Miss Shen doesn't have to stay in the room all the time. You can go out for a walk. I will ask the companion robot to take Miss Shen for a walk later." Xinxing Tong was naturally happy to hear that she could go out for a walk. "That's great, thank you." Yu Lai smiled. "Miss Shen, you're welcome." After that, he took out a small box of hairpins and said, "This is a gift for Miss Shen. Our team leader usually has a bad temper. I hope Miss Shen will be more tolerant in the future." Xinxing Tong took the box curiously and opened it to take a look. She didn't recognize any precious gems and just thought it was a very ordinary decoration, and it was very beautiful. Xinxing Tong praised, "What a beautiful hairpin, thank you, Deputy Team Leader." Yu Lai nodded, got up and left. After a while, a spherical robot came to Xinxing Tong's room, floated in front of Xinxing Tong and said, "Hello, Miss Shen, the Deputy Leader asked me to take Miss Shen out for a walk. Where do you want to go?" Xinxing Tong curiously reached out and poked the spherical robot. "Are you a robot with a set program?" The spherical robot shook and said, "I am the latest intelligent robot, Model 211. As the most fully functional companion robot, I have very advanced intelligence, can independently judge complex situations and make choices, and also have certain defensive capabilities." After saying that, the spherical robot proudly swayed in front of Xinxing Tong. Xinxing Tong blinked, "Then take me around. I don't know how to open this door." The spherical robot tilted, walked to the door, stretched out its mechanical hand and pointed to the left and said, "Knock 3 times here to open the door, knock twice to close the door, and knock once to display the control screen. Select the Do Not Disturb function for night sleep." Xinxing Tong learned it, and curiously went over and knocked 3 times. The door really opened. Outside was a not-so-long corridor, and the corner not far away could be seen at a glance. Chapter 41. After Xinxing Tong walked out of the room, the spherical robot followed her out, flew around her, and then led the way in front of her, saying as it flew, "Miss Shen, you are the only one living here. After you go out from here, you will see the captain's room. The deputy captain's room is next to the captain's room, and the other people's rooms are on the other side. The restaurant is also over there. Except for the command room, Miss Shen can go anywhere she wants." Xinxing Tong nodded, and followed the spherical robot around the corner, to see 2 obvious doors not far away. They looked completely different from the one she lived in. Xinxing Tong was a little curious. "When I came out just now, the door of the room I lived in was closed, and I couldn't see it. Can this also be set?" The spherical robot nodded. "Yes, Miss Shen's room is in the initial mode. Miss Shen can change the room style according to her preferences." Xinxing Tong thought for a while, and said, "I take a look when I come back." The spherical robot took Xinxing Tong to walk around slowly. Xinxing Tong realized that this starship was scary big. He didn't meet anyone along the way. Xinxing Tong was a little tired. He looked around and found a stool extending from the wall to sit down and rest. "How big is this starship? I've been walking for so long, and I haven't finished it." The spherical robot said seriously, "Come on, Miss Shen. The restaurant is just 10 minutes to the right. It's just in time for lunch. What would you like to eat? I send the menu to the restaurant's chef robot now. Xinxing Tong was hungry. She didn't feel full at all with the food Ing Tiaoshi sent her yesterday. When she heard that she could eat, her eyes lit up, and she asked carefully, "Can I have rice? I also want meat and vegetables." The spherical robot tilted its head, and sent Xinxing Tong's request. Not many orcs like rice. It has less energy and no taste. The energy needed by the body contained in it can be replaced by other things. I didn't expect Xinxing Tong to like it. Mission, the menu has been sent to the restaurant. It's just right to go there and eat now. Xinxing Tong immediately stood up and said with full energy, "Then let's go." The spherical robot took Xinxing Tong to the restaurant. Probably because of the restaurant, Xinxing Tong met a stranger after turning the corner. The man looked at Xinxing Tong curiously, with a look of novelty on his face. He walked towards the restaurant while looking at Xinxing Tong. There was more than one person like this. Xinxing Tong would basically meet a passing orc every 2 steps. Xinxing Tong felt a little uncomfortable, so she had to smile awkwardly but politely. After arriving at the restaurant, the spherical robot led Xinxing Tong to the place where Ing Tiaoshi usually ate, and then went to the chef robot to get some dishes, and brought them to Xinxing Tong. Seeing the familiar food, Xinxing Tong picked up the spoon and lowered her head to eat slowly. She hadn't eaten rice for more than half a year, and finally ate the familiar rice. Xinxing Tong was visibly happy. The orcs eating around secretly looked at Xinxing Tong with their peripheral vision, and always felt that Xinxing Tong looked particularly delicious when eating, which made them eat more unconsciously. Xinxing Tong felt full after eating 2 servings of food. When she looked up, she saw Ing Tiaoshi sitting in front of her, eating bloody fried steak with a knife and fork in his hand. Seeing that Xinxing Tong was full, Ing Tiaoshi put down his knife and fork and said, "Do you like this tasteless rice?" "Yes, don't you like it?" Ing Tiaoshi snorted, "What's so good about it?" "Meat is delicious, and can replenish energy." Xinxing Tong nodded, "I like meat, but I don't like bloody meat." Ing Tiaoshi looked down at his bloody meat, and felt that Xinxing Tong was mocking him. He pushed the bowl away in a bad mood. "Don't be picky if you have something to eat." Xinxing Tong looked at Ing Tiaoshi in confusion. She didn't cause any trouble. She ate all the food in her bowl without leaving any left. How could she be picky? At this time, 2 tall orcs came over and pushed each other. After a long time, they smiled and asked Ing Tiaoshi, "Captain, this is the captain's wife, right? The captain's wife is really pretty. Our captain is still charming." Ing Tiaoshi immediately raised his head proudly. "Don't you see who I am? You are very sensible. I will give you enough wedding wine later." The 2 of them immediately nodded with a smile. Then congratulations to the leader in advance. With the 2 of them taking the lead, the other orcs who had eaten their fill came to Ing Tiaoshi, and Xinxing Tong one after another to say congratulations. These words were translated into Xinxing Tong's ears by the translator. Xinxing Tong was confused at first, then puzzled, and then showed an expression like an old man on the subway looking at his phone, and finally became speechless. Xinxing Tong looked at Ing Tiaoshi seriously. "What did you say to your subordinates? Who wants to marry you? Aren't you going to explain it clearly? Anyway, I saved you in the jungle, fixed your wings, and applied medicine to your wounds. Are you going to repay kindness with enmity now?" Ing Tiaoshi felt a little guilty, and drove his men away in anger, and said righteously, "How did I repay kindness with enmity? People say that a life-saving favor should be repaid with one's body, so isn't this repaying a favor?" Yu Lai, who had just arrived, felt strangely relieved after hearing what Ing Tiaoshi said. Their leader had improved and even knew about repaying one's body. It seemed that he had been reading a lot of books recently. Xinxing Tong was speechless. She had no intention of marrying someone she had just met, was not familiar with, and had some enmity with in a sense. It was too absurd. "Mr. Ing, it is wrong and rude for you to do this. We are not familiar with each other, and have no feelings for each other. Why should I marry you? Did you ask for my opinion when you were talking to yourself? I didn't agree to marry you. You kidnapped me, and it was too much." Ing Tiaoshi snorted. "How am I not as good as the guy named Chu? How can you be with him, but not marry me? I am much better than the one with the surname Chu." Xinxing Tong frowned. "What surname Chu? I told you seriously that I don't agree with the marriage and expressed my disagreement. Why do you want to involve irrelevant people?" Ing Tiaoshi slammed the table. "I don't care. I have sent out the wedding invitations. You must marry me." Xinxing Tong was angry. "What does it have to do with me if you send out the wedding invitations? It's not me who sent them, and I didn't agree to it." Ing Tiaoshi had never been refuted like this before, and he was about to get angry. Yu Lai saw this and hurried over to say, "Captain, calm down." At the same time, he cursed Ing Tiaoshi in his heart for being unreliable. It turned out that she had not agreed to marry him at all, and she didn't even like their captain. It was their captain who forced her to come. Yulai didn't know where to start complaining. This was not the era of their ancestors, who lived in caves and knocked out females and dragged them back to the caves to be their wives. Ingtiasher said, "You think you have a choice when you come to my territory? You must marry me, and don't expect Chu to save you." After saying that, Ingtiasher left in a rage, and sped up to try to get rid of the fighter jets chasing behind him. Shinshing Tong cursed at Ingtiasher's back. "Rogue! Robber! Bandit! Shameless! How can you force people to marry like this?" Yulai looked at Yulai with a headache, and seeing that Shinshing Tong was angry, he tried to persuade Shinshing Tong. "Miss Shin, calm down, our leader is just a little impatient, but he is actually a very good person and very responsible. If you marry him, the leader will spoil you. Oh, spoil you to the sky." Yulai learned the last sentence from an old novel he had read recently. Of course, Yulai was praising Ingtiasher against his will. In fact, Yulai felt that their leader was not a suitable partner except for his good-looking face. But he finally got a female orc, and Yulai didn't want Ingtiasher to be single for the rest of his life. Most importantly, according to research, male orcs with wives will act more steadily, so their leader's marriage will be beneficial to the mercenary group. Yulai really wanted to facilitate this marriage. Shinshing Tong shook his head and said, "No, Deputy Captain Yu, I don't know your captain at all, and I even have a little hatred for him. I don't like your captain either, so I won't agree to get married. Besides, marriage is a matter of mutual consent. Does Ingtiasher want to force it?" Yulai touched his nose and said silently in his heart, "That's really possible." Shinshing Tong sighed, and suddenly remembered something and asked Yulai, "Who is the Chu your captain is talking about? He mentioned the surname Chu all the time. Did he have a grudge against that surname Chu? It's none of my business if he has a grudge. Why does he keep mentioning this person?" Yulai didn't know what the relationship between Chu Zhao and Shinshing Tong was. Ingtiasher didn't say that Shinshing Tong was stolen from Chu Zhao's cave, so Yulai shook his head. "I don't know either, but the leader should be talking about Marshal Chu. Miss Shin, you should think about the matter with our leader carefully." Shinshing Tong shook her head. "No discussion, or you let me go." Yulai sighed, and when he heard Shinshing Tong say to let her go, he smiled and said, "Even if the captain is willing to let Miss Shin go, it's not possible now. We are still sailing in the universe, and the next stop will take 2 days. Miss Shin stays here first. If the captain doesn't change his mind, Miss Shin can't leave." Shinshing Tong didn't know whether to be surprised or angry first, so she could only leave the restaurant helplessly and go back to her room to think about countermeasures. Yulai was very troubled to see Shinshing Tong leave. He didn't expect that marriage was completely wishful thinking. At the same time, he felt that fortunately he didn't rush to send out wedding invitations. After all, the imperial law clearly stipulates that female orcs cannot be forced. Once verified, they will be sentenced to 6 months in prison. After returning to the room, Shinshing Tong still frowned. She couldn't understand why Ingtiasher insisted on getting her married. Was he really mentally ill? Shinshing Tong was very upset and didn't feel like going out. She lay on the bed holding her sweater and didn't say anything. She missed Dahe. She didn't like it here. She still liked the cave where she lived with Dahe. She always wanted to get out of the jungle, but after getting out, she found that everything outside was unfamiliar to her. Shinshing Tong was a little depressed. Yulai went to find Ingtiasher after dinner. He felt that it was necessary to persuade Ingtiasher. Ingtiasher was arrogantly standing on a stool and staring at the star map on the light screen. When he saw Yulai coming, he stretched out his hand and clicked a few yellow dots on the star map. This, all go around and fight. Yulai, He still persuaded Ingtiasher not to make enemies everywhere. Chapter 42. Ingtiasher pointed at a few red dots on the star map and was about to order to prepare for battle, but was stopped by Yulai. Yulai advised earnestly, "Captain, they didn't provoke us. Besides, you are going to get married. If you beat them up now, no one will come to your wedding. Wouldn't it make your wedding look too shabby?" Ingtiasher looked at Yulai expressionlessly. "Come if you want." Yulai, After a while, Ingtiasher snorted and said reluctantly, "Forget it, let them go for the sake of my marriage." Yulai breathed a sigh of relief, and Ingtiasher asked again, "Has Shinshing Tong changed her mind?" "No, Captain. Where did you kidnap Miss Shin? We are mercenaries, not star pirates. People will not agree to marry you if you do this." Ingtiasher opened his mouth and swallowed his words. Once he told Yulai that Shinshing Tong was stolen from Chu Zhao, Yulai would definitely send Shinshing Tong back. He couldn't say it. "Well, you just stare at the star map first, I'm going to sleep." After saying that, Ingtiasher slipped away. Yulai felt that Ingtiasher's attitude was not right. There must be something he didn't know. Yu Lai frowned, showing a worried expression, and stared at the star map resignedly. What could he do with such a leader? After staring at the star map for a while, Yu Lai suddenly felt that something was wrong. After a careful look, he immediately called Ingtiusher. Leader, come quickly. Something happened. Ingtiusher, who had just left not long ago, came back quickly. What happened? Yu Lai pointed at the red dots on the star map and said, These yellow dots are pirates and mercenaries. The green dots are civilian aircraft carriers. But the blue dots are gone. The blue dots I marked are gone. Ingtiusher was puzzled. What's wrong with the blue dots? If they are gone, then... They are gone. Halfway through, Ingtiusher rushed to the star map and zoomed in to find the blue dots inch by inch. The blue dot was no one else, but the location of the Chu Xiao fighter starship that Yu Lai had marked. It had been following their starship steadily, but it disappeared just a moment ago. Ingtiusher carefully searched the entire star map, but couldn't find the blue dot. He punched through the star map and immediately ordered, Martial law. Check all personnel on the starship. Get ready for battle. Yu Lai also became serious and quickly operated the main console to upgrade the defense system, sounded the alarm, and blocked the passage. Ingtiusher had already gone to check his fighter. Chu Xiao's position disappeared for no reason, which could only mean that the position he saw before was a cover. Chu Xiao had quietly approached the starship a long time ago, and might have already touched it now. Yu Lai ordered the defense in an orderly manner. After getting ready, he slapped his head. He forgot to ask Ingtiusher. Logically, they had no grudges with the Chu army in the past and today. Chu Xiao was not a troublemaker. Why did he keep chasing us this time? Could it be that Ingtiusher angered Chu Xiao on the original star? Captain, tell me the truth. Did you do something to anger Marshal Chu on the original star? Otherwise, why would he keep chasing us? Yu Lai called Ingtiusher directly. Ingtiusher was debugging a fighter jet. When he heard Yu Lai's question, he felt guilty for a moment and immediately said stubbornly, Why would I provoke him? You told me not to provoke him. If I didn't, who knows what he would do? Yu Lai looked at Ingtiusher suspiciously through the optical frequency. After a while, Ingtiusher said, Okay, I admit that I just didn't like him and gave him some trouble. How could I know that he was so petty? Yu Lai, that's it? Ingtiusher raised his hand and swore, That's it. Yu Lai sighed. Don't get into a fight later, apologize to him. After all, you are wrong. Marshal Chu is no different from other mercenary groups, star pirates. We can't afford to offend him. Ingtiusher was not convinced. Why can't I offend him? It's not like I can't beat him. Yu Lai, Captain, this is not the point. Anyway, they are official. We are just a civilian organization. Sometimes we don't quite abide by the law. If we can avoid making enemies, don't make enemies, otherwise we will really offend them. How can brothers accept missions in the future? Ingtiao looked up at the sky with a guilty conscience. Yu Lai hung up the phone and began to think about how to use words to resolve the conflict. Xinxing Tong was feeling uncomfortable when she heard the alarm and hurriedly got up and asked, What's wrong? What's wrong? The spherical robot floated over. Don't worry, Miss Shen. It's probably an enemy who came to provoke you. The captain and his men will handle it well. Xinxing Tong. Someone else is provoking your captain? The spherical robot said seriously. The captain is the most powerful mercenary captain after all. When you go out, you will always make enemies, and you have many enemies. Xinxing Tong nodded in agreement. That's right. It must be Ingtiusher who provokes others every day and makes enemies everywhere. Spherical robot. Chu Xiao chased for 4 days in a row. Ha Shirlang drove a fighter plane beside him and made a plan. After leaving a fake coordinate signal, he followed the starship of the Flying Eagle mercenary group and notified Shi Lu and others to come and surround the starship. No one on Ingtiusher's starship must escape. Marshal, Sister Rabbit, and the others will arrive in half an hour. Where is the strength of the Flying Eagle mercenary group? We should try not to conflict. After surrounding them, establish contact and negotiation first. It would be best if they can send Miss Gourmet back safely. If not, we will use force to capture it. Chu Xiao had a gloomy face. He hadn't slept for 4 days. He was angry, and even wanted to kill Xinxing Tong when he thought of her being taken away by Ingtiusher. Ha Shirlang saw that Chu Xiao didn't say anything and didn't care. He switched to the Team Affairs channel. Sister Rabbit, listen to the command later. Don't rush to attack. I will negotiate with their deputy leader. Their deputy leader is more reasonable than Ingtiusher. Got it. Old Cat, block their way and cut off their communication signal. No problem. Sister Tiger, Guard the back and don't let anyone from the Flying Eagle mercenary group escape. Okay. Dr. Go, prepare the medical cabin. Commander Shi, bring the starship over as quickly as possible. After Ha Shirlang finished his instructions, he said to Chu Zhao, Marshal, I know you are anxious, but Ying Tiaoshi is annoying, but he won't hurt Miss Mei Shi. He may have taken Miss Mei Shi away for revenge. When you meet him later, you can beat him up, but be careful not to kill him. If you really kill her, Yu Lai will not return her to us. Ha Shirlang analyzed the situation completely. Chu Zhao said after a while, I know, as long as Tang Tang is safe, I won't kill him. Ha Shirlang breathed a sigh of relief and began to operate the optical frequency to invade the protection network of the Eagle mercenary group to try to establish a connection. He had studied the protection system of the Eagle starship. This system has a loophole that outsiders don't know about. Through that loophole, the situation inside the Eagle starship can be grasped. And it would be best to be able to resolve the Eagle starship's defense without using force. At this time, there are many people waiting to catch the Chu system core's handle. Ha Shirlang doesn't want anyone to attack Chu Zhao. Xin Tong was in the room, and suddenly, she had an inexplicable intuition that her Dahe seemed to be nearby. This feeling was very strange, and Xin Tong couldn't tell why, but Xin Tong was willing to trust her intuition. She stood up and planned to go out. Before she opened the door, she was stopped by the spherical robot. Miss Xin, you can't go out now. The war preparation outside has not been lifted. If you go out, you may be accidentally injured. It's better to wait until the war preparation is lifted before going out. Xin Tong, is it dangerous if I just go out to take a look? Spherical robot, Miss Xin, please don't make it difficult for me. Xin Tong looked at the spherical robot speechlessly, but the spherical robot did not let her go out. Xin Tong had to sit back angrily, and she had no way to verify whether her intuition was right or not. Yu Lai had not yet noticed that the protection system had been invaded, but he just felt that something was wrong. When he tried to send a contact signal, he found that the contact was cut off. Yu Lai secretly said that it was not good, and hurriedly checked the protection system. As soon as he clicked in, he saw that the protection system had completely collapsed, revealing an arrogant wolf head smiling at him. Yu Lai took a deep breath and notified all channels. The starship has been invaded, get ready for battle. Ying Tiaoshi's eyes became dangerous, and he clenched his fists. He had long wanted to fight with Chu Zhao after he regained all his consciousness. This opportunity is simply great. Ying Tiaoshi smiled eagerly. Yu Lai began to operate to establish contact. He still thought that if the problem could be solved peacefully, it should be solved peacefully as much as possible. This point coincided with Ha Shirlang. Neither of them wanted to have a conflict. After 5 or 6 minutes, an application for establishing contact appeared on the main control screen in front of Yu Lai. Yu Lai clicked to agree, and Ha Shirlang's smiling face appeared on the optical frequency. Deputy Commander Yu, how are you? Yu Lai also showed a polite smile. Colonel Ha, I have heard of your name for a long time. After greeting, Yu Lai apologized. Colonel Ha, I am really sorry. Our commander was too willful, and gave Marshal Chu a slap in the face. I apologize to Marshal Chu on behalf of our commander. It was indeed his fault. I hope Marshal Chu will be generous, and not hold it against our commander. Ha Shirlang paused. I was wondering why the Marshal and I lost control. It turned out that it was Ying Tiaoshi who did it. Yu Lai lowered his head, then said, well, our leader is too willful, but I think Shizha grass will not bring other side effects to the orcs, so it won't cause Marshal Chu to mobilize and suppress our Flying Eagle mercenary group, right? We mercenaries are paid to do things, and we think we have never sinned against Marshal Chu before. Isn't Marshal Chu's behavior too rude? Ha Shirlang was angry because Zezhiko had caused him a lot of trouble. He laughed when he heard Yu Lai say this. Your commander said this? He didn't tell you what else he did? Yu Lai was stunned for a moment, looking at Ha Shirlang in confusion, and gradually had a bad feeling in his heart. He hurriedly sent a private message to Ying Tiaoshi to ask, and said to Ha Shirlang, I don't understand what Colonel Ha means. Our commander has always dared to do, and dare, to take responsibility. Please let Colonel Ha explain it clearly. Just as Ha Shirlang was about to speak, Chu Zhao's low voice appeared in the communication channel. Let Ying Tiaoshi return my partner, Miss Xin Tong, intact, and I will spare his life. Yu Lai? Yu Lai was devastated. As an adult orc, and the leader of a mercenary group, how could he cause such a big disaster? The communication channel was silent for a few minutes, and Yu Lai's collapsed and crazy voice resounded throughout the communication channel. Captain, Ying Tiaoshi, tell me the truth. What did you do? Chapter 43. Ha Shirlang quickly guessed the whole story, and looked at Yulai with sympathy, coughing twice. Deputy Captain Yu, don't worry, our marshal is not an unreasonable person. As long as you send our marshal's wife back safely, and let our marshal beat Inkyusher to vent his anger, our Chu Corps will not continue to cause trouble for your mercenary group. Yulai took a deep breath and forced a smile. Misunderstanding, it's all misunderstanding. Mission is well taken care of in our mercenary group. Colonel Ha, wait a moment, I will personally send her back to Marshal Chu. Just as he was about to leave, Chu Zhao's voice appeared again. Let Inkyusher send her back personally. Yulai secretly groaned, but still nodded in agreement, and then went to find Shin Tong without stopping, while calling Inkyusher, and after the call was connected, he was crazy. Inkyusher, why don't you explain clearly what Mission's identity is? And what are you doing? Steal someone's wife to get married. Can't you find a wife? Now you are done. Marshal Chu came to your door and asked you to send her back. Don't say anything. I won't listen. You send Mission back to Marshal Chu right now. Apologize. Apologize. Did you hear me? Inkyusher, who didn't even have time to say anything, said, eh. He never knew that Yulai had such a hot temper, but asking him to apologize? That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Inkyusher flew out in a fighter jet. He stole the person with his own ability, and Chu Xiao had to come to get him with his own ability. Yulai hung up the phone, and didn't know that Inkyusher had gone out to provoke him. He ran to Shin Tong's room breathlessly. He shortened the journey from half an hour to 10 minutes. After knocking on the door, Yulai hurriedly said, Mission, open the door. Shin Tong heard Yulai's voice inside, and hurriedly got up to open the door. This time the spherical robot did not stop her. After the door opened, Shin Tong saw Yulai with an anxious face. Deputy Captain Yu, what do you want to talk to me about? Yulai took a deep breath and pulled Shin Tong to run. After running 2 steps, he stopped and let go of Shin Tong and said, Sorry, things are a bit urgent. I didn't know you were Marshal Chu's partner. Now Marshal Chu has come to the door, I will take you back. Shin Tong frowned. What Marshal Chu? Yulai was stunned for a moment. Marshal Chu is Chu Zhao, the Grand Marshal of the Empire. Our commander doesn't know how he brought you from him. Mission, no matter what, I will send you back first, otherwise something might happen. Shin Tong was full of doubts, but she still followed Yulai. Yulai contacted Ha Sherlang and said, Colonel Ha, I will send Mission over now. Please be ready for the connection. Ha Sherlang was silent for a while before replying. Wait a minute. Please be sure to protect the safety of our marshal's wife. Our marshal is busy now. Yulai, ah? Ha Sherlang. Oh, our marshal is beating your commander. Yulai, okay, I got it. I will protect Mission. After that, he cut off the communication expressionlessly. Shin Tong, who had heard the general situation nearby, although she didn't know who this Colonel Ha and the marshal were, she almost couldn't help laughing when she heard Inkyusher being beaten. After a while, she asked Yulai, Deputy Commander, your commander is being beaten, aren't you going to help him? Yulai clearly heard the smile in Shin Tong's tone, and said expressionlessly, if we don't beat him up, he will continue to cause trouble. It's not easy for our Flying Eagle mercenary group to get to where we are today. Half of the enemies were provoked by the group leader. Shin Tong laughed for a while, and suddenly realized something. He blinked and asked, who is that marshal? And the marshal's wife is talking about me. But I don't know the marshal, they won't recognize the wrong person, right? Or don't hand me over to them, I'm a little scared. The last few words were half true and half false, with a joking tone. Yulai pondered for a while. You don't know him, Marshal Chu? His tone was a little unbelievable, because there was no orc in the entire empire who didn't know Chu Xiao. Shin Tong immediately changed his words. Marshal Chu, who doesn't know him? I'm joking. I'm just a little weird. Marshal Chu and I don't know each other. How come that Colonel Ha said I was the marshal's wife? You didn't make a mistake, did you? Yulai shook his head. It has been confirmed, but it was a mistake. They are looking for you, but there may be some misunderstandings. Don't worry, Marshal Chu is a very good person. It's better for you to go to him than to our captain. If Marshal Chu really recognizes the wrong person, he will be responsible for sending you to a safe and habitable planet. After listening to this, Shin Tong thought about it. It would be better to go to Marshal Chu. If he stayed with Inkyusher, he would have to be on guard against Inkyusher's occasional illness. Marshal Chu sounded like a very prestigious person. When he met him and explained everything clearly, everything would be fine. Yulai opened the starship's external monitoring again. Shin Tong looked over curiously. Outside was a dark universe. There were 3 strange-looking spaceships colliding with each other, and there was also a powerful thermal weapon bombardment. Shin Tong subconsciously stepped back, and then asked worriedly, "Deputy Captain, will there really be no deaths in this?" She had never seen a war, nor had she seen such a high-tech battle. Yulai observed for a while before saying, "It's okay, Marshal Chu was measured, our captain deserved it." Yulai gritted his teeth as he spoke. How could a person cause such a big disaster? In the past, he loved to pick fights, but this time he even kidnapped someone else's wife. Shin Tong looked at Yulai with sympathy, and put himself in the shoes of a poor worker who cleaned up the boss's ass. Shin Tong stepped on his feet, and patted Yulai's shoulder. "Deputy Captain, why don't you just change jobs?" Yulai shook his head helplessly. "No, if I leave, the leader will destroy the Flying Eagle mercenary group in a short time." Shin Tong looked at Yulai in confusion, not quite understanding. Yulai seemed to see through it, and said with a smile, "Our leader saved my life. Although he likes to stir up trouble, he is not a bad person. I was rescued by him from an underground auction organization. At that time, he drove a mecha alone and directly destroyed the auction organization. The leader was too troublesome to take me with him, but I followed him stubbornly. Later, our leader also paid for my studies. After I graduated, I have been following the leader." Shin Tong looked at Yulai in surprise. She said that no one could stand Intiasher's annoying personality. Love is a life-saving grace. Yulai glanced at Shin Tong and continued, "If it weren't for Marshal Chu coming to the door, I would actually be very happy that the captain could find someone he likes to marry, or an excellent female orc like Miss Shin. The captain has always been alone, and it's always good to have a family." Shin Tong was a little embarrassed by the praise, and waved her hand. "Hey, I'm not as good as you say, but aren't you considered Intiasher's family?" Yulai was stunned for a moment before he laughed and said, "Miss Shin is right." At this time, the battle outside had ended. The spaceship with the eagle pattern was obviously damaged and stumbled towards the starship. Soon, Shin Tong saw a hatch opened in front of him. Intiasher looked a little pale, and was wearing a black combat uniform. When he saw Shin Tong, he still asked Yulai stubbornly, "Why did you bring her here? Send her back to her room." Seeing Intiasher like this, Yulai couldn't curse anymore and said helplessly, "Captain, why didn't you tell me that Miss Shin was Marshal Chu's wife?" Intiasher raised his head and snorted, "What wife? They are not registered, so they are not legal partners." Yulai sighed, "Captain, go back and rest first. I will send Miss Shin to Marshal Chu." Intiasher's words of refusal came to his lips, but he swallowed them back when he saw Yulai's expression, and cursed, "Wait until I recover and defeat Chu Xiao." After that, he pretended not to see Shin Tong and walked out. Along the way, he received a lot of concern from his subordinates. Intiasher was unhappy. He always felt that he failed to take revenge, and was defeated in front of his subordinates. It was too embarrassing. Yulai spread his hands and looked at Shin Tong. "Let's go, I take you there." Shin Tong suddenly became nervous, and sorted out her clothes. Suddenly, she remembered that she hadn't taken the sweater that Dahe made for her, so she hurriedly said to Yulai, "My clothes are still in the room." "What clothes?" Yulai stopped and turned around to ask. Shin Tong said embarrassedly, "The sweater in the room is very important to me." Yulai nodded. "Okay, I asked someone to get it, don't worry." Shin Tong laughed. Ha Sherlang contacted Yulai again. "Deputy Captain Yu, open the docking cabin, our marshal will go to pick up the lady in person." At this point, Yulai had no need to refuse Chu Xiao's coming. Seriously speaking, no matter how powerful their Flying Eagle mercenary group was, they could not compare with the regular army. The huge Chu Corps warship appeared in the dark universe, and docked with the Flying Eagle starship to form a channel. Chu Xiao stood at the entrance of the channel expressionlessly, took off the black gloves on his hands, and strode in after the hatch was opened. Chu Xiao looked calm, but a closer look revealed a hint of nervousness deep in his eyes. He accidentally lost Tang Tang, and he didn't know if Tang Tang would blame him. Thinking of this, Chu Xiao's pace became faster. Ha Sherlang, who followed behind, almost couldn't catch up. He trotted to catch up with Chu Xiao, and followed Chu Xiao into the Flying Eagle starship. After passing through the docking channel, the hatch on the Flying Eagle starship had already opened. Chu Xiao stopped and subconsciously tidied his clothes before passing through the door. At a glance, he saw Shin Tong standing next to Yulai in a simple shirt. Although they hadn't seen each other for 5 or 6 days, Chu Xiao acted as if he hadn't seen Shin Tong for 5 or 6 years. He slowed down his pace, and walked in front of Shin Tong, looking down at Shin Tong. His Tang Tang has lost weight. Shin Tong noticed someone coming over, looked up, and took a look. He felt that the handsome man in white military uniform looked familiar, but he was not sure, so he took another look. Yulai had already politely greeted him. "Marshal Chu, I have heard of your name for a long time, and today I see that your reputation is well deserved. Chu Xiao glanced at Yulai, then retracted his gaze and continued to stare at Xinxing Tong. Ha Shirlang saw this and walked up to shake hands with Yulai, then hooked Yulai's shoulder and led him aside. Deputy Commander Yu, I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 44. Xinxing Tong hesitated for a while before showing an awkward smile and raising her hand to greet. Hello, hello? The translator translated Xinxing Tong's words in real time. Chu Xiao suddenly came forward and hugged Xinxing Tong into his arms and whispered in the words Xinxing Tong taught him. I'm sorry. Xinxing Tong was stunned by the familiar language, and finally confirmed that the handsome white-haired guy in front of her was the one she had slept with, and was also the human form of her dahe. Xinxing Tong's eyes became a little sore, and she did not resist Chu Xiao's embrace. The familiar breath made Xinxing Tong feel relieved instantly, and she relaxed her body and leaned against Chu Xiao's arms. Chu Xiao touched Xinxing Tong's head, turned around and said to Ha Shirlang, Let's go. Ha Shirlang turned around and said, Marshal, you take Miss Meisher back first. I will discuss something with Deputy Captain Yu and come over soon. Chu Xiao nodded and was about to leave with Xinxing Tong. Xinxing Tong took Chu Xiao's hand and said, Dahe, wait a minute, the clothes you gave me. Before he finished speaking, a familiar orc came over with a bag in his hand, gave the things to Yulai and said, Deputy Captain, these are Mission's things, and the captain beat someone in the training room. The captain's arm seems to be injured. Deputy Captain, go and persuade him. Yulai took the bag and nodded. I know, I'd be there right away. After that, he took the bag and gave it to Xinxing Tong and said, Mission, this is your clothes. The animal skin you wore when you came here was accidentally identified as garbage and destroyed. I compensate you with a set next time we meet. Xinxing Tong took the bag and shook her head. No, thank you for taking care of me these days, Deputy Headmaster. Next. When Chu Xiao saw Xinxing Tong took the bag, he put his arm around Xinxing Tong's waist and walked out without waiting for Xinxing Tong to finish. Ha Shirlang patted Yulai's shoulder. We discuss what we just said later. If Deputy Headmaster Yu doesn't mind, let's exchange contact information for future contact. Yulai nodded. Cooperating with the Chu Corps would bring benefits without any harm. As for Ing Tiaosher's opinion, it was not important. Ing Tiaosher had always let him decide the direction of the development of the Flying Eagle mercenary group. Chu Xiao hugged Xinxing Tong and returned to the warship. They were very silent all the way. Chu Xiao was a little nervous. He was worried that Xinxing Tong would not recognize him. Xinxing Tong looked up and peeked at Chu Xiao while walking. He only saw him briefly last time. Xinxing Tong didn't remember Chu Xiao's face very well. Now he looked at him carefully. Chu Xiao was a rare handsome guy. But when he thought that this handsome guy was a big black man, Xinxing Tong wanted to laugh. Because Xinxing Tong's gaze was too obvious, Chu Xiao became more and more nervous, and his pace became a little stiff unconsciously. After entering the warship, Chu Xiao finally couldn't help but lower his head and asked Xinxing Tong, What are you looking at? Xinxing Tong asked a little unsurely, Are you really Dahe? Chu Xiao nodded after a while. It's me. Seeing that Xinxing Tong still had some doubts in his eyes, Chu Xiao lowered his head helplessly. Let me introduce you to other people first, and then go back to the room to show you. Xinxing Tong's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. She didn't know what was going on. She hadn't been sleeping well these days, and always wanted to sleep with Dahe's tail in her arms. After entering the battleship, Chu Xiao took Xinxing Tong into a transparent floating elevator, and ascended to the upper level of the starship. After exiting the light ladder, Xinxing Tong followed Chu Xiao step by step. After walking for a few steps, Chu Xiao stopped and took Xinxing Tong's hand and said, Old cat, you know that rolling beast. You often call him Rolling. Ha Shirlang is the wolf. He is the one who came with me to pick you up just now. In addition, there are Shi Lu, Go Chi Huang, Hu Hingming, and Tu Jiao. You haven't seen these 4 people. They are all my most trusted partners. As he said that, Chu Xiao took Xinxing Tong into the meeting room on the battleship. There were 5 people sitting inside, Shi Lu, Go Chi Huang, Mao Yiji, Hu Hingming, and Tu Jiao. The main seat of the floating conference table was empty. When Chu Xiao and Xinxing Tong came in, several people looked at Xinxing Tong, and then greeted Chu Xiao, Marshal. Chu Xiao nodded, and took Xinxing Tong to sit in the main seat. Xinxing Tong felt a little uncomfortable after sitting down. She didn't recognize these people, and subconsciously approached Chu Xiao. Mao Yiji's human form was a thin, round-faced handsome guy with obvious dark circles under his eyes. He grinned when he saw Xinxing Tong. Miss Gourmet, long time no see. Shin Tong looked in the direction of the voice and felt that Mao Yiji looked familiar, but he couldn't recognize him, so he could only smile awkwardly. Hu Hingming's beast form is a white tiger. There is a little contrast between the human form and the beast form. She looks like a cute girl. Her black hair is tied into 2 buns on the top of her head, tied with a pink hairband, and has air bangs. Her eyes are big and her eyelashes are long and curled, which makes people feel good at first sight. Tu Jiao's beast form is a huge lop-eared rabbit. The human form is petite, with pink hair and 2 low ponytails tied behind her head. The two looked at each other and greeted Shin Tong with a smile. "Hello, we are both subordinates of the marshal. My name is Hu Hingming, and my beast form is a white tiger. This is Tu Jiao, and my beast form is a lop-eared rabbit. What is your beast form?" Hu Hingming specifically searched for the greeting methods of female orcs to make friends. In their Chu Corps, the only 2 females who have a close relationship with Chu Zhao are her and Tu Jiao. In any case, it is more convenient for females to communicate with each other, so Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao did a lot of homework after knowing the existence of Shin Tong, hoping to make a good first impression on Shin Tong. The first step in the conversation is to introduce yourself, and find out whether the beast form is on the food chain. Shin Tong was very happy to see girls, especially 2 cute and pretty girls. However, Hu Hingming's first question made Shin Tong silent. She didn't have a beast form at all. Shin Tong didn't know how to answer. She stared at Hu Hingming for a while. Hu Hingming looked at Tu Jiao blankly, then at Shin Tong, and finally at Chu Zhao. "Marshal, why doesn't Madam talk to me?" Hu Hingming was straightforward and asked questions immediately. Tu Jiao tugged at Hu Hingming, signaling him to be more tactful. Shin Tong heard the words coming through the translator and waved her hands embarrassedly, saying, "I'm not saying no to you, I just don't know how to say it." Hu Hingming was even more puzzled. "Madam." Before she asked, Tu Jiao pulled Hu Hingming, looked at Shin Tong and said, "Madam, we asked too suddenly, it's okay if you don't want to say it." After saying that, she secretly pinched Hu Hingming. What if Madam was embarrassed to say it, because her beast form was not very brave? Hu Hingming felt wronged, but still won the competition. Shin Tong shook her head. "Don't call me Madam, I'm Shin Tong, beast form." Beast form. After a long time, Shin Tong still couldn't come up with a beast form. Chu Zhao, who was watching from the side, spoke up. "Qi Huang, are you ready for the physical examination I asked you to arrange? I will take Tang Tang to do a full body examination in a while, and I will tell you the rest in your laboratory." Go Qi Huang was looking at Shin Tong. He was particularly curious about the fact that Shin Tong could maintain her human form on the original star. Hearing Chu Zhao's words, he immediately nodded and said, "Marshal, don't worry, it's ready a long time ago, and you can bring your wife directly here in a while." Shi Lu was whispering to Mao Yiji, "Old cat, didn't you say you were very familiar with the lady? Why is she ignoring you?" Mao Yiji also felt strange. He remembered that when he was on the primitive star, Miss Food liked to go to his territory to play, and she also liked to eat bamboo shoots like him. Why did Miss Food look so strange when she saw him here? It seemed that she didn't recognize him. "I don't know, maybe Miss Food is shy?" Mao Yiji answered innocently. Shi Lu was speechless. It would be better to ask Ha Shirlang than to ask Mao Yiji. Ha Shirlang also came back at this time. He smiled and raised his hand to greet her as he came in. "Everyone is here. Madam, long time no see. When I was on the primitive star, it was thanks to you that you applied medicine to my wounds." Shin Tong didn't recognize Ha Shirlang's human form, but she remembered that he applied medicine to the big wolf. Shin Tong asked uncertainly, "Are you the big wolf?" The translator translated Shin Tong's words like this. Ha Shirlang was stunned for a moment, and thought about it. He really didn't introduce himself to Shin Tong. Thinking of this, Ha Shirlang smiled and nodded and added a self-introduction. "Madam, my name is Ha Shirlang. You can call me Xiuha like the general." Shin Tong was a little uncomfortable with the idea that a wolf was actually a human. At this moment, she came to her senses and looked at the round-faced handsome guy who strangely called her Miss Gourmet, and said hesitantly, "Are you Gun?" Mao Yiji's eyes lit up. "It's me, Miss Gourmet. I brought back a lot of bamboo shoots. If you cook, please make more for me." Shin Tong recalled Mao Yiji's tone of voice when he was drooling over bamboo shoots on the original star. She finally felt a little more familiar and relaxed a lot. She smiled and nodded, then looked at the strangers with a shy smile. "You don't have to call me Madam. My name is Shin Tong. You can call me Tang Tang. I'm with Dahe. Well, and Marshal Chu. It's not what you think." Before she finished speaking, Chu Xiao interrupted Shin Tong again. "Tang Tang, it's getting late. I take you to Chi-Huang for a physical examination. Shin Tong was not angry at being interrupted. She followed Chu Xiao and stood up. She smiled at Shi Lu, Go Chi-Huang, Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao before following Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao pulled Shin Tong out of the meeting room, and Go Chi-Huang followed closely. The remaining Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao looked at each other and said, "What did our marshal say? That guy Ying Tiasher stole his wife, but now the lady says it's not true at all. She doesn't seem to admit that she is the marshal's wife." Tu Jiao touched her chin and thought for a while. Ming, wait for the lady. Oh, wait for Tang Tang to finish her physical examination, then we will go to play with her. Anyway, there is nothing to do after we come back. Hu Hingming nodded in agreement. I think Xingtong looks easy to talk to. It must be the marshal who bullied her. The two of them got up and walked out. Shi Lu was left holding on to Ha Shirlang and Mao Yiji, and wouldn't let them leave. He hadn't asked Xingtong about her background yet, nor had he heard of any family sending female orcs to the primitive star for recuperation. The most important thing was that, generally speaking, except for Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao, the rest of the females sent to the primitive star for recuperation would be accompanied by their partners or relatives. It was impossible to let a female with no self-protection ability stay alone in the dangerous primitive jungle. Chapter 45. Shin Tong followed Chu Xiao and tried to get her hand out of his hand. After struggling for a few times, Chu Xiao looked back at Shin Tong in confusion. Shin Tong smiled foolishly. She was not used to holding hands with others, even though the man holding her hand had slept with her. Chu Xiao exerted a little force on his hand, pulled Shin Tong to his side and whispered, "Don't be afraid. I will give you a physical examination later. It will be fine soon, and I will tell you about other problems slowly after the examination." Shin Tong hesitated for a moment, gave up struggling, and followed Chu Xiao obediently to Go Chi-Huang's laboratory. Go Chi-Huang was a doctor who specialized in serving Chu Xiao. He had his own laboratory on the Commander-in-Chief warship of the Chu Corps. However, Chu Xiao was rarely injured. He usually treated minor injuries by himself, and rarely needed Go Chi-Huang. Therefore, in order to prove that he was not a freeloader, Go Chi-Huang would also treat Mao Yiji, Ha Shirlang and others. When Shin Tong entered, Go Chi-Huang took out a pair of frameless glasses from somewhere and put them on. He sat on a floating chair with several transparent light screens in front of him. The sense of technology was very obvious, which amazed Shin Tong. Go Chi-Huang pushed his glasses and said to Chu Xiao, "Marshal, let the lady stand over there." Go Chi-Huang pointed to a circle of light on the ground. Chu Xiao led Shin Tong over and pushed her into the circle of light, and stood outside waiting. Shin Tong was a little nervous after entering the circle of light. After Shin Tong entered, the circle of light raised a light curtain to surround Shin Tong. Shin Tong felt relieved when she saw Chu Xiao standing in front of her through the light curtain. After a while, she became nervous again because she remembered that she was not an orc at all. Chu Xiao seemed to have noticed this and said to Shin Tong, "Don't worry, it will be fine soon." Just as he finished speaking, Go Chi-Huang said over there, "It's done." Shin Tong was still a little confused. She stayed in the light circle for less than a minute. Chu Xiao had already reached out and pulled Shin Tong out and brought her to the side. A floating stool floated in front of Shin Tong. Chu Xiao asked Shin Tong to sit down, and then said to Go Chi-Huang, who was still hanging in the air, "Come down." Go Chi-Huang didn't know where he operated, and the entire operating table and the stool slowly sank down. Chu Xiao walked over and asked, what was the result? What Chu Xiao wanted to ask was Shin Tong's genetic disease. When he was on the primitive planet, Chu Xiao thought that Shin Tong, who could not transform into a beast and had no ability to resist cold, had a genetic defect. Later, when he found that Shin Tong could not distinguish between beast and human forms, he confirmed this. Genetic defects also vary. Generally, if it does not affect physical health, it is nothing. Chu Xiao is worried that Shin Tong's genetic defect will affect Shin Tong's future. If not, Chu Xiao can't imagine what kind of beastman would be so cruel to abandon a female who has just reached adulthood in the most dangerous jungle on the primitive planet. Chu Xiao determined that Shin Tong was abandoned by her family on the primitive planet. Shin Tong lowered her head and twisted her fingers nervously, afraid that she would be seen as an alien in the orc world, and she had a strange trust in Chu Xiao. Go Chi-Huang frowned as he looked at it, and enlarged a picture of the gene chain and said, "Marshal, you see, this gene chain does have obvious defects. Generally speaking, the orc's gene body is composed of 36 pairs of chromosomes, including a pair of reproductive chromosomes, but the lady's gene body only has 23 pairs." Go Chi-Huang said with a look of amazement, "This is incredible. Madam is alive, and well despite having so many missing chromosomes. She has grown up smoothly, and even seems to have no other problems. It seems that having only 23 pairs of chromosomes has not caused any other pain to Madam. Chu Xiao frowned. Are you sure there is no problem? Go Chihuang nodded. From the results, Madam has no other problems except some unbalanced nutrition. Marshal, don't worry, I will check Madam's body regularly, and keep an eye on her changes at any time. Chu Xiao was still worried, so he walked up to Xinxing Tong and took her to the screen and said, Tang Tang, do you know about your genetic problems? After that, Chu Xiao zoomed in the chromosome map, and pointed it out to Xinxing Tong for fear that Xinxing Tong would not understand. Xinxing Tong looked at the familiar DNA and scratched her head. I don't have any genetic problems. She had undergone many physical examinations since she was born, and she had never heard that she had any genetic problems. Moreover, this chromosome was very normal, and it was a chromosome that looked very standard and could be in a textbook. Chu Xiao gestured to Go Chihuang to pull out the 36 chromosomes of a normal orc and said, Tang Tang, look carefully, you are missing more than 10 chromosomes. This is not normal. I started to check after I came out of the primitive planet. There is no identity information for you, and I didn't find your relatives after comparing the gene bank, which could only mean that your parents didn't register your birth because of your genetic problems after giving birth to you, and even abandon you in the dangerous jungle after you became an adult. Do you understand? Chu Xiao rarely spoke so many words at once, and he was obviously anxious. Xinxing Tong swallowed her saliva. She really seemed different. She was a pure human. Her genes were normal for humans. But in this orc world, in the eyes of orcs, her genes were indeed not normal. The good news was that Chu Xiao automatically found a reasonable speculation for her obvious abnormality. Xinxing Tong nodded. You are right, but I don't remember. I don't know how to get to that primitive planet. Chu Xiao looked at Go Chihuang after hearing this. Have you checked her brain? Are you injured? Go Chihuang looked and said, No, there is no sign of injury on Madam's brain. It is a perfect head. Xinxing Tong felt that Go Chihuang's language expression ability was problematic, just like describing the autopsy scene. Chu Xiao asked again, Then why did Tang Tang say that he didn't remember how he got to the original star? Go Chihuang touched his chin. Maybe he was thrown there when he was unconscious. Chu Xiao looked at Xinxing Tong, and Xinxing Tong looked at Chu Xiao innocently. Don't ask me, I don't know either. Go Chihuang put away the information and said, Okay, Marshal, you should go back and rest early. The examination results show that there is indeed no problem. Marshal, don't worry too much. I think my wife is very healthy now. Xinxing Tong nodded. She is indeed very healthy. Chu Xiao thought about it, and habitually took Xinxing Tong's hand and said, Okay, Chihuang, please pay more attention to Tong Tong's physical condition. Sorry for the trouble. Go Chihuang waved his hand. Marshal, why are you being so polite? I was originally serving the Marshal. In the past, the Marshal didn't often ask me to treat illnesses, and I was very idle. Now that I have a wife, I am not taking the Marshal's salary for nothing. Chu Xiao nodded, took Xinxing Tong out of the laboratory, walked along the corridor for a while, went down and went up one floor, and saw many connected rooms. Chu Xiao said, I will show you the way. This is the dormitory of the personal guards on the main ship. You don't need to go here to go back to the room. There is another passage over there. After that, Chu Xiao led Xinxing Tong through the long corridor, and on the way, he met a soldier who was out for activities and greeted him. Marshal. After greeting, these soldiers looked at Xinxing Tong secretly without exception. They all knew that the reason why the Marshal did not rush back to the capital star after returning from the original star these days was to chase the Marshal's wife back. Xinxing Tong found that someone was looking at him, so he smiled back politely. Chu Xiao nodded to the soldier who greeted him, quickened his pace, turned the corner through the corridor, and entered another rest area after verifying the fingerprint. There are 7 rooms in this rest area, with the activity room in the middle. In fact, all the dormitories on the starship were originally together, but Chu Xiao and his orcs were too high level, and living together would affect other orcs, so they were separated. Chu Xiao's room is at the innermost, and on the right are the rooms of Ha Shilang, Mao Yiji, and Shi Lu. On the right are the rooms of Go Chihuang, Hu Hingming, and Tu Jiao. Chu Xiao's room is a few minutes away from these 6 rooms. After Chu Xiao took Xinxing Tong into the room, he said, Tang Tang, you will live here from now on. Xinxing Tong nodded and looked around. She found that the room was very simple and large. It was a suite with 2 doors on the left and right. There were no tables or chairs in the room. They seemed to be stored in the wall, and would only be extended when used. Chu Xiao took off his coat, and hung it by the door. He knocked on the wall, and a set of gray sofas and coffee tables rose from the ground in the middle of the room. Tang Tang, tell me if you want anything else. I have someone prepare it for you. Xinxing Tong turned around and found that Chu Xiao's coat was hanging by the door. Moreover, this room seemed to be in line with Chu Xiao's temperament. Xinxing Tong hesitated for a moment before asking, Do you live here too? Chu Xiao was stunned for a moment before nodding. This is my room, he said with a little bit of grievance. If Tang Tang doesn't like it, I can live outside. Xinxing Tong shook her head. No, I just think I will disturb you too much, and today, Daong and Gun, I mean Colonel Ha, and the others seem to have misunderstood something. Isn't it not good for them to call me madam? Don't take what happened between us to heart. Chu Xiao's eyes widened slightly, and he blurted out, Tang Tang, do you really want to be a scumbag female beast who turns his face and doesn't recognize people? Xinxing Tong? ? Chu Xiao walked in front of Xinxing Tong. Xinxing Tong looked up at the tall Chu Xiao, swallowed her saliva, and thought about what she would do if Chu Xiao beat her up later. Chu Xiao's people were all outside. Xinxing Tong quietly took 2 steps back, trying to find an excuse to explain. The next second, Xinxing Tong's waist tightened, and she was hugged by Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao's strong arms tightly wrapped around Xinxing Tong, his head buried in Xinxing Tong's shoulder, and said in a muffled voice, When we were on the original star, Tang Tang obviously liked to sleep with me. Why did she change after leaving the original star? Doesn't Tang Tang like me? Xinxing Tong took a breath, pushed Chu Xiao away, turned around and covered his chest and muttered, It's too foul, even if you are handsome, you can't do whatever you want with your face. After saying it, he secretly looked back at Chu Xiao, and when he saw Chu Xiao's face, he immediately covered his face and whispered, So beautiful, so beautiful. It's exactly her ideal type. Chu Xiao was pushed away and felt even more wronged. Seeing Xinxing Tong with her back to him, Chu Xiao didn't get close, but whispered in a very disappointed voice, Sorry, I just miss you very much. You were stolen by Ingtiaoshi, and I was very worried. Chu Xiao really wanted to hold Xinxing Tong in his arms. During the days when Xinxing Tong was taken away by Ingtiaoshi, Chu Xiao had been missing Xinxing Tong very much. Since he picked Xinxing Tong up, he had never been separated from Xinxing Tong. During the time when he turned back into the beast form, Chu Xiao had already regarded Xinxing Tong as an inseparable part of his body. Chapter 46. Xinxing Tong turned around after preparing herself mentally, trying to explain seriously. It's not like that, Dahe Marshal Chu Wei. Before she finished speaking, Chu Xiao hugged Xinxing Tong into his arms. When Xinxing Tong stretched out his hand to try to push Chu Xiao away, Chu Xiao whispered, Don't move, let me hold you for a while. Xinxing Tong didn't move, and Chu Xiao let go of Xinxing Tong after a while, and said, It's my fault. Tang Tang must be very nervous when she suddenly arrived in a strange place, and there are strangers around. Don't be afraid, Tang Tang. Chu Xiao touched Xinxing Tong's head. Xinxing Tong suddenly felt a little sour in her nose. Chu Xiao's actions made her feel familiar. When she was on the primitive star, she sometimes stared at the wall and missed home, and Dahe would stretch out his big claws to pat her head, and sometimes he would accidentally push her down on the bed. Chu Xiao's current actions were exactly the same as Dahe. Xinxing Tong blinked and felt inexplicably aggrieved. Dahe. Chu Xiao sighed and turned into a beast in front of Xinxing Tong. His tall body filled the entire room. Probably because of the horns on his head, in order not to hit the ceiling, Chu Xiao put his chin on the ground and looked up at Xinxing Tong. Xinxing Tong was forced to the wall. After seeing the situation clearly, his eyes suddenly brightened. All the strangeness was thrown behind his mind. He ran forward with a roar, opened his arms, and hugged Chu Xiao's neck. He rubbed his cheek against Chu Xiao's somewhat cold scales, and whispered the name he gave Chu Xiao. Dahe. Chu Xiao lowered his head, and rubbed the top of Xinxing Tong's head. Xinxing Tong let go of Chu Xiao after a while, and then lay on Chu Xiao's forelimbs, and said aggrievedly, Dahe, I miss you so much. Ingtiaoshi stole me away while I was asleep. When I woke up, I couldn't find you. You also changed your appearance. I couldn't recognize you. Chu Xiao looked at Xinxing Tong with gentle eyes, listening to Xinxing Tong talking about her experiences in the past few days, but avoiding the things that happened on the original star. As she was talking, Xinxing Tong fell asleep on Chu Xiao. She had not slept well for several days at Ingtiaoshi's place. Now leaning on the familiar body, Xinxing Tong fell asleep quickly. Marshal. Hu Hingming's voice came from outside. Chu Xiao changed back to human form, carefully picked up Xinxing Tong, sent her back to the room, put her on the bed, and covered her with a quilt before leaving. What's the matter? Hu Hingming looked past Chu Xiao and didn't see Shin Tong, so he looked away disappointedly and asked, Tang Tang, I mean where's the wife? Chu Xiao said, she's asleep. Hu Hingming said oh and said, then when the wife wakes up, remember to tell her that Jiaojiu and I invite her to the afternoon tea party. Chu Xiao nodded. Hu Hingming didn't waste any words, turned around and went back to his room. Chu Xiao closed the door and went to see Shin Tong. After entering the bedroom, Chu Xiao saw that Shin Tong was not sleeping well, with a frown on his face. Chu Xiao thought for a while, and then changed back to his original form, lying on the ground, his head flush with the head of the bed, his huge body curled up into a ball, and his long tail swung onto the bed to cover Shin Tong. Soon, Shin Tong kicked off the quilt and hugged Chu Xiao's tail. His frown finally relaxed, and he slept soundly, hugging Chu Xiao's tail tightly like a koala. Chu Xiao looked at Shin Tong for a while, and closed his eyes, and began to sleep. The next morning, Ha Shirlang yawned and walked out of the room. He took a glass of water, and sat on the sofa to drink water to wake up. Yesterday, Shi Lu asked him a lot about the original star. In the morning, he had other things to deal with, and had to get up early. Mao Yiji also got up, and saw Ha Shirlang and raised his hand to greet him. Old Ha. Ha Shirlang raised his hand gloomily, as a greeting. Mao Yiji looked at Chu Xiao's room, and wanted to drool, when he thought of Shin Tong's ability to cook bamboo shoots in 108 different ways. He sat opposite Ha Shirlang and asked, Old Ha, do you think Miss Gourmet will cook for herself today? Ha Shirlang glanced at Mao Yiji. She has a name, and you can call her Madam if you don't want to. Miss Gourmet is a weird nickname. Mao Yiji scratched his head innocently. Okay, then why hasn't Madam gotten up yet? I brought back a lot of bamboo shoots, and put them in the fresh keeping room. My wife also likes to eat them. Shi Lu also left the room, with 2 big dark circles under his eyes, and sat down quietly. He asked all night yesterday, but he couldn't get from Ha Shirlang how Shin Tong appeared next to Chu Xiao. He had to consider the entire Chu Corps. Although Shin Tong didn't look like a spy, what if someone sent a spy? Ha Shirlang glanced at Shi Lu. Old Shi, don't think about it. I promise that my wife is definitely not a spy. If she was a spy, she would have been swallowed up by the marshal long ago. Shi Lu ruffled her hair in annoyance. No, I have to check it out. I must find out the origin of the lady. Mao Yiji and Ha Shirlang looked at each other, and Ha Shirlang helplessly spread his hands. Okay, whatever you want. If I say some things are harmless, don't pursue them so clearly. Shi Lu obviously disagreed with Ha Shirlang's idea, and got up to go to the command room. Go Chi Huang, who had been busy in the laboratory all night, came back. Seeing Mao Yiji and Ha Shirlang slumped on the sofa, he walked up to them with rare concern and asked, What are you doing? Mao Yiji, I was wondering why Madam hasn't gotten up yet. Ha Shirlang, going back to the capital star will mean we have to face a bunch of old foxes. It's a headache. Go Chi Huang laughed. Madam and the marshal are reunited after a short separation, so isn't it normal for her to get up late? As for the capital star, we talk about it when we get back. I think those people won't dare to offend the marshal in this situation. After saying that, Go Chi Huang went back to his room to catch up on some sleep. Hu Hingmeng and Tu Jiaotsong came out of their room and saw Ha Shirlang and Mao Yiji and asked, Madam hasn't gotten up yet. Mao Yiji shook his head. The marshal hasn't gotten up either. Hu Hingmeng and Tu Jiao looked at each other and laughed immediately, saying to Ha Shirlang, We're going to train first, and we come back to spar with you. Ha Shirlang waved his hand, and Hu Hingmeng and Tu Jiao left the dormitory together. For the first time in a few days, Shin Tong slept peacefully, and woke up naturally. When she woke up, she saw the familiar furry tail in her arms, and subconsciously rubbed it against her face. She rolled out, and landed on Chu Xiao's furry head. Shin Tong said coquettishly, Good morning, Dahe. Chu Xiao did it the moment Shin Tong made a move. He opened his eyes, and looked at Shin Tong. He carefully sent Shin Tong back to the bed, before nodding his head. Then he changed back to human form in front of Shin Tong. He thought about it, and decided that he could not stay with Shin Tong in animal form. Shin Tong could not distinguish between animal form and human form, and would regard animal form and human form as 2 different individuals. This was not good. Chu Xiao wanted Shin Tong to get used to his human form. Seeing Chu Xiao's transformation, Shin Tong looked a little confused, but soon reacted and let go of Chu Xiao. He hesitated for a while before saying hello, Marshal Chu. Good morning. Chu Xiao sighed, knowing that he couldn't be impatient, and had to slowly let Shin Tong realize that he and Dahe were the same person. Morning, Tang Tang. I take you to eat. Shin Tong's body was more honest than her brain. When she saw Chu Zhao's hand, she handed it over, and wanted to pull it back the moment it was held. Chu Zhao held Shin Tong's hand tightly, took Shin Tong to the bathroom, and said to Shin Tong, "Tang Tang, there are new toiletries and clean clothes prepared inside. I wait for you outside. Call me if you need anything." Shin Tong nodded, and only realized it after entering the bathroom. He always felt that Chu Zhao's attitude seemed too natural. Shin Tong shook his head and said to himself, "This Marshal Chu, was it the first time last time?" After mumbling, Shin Tong brushed his teeth and ran the water to take a shower. After taking a shower, he saw a light ball floating next to him. Inside was a set of tight black training clothes. Shin Tong still felt a little awkward after changing into them, and walked out of the bathroom with his hair loose. Chu Zhao also changed his clothes and waited for him outside. When he saw Shin Tong coming out, he said, "There are only combat uniforms on the battleship. I will order new clothes for you when I return to the capital star." Shin Tong shook her head. "It doesn't matter, I'm not picky." Chu Zhao reached out and smoothed Shin Tong's hair. The ends of Shin Tong's hair were a little uneven. When she was on the original star, Shin Tong's hair was too long and difficult to take care of, so she asked Chu Zhao to cut off part of it with his claws. Shin Tong combed her hair back, glanced at Chu Zhao secretly, and hesitated for a while before speaking carefully, "Marshal Chu. Tang Tang can call me by my name, you can call me Zhao." Shin Tong tilted her head, and Chu Zhao's expression made her vaguely see Dahe. At this time, Shin Tong vaguely had the concept that the person in front of her and Dahe were the same existence. A Zhao. When Chu Zhao heard Shin Tong call him a Zhao, his eyes instantly lit up, and the whole person exuded a joyful atmosphere. After Shin Tong called out, he didn't hesitate and said directly, "A Zhao, give me Dahe, the hair you used as a hairband was accidentally lost by me." Chu Zhao laughed. "It doesn't matter, I will give it to you if you lose it. I will take you to Hungming and Tu Jiao later. You are both girls, so it will be more convenient to get along with them." Shin Tong nodded repeatedly. No matter what the future holds, making more friends is the easiest way to quickly integrate into this world. When they arrived at the restaurant, they saw Ha Sherlang and Mao Yiji eating breakfast. Mao Yiji's eyes lit up when he saw Shin Tong, and he waved at her. "Delicious food. Madam, come here." Shin Tong identified it for a while, and asked Chu Zhao in a low voice, "A Zhao, that is it Gun? Chu Zhao nodded. "Yes, you can call him Mao Mao, everyone calls him Mao Mao. He brought back a large basket of fresh bamboo shoots from the original star, and he hopes you can cook for him after you come." Shin Tong couldn't help laughing, but soon he held it back and nodded to Mao Yiji. Chu Zhao took Shin Tong to sit opposite Mao Yiji and Ha Sherlang. Mao Yiji looked at Shin Tong with sparkling eyes. "Madam, I brought back a lot of bamboo shoots. When will you make that delicious meat for me?" Shin Tong didn't expect Mao Yiji's human form to have such a personality. It looked different from the ferocious rolling original form, but Mao Yiji's familiar personality made Shin Tong relax a lot, and she answered casually, "If you want to eat, I can make it at noon, but I don't know how to use this kitchen. The kitchen in the cafeteria is open, and it is full of kitchen utensils that Shin Tong doesn't recognize." Mao Yiji immediately patted his chest and said, "It's okay, I helped my wife." Chu Zhao stared at Mao Yiji, and in the case that it would help Shin Tong get familiar with the environment, he resisted the idea of hiding Shin Tong. Chapter 47. Mao Yiji only wanted to eat. Since the spring came on the primordial star, he instinctively felt that it was not suitable to get close to Shin Tong at that time, so he did not go to Chu Zhao's cave no matter how greedy he was. He had not eaten delicious bamboo shoots for several months. Now that he returned to the warship and met Shin Tong, and could communicate smoothly, Mao Yiji could not help it. He almost drooled when he imagined the delicious stewed bamboo shoots. His delicious food. "Madam, I brought a lot of bamboo shoots. Although I can buy fresh bamboo shoots when I return to the capital star, only the bamboo shoots on the primordial star are the best." Mao Yiji took out a large basket of bamboo shoots from the fresh keeping room and placed it in front of Shin Tong like he was offering a treasure. Mao Yiji was thin, and he was holding a bamboo basket twice as big as him. Shin Tong was worried that Mao Yiji would be buried by the bamboo shoots. However, Mao Yiji was thin, but he was effortless in holding the bamboo shoots. He easily placed a large basket of bamboo shoots in front of Shin Tong, looking at Shin Tong with bright eyes. Ha Sherlang saw that Chu Zhao had no objection to this, and his eyes rolled, and he came forward and said with a smile, "Madam, I want to eat it too, Can you make more? Xinxing Tong looked at the bamboo shoots. She also wanted to eat them, then looked back at Chu Xiao and whispered to Chu Xiao, Chu. Xinxing Tong paused, thought about it, and decided to change the name because she felt embarrassed, because Xinxing Tong thought that in this work world, Dahe and Chu Xiao were indeed the same person. She regarded Dahe as a relative. She couldn't just stop recognizing Dahe after Dahe became a human, and besides, Xinxing Tong felt hot for no reason, rubbing her face. Her relationship with Chu Xiao was not so simple. They had slept together, and pretending not to be familiar with each other at this time seemed a bit of a cover-up. The most important thing was that Chu Xiao really looked like an ideal type. Xinxing Tong was not a shy person. After thinking it through, she planned to get used to Chu Xiao's human form. Ah Xiao, do you want to eat? After hearing Xinxing Tong's address and question, Chu Xiao's raised mouth corners were harder to suppress than AK, but he pretended to be reserved in front of Ha Shirlang and Mao Yiji, looking down at Xinxing Tong and said, I like everything Tang Tang cooks. After saying that, Chu Xiao also glanced at Mao Yiji and Ha Shirlang, and the meaning of claiming sovereignty was very obvious. Mao Yiji didn't see it, and Ha Shirlang was speechless, turning around to move a lot of meat for Xinxing Tong. Xinxing Tong couldn't handle so many ingredients by himself. Mao Yiji was about to help, but Chu Xiao quietly drove Mao Yiji and Ha Shirlang out of the kitchen to peel bamboo shoots, and skillfully helped Xinxing Tong cut meat, and turned on the stove for Xinxing Tong. The cooking stove on the warship is also very smart. If Xinxing Tong operated it alone, she would never have thought that the stove was a ball of fire floating out from the table. It didn't look like a real flame, but just a flame simulated by energy. Chu Xiao directly took out a big pot, and put it on the flame, and it floated there steadily. Xinxing Tong felt very magical about this, especially that the flame would match her height, and float from the table to her, with the pot to facilitate her to put the ingredients in the pot. Chu Xiao used the laser knife on the table to cut the meat, and took out some seasonings, all of which were familiar to Xinxing Tong, including the ingredients such as green onion, ginger, and perilla that she had used on the original star, as well as fine salt, oil and other seasonings. Tang Tang, what else do you need? If there is nothing on the starship, I can ask someone to buy it. Xinxing Tong looked at it, and shook his head and said, Nothing, I fry the meat. Do you have boiling water? It tastes better when stewed with boiling water. Chu Xiao nodded, pulled out a metal pipe similar to a faucet and said, Just put the hot water in. This is drinking water. Xinxing Tong learned how to operate it and nodded. The flame dragging the pot also began to heat up. Xinxing Tong poured it in again and again. After heating it, he put in the onion, ginger, garlic, and the chopped unknown meat. Soon, the kitchen was filled with a sizzling sound, and a hole was opened above the kitchen to absorb the fumes. Outside, Mao Yiji and Ha Shirlang also finished processing the bamboo shoots. Ha Shirlang was still whispering to Chu Xiao, The marshal has changed. After the wife came, the marshal became petty and drove us out. There are enough people in such a big kitchen. Mao Yiji was drooling at the thought of the food. When he heard Mao Yiji's words, he said, Colonel Ha, don't talk nonsense. How has the marshal changed? In my opinion, he has changed for the better. After the wife came, the marshal didn't beat us anymore. Ha Shirlang. Idiot. Is that a beating? That was clearly a training match. Now the marshal won't let them train individually. How can that be a good thing? Mao Yiji snorted and called him a fool. He didn't let the bamboo shoots be eaten by stupid wolves. Mao Yiji? He took a large basket of bamboo shoots, cut into small pieces, and returned to the kitchen. As soon as he entered, he smelled the aroma of meat. When Xinxing Tong saw Mao Yiji coming back, he smiled and said, Just wash the bamboo shoots and pour them into the pot. Mao Yiji immediately took the bamboo shoots to wash them and poured them into the pot according to Xinxing Tong's instructions. The pot was full after the bamboo shoots were poured in. Mao Yiji looked at the pot eagerly and asked Xinxing Tong, Madam, when can we eat? Xinxing Tong was not very skilled in stirring the meat and bamboo shoots in the pot with a large spatula held by the mechanical arm. After listening to Mao Yiji's words, she thought for a while and said, It depends on the heat. An hour should be enough. Mao Yiji's head suddenly had 2 round black ears, and he volunteered, Don't worry, madam, I take care of this. Madam, go and have a rest. Xinxing Tong put all the seasonings in, covered it and stewed it, then turned down the heat and followed Chu Xiao out to eat. As soon as she arrived at the restaurant, Mao Yiji pulled her over to cook, and she hadn't eaten yet. After Chu Xiao sat Xinxing Tong down, he said to Xinxing Tong, Don't indulge them in the future. The food cooked by the robot chef is also delicious. You will be tired. Xinxing Tong was biting a red fruit in small bites. After hearing Chu Xiao's words, he nodded. Well, I know, but I also want to eat those bamboo shoots. Chu Xiao saw Xinxing Tong's cheeks bulging while eating, and he didn't forget to answer him. He couldn't help but reach out and touch Xinxing Tong's head. Xinxing Tong blinked, her cheeks slightly red, and hurriedly changed the subject to try to hide her shyness. By the way, Zhao, those medicinal herbs I picked before. As Xinxing Tong said this, she thought that the medicinal materials might not be rare for Chu Xiao, and maybe they were lost on the original star, so she didn't continue talking, and instead wanted to ask Chu Xiao if he could buy them. Who knew that before she asked, Chu Xiao said, I brought them back, and put them in the room. I take you to see them later. Xinxing Tong's eyes lit up. She was going to shamelessly ask Chu Xiao to buy the materials for her, and then make a big promise to Chu Xiao that she would give Chu Xiao a share of the profits when the medicine she made money. Unexpectedly, Chu Xiao actually brought back the herbs she picked. Really? That's great. Dahe Zhao, I can make those herbs into hemostatic and antidote medicines. Xinxing Tong became happier as she spoke. At present, the app is to keep making existing recipes to accumulate experience and upgrade, which is similar to the life skill mode of online games. Therefore, she needs a lot of raw materials for the upgrade of the app. Naturally, the more herbs, the better. Chu Xiao remembered the strange things Xinxing Tong tinkered with when he was on the original star, and asked Xinxing Tong directly, was Tang Tang a pharmacist before? Xinxing Tong's mind was stuck for a moment, and after a few seconds, he said with a guilty conscience, I don't know. Chu Xiao looked at Xinxing Tong for a while, and said nonchalantly, It's okay if you don't remember. No matter what kind of person Tang Tang was in the past, you don't have to worry about it in the future. Xinxing Tong lowered his head, and stared at the fruit in his hand. After a long time, he whispered him. After eating, Chu Xiao and Xinxing Tong went back to the room. Xinxing Tong's herbs were carefully stored in a drawer by Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao also specially modified a cabinet for Xinxing Tong to store those herbs, one for each grid. Xinxing Tong took out his phone and clicked on the recipe, then found the materials for the primary antidote for the typhoid fever prescription from the cabinet. Xinxing Tong instinctively felt that these two medicines were the most important and should be made first. Chu Xiao was actually very curious about the ancient-looking machine in Xinxing Tong's hand, but Chu Xiao was very sensible, and would not ask now no matter how curious he was. Xinxing Tong was now in a state of mind that was unfamiliar with everything and was wary. Chu Xiao was afraid that if he asked, Xinxing Tong would shrink back into her shell like a little turtle. Xinxing Tong carefully picked out the necessary materials, and hesitated for a while, when he was about to approach the phone, secretly glanced at Chu Xiao, and then sneakily put the herbs in with his back to Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao, who relied on his height to see everything, said, eh. He felt his heart was hit. His Tong-Tong's action was so cute. Xinxing Tong grinned. That's right, she did it secretly with her back to Chu Xiao, so Chu Xiao couldn't see it. She was so smart. Xinxing Tong never thought that she didn't carry Chu Xiao on her back when she was on the primitive star. Chu Xiao had known that Xinxing Tong had a secret. After putting all the materials for the primary antidote into the material grid, Xinxing Tong clicked the production button, and the mobile phone screen soon emitted a green light. The primary antidote was successfully made, of average quality, and can initially relieve the suppression of swallowed energy, and can relieve all low-level poisoning symptoms, such as food poisoning, mild to hallucinatory phenomena after eating mushrooms, without side effects. Xinxing Tong scratched her head. What is this swallowed energy? But the latter one that relieves all low-level poisoning symptoms is very powerful. If it were placed in the world before she crossed over, she would definitely be able to sell the patent and make a lot of money. Xinxing Tong laughed foolishly for a while. Next time she could try eating some giant shocking or something. After the antidote was successfully made, the experience bar on the production page increased a lot. When Xinxing Tong made the second batch, the experience bar only increased a little. It seems that the first batch without the recipe increased the most experience. After coming to the conclusion, Xinxing Tong went to get the herbs for making the typhoid recipe. There was no old ginger here. Xinxing Tong turned around and asked Chu Xiao, Zhao, do you have ginger? Chu Xiao had already sat on the sofa to handle the official business of the battleship. When he heard Xinxing Tong's question, he looked up and said, In the kitchen, you have been busy for a long time just now. It's almost lunchtime now, so just go and have lunch. Xinxing Tong touched his stomach and was indeed a little hungry, so he nodded. Seeing this, Chu Xiao put away his laptop, got up and took Xinxing Tong to the restaurant again. As soon as the two of them walked into the restaurant, they smelled the fragrance. It was the meat that Shin Tong had stewed in the morning. When they went in, they saw Shi Lu, Go Chi Huang, Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao were all there. Mao Yiji and Ha Shilang were working together to protect the big pot of meat behind them, and not let these 4 people eat it. Hu Hingming was about to grab it, and Mao Yiji was anxious. No, I don't have enough for myself. This is the bamboo shoots I brought back. Don't you dislike bamboo shoots and dislike it because it will make your mouth numb? Tu Jiao wiped his saliva. I don't mind my mouth being numb, cat, just give me a little, and I try it. Mao Yiji felt wronged, but he didn't want to share. When he saw Shin Tong coming, he immediately waved at her, as if he saw a savior. In a hurry, he didn't call her madam and said directly, Miss Gourmet. Come here quickly, they want to grab the food. Chapter 48. Shin Tong was a little confused. Do interstellar people also like to snatch food? Does snatched food taste better? Mei Yiji was anxious when he saw Shin Tong didn't say anything. Hurry up and say something. The 4 of them might have eaten it. If we share it with them, there will be nothing left. Ha Shilang also nodded. We don't have enough to share. Shi Lu closed her eyes, and felt very embarrassed. She tried to pull Hu Hingming Tuju away. The 2 knew that the pot of bamboo shoots and braised meat was made by Shin Tong. They were so curious that they didn't leave. Seeing that Mao Yiji said he would not share with them, Tu Jiao immediately turned around and looked at Shin Tong, blinking her eyes, and saying in a pinched voice, Tang, we came here because we smelled the fragrance. Mao said you made it. He said he would not let us taste it. He is really stingy. Tang, we just want to taste it, just one bite. Shin Tong opened her mouth. The bamboo shoots belonged to Mao Yiji. Even if she moved her hands, Mao Yiji could not force him to share with her. Shin Tong had to look at Chu Zhao for help. Chu Zhao touched Shin Tong's head, walked over and said, the recipe has been entered into the Chef Robot's program. It will be available anytime you want. Cat, give them some. After hearing Chu Zhao's words, Mao Yiji reluctantly gave out a small half, and said he would not give the rest. Tu Jiao Hu Hingmeng was satisfied with a little bit, and did not grab the rest. After all, they did not eat bamboo as their staple food, and it was indeed a bit immoral to grab other people's food. Ha Shilang got a big bowl thanks to peeling bamboo shoots with Mao Yiji. Mao Yiji generously gave half of the rest to Chu Zhao and Shin Tong, mainly because they would be gone after this meal. There were still some bamboo shoots left from the original star, but Mao Yiji was greedy and threw the rest into the fire when he saw it. Mao Yiji sighed and ate while holding the pot. Although the bamboo shoots bought outside were not as delicious as those on the original star, at least there was something to eat. The chef robot had a recipe, and he could eat delicious bamboo shoots every day. Mao Yiji felt satisfied again when he thought about it. While eating, he looked up vigilantly and found that Ha Shilang and the others had finished eating. He immediately sped up, fearing that others would come to grab them. Seeing that Mao Yiji had finished eating in a few bites, Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao looked away with regret. They used to dislike bamboo shoots because they would make their mouths numb, so they didn't like to eat them. They didn't expect that bamboo shoots stewed with meat would be so delicious and not astringent at all. They wanted to eat more after eating. Shin Tong added some white rice to eat, but after eating one bowl, she felt a little full. She touched her stomach and was a little confused. It seemed that her appetite had decreased. Chu Zhao saw that Shin Tong stopped eating and asked, "Why don't you eat any more?" Shin Tong came to her senses and said, "I'm full and can't eat any more." Chu Zhao frowned and shook his head. "I ate too little." Shin Tong nodded in agreement, "But I really can't eat any more. I feel a little full." Seeing this, Chu Zhao ate the rest and said to Shin Tong, "Maybe you ate a little late in the morning. If you are hungry later, remember to tell me. There is always food in the restaurant." Shin Tong nodded and soon stopped worrying. She ran to the kitchen to find some ginger. When she came out, she saw many orc soldiers coming in to eat in groups of 3 or 4. There was a robot serving food to the orc soldiers at the window on the other side of the kitchen, which was similar to the cafeteria in their school. Shin Tong took a look and walked towards Chu Zhao, who was waiting for her outside. As soon as the 2 of them left the restaurant, Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao chased after them, pulled Shin Tong out of Chu Zhao's hands, and held Shin Tong's arms on the left and right and said, Tang, what are you going to do this afternoon? Are you bored? We play with you." Shin Tong actually wanted to say that she was busy making medicine and upgrading the Wanwu app, but when she saw Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao's expectant eyes, she swallowed her words and nodded and said, "Well, I'm a little bored." Hu Hingming immediately laughed and waved at Chu Zhao. "Marshall, go and do your own thing. You've been away for so long, and our army has squeezed in a lot of things. Commander, she was still complaining this morning. If you don't go, he will turn back to his original form and swallow Dr. Go. Chu Xiao looked at Xingtong, hesitant to speak. Xingtong realized that Hu Hingmeng and the others called Chu Xiao marshal. A marshal must not be so idle. Chu Xiao was probably afraid that she would not get used to it, so he stayed with her all the time. Xingtong was a little happy. She shook Chu Xiao's hand and looked up and said, "Ah Xiao, you don't have to accompany me all the time. I have Tiger, Miss Tiger and Miss Tu to accompany me. I'm fine." Hu Hingmeng nodded immediately. "That's right, Marshal. Don't stick to Tang Nang all day long. As a male beastman, it's too useless. Male beastmen who work hard are the most handsome, you know." After that, she said to Xingtong, "Just call me Ming Ming and call her Jiao Jiao. Why call her Miss Hu? It's so formal." Tu Jiao also said, "Marshal, you should go quickly. Ming Ning and I will play with Tang Tang. Besides, we girls will have more common topics." Chu Xiao, Chu Xiao's words were blocked by the two people. He reluctantly let go of Xingtong's hand and reminded, "Call me if you have anything. Don't forget that you don't have an optical computer chip. If you have any problems, let them send me a message and go back to the capital star to buy you a new optical computer chip." Xingtong nodded with a smile, waved at Chu Xiao, and was then taken to the recreation room by Hu Hingmeng and Tu Jiao. As a warship stationed in space for a long time, in order to allow the soldiers on the warship to occasionally have entertainment and relaxation, the recreation room on the warship has a lot of things to play, all kinds of the latest games, simulated paper books, and educational toys. There was no one else in the recreation room at this time. Hu Hingmeng and Tu Jiao took Xingtong to the recreation room. Tu Jiao didn't know where to get a lot of snacks from, which filled the coffee table less than 40 centimeters high. She pulled Xingtong to sit on the thick carpet and said, "Tang Tang, don't be nervous. You are the marshal's partner and our friend. We will spend a lot of time together in the future. Come on, eat. This is one of the most popular snacks now. There is also this drink. It is sweet and delicious, but you can't sleep if you drink too much. It seems to be a retro drink called milk tea. And this little cake, it's super delicious." Tu Jiao pinched the snacks and fed them to Xingtong. Xingtong hurriedly took them and ate them himself without forgetting to thank him. "Thank you too, Jiao, I take it myself." Tu Jiao was satisfied and pushed all the snacks in front of Xingtong expectantly. Hu Hingmeng didn't like these sweet things, he only liked to eat meat, and Tu Jiao had long wanted to find someone to share snacks with. Hu Hingmeng was chewing a piece of jerky, and while eating, he said, "Chew chew chew, Jiao you say, chew chew chew, why is this jerky so delicious chew?" Tu Jiao said angrily, "You only know how to eat meat jerky. I gave you a small cake, and you complained it was too sweet. We couldn't even have one piece. I don't know how we've been friends for so long." Hu Hingmeng handed the meat jerky to Xingtong and said, as a matter of course, "Chew chew chew, I'm a tiger, a carnivorous beastman, of course I like to eat meat. If it's too sweet, I get cavities chew, and I won't be able to eat meat." Xingtong took the meat jerky and chewed it until her cheeks were sore, but she didn't bite it off. She had to chew it slowly. She felt that she could chew this thing as a teether for a whole day, but Hu Hingmeng finished a piece in a few bites. I don't know how Hu Hingmeng could eat such hard meat jerky so deliciously. Tu Jiao took the meat out of Xingtong's mouth and said, "Don't eat it. This thing is very hard. It will break your teeth. Besides, you are a herbivorous beastman like me. It's hard to digest too much meat." Hu Hingmeng was not convinced. "How do you know? Maybe Tang Tang is a carnivorous beastman." The two of them immediately looked at Xingtong. Xingtong was a little confused when the meat in her mouth was taken away. Suddenly, she saw Hu Hingmeng and Tu Jiao looking at her for some reason. The topic also changed to what kind of beastman she was. Xingtong was immediately under great pressure. Soon she became serious again, lowered her eyebrows, and pretended to be very disappointed. Tu Jiao and Hung Meng looked at each other, remembering that Chu Xiao didn't allow them to ask this question, and immediately tried to change the subject. "Well, Tang Tang, let's read a book." "Read a book, hee hee." Xingtong shook his head, pretended to be strong and raised his head, and began to make up a lie. "It doesn't matter, there's nothing to hide anyway. I can't turn into a beast, and I don't know what kind of beastman I am, and I don't remember if I have any family. Yesterday, Zhao asked Dr. Go to check me out and said it was a genetic defect. Fortunately, it doesn't affect my body. This is the only way I can do in this life. I can't turn into a beastman, and I can't be as powerful as you." Xingtong lowered her head, and looked very sad. Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao had never seen such a situation before. They were so nervous that they were at a loss. They put down their snacks and wanted to comfort Xinxing Tong, but they didn't know where to comfort her. They could only apologize. "I'm sorry, we didn't know, Tang Tang, don't be sad. Medicine is very advanced now, and genetic defects can be cured. Although Go Chi-Huang looks like a perverted doctor, his medical skills are really good. When we return to the capital star, we will take you to the best hospital. Your genetic defect can definitely be cured." After saying that, Hu Hingming also made a cheering gesture. Tu Jiao also nodded seriously. "Our marshal is also very powerful. He can definitely invite the best doctor to treat you. Don't be sad. Besides, it's not a big deal that you can't turn into a beast. People don't usually turn into beasts and wander around outside. They are all human. If you don't say it, people won't see it." Xinxing Tong showed a seemingly forced smile and nodded, saying, "Thank you for comforting me. I don't really care about these things. I'm very happy that you are willing to play with me." Seeing Xinxing Tong like this, Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao instantly imagined a poor female orc who was abandoned because of a genetic defect, ridiculed and bullied since childhood, and had no one to play with. Their eyes immediately became loving, and they reached out to touch Xinxing Tong's head. Hu Hingming hugged Xinxing Tong, buried Xinxing Tong's face in his chest and said loudly, "It's okay, we will be friends from now on. If the marshal bullies you, tell us, and we will join forces to attack the marshal." Tu Jiao felt bad after hearing what Xinxing Tong said, and patted Xinxing Tong on the back. "Meng Meng is right, don't be sad, we will play together in the future." Xinxing Tong felt the waves on her face, and felt a little suffocated by the sudden love. Her face turned red. Although lying was not moral, it was also a way to solve the problem. When she found out whether there were other pure humans in this world besides orcs, she would apologize to Hu Hingming and the others and explain it clearly. Chapter 49. Hu Hingming's love was a bit suffocating. Xinxing Tong struggled to get out of Hu Hingming's arms. Her little face flushed as she looked at Hu Hingming's collar, which was slightly opened by her, and covered her face. "Meng Meng, you." Hu Hingming looked down and pulled the collar casually and said, "Hey, it's not exposed. Why are you blushing?" Xinxing Tong was embarrassed. Tu Jiao smiled and said, "Meng Meng likes to hug people like this when she is excited, you just get used to it." Hu Hingming smiled, and saw Xinxing Tong's blushing face. He stretched out his hand to pinch Xinxing Tong's face, and said, "Your face is so red, hee hee, doesn't the marshal know how to hug you?" Xinxing Tong's eyes widened. "No. I didn't let you hug me." Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao looked at each other, and laughed strangely. "Oh." Xinxing Tong was embarrassed, and turned around to chew the dried meat. Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao stopped teasing Xinxing Tong. They pulled Xinxing Tong to play games, find books for Xinxing Tong to read, and taught Xinxing Tong to switch the translator to the text translation mode. The books here are not physical, but virtual books with electronic projection. You can turn the pages. Except for the feel, there is no difference from physical books. In this way, Xinxing Tong also had a better understanding of this world. The books in the entertainment room were very comprehensive, including the history of the empire, the history of the orcs, the origin of the orcs, etc. However, there was a lot of content. Xinxing Tong read the part that the orcs originated from the primitive star, and were protected by the ancient beast god. Tu Hingming and Tu Jiao saw that Xinxing Tong was reading seriously, and did not disturb him. They each took a military combat book, and sat down to read. When it was time for dinner, Chu Xiao found that there was no movement on the light computer after finishing his work, so he simply put down his work, and went to the entertainment room to find Xinxing Tong. The entertainment room was quiet, and the lights were switched to the softest light for reading. As soon as Chu Xiao entered, he saw Xinxing Tong sitting on the sofa, and reading a book. Chu Xiao slowed down his pace, and walked over. He saw Xinxing Tong reading the history of orcs. Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao were the first to notice Chu Xiao. They rubbed their eyes, closed their books, and greeted him, "Marshal." Xinxing Tong came back to her senses, and subconsciously looked up to see Chu Xiao looking at her. She smiled and tilted her head and said, "Ah Zhao, why are you here?" Chu Xiao reached out, and pulled Xinxing Tong up and said, "You've been here for an entire afternoon. I was afraid you were hungry, so I came to find you for dinner." Xinxing Tong touched her stomach, and didn't feel hungry. Maybe she was full from the snacks she had eaten in the afternoon. Xinxing Tong shook her head. "I'm not hungry." Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao looked at each other, and felt a little guilty. They had fed too many snacks in the afternoon, so they were afraid Chu Xiao would blame them, so they quietly slipped away. Chu Xiao didn't shy away from touching Xinxing Tong's stomach. He also saw the leftover garbage on the small table next to him that the robot hadn't had time to collect yet, and looked at Shin Tong with a smile. Did Xiaoming and Xiaotu stuff a lot of snacks for you to eat? Shin Tong nodded embarrassedly and said, I am greedy and want to eat a little bit of everything. Chu Xiao sighed, if you are not hungry, don't eat. Tell me if you are hungry at night. Shin Tong nodded immediately, and Chu Xiao pulled Shin Tong out of the entertainment room and took 2 nutritional supplements back to the room. Shin Tong didn't eat dinner, and he didn't want to eat alone, so just filled his stomach. Back in the room, Shin Tong remembered that he hadn't made the typhoid fever prescription yet. Seeing that Chu Xiao was looking at the light brain seriously, he quietly moved from in front of Chu Xiao to a place where Chu Xiao couldn't see and started making the typhoid fever medicine. Shin Tong was a little confused. She had never avoided Chu Xiao to use his phone when she was on the original planet. There was no need to avoid him here. But Shin Tong started this meaningless avoidance behavior for no reason. She thought she was hiding well. In fact, as soon as she moved away, Chu Xiao's eyes followed her. All of Shin Tong's little movements were clearly seen by Chu Xiao. Although he didn't quite understand why Shin Tong was a little sneaky, Chu Xiao chose to respect her without understanding. He also turned his back to Shin Tong and pretended that he didn't see anything. Shin Tong lowered his head and put the materials in seriously. Make a typhoid powder, the effect is half, the taste is unpalatable, please keep up the good work, the perfect typhoid pill is the best product with no side effects. Shin Tong wiped the sweat from his head, looked at the white powder in his hand, and the name was written on the paper package. Shin Tong sighed and continued to put in the remaining sage and ginger. Later, Shin Tong got typhoid liquid, typhoid powder, and typhoid pills of average quality. After all the sage was used up, only 2 perfect typhoid pills were obtained. It was introduced that 1 pill was effective. Shin Tong collected it with satisfaction, although she didn't know what this thing was used for at present. Shin Tong felt a sense of accomplishment watching the experience bar on the app fill up little by little. When she wanted to continue using up all the herbs, Chu Xiao hugged her from behind. Okay, stop playing. If you don't go to sleep, you will get up too late tomorrow, and Xiaoming and the others will laugh at you. Shin Tong rubbed her eyes, and didn't even realize that she was being held in Chu Xiao's arms. It was mainly because she was used to being rolled around by Chu Xiao's tail on the original star. Well, it's so late, no wonder I feel a little dizzy. Shin Tong rubbed Chu Xiao's arm in a daze, but didn't really hear the second half of Chu Xiao's words. Chu Xiao had no choice but to touch Shin Tong's stomach and asked, Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? Shin Tong shook her head. No, I'm sleepy. She even spoke in a coquettish tone unconsciously. Chu Xiao took Shin Tong back to the room and put her on the bed while she didn't react, saying, If you're sleepy, go to sleep. Shin Tong looked at Chu Xiao and smiled silly for a while, then rolled around in the quilt, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. She had a very good sleep quality, and fell asleep as soon as she closed her eyes. Chu Xiao was afraid that Shin Tong would wake up hungry in the middle of the night, so he went to the restaurant to get some small cakes and put them there. After washing up, he changed back into his animal form and covered Shin Tong with his tail. Shin Tong was still sleeping on the floor beside the bed. In the middle of the night, Chu Xiao felt that his tail was a little hot. He opened his eyes and took a look. In the dim light, he found that Shin Tong had kicked the quilt away, his hands and feet were wrapped around his tail, his mouth was slightly open, and his breathing was a little heavy. Chu Xiao moved and found that Shin Tong was hugging him tightly. He was afraid of waking Shin Tong up, so he simply stopped moving and closed his eyes to continue sleeping. Then he closed his eyes and realized that something was wrong. Shin Tong's body temperature shouldn't be so high. He remembered that Shin Tong's body temperature had always been 36 degrees. Even in the coldest winter, if he took good warming measures, it would not be lower than this temperature. Chu Xiao stood up suddenly, turned back into human form, turned on the light in the room, and looked carefully. He found that Shin Tong's face was red, and the hair on his forehead was wet with sweat and stuck to his forehead. Even his tail was wet with sweat. Tang Tang, Tang Tang, wake up. Chu Xiao didn't care about much, and reached out to shake Shin Tong, trying to wake him up. Shin Tong opened his eyes slightly, and saw that Chu Xiao thought he was dreaming, and smiled foolishly. Hey handsome guy, or a white-haired handsome guy, is my husband. Although Chu Xiao was happy that Shin Tong acknowledged his identity, this was not the time to be happy. His Tang Tang seemed to be confused by fever. He had only seen this symptom in a book. Nowadays, no orcs have a fever. High fever only occurs during estrus, So is this the sequelae of a genetic defect? Chu Xiao was worried while picking up Xinxing Tong, dressing her, and then hurried out to find Go Chi Huang. As a night owl doctor, Go Chi Huang usually sleeps until noon during the day and goes back to sleep at 3 or 4 in the morning. So Go Chi Huang was still running in the laboratory, and the door was suddenly knocked open, which scared Go Chi Huang. Seeing Chu Xiao, he said angrily, "You are a marshal, but you can't kick the door without knocking. It's scary in the middle of the night." Chu Xiao didn't have time to talk nonsense with Go Chi Huang, and hurriedly put Xinxing Tong on the floating bed and said, "Tang Tang has a fever, you should go and see her." Go Chi Huang immediately became interested, jumped off the chair, and asked as he walked, "Fever? How did you get fever? Is it the estrus period?" Chu Xiao shook his head. "It's not the estrus period. It's like the physical discomfort recorded in the book, the fever symptoms caused by the immune system fighting the invading virus. The scientific name is persistent high fever." Go Chi Huang looked at Xinxing Tong in surprise. "Is this also a side effect of genetic defects? The symptoms of high fever have to be counted several books back in the history of medicine." Chu Xiao was anxious. "Stop talking nonsense, show it to Tang Tang." Go Chi Huang said hurriedly, "Don't worry, Marshal, please move aside." As he spoke, he pulled a fiber optic cable to scan Xinxing Tong. Ding, the body temperature is 39 degrees, normal, abnormal, normal, cannot tell whether the body temperature is normal. Go Chi Huang threw away the fiber optic cable, directly reached out, and touched Xinxing Tong's forehead, and pulled another fiber optic cable. Ding, the patient's cells are abnormal. Please treat as soon as possible. Go Chi Huang operated many optical fibers to check Xinxing Tong, and after the examination, he said to Chu Xiao, "Marshal, the test results show that Madam is indeed having a fever, but there is no treatment plan at present, mainly because we cannot give Madam medicine. We are afraid that the existing drugs will cause serious side effects for Madam, because Madam's genetic defect problem has not been solved, so we can only physically cool Madam down." Chu Xiao frowned, but he knew that Go Chi Huang would not make a diagnosis casually. This meant that the best solution for the current situation was not to use medicine. Go Chi Huang said again, "Marshal, don't worry. I just checked that Madam's immune system is very strong. Madam can handle it herself." Chu Xiao looked at Xinxing Tong worriedly, picked up Xinxing Tong and said, "Okay, I take her back to the room first." Go Chi Huang nodded. "I will also make a fever-reducing medicine with the least side effects for Madam's body." Chu Xiao carried Xinxing Tong back to the room, put him down, changed Xinxing Tong's sweaty clothes, and brought warm water to wipe Xinxing Tong's sweat. In the morning, Xinxing Tong's temperature began to drop, and Chu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. He sent a message to Ha Sherlang and Shi Lu, asking them to handle the warship's official business, and send him the things they couldn't handle. When Xinxing Tong woke up, he felt soft and weak, his mouth was dry, and his head was dizzy. He turned his head and saw Chu Xiao, feeling aggrieved for no reason, and whispered, "Dahe, I want to drink water. I'm cold." Chapter 50. Chu Xiao hurriedly took the water from the robot next to him, and fed it to Xinxing Tong. After taking a few sips, Xinxing Tong stopped drinking and pushed the cup away. "Dahe. Ah Xiao, am I fainted from hunger? I should have eaten a little earlier." Xinxing Tong hadn't had a fever or been sick for a long time, and for a moment, he classified this abnormality as hunger. Chu Xiao patted Xinxing Tong on the back and said, "No, you had a high fever for no reason last night. It might be because of your genetic defect. Now I can't give you ordinary Orc's antipyretic medicine for a while." Xinxing Tong was stunned for a moment, and something flashed through her mind. Then she thought, no wonder she had no strength and was dizzy. It turned out that she had a fever. But why did she have a fever when she was fine? Chu Xiao helped Xinxing Tong lie down and said, "Dr. Go is speeding up the preparation of medicine to minimize the side effects. If you don't have a fever, don't take the medicine. We don't know the side effects of taking medicine yet. This is indeed a tricky problem. Orcs with genetic defects basically cannot take medicine casually. The hospital will make special medicines for orcs with genetic defects. Now on the battleship, even if Go Chi Huang's laboratory is complete, it will take several days to analyze the results and make medicine." Xinxing Tong cleared her mind for a moment, and then she felt the burning pain in her muscles. She reached under the pillow and didn't find her phone, so she asked Chu Xiao, "Ah Xiao, where is my phone? That pink thing?" Chu Xiao reacted and took Xinxing Tong's phone from the table next to her and put it in Xinxing Tong's hand. "Tang Tang, you should rest more now, and we talk about other things after you get better." Xinxing Tong shook her head, opened the app, and scanned her hand. She wasn't really an orc with a genetic defect. She could check whether her fever was caused by a windy cold or a wind cold cold, and then use the herb she brought back. Wouldn't it be better? If it is a cold, it is better. You can also try the effect of the newly made typhoid recipe. The hands of unhealthy adult women, abnormal body temperature, in a state of cold and fever, please use medicine in time. Warm reminder. The typhoid powder in the backpack can be used. 1 pack of medicine will cure the disease. Shin Tong breathed a sigh of relief, took out a pack of typhoid powder from the backpack, looked at it, and found it bitter, pinched his nose, and poured it into his mouth, and found that it was not particularly bitter, but a little spicy. Shin Tong hurriedly took the water cup in Chu Xiao's hand, and swallowed the powder in one gulp. Before Fan Yin even came over, Chu Xiao watched Shin Tong eat a packet of unknown powder, and immediately grabbed Shin Tong's shoulders nervously. Tang Tang? What did you eat? Spit it out. Shin Tong looked at Chu Xiao dizzily, and was about to say that she was fine, just took some cold medicine, but before she could say it, Chu Xiao picked her up and rushed out of the room, even running out of the afterimage, and ran straight to Go Chi Huang's laboratory. On the way out, he bumped into Hu Hingmeng and Tu Jiao, who heard that Shin Tong was sick and were about to knock on the door to visit. Hu Hingmeng and Tu Jiao looked blankly at Chu Xiao, who ran over like a gust of wind. They had never seen Chu Xiao so anxious. Go Chi Huang was packing up and preparing to go back to sleep. He analyzed Shin Tong's physical condition and came up with a targeted drug plan. Just after he finished, he opened the door to leave, and Chu Xiao came in holding Shin Tong. Chi Huang, go check on Tang Tang. I don't know what she ate just now. Go Chi Huang? Go Chi Huang was so sleepy that he woke up immediately after hearing it and cursed at Chu Xiao. She is a sick beast. Can't you keep a close eye on her? How do you take care of your female? What did she eat? Are there any samples? Marshal, you are really amazing. You let a female eat blindly under your nose. Chu Xiao looked very guilty. He took out the paper bag of medicine powder from Shin Tong and handed it to Go Chi Huang. I don't know what the powder in this is. Shin Tong stretched out her hand to try to explain that this was not something inexplicable, and that she felt much better after taking the medicine. However, Go Chi Huang took the paper bag and took it for testing without even asking Shin Tong's opinion. Chu Xiao carefully hugged Shin Tong and asked, with a trembling voice, Tang Tang, how do you feel? Shin Tong's fever had just subsided, and she squeezed Chu Xiao's hand softly. I'm fine, and what I took wasn't something strange, it was medicine, made from the grass I picked after the death of the original star. Have you forgotten? I also used another herb to treat your injuries. Chu Xiao hesitated for a while before saying, how do you know if you can take those medicines if you haven't tested them? What if you take the wrong ones? Chi Huang has not yet made a special medicine for your body, Tang Tang. Chu Xiao did not continue to say the worry, but his expression was very obvious. Shin Tong struggled to get down from Chu Xiao's arms. Seeing this, Chu Xiao hugged Shin Tong's waist to help Shin Tong stand steadily. Shin Tong took a breath and continued to explain, I know my own body, and that Radix Sibiricum can really cure colds, and ginger can also dispel colds. Besides, I tested. Shin Tong suddenly shut up and looked at Chu Xiao carefully. She was a little unsure whether she could tell him about the phone. If it was Dahe, Shin Tong would definitely tell him directly. Chu Xiao saw that Shin Tong was indeed much more energetic, and his temperature did not rise again, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Shin Tong's hesitant expression, Chu Xiao sighed and said, It doesn't matter if you don't want to say it, but Tang Tang, you have to remember that I am Dahe and Dahe is me. We are the same person, understand? Shin Tong nodded subconsciously, and was about to say something when Go Chi Huang, who had obtained the test results, came over in surprise and said, The results show that this is a medicine for treating typhoid fever. The ingredients are very simple, and there are no side effects. Go Chi Huang asked Shin Tong curiously, Madam, where did you get this medicine? Do you have any more? This medicine is more suitable for you than the special medicine I made. If you have any, can you give me some as a sample? I will make more according to this formula and keep it in stock. Shin Tong nodded. Yes, there are still a lot. Go Chi Huang was even more angry. Madam, can you tell me where you got this medicine? Who gave it to you? Shin Tong looked at Chu Xiao, and Chu Xiao said in a deep voice, I made it with those grasses on the original star. I didn't ask clearly when Tang Tang ate it. Thank you for your hard work. After saying that, Chu Xiao was about to leave with Shin Tong in his arms. Go Chi Huang always felt something was wrong, and when he saw Chu Xiao was about to leave, he hurriedly chased after him. Marshal, if there is any more, give me some back, and I will analyze the composition ratio. Chu Xiao nodded. Tang Tang needs to rest. I will take it to the laboratory for you later. Go Chi Huang was satisfied and went back to sleep. Chu Xiao took Shin Tong back to the room, put Shin Tong on the bed and said, "Sleep for a while, are you hungry?" Shin Tong was indeed a little sleepy after taking the medicine, and his eyelids drooped, but he did not forget to say to Chu Xiao, "Hungry, want to eat barbecue." Chu Xiao touched Shin Tong's forehead and covered her with a blanket. Seeing that Shin Tong was asleep, he got up and went to the restaurant to find the chef robot to ask for a sick meal and brought it back to the room. On the way back, he met Tu Jiao again. Seeing Chu Xiao alone, Tu Jiao asked, "Marshal, is Tang Tang feeling better? I just found out that she was sick this morning." Chu Xiao nodded. "She's fine. She's sleeping now. I tell her that you guys came to see her when she wakes up." Tu Jiao was relieved when she heard that, and said with a smile, "It's good that she's fine. Let Tang Tang rest more. Ming Ming and I left a lot of snacks for her." After saying that, Tu Jiao left. Chu Xiao returned to the room and saw Shin Tong was still asleep, but his breathing was much more stable, and he was no longer feverish. Chu Xiao sat on the bed and stared at Shin Tong's sleeping face in a daze. His Tang Tang was very small and fragile, and would get sick if he was not careful. Chu Xiao touched Shin Tong's forehead again. "Don't get sick again." Shin Tong slept until the afternoon. When he woke up, he felt refreshed, but he was very hungry. Shin Tong touched his empty stomach and got up to find something to eat. As soon as he stood up, he saw Chu Xiao looking at him. Shin Tong was stunned for a moment before greeting him, "Ah Xiao." Chu Xiao came back to his senses and reached out to touch Shin Tong's head. Seeing that Shin Tong's eyes were clear, he withdrew his hand and said, "It's okay. Are you hungry? There is food here." He opened the lunch box and handed the steaming food to Shin Tong. Shin Tong was indeed hungry, so he took the bowl and ate slowly. After eating, Chu Xiao cleaned up and took Shin Tong to sit on the chair and asked, "Tang Tang, when did you make those medicines? Is it your strange machine?" Shin Tong lowered her head and played with her fingers. She was actually thinking about how to tell Chu Xiao. In fact, Shin Tong now realized that Chu Xiao and Dahe were the same person. Dahe was very good to her, and Chu Xiao was also very good to her. Moreover, this was a very high-tech future world. It was not necessarily that there were no machines similar to her mobile phone. Chu Xiao held Shin Tong's chin and asked Shin Tong to look up at him. He told Shin Tong seriously, "Tang Tang, I will only have you as my partner for the rest of my life. No matter what you were like before, you can learn to rely on me and trust me in the future, just like you relied on Dahe in the original Star." Shin Tong blinked and whispered, "You won't lie to me, right?" Chu Xiao laughed, "No." Shin Tong handed the phone to Chu Xiao and said, "This is my phone. It's similar to your optical computer, but when I fell to the original Star, it had an accident. It can identify item information. Now it has been upgraded and can use raw materials to make finished products according to the formula." Chu Xiao took the phone and looked at it. He couldn't see anything, only a blank screen, but he remembered that when he was on the original Star, he did see something he had never seen before coming out of this phone. At that time, he thought it was a space storage device. After looking at it for a while, Chu Xiao returned the phone to Shin Tong and said, "I can't see what's on it. This is probably only Tang Tang can use. But according to Tong Tong's description, this thing is similar to the principle of the chef robot. They all input the formula program to make the finished product. Hasn't Tang Tang seen such a thing before?" Shin Tong nodded honestly. "No, although the technology in my previous place was also very advanced, it was not so magical. Maybe I am too ignorant to treat this as a treasure." Chu Xiao shook his head. "Not necessarily. I can't see the software that Tang Tang said, so I can't judge." Shin Tong thought for a while, and tapped the phone and asked, "Can I show it to Ah Zhao?" Chu Xiao was stunned for a while before asking, "Is it an anthropomorphic system?" Chapter 51. Shin Tong scratched his head. "Maybe, it will occasionally respond to me 1 or 2 words, but it doesn't answer my questions every time." The phone screen flashed for a while, and a dialog box appeared. "Not for you to see." Shin Tong spread his hands. It refused. Chu Xiao glanced at the phone. "Forget about the rejection. The anthropomorphic system also has human rights. Tang Tang, what else can your phone do?" Shin Tong thought about it, took the phone and scanned it at Chu Xiao and said, "It can check the physical condition. Let me see. Adult male orc, tall, strong and powerful, in the form of a Swanee whose bloodline reverts to its ancestral form, with a few years of dormant devouring energy in his body. Please treat it in time, otherwise he will lose his ability and degenerate into an irrational beast within 2 years." Shin Tong was stunned after reading it, and looked up at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao was a little surprised. Orcs who fought against the Zerg would basically be infected with this devouring energy. The war with the Zerg lasted for 300 years. It was not until 100 years ago that this substance was detected and named devouring energy, and it was discovered that the original star could suppress this energy and prolong the life of the orcs. I didn't expect that Xin Tong's seemingly ordinary mobile phone anthropomorphic system could be seen at a glance. Xiao Yu. After Xin Tong reacted, he looked at Chu Xiao worriedly. Chu Xiao smiled and touched Xin Tong's head. Don't worry, the scientific researchers of the Empire have developed a plan. Recuperating on the primitive star for a period of time can suppress the expansion of this energy and let it enter a dormant period. I can still accompany Tang Tang for a long time. Xin Tong realized that Chu Xiao was recuperating on the primitive star. This world is not only the world of orcs, but also the existence of Zerg. The war between the two sides lasted for a long time. The Zerg relied on this energy eating to shorten the lives of the orcs. But the swallowing energy sounds a bit familiar. Xin Tong thought for a moment, and opened the mobile phone production interface, and found the formula of the primary antidote. After seeing the words that it can initially relieve and suppress the swallowing energy, Xin Tong happily handed the phone to Chu Xiao. Ah Xiao, look, this primary antidote can suppress and relieve the swallowing energy you mentioned. Chu Xiao looked over, and saw that the screen was still blank, but what Xin Tong said was enough to make Chu Xiao pay attention. At present, all the drugs in the Empire can only temporarily force the swallowing energy to enter a dormant period, which has great side effects. The more conservative method is to return to the original star to recuperate for a year or two. Tang Tang, are you sure this antidote can relieve the energy swallowing? Chu Xiao's expression became serious. Xin Tong shook his head. I'm not sure, but I only heard you talk about energy swallowing. There won't be two viruses with the same name in the world, right? Chu Xiao thought for a while and said, have you made this antidote? Xin Tong took out a bottle of antidote and said, here, I copy the formula for you later. I don't know if it will work if you make it. Chu Xiao took the green bottle and looked at Xin Tong with a complicated expression. Tang Tang. Xin Tong said hurriedly, don't thank me yet, I don't know if this will work. I hope Dahe hopes you can be fine. I don't know what this energy swallowing is, but it doesn't sound good. It will destroy your health in your body. It will definitely be painful when it attacks. I don't like to see you in pain. These are Xin Tong's true words. No matter whether it is Dahe or Chu Xiao, they are the first people in this world who treat her well, and if it weren't for Dahe, she would have died here as soon as she came here. Chu Xiao silently touched Xin Tong's head and put away the green medicine bottle. If this thing can really be developed, it will be a blessing for hundreds of millions of Imperial soldiers. They will eliminate the pain caused by the Zerg, and even eliminate the Zerg in one fell swoop. Xin Tong sat on the bed and swung his legs. He raised his head slightly and looked at Chu Xiao. His eyes were full of Chu Xiao, and he was also unconsciously happy. Chu Xiao suddenly hugged Xin Tong, rested his chin on the top of Xin Tong's head and whispered, thank you, Tang Tang. Xin Tong was a little embarrassed and stammered, don't thank me, this is called a small favor, it can save people, why shouldn't I take it out? Chu Xiao let go of Xin Tong after a while, and said seriously, if this medicine is really useful, I will protect Tang Tang, and Tang Tang should not tell others about the phone. Xin Tong quickly nodded and agreed, I know, I only told you. Chu Xiao's worries are not unreasonable. The medical care of the Empire is very advanced. Various methods have been tried and analyzed to eliminate devouring energy. There are also volunteers suffering from various conservative diseases, who volunteer to test the medicine, but the effect is minimal. Now if the medicine given by Xin Tong is useful, it will be a major breakthrough. This will also be accompanied by huge benefits. In the face of such benefits, it is hard to guarantee that someone will not attack Xin Tong behind his back. Thinking of this, Chu Xiao stood up and said to Xin Tong, I will go to Qi Huang to see the ingredients of this medicine. It would be great if he can replicate it. Xin Tong nodded, go quickly. Chu Xiao hurried to the laboratory to find Go Qi Huang. Go Qi Huang was still analyzing Xin Tong's typhoid medicine, and was waiting for Chu Xiao to send a sample. Who knew that Chu Xiao would send him a surprise? Marshal, you came just in time. I analyzed the powder of the typhoid prescription, but the sample is not enough. Did you bring it to me? Chu Xiao nodded, took out the antidote and the typhoid prescription and said, this is the typhoid prescription. Go Qi Huang took the powder and looked at the green medicine bottle. What is this? Chu Xiao said, the antidote needs to be put into clinical trials. It can relieve the suppression of swallowed energy and has no side effects. Go Chi-Huang's eyes widened, and he immediately took the antidote and asked in a lost voice, "Marshal, where did you get it from?" "Don't worry about where it comes from. First confirm the efficacy. If it is really useful, then see if it can be replicated according to the formula." Go Chi-Huang took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Marshal, rest assured, I will definitely live up to your trust." Chu Xiao nodded. "Of course I believe you, but remember to keep it secret before that." Go Chi-Huang knew that the matter was of great importance, so he made a gesture to seal his mouth, took the medicine and hurried to analyze the ingredients. Chu Xiao left the laboratory and met Ha Shirlang on the way. Ha Shirlang quickened his pace when he saw Chu Xiao and said, "Marshal, I have been busy with my wife's affairs these days, and I almost forgot to tell you something very important." Chu Xiao stopped and looked at Ha Shirlang. Ha Shirlang was very reliable when he was in human form, unlike when he turned back into beast form. "Ha Shirlang, Marshal, you are in a hurry to go back to see your wife. Let's talk while walking. This matter is also related to your wife." Chu Xiao nodded and walked back with Ha Shirlang, listening to Ha Shirlang while walking. "After the marshal came back, I thought about what happened on the original star. Not long before I came back, I was seriously injured. Do you still remember the grass that your wife gave me? The hemostatic effect is obvious, and it can also speed up wound healing." Chu Xiao replied, "Remember, you were not willing to apply those grasses on your body at that time?" Ha Shirlang smiled. "It's nature. It's not important. The problem is, I remember that there is a weak energy in those grasses that enters the body, which seems to be able to suppress the devouring energy lurking in the body, and will explode at any time." Chu Xiao paused and looked at Ha Shirlang. "Are you sure?" Ha Shirlang looked serious. "I am sure, Marshal, you know. I never say empty words. I think we can let Lao go study the antidote from this direction, but those grasses are all in the primitive star. It is difficult for us to maintain rational thinking when entering the primitive star, and it is difficult to collect them. I think this matter still depends on Madam. Because Xinxing Tong is the only orc Ha Shirlang knows who can stay sane on the primitive star without being rejected by the jungle, and can also identify herbs." Chu Xiao patted Ha Shirlang on the shoulder. "I know about this. Tang Tang gave me a medicine. Qi Huang is analyzing the efficacy. We will discuss this matter later." Ha Shirlang is very smart, and quickly realized something. His eyes lit up, and he looked at Chu Xiao. "Marshal, with this we—" Chu Xiao shook his head. "Now is not the time to talk about this. Back to the capital star. Everything is Tong Tong's safety first. Once Qi Huang can't analyze the results, only Tang Tang can make these medicines. By the way, I will give you a list. Purchase some of the materials on the list first. If the outside ones don't work, we still have to go back to the primitive star." Ha Shirlang saluted. "Yes. Marshal, rest assured, I understand." Chu Xiao hummed and went back to the room to see Xinxing Tong. Xinxing Tong was lying on the bed reading a book. Tu Jiao had just brought it over, saying that she was afraid she would be bored, so she brought a few books for Xinxing Tong to read. Hu Hingmeng also brought a bunch of snacks for Xinxing Tong to eat, and said to Xinxing Tong, "Tang Tang, you just eat too little. You need to eat more meat to avoid getting sick. When you are well, I will take you to exercise." Xinxing Tong looked at her small body, thinking of her physical condition that was deadly in the 800-meter physical test before she crossed over, and immediately shook her head. No, I'm fine like this. This illness must be caused by acclimatization." Hu Hingming looked at Xinxing Tong disapprovingly, and planned to go back and persuade Chu Xiao to let Xinxing Tong exercise. Tu Jiao and Hu Hingming sat for a while, and then left. They had other things to do, and couldn't stay here all the time. Xinxing Tong saw Tu Jiao and Hu Hingming leave, so he lay on the bed, swinging his legs and reading a book, stuffing snacks into his mouth, and he didn't look like a patient who had just recovered from fever. Chu Xiao saw the scene when he returned to the room, walked up to Xinxing Tong, and took the snacks from him and asked, "How many snacks did you eat?" Xinxing Tong looked up in dissatisfaction. She was just seeing the orcs resisting the gods who oppressed the orcs, and took the initiative to communicate with the beast god, and found that the beast god was a liar. Chu Xiao picked Xinxing Tong up from the bed. "Don't lie down and read all the time. If you are not tired, you can go out for a walk." Xinxing Tong looked at the book and then at Chu Xiao. She had been lying down all day, and she really couldn't be so lazy. "Okay, I go out for a walk." Then he stood up and looked for his shoes that were kicked somewhere, intending to go out for a walk. Chapter 52. Chu Xiao helplessly looked at Xinxing Tong, who stretched his feet back and forth under the bed to test it. He bent down and took out the kicked shoes from under the bed, and put them at Xinxing Tong's feet. At the same time, he also found that after communicating with Shin Tong before, Shin Tong seemed to be much more comfortable in front of him, just like returning to the original planet. Shin Tong would step on his beast shape without any scruples to play. Shin Tong, who put on his shoes, naturally reached out to Chu Zhao. Chu Zhao was stunned for a moment, before holding Shin Tong's hand. Seeing Chu Zhao's expression, Shin Tong said confidently, "Didn't you say that I am your only partner in this life? Then can't I hold my boyfriend's hand?" Chu Zhao reacted and pulled Shin Tong up with a force, and said happily, "Of course, Tang Tang can do whatever she wants." Shin Tong happily took Chu Zhao's hand, and went out for a walk. She has never been in a relationship. Although this guy doesn't seem to be a person, he is handsome and considerate. Although she doesn't know what will happen in the future, he likes her now. She is still young. If they have a relationship and break up if the relationship doesn't work out in the future, it's okay. Her handsome ex-boyfriend is not a black history, but she is capable. Thinking of this, Shin Tong laughed out loud. She was dating such a handsome guy. Chu Zhao was also very happy. He thought it would take a long time for Shin Tong to accept him. Now it seems that his Tang Tang really likes him. Both of them were very happy. After they went out, everyone could see the pink bubble between Chu Zhao and Shin Tong. Tu Jiao and Hu Hingmeng huddled together and whispered, "Did the marshal catch someone? Being good-looking really has advantages." Tu Jiao sighed. The battleship was speeding towards the imperial capital star of the Orc Empire. After passing several jump points, it finally arrived at the edge of the imperial capital star after sailing for a month. It didn't have to be so fast, but the capital planet heard that Chu Zhao had come out of the primitive planet, and sent several messages to urge Chu Zhao to go back. During this period, Shin Tong had a high fever several times, and the cause of the disease was still unknown. Fortunately, the typhoid medicine was effective, and the fever subsided after taking it. Even so, Chu Zhao was very worried. Before arriving at the capital planet, he asked Go Chi-Huang to contact the best hospital in the imperial capital, and planned to give Shin Tong a comprehensive examination. Shin Tong pinched her sore arm. She was not so fragile before, and she didn't get sick easily. When she was on the primitive planet, she didn't get sick in such a cold winter. Why did she get sick several times in a month after leaving such a harsh environment? Every time he had a fever and was unconscious. And every time he woke up, the first thing he saw was Chu Zhao, who looked worried and haggard. Go Chi-Huang checked very carefully every time, but still could not find the cause of the disease. Go Chi-Huang was very frustrated and contacted his teacher early. He planned to ask his teacher, a master of the medical field, to see Shin Tong when he returned to the capital star. When the warship stopped outside the imperial capital star, Shin Tong had a fever again, and the breath he exhaled was burning. Chu Zhao held Shin Tong and cooled him down physically while feeding him typhoid medicine. "Don't be afraid, Tang Tang. I take you to see a doctor." Shin Tong instinctively leaned close to Chu Zhao's cool neck to relieve the burning sensation caused by the high fever, and said casually, Zhao, will I become a fool due to the fever? If I become a fool, will you abandon me?" Chu Zhao looked at Shin Tong distressfully, and the medicine was fed to him, and it would take a while for it to take effect. Shi Lu urged outside, "Marshal, the military has sent someone to urge us, Chu Zhao said coldly, "Let them wait, it won't take a day or two." Shi Lu hesitated to speak. Ha Shirlang pulled Shi Lu away and said, "Madam is ill, the marshal has no mood to attend that boring meeting, we will stay here, and the marshal will naturally go back when Madam is well. Besides, if we rush over, those old guys in the military will think that our marshal is afraid of him. We have to let them wait, and let them know that without the marshal, they would have died in the mouths of the Zerg long ago." Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao also nodded in agreement. They are soldiers fighting on the front line, and have suffered more than once from these old guys hiding in the imperial capital star. Mao Yiji and Go Chi-Huang took a spaceship to ask Go Chi-Huang's teacher to treat Shin Tong. Tu Jiao slapped his head. "I just remembered. Did you tell Lily about our return? She was not happy when we left." Hu Hingming's eyes widened. "It's over, I didn't tell her." Shi Lu took 2 steps back and looked at Tu Jiao and Hu Hingming in horror. "You didn't tell her about the return of the marshal?" "Ha Shirlang. I have something else to do. I'm leaving first." He said it so fast that his afterimage was seen. Shi Lu showed a painful expression. "The military affairs are not important now. The important thing is that the little girl will soon know that we are back you." Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao looked at each other and looked at Shi Lu with sympathy. "Commander Shi, you have worked hard. Lily knows the limits. At most we will tie a bow for you. We will definitely compensate you later." After that, the two ran away, leaving Qi Lu standing there in a daze. As expected, without him, the group would be disbanded. Qi Lu looked at the ceiling with vicissitudes. Mao Yiji accompanied Go Chi Huang to ask for a doctor. Go Chi Huang's teacher was a very powerful old orc. He could cure difficult and complicated diseases with ease. Except for energy devouring, there was no disease he could not cure. He is now retired and living in the imperial capital. The old man was lying in the garden, basking in the sun lazily, humming a little tune. When he heard the noise, he opened his eyes and smiled. I knew you were back, and you came to see me. I haven't seen you for 2 years since you left with Marshal Chu. Go Chi Huang was a little embarrassed, and stood respectfully in front of Gu Lianghuai. Teacher, how is your health recently? Gu Lianghuai smiled and said, How do you think I am? Go Chi Huang looked at Gu Lianghuai seriously. Teacher looks rosy and energetic, and looks healthier than me. Gu Lianghuai laughed loudly, and then said, You kid never come to the temple for no reason. Tell me, what's the matter? I heard that Marshal Chu is back. Why don't you follow him? Recently, things are not peaceful up there. Go Chi Huang smiled. I knew I couldn't hide it from the teacher. This time it's related to the marshal. Gu Lianghuai said seriously, Is Marshal Chu sick? Go Chi Huang shook his head. It's not the marshal, it's the marshal's wife. The wife has a genetic defect. On the way back, she had a high fever 7 times in just 1 month. I can't find the cause of the disease, so I can only attribute it to the genetic defect, but the wife said that she had never been sick so frequently before, so I came here to ask the teacher to see the wife. Gu Lianghuai thought for a moment. Do you have a diagnosis report? Go Chi Huang immediately passed the report to Gu Lianghuai, who read it carefully and said in surprise, Unable to transform into a beast. There are so many fewer gene chains? He actually lived to adulthood, which is really strange. Well, where is he? If I don't go to see him, you will smash my signboard later. Go Chi Huang smiled and stepped forward to help Gu Lianghuai up and said, Teacher still understands me. The marshal and the others are still on the battleship. Colonel Subaru and I will take the teacher over and send him back after the examination. Gu Lianghuai nodded. Go quickly, some lesions can only be seen when symptoms appear, so it's convenient to check the cause now. Mao Yiji immediately drove the spaceship parked outside over, and Gu Lianghuai and Go Chi Huang boarded the spaceship, which immediately flew back to the warship outside the imperial capital Star. About 2 hours later, the spaceship approached the warship, and after docking, Go Chi Huang led Gu Lianghuai to Xin Tong's room. Xin Tong's fever had subsided at this time, and she was sweating all over. She felt a little weak, and Chu Xiaozhang accompanied her into the bathroom to wash and change clothes. Just after changing clothes and coming out, I heard Go Chi Huang knocking on the door. Marshal, I asked the teacher to come over. Chu Xiao helped Xin Tong sit down in the living room outside, went out to open the door, and invited Gu Lianghuai in. Gu Lianghuai greeted Chu Xiao with a smile. Marshal Chu, I have heard of your name for a long time. I am a useless student, thanks to your care. Chu Xiao nodded politely. Dr. Gu, you are polite. We are the ones who disturbed you this time. Gu Lianghuai said, No need to disturb you. I am also very curious about the disease Xiao Wang mentioned. Where is the lady? Chu Xiao invited Gu Lianghuai in. Xin Tong's fever had just subsided, and she was still dizzy. When she saw someone coming in, she subconsciously greeted politely. Hello, please sit down, Zhao will pour tea. Gu Lianghuai walked in, and saw that Xin Tong's eye sockets were a little sunken due to the fever, her eyes were unfocused, and her expression was dull. He reached out and touched her forehead, then stepped back a few steps and said, The fever has subsided. Apart from the high fever, do you have any other symptoms? Chu Xiao shook his head. No, but the fever will subside after taking the medicine, and it will be fine in about a day. Gu Lianghuai looked at Xin Tong in surprise. What medicine? It's so effective. Go Chi Huang had already asked Chu Xiao for his opinion, and obtained Xin Tong's consent. After listening to Gu Lianghuai's advice, he gave Gu Lianghuai the prescription for typhoid fever. It's this medicine, made by Madame herself. Gu Lianghuai took the powder and smelled it. Iris Alia for a ginger? What's the ratio? After Go Chi Huang answered, Gu Lianghuai pondered for a while. Use this medicine first. Madame's condition is not suitable for changing the medicine. When Madame gets better, take her to me for a comprehensive genetic test. Chu Xiao nodded. I see, thank you, Dr. Gu. Gu Lianghuai smiled and shook his head. It's okay, I'm idle at home anyway, I stay here for a few days. Chu Xiao hurriedly asked Go Chi Huang to arrange accommodation for Gu Lianghuai, and arranged for someone to take care of Gu Lianghuai. It was not until the evening that Shin Tong slowly woke up. Seeing Chu Xiao's haggard face, he said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry to make you worry." Chu Xiao held Shin Tong's hand. "I'm glad you're okay. I've asked a doctor to see you. After you rest for 2 days, we will get off the battleship and go to the Imperial Capital Star. The equipment there will be more comprehensive, and we will definitely be able to check the cause of your illness." Shin Tong actually felt strange. No matter how uncomfortable she was with the local climate, she should have adapted to it after all this trouble. Why did she keep getting sick? Chu Xiao had been taking care of Shin Tong for several days without sleeping. Seeing that Shin Tong was fine, he relaxed and fell asleep on the bed holding one of Shin Tong's hands. Shin Tong took the quilt to cover Chu Xiao, then picked up her phone and scanned herself. This Wanwu app would definitely be able to scan out the cause of the disease. If it couldn't, she would ask. The hand of a pale adult human female, who had just recovered from the fever and was in a weak state after the illness. Shin Tong poked the phone. "Don't play dead. I didn't get sick on the primitive planet. How come I got sick after coming out? It's not the right way to be uncomfortable with the local climate. If this continues, I'd be dead." The host is in the state of adapting to the environment. It is the novice protection period on the primitive planet. Moreover, the host is a pure human. If the host cannot adapt to this world after leaving the primitive planet, it will become weak and die. Therefore, this system gave the host a little golden finger to make the host stronger. Finally, the Wanwu app also sent an expression asking for praise. Only Shin Tong was shocked and puzzled. Can it really evolve? Then will she evolve ears and tail? What kind of beast will she become? Chapter 53. Shin Tong shook her head. It was too strange to turn from a human into an animal. She wouldn't turn into an animal, would she? Shin Tong thought a little uncertainly. But what was certain was that her repeated high fever was not abnormal, but was adjusting her body condition and strengthening her immune system. Shin Tong breathed a sigh of relief. Although she had been tormented enough in the past month, she still had to thank Wanwu app. It was indeed the golden finger given to her by the great god of time travel. "Thank you. But how long will my symptoms last?" Ah Zhao seemed very worried and hadn't slept for several days. Shin Tong asked, tapping the phone. The Wanwu app flashed twice. There will probably be 1 or 2 high fever symptoms, after which the host's physique will become the same as that of ordinary female orcs here. Shin Tong was happy. After the fever, the muscles would be sore, and there would be no strength. Shin Tong didn't like that kind of weak state, but only with a strong and healthy body could he consider future plans. Ding! The Wanwu app suddenly rang again. Shin Tong picked up the phone and asked, "What's wrong?" The Wanwu app seemed to be stuck. After the green light appeared, it stopped moving and the entire interface did not respond. Shin Tong felt strange and poked it with some concern and asked, "Are you okay? Is the program stuck?" The Wanwu app slowly flashed a soft light, and after a while, a dialog box popped up. "Host, what do you think of children?" Shin Tong, "Ah?" The Wanwu app slowly typed out new words. "It's the kind of creature that comes out of a human female's belly, and needs a lot of love to grow up healthily." Shin Tong's face was full of question marks. "Xiao Wan, are you infected with a virus? Of course, I know what the child you are talking about is. Why are you talking about this?" The Wanwu app, "Host, this world has advanced technology. You can have a baby painlessly and repair damage with 1 click." Shin Tong felt that the Wanwu app might really have a virus. Shin Tong looked at the phone lovingly. "How do you treat your son if he is sick?" The Wanwu app suddenly flashed a full screen of flowers, congratulations, fireworks and other festive special effects, and finally a cute version of a baby appeared in the middle and giggled. Shin Tong felt very scary and almost threw the phone away. He said with lingering fear, "Tongzi, you are sick, don't force yourself to work, go and rest, it's scary." The Wanwu app went quiet, and the next second a few words suddenly appeared. "Congratulations to the host, upgrade to become a mother." Shin Tong, ? The Wanwu app was silent. After saying these 8 words, it went dark, leaving Shin Tong with these 4 words playing repeatedly in her mind. Shin Tong stared at the phone blankly, feeling that her soul had flown away. She knew each of these words separately, but when they were put together, it seemed as if she was illiterate. Child? What child? Where did the child come from? She was still a young girl who had not graduated from college, and had not slept with a boy. Oh, she had slept with a boy not long ago. Wait, let her sort it out. Tongzi said she was going to be a mother equal she had an embryo in her belly now. She had only slept with Chu Xiao equals this child was Chu Xiao and hers. Shin Tong looked at her belly in confusion. How come there is a child here all of a sudden? It is her and Chu Xiao's child. Will it be a human or a swanee? Will it be a child with horns? Shen Xingtong reached out to push Chu Xiao in confusion. She and Chu Xiao had just confirmed their relationship not long ago. Now they have a child? Chu Xiao opened his eyes when Shen Xingtong touched him and looked up at Shen Xingtong. Tang Tang? What's wrong with you? Do you want some water? After saying that, Chu Xiao stood up and prepared to pour water for Shen Xingtong. Shen Xingtong held Chu Xiao's hand, his expression still wandering, and asked Chu Xiao in a vague tone, Is it difficult for you beast men to have children? Will the child be human or beast? Do you like children? Chu Xiao, Chu Xiao was a little confused, but he quickly came to his senses and followed Shen Xingtong's words. Well, I haven't learned about the birth of female beast men, but when we were chatting before, Go Chi Huang said that now females can choose to transplant the embryo into the brood pouch after 3 months of pregnancy, or they can choose to give birth by themselves after 10 months of pregnancy. It shouldn't be difficult. As for whether the child is human or beast, it depends on the situation. There are 2 types of birth, viviparous and oviparous. Why is Tang Tang asking this? After saying that, Chu Xiao was still a little surprised why Shen Xingtong asked this question. Shen Xingtong scratched her head, patted her face, and became visibly anxious. She didn't know how to tell Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao pinched Shen Xingtong's hand and sighed. Are you feeling uncomfortable again? Dr. Gu is here. He has made great contributions to genetic diseases. In 2 days, we will leave the worship and go to him to check you carefully. Shen Xingtong looked at Chu Xiao, opened her mouth, lowered her head, and said in frustration, I'm not uncomfortable, it's just. Shen Xingtong glanced at Chu Xiao again, and suddenly said to him, Can you turn back into Dahe? Chu Xiao carefully looked at Shen Xingtong for a while, and when he was sure that Shen Xingtong was fine, he took 2 steps back and turned back into his animal form, lying in front of the window, with his chin on the edge of the bed, squinting at Shen Xingtong, and his long tail behind him also swung in front of Shen Xingtong. Shen Xingtong saw Chu Xiao's animal form, reached out, and hugged Chu Xiao's tail in his arms, lying on the tail, burying his whole face in the thick hair, and said in a muffled voice, There's a baby in my belly, I'm a little scared. Chu Xiao froze, his eyes widened instantly, his ears stood up, staring blankly at Shen Xingtong who was buried in his tail. Shen Xingtong didn't look up, and continued to whisper, Ah Zhao Dahe, what should we do? Will it grow horns? Shen Xingtong never thought that she would have a child. She and Chu Xiao had just confirmed their relationship not long ago, and she had been thinking about Chu Xiao in animal form for less than a year. She had a child without knowing it. Shen Xingtong felt that she was still a baby. After Chu Xiao reacted, his eyes immediately turned into surprise, and he turned back into human form, reaching out to hold Shen Xingtong in his arms. Tang Tang, am I going to be a father? Shen Xingtong looked up at Chu Xiao, his eyes full of uncertainty and confusion about the future. Chu Xiao quickly calmed down, suppressed the joy of being a father for the first time, and held Shen Xingtong's face, and said, Why is Tang Tang afraid? Shen Xingtong sat cross-legged on the bed, and said uncertainly, I'm not ready to be a mother yet. I heard that giving birth is very painful. You beast men can give birth to children in human or beast form. What if it grows horns like you? Will it burst my belly? Chu Xiao laughed softly when he heard Shen Xingtong's strange worries. Shen Xingtong looked at Chu Xiao dissatisfiedly. What are you laughing at? Actually, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could I be a mother at such a young age? Chu Xiao held back his laughter, sat on the ground and reached out to touch Shen Xingtong's belly and said, Okay, Tang Tang is right. It's all my fault. But Tang Tang, don't worry, after the baby has been in Tong Tong's belly for 3 months, we can put it in the brood pouch. Tang Tang doesn't have to suffer a lot, and it won't hurt. Whether it's 3 months or 10 months, the baby will come out after a sleep. Shen Xingtong thought about it. If that's the case, it doesn't seem impossible. Chu Xiao patted Shen Xingtong's head. Don't worry, I asked Go Chi Huang and Dr. Gu what to pay attention to. If Tang Tang doesn't feel uncomfortable, we go to the Imperial Capital Star to live tomorrow. The pregnancy environment here is not good, which may make the fetus feel uneasy. Shen Xingtong didn't listen to what Chu Xiao said, but just nodded mechanically. Chu Xiao was not very comfortable leaving Shen Xingtong alone, so he went to the laboratory as quickly as possible. Go Chi Huang was discussing a prescription for typhoid fever with Gu Lianghuai when Chu Xiao suddenly came in and interrupted them. Go Chi Huang turned around and asked, Marshal? Is your wife feeling unwell again? Chu Xiao shook his head, and it was obvious that Chu Xiao was emitting an inexplicable joy. Gu Lianghuai asked with a smile, Is there a happy event for the marshal? Chu Xiao nodded. Yes, Dr. Gu, I want to ask, will repeated high fever affect the health of pregnant women and fetuses? Gu Lianhuai was stunned for a moment, and then smiled and said, Is that so? Congratulations to the marshal. Go Chi-Huang took a while to react. Madam is pregnant. Chu Xiao couldn't hold back his smile, and nodded modestly. Well, Tang Tang just told me that I plan to take her back to the residence of the Imperial Capital Star tomorrow morning to make an appointment for the use of the brood pouch. Go Chi-Huang scratched his head. Then we need to speed up the customization of medicine for Madam, and change the dosage and ingredients. Hey, Madam is really pregnant? Do you want to do a checkup to confirm it? Also, Madam's repeated high fever this month. Is it because of pregnancy reaction? Gu Lianhuai said, It's not impossible. If that's the case, then it's good. At least it means that Madam's repeated high fever is not caused by the worsening of genetic disease. This is a good thing. Chu Xiao also calmed down from the joy of Xin Tong's pregnancy. He frowned and asked, Will this child affect Tang Tang? Will it make her genetic problems worse? If so, Chu Xiao paused and made a difficult decision. When necessary, Tang Tang will be the first priority. The child can be abandoned. Go Chi-Huang looked at Gu Lianhuai. Gu Lianhuai thought for a while, and said with a smile, It's not that serious. I give Madam a comprehensive checkup later. As long as Madam's body can bear a child for 3 months, there will be no problem. Chu Xiao nodded, turned around and brought food to Xin Tong, and notified Shi Lu to pack up and prepare to go to the Imperial Capital Star. Originally, Chu Xiao planned to wait until the military and the parliament had finished arguing before going there, but now he planned to make a quick decision and not let this matter affect Xin Tong. When he returned to the room, Xin Tong wrapped himself in the quilt and fell asleep, with a slightly uneasy expression on his face. Chu Xiao put down the food, walked over and hugged him with the quilt. As if he felt a familiar breath, Xin Tong's frown gradually loosened, and the tightly wrapped quilt slowly loosened. He turned over and rolled into Chu Xiao's arms habitually, and slept more deeply. Chapter 54. The next day, when Xin Tong woke up, she found herself leaning against Chu Xiao's arms. It seemed that she had moved to a different place, and was no longer in the room of the battleship. Xin Tong was a little confused, and looked up at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao seemed to be on the phone with a serious expression. I don't agree with this proposal. Chu Xiao seemed to notice that Xin Tong had woken up, gave a comforting look, and continued to communicate with the other end of the phone. Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao came out from behind and whispered to Xin Tong, Tang Tang, the marshal is arguing with those old guys. It's boring. Are you hungry? Want some snacks? Xin Tong rubbed his face and shook his head with a smile. I'm not hungry. Hu Hingming looked at Xin Tong with a smile. Tu Jiao rolled her eyes and pulled Xin Tong to the back to sit with them, whispering, Tang Tang, I introduce you to a new friend later. Oh, by the way, when Tang Tang sees her, she must protect me and Ming Ming behind her. Xin Tong looked at Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao in confusion. Hu Hingming's eyes were erratic. Jiao is right. The voice of Ha Shilang, who was driving the spaceship in front, also came over. Madam, don't listen to them. Hua Lily beats people regardless of the occasion. Xin Tong hadn't figured out the situation yet, but she found that she and Chu Xiao, as well as Tu Jiao, Hu Hingming, and Ha Shilang were in the spaceship. Mao Yizish and Lu Guqi were not here. Where are we going? Xin Tong first ignored the Hua Lily that Hu Hingming and the others were talking about, and asked curiously. Tu Jiao pinched her hair and said, Go back to the Imperial Capital Star. The marshal had clearly said that he would go a few days later, but he changed his mind overnight. Hu Hingming had already reached out and pressed a button to open the outer window of the spaceship. Xin Tong immediately leaned on the window and looked out of curiosity. There was a huge pink planet outside, and it was getting closer and closer. It was the first time for her to see a planet in this way. She didn't see any windows when she was on the battleship before, so she had never seen such an amazing scene. Hu Hingming pointed at the planet and said, It is said that the first emperor who founded the empire liked pink very much, so he chose this pink planet as the Imperial Capital Star. It has not changed for thousands of years. The pink color is because the atmosphere surrounding this planet is full of fine pink minerals. Looking at the sky on the Imperial Capital Star, the sky is also pink. It is a very dreamy scene. Tang Tang can ask the marshal to take you to the dating resort on the Imperial Capital Star. Xin Tong became even more curious. She had never seen a pink sky before. The sky of the original star was also blue with white clouds. Chu Xiao suddenly snorted coldly. Sorry, I can't accept this proposal. I already have a partner. I will ask to meet His Majesty tomorrow to explain this matter to His Majesty in person. Chu Xiao hung up the call after saying that, and his expression did not look very happy. Hu Hingming, Tu Jiao, and Shin Xingtong looked at each other, and Tu Jiao opened his mouth and made a mouth shape. What's wrong with the marshal? Shin Xingtong shook her head. How would she know? She was here just after she woke up. Chu Xiao turned around and smiled at Shin Xingtong. Are you tired? We will be there soon. What do you want to eat? I make a reservation in advance. Shin Xingtong shook her head, not tired. Chu Xiao casually took a glass of water for Shin Xingtong to drink, and fed her some snacks, while saying to Shin Xingtong, your precious medicinal materials have been sent back to the residence of the Imperial Capital Star by Shi Lu, and those on the list have also been purchased. They will arrive in about 2 or 3 days. After getting off the spaceship, we will go to Dr. Gu to give you a comprehensive physical examination. Shin Xingtong drank the water obediently, and after drinking it, she remembered that she was pregnant, and looked at Chu Xiao with hesitation. Chu Xiao touched Shin Xingtong's head. I'm a little busy in the next few days, and I may not have so much time to accompany you. Hu Xiaoming, Xiao Tu, and Xiao Hua will accompany you. If you want to go out to play, don't go alone. Hu Hingming immediately retorted, Marshal, Jiao Jiao, and I can accompany the lady to play. Lily is so busy, let her accompany you to beat people up. Tu Jiao nodded in agreement. Chu Xiao raised his eyebrows and pointed at the spaceship control console in front. Xiao Hua just connected with Lily, you two can tell me. Hu Hingming, Tu Jiao, The next second, a cold and gentle voice came from the front. Very good, I was the last one to know that the marshal is back. We will meet at the training ground. The last few words were like the king of hell, who was urging his death. Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao hugged each other and trembled. After the call was hung up, they almost cried. Marshal, can you tell Lily that your training room is broken? Chu Xiao laughed. Lily has sent someone to inspect it. I can't help. Hu Hingming looked at Ha Shilang, who was driving the spaceship. Xiao Ha, you accompany the wife. We will go to the military headquarters with the marshal. Ha Shilang shook his head. No, it's not convenient for me, a male orc, to accompany the wife. Shin Xingtong didn't eat the snacks anymore. She was very curious about who this Major General Hua Lily was, and why Hu Hingming, Tu Jiao, and Ha Shilang looked so scared. Seeing Shin Xingtong's curiosity, Chu Xiao covered Shin Xingtong with a blanket and said tactfully, Xiao Hua has a bad temper, and he never talks nonsense when he can take action. Tu Jiao said faintly, how can I have a bad temper? When I first met her, I accidentally ate a small dried fish of hers, and she stared at me for the whole afternoon. If she hadn't seen that I was new, she would have attacked me long ago. Hu Hingming was still frightened. She was obviously very small in her beast form, and she scratched my face when we fought. Ha Shilang couldn't hold it in anymore. I admit that I was a bit servile in my beast form, but that's no reason for Hua Lily to squat on my head and patrol everywhere. Don't I have face? Don't I have dignity? Shin Xingtong looked at Chu Xiao and asked in a low voice, are they telling the truth? This Major General Hua sounds so powerful. Chu Xiao nodded. Really, it may be related to the species' habits. I heard that Hua Lily and his race have been like this since ancient times. They are the boss among cats and beat anyone they don't like. Hu Hingming sighed. I'm sure we get a beating when we get back. Tell me, why did we forget to tell Lily that we were back? In fact, it's all the marshal's fault. Suddenly, we fell in love with such a cute and beautiful female like Tang Tang. We were so shocked that we forgot about Lily. We always thought that the marshal would live a lonely life. Chu Xiao was not angry. He didn't bother to pay attention to Hu Hingming's complaints and focused on looking at Shin Xingtong. About 2 hours later, the spacecraft passed through the pink atmosphere and entered the Imperial Capital Star. It entered the route orbit and shuttled in the air. After entering the Imperial Capital Star, there were more spacecrafts and aircraft around, with various shapes and colors. Shin Xingtong lay on the window and looked out without blinking. This Imperial Star perfectly reproduces all the sci-fi worlds that Shin Xingtong imagined when he was studying. There are countless intersecting transparent tracks in the sky, and many unmanned vehicles and spaceships shuttle through them. Shin Xingtong was amazed at everything. Hu Hingming dragged his chin and said, there are still too many shuttle tracks outside, and they are almost built into outer space. Tu Jiao, you know what, it seems that there are really 2 tracks built from the Imperial Star to the outside. Hu Hingming shook his head. What if it is hit by a large starship? Shin Xingtong was staring at the 2 spaceships that were about to collide but pass through each other. He felt that this track was quite two-dimensional, and could even be folded. Ha Shilang increased his driving speed, and soon saw the bustling city, the high-rise buildings that pierced the sky, the paradise floating in the air, the restaurant on the flower, and the palace complex that occupied the entire mountainside in the distance. Chu Xiao saw Xinxing Tong staring at the palace complex and introduced it to Xinxing Tong. That is the Imperial Palace, where the Imperial family members live. Xinxing Tong was surprised that this high-tech orc world was actually an imperial society. Chu Xiao pointed to another mountain not far from the palace and said, "My residence on the Imperial Capital Star is there. It was a courtyard awarded by His Majesty the Empire when I was awarded the title of Lieutenant General. I don't live there often, but the environment is very good. When I come back to the Imperial Capital Star, Xiao Ha and the others will live there." Ha Shirlang also replied, "The Marshal's family didn't have a mistress before, so we were more casual. I remember that my wife liked to plant flowers and plants on the primitive star. If you want to plant something, just tell me and I will find seeds for you." Xinxing Tong was a little embarrassed. "I'm fine, you don't have to change anything for me." Tu Jiao said, "Tang Tang, you have to take care of it. Every time they go to the Marshal's house, they mess up the Marshal's house." Ha Shirlang felt guilty, mainly because he couldn't control his instinct to destroy the house after changing back to his original form. The spaceship did not go directly to Chu Xiao's house, but to Gu Lianghuai's. Under the current circumstances, Chu Xiao was not very confident to let Xinxing Tong go to the hospital. Gu Lianghuai happened to have a full set of testing equipment at home, so Chu Xiao asked Ha Shirlang to go there from the beginning. Go Chi Huang, Mao Yiji, and Shi Lu had already arrived. Go Chi Huang accompanied Gu Lianghuai to debug the machine, while Mao Yiji and Shi Lu were drinking tea in the yard. Ha Shirlang parked the spaceship outside, and Chu Xiao got off the spaceship first and reached out to hug Xinxing Tong. Xinxing Tong pushed Chu Xiao's hand away and got off by herself. Her foot was not broken, so she could walk by herself. Seeing this, Chu Xiao changed to holding Xinxing Tong's hand, and the two walked into the yard. Seeing this, Mao Yiji stood up and said, "Marshal, Madam, Dr. Gu and Old Go are all inside, you can just go in directly." Chu Xiao nodded, and went into the house with Xinxing Tong. Under the guidance of the robot butler, they entered a room where Gu Lianghuai and Go Chi Huang were. Gu Lianghuai smiled and waved when he saw Xinxing Tong. "Madam, come here and sit down. It will only take 2 minutes." Xinxing Tong looked at Chu Xiao, and only went over to sit down when he saw Chu Xiao nodded. Xinxing Tong didn't feel anything during the examination, just sitting there. When Gu Lianghuai said it was done, Xinxing Tong didn't react a little, and looked at Gu Lianghuai in surprise. Chu Xiao had already come over to help Xinxing Tong up, and the two walked to Gu Lianghuai and Go Chi Huang. A light screen was erected in front of Gu Lianghuai, and lines of data flashed quickly on it. Xinxing Tong couldn't understand it, and didn't know whether it was good or bad, and she became a little nervous for a while. Chapter 55. After the test results came out, Gu Lianghuai looked at them carefully, first called up a field development image and said, "The child is very healthy. Congratulations to both of you." Xinxing Tong looked over curiously. She didn't even feel that there was a child in her belly, but looking at the picture where she couldn't tell where the embryo was, Xinxing Tong softened inexplicably and subconsciously touched her belly. Gu Lianghuai continued to look at another report. After a while, he stared at Xinxing Tong with a look of wonder on his face. After a long time, he spoke in amazement. "The creator is so amazing." A detailed examination of Madam's gene chain showed no defects. It seems that Madam should have only 23 pairs of chromosomes to form a gene chain. In other words, Madam has no genetic disease at all. This is normal. As for the fact that Madam can't turn back into a beast, perhaps we should find Madam's family and do a genetic tracing to figure it out. Chu Xiao only cares about Xinxing Tong's health. "Dr. Gu, are you saying that there is nothing wrong with Tong Tong's body?" Gu Lianghuai nodded. "Yes, according to the test results, there is indeed no problem." Go Chi Huang looked at the results and was a little confused. The previous test on the battleship showed that Madam's gene chain was indeed not normal, and Madam was always sick on the battleship. Gu Lianghuai patted Go Chi Huang on the back of his head. "Can the equipment on your battleship be as accurate as mine? And at that time, Madam should have just gotten pregnant, and there will indeed be some adverse reactions when the embryo implants. Now it seems that Madam's repeated high fever is caused by this. After observing for a month, if Madam stops having repeated high fever symptoms, it means that my diagnosis is correct." Go Chi Huang nodded. "I understand, teacher. I will record this case and send a copy back to you." Chu Xiao was completely relaxed. Hearing that Xinxing Tong was healthy, Chu Xiao was completely happy about the upcoming child. Xinxing Tong also breathed a sigh of relief. The Wanwu app was still very reliable. If she was still in the physical condition of the original star, she might be detected as not an orc. Gu Lianhui also instructed, during this period, pay attention to Madame's diet and replenish more energy. The marshal is a carnivorous orc. It's best to eat more fresh meat and pay attention to rest. By the way, be careful not to be too intense in sex. Xinxing Tong was about to nod when she realized what Gu Lianhui said in the second half of the sentence. She blushed and lowered her head without saying anything. Chu Xiao was calm and thanked him. Thank you, Dr. Gu. I will continue to trouble you for follow-up examinations. Gu Lianhui nodded with a smile. If you feel uncomfortable, just come over anytime. I am usually at home. Chu Xiao nodded, and Go Chihuang said to Chu Xiao, Marshal, I will stay at the teacher's place for the time being. I haven't been back for a long time. I want to accompany him. Chu Xiao agreed immediately. Gu Lianhui's residence was not far from him, and the hovercraft arrived in less than 10 minutes. Go Chihuang rarely came back in the past few years. After the matter of the Imperial Capital Star was dealt with, he might not come back for several years. He should stay and spend more time with his parents. After going out, Ha Shirlang and others were waiting for them in the yard. When they saw the two of them coming out, they asked, Marshal, are we going back now or to the military headquarters? Chu Xiao said, Send Tang Tang back to rest first. Xiaolu, Xiaoha, Mao, the three of you follow me to the military headquarters. Xiaoming and Xiao to stay at home. Several people immediately got serious and boarded the spaceship separately, going to Chu Xiao's home first. Chu Xiao's home is very big, with a yard of 200 to 300 square meters, and the house in the middle also covers an area of 300 square meters. There are 3 floors in total, and each floor is very high. It seems that the house was built to facilitate the orcs to transform back to their original form and move around without restrictions. However, the yard is a bit empty, and the garden is also desolate and nothing is planted. The spaceship stopped directly at the door, and Chu Xiao took Xinxing Tong down and went straight into the house. The housekeeper robot greeted Chu Xiao when he saw him. Welcome home, Marshal. Chu Xiao nodded and said to Xinxing Tong, I will be back very late today. My room is on the 3rd floor. If you are scared, play with Xiao Tu and Xiao Ming. Tell the butler robot what you want to eat. Xinxing Tong waved, I know. You don't have to worry about me. Go and get busy. Chu Xiao looked at Xinxing Tong worriedly, but the matter at the military headquarters was really important, and he had to go. Mao Yiji Ha Shirlang Shilu was waiting outside. Chu Xiao suddenly lowered his head and kissed Xinxing Tong's forehead, then turned around and strode away. Xinxing Tong touched his forehead and suddenly smiled foolishly, as if this was also good. Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao tilted their heads to look at Xinxing Tong, with teasing expressions on their faces. Just as the two were about to speak, Chu Xiao suddenly turned back and said to Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao, Don't make too much trouble, Tang Tang is pregnant, let Xiaohua restrain herself a little. He left without waiting for Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao to react. Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao immediately looked at Xinxing Tong's belly and screamed, Ah, how could the marshal do this? Xinxing Tong felt a little embarrassed. Don't listen to his nonsense. Tu Jiao and Hu Hingming solemnly pulled Xinxing Tong to sit on the sofa and said, The marshal didn't tell us earlier, but Tang Tang and the marshal's child must be very beautiful. Xinxing Tong thought about it, and felt that with Chu Xiao's face, the child really couldn't be ugly. A beautiful and cute child, Xinxing Tong gradually began to look forward to it. Meow. A cat's cry came, and Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao, who were originally talking about buying things for the baby, froze, and didn't dare to turn their heads to look. Xinxing Tong turned around and saw a sleek, strong tabby cat jumping on the windowsill behind the sofa. It tilted its head and looked at the three of them. Its amber eyes looked very indifferent. Xinxing Tong was a little surprised. On the primitive star, she saw either huge orcs or huge beasts. This was the first time she saw an animal of normal size, and it was a tabby cat with friendly fur. To some extent, this was like meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Xinxing Tong stood up happily and walked to the windowsill. She picked up the tabby cat's front legs and held the cat in her arms. Then she returned to the sofa and said as she walked, What a beautiful cat, Ming Ming Jiao Jiao. Xiao also has a kitten. Why didn't he tell me before? Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao looked at Xinxing Tong in horror, stammering, Yuan, Marshal doesn't have a pet. Tang Tang, put Sister Hua down. Tu Jiao almost cried, fearing that the cat in Xinxing Tong's arms would jump up and hit Xinxing Tong. Xinxing Tong, ah, is this cat called Sister Hua? What a domineering name. Hu Hingming covered his face. No, Tang Tang, she is not a pet, she is Sister Hua, Hua Lily, Major General Hua. Tong? Question mark. Tong looked down at the cat. Hua Lily didn't even react when Tong held her in his arms, in a powerful and comfortable way, and tickled her chin. Hua Lily and Tong stared at each other. Tong swallowed, let go of Hua Lily, and put her on the sofa, and apologized softly. Sorry, I didn't mean it, I didn't know. Hua Lily looked at Tong coldly, turned her face away, and the next second she turned into a long-legged, thin-waisted, fair-skinned, beautiful beauty with long black hair and cat eyes, wearing a black training suit, with a curvy figure. Tong looked at her, then looked again, and then looked again. Hua Lily looked over, and Tong looked up at the ceiling guiltily. She loved looking at beautiful women and handsome men, and it was not her fault. Hua Lily's voice was the voice of the aloof queen that Tong had heard on the spaceship. Hu Mingming to Jiao Jiao, don't you plan to explain to me? Hu Mingming swallowed his saliva. Lily, what do you want to explain? Is it about the Marshal coming back from the original planet? This can't be blamed on us. You can blame Commander Shi. He didn't tell you. You go beat him up. But if you beat him up, you can't beat me in Jiao Jiao. Hua Lily tilted her head and pointed at Tong. This. Hua Lily moved her nose and sniffed and continued. Where did you find this person? Tu Jiao hurriedly pulled Tong over and introduced. This is Madam, the Marshal's partner. Hua Lily, question mark. Marshal's partner? Tu Jiao secretly said that it was not good and blocked Tong in front of him. Lily, go and fight with the Marshal. Madam has a baby in her belly, so you can't scare her. Hua Lily looked at Tong for a while, and suddenly cursed, Old ding! How dare you do that to such a young girl? Where's the Marshal? Hu Hingming pointed outside. He went to the military to argue with the old guys. Hua Lily nodded, stood up and said, I go there. The Marshal hasn't been back for a long time, and there are many restless guys in the military. As she said that, she was about to leave. After walking 2 steps, she suddenly turned to Tong, pinched Tong's face unexpectedly, and then left as if nothing had happened. Tong still felt a little pain on his face, and his expression was a little confused. Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. Great, Lily went to cause trouble for those guys in the military, we are safe. Tong covered his face, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses and asked, Is that the Major General Hua you mentioned? Tu Jiao nodded. It's her. Lily is amazing. She is the youngest female Major General, and it won't be long before she can be promoted to Lieutenant General. Tong became more curious. Then why do you seem to be afraid of her? Hu Hingming sighed. Because Lily can't find anyone to practice with. She likes to drag us to practice, and we can't beat her, so we are usually beaten. Tu Jiao felt sympathetic. Lily is good in every way, but no matter how good she is, I can't stand being beaten every day when I come back. Tong looked at the two with sympathy, and then became worried, dragging his chin and asked, Lily is so powerful, will she drag me to beat her together? Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao looked at each other, and waved their hands. No, let alone you have a baby now. Even if you don't have a baby, Lily won't beat you. Lily likes you. A beautiful, cute and soft female orc. Tong. Ah? Then he looked at Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao, who were also very cute, and was full of confusion. Tu Jiao seemed to see it, and said helplessly, Lily, you see what we see is the original form. A huge tiger, and a huge lop-eared rabbit. Tong suddenly realized that Hua Lily might be a human control freak. Chapter 56. At night, the villa was brightly lit, and there was a protective net looming in the sky. Tong went out to the yard to take a look. The night sky was also pink, and the stars were also bright. Tong was reluctant to go to bed. Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao also relaxed and turned back to their original forms in a familiar place, a huge white tiger and a huge lop-eared rabbit. Tong was shocked when she saw Hu Hingming's beast form at first. She had never seen a real big tiger. Fortunately, she reacted quickly. Thanks to the fact that she had been facing Chu Zhao's beast form day and night on the original star, she had long been accustomed to the beast form. Although Tu Jiao's animal form is huge, it is really a super cute lop-eared rabbit. Its fur looks white, but if you look closely, you can see that it is also a little pink. Tong felt a little itchy, so she quietly moved to Tu Jiao's side, stretched out her hand, and pinched Tu Jiao's ear that was hanging down to her hand, then quickly retracted her hand, and looked at the sky with a guilty look. Tu Jiao looked down at Tong in confusion, tilted her head, moved her ears, and looked at the sky along Tong's gaze. After a while, she felt the tip of her ear being pinched, and Tu Jiao quickly lowered her head to catch Tong. Shin Tong hadn't retracted her hand yet, and smiled at Tu Jiao with an innocent expression. Tu Jiao generously put the ear in Shin Tong's hand with her front paw. Shin Tong immediately hugged Tu Jiao's ear and rubbed it against her face happily. Girls are so sweet and soft and super cute. Hu Hingming's huge tiger head moved over and looked at Shin Tong curiously, then lowered his head to signal Shin Tong to pinch her ears too. Is it so comfortable to pinch ears? Why does Jiao Jiao look so happy? Shin Tong laughed so hard, holding the big ear in one hand and pinching Hu Hingming's round ear with the other hand. He looked like a complete winner in life, and even forgot about Chu Xiao. It was very late, and Chu Xiao hadn't come back yet. Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao had made up for the precautions of female orcs carrying cubs. They stood up and pushed Shin Tong into the room with their heads, urging Shin Tong to go to bed. Shin Tong was also sleepy, and before returning to the room, she subconsciously asked, "When will Zhao come back?" Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao looked at each other, and Tu Jiao would say willfully, "It will be soon, you go to bed first, the marshal will be back after he finishes his work." Shin Tong nodded and entered the room. There was still the smell of Chu Xiao in the room. Shin Tong was about to jump on the bed when she remembered that she was pregnant, so she went over and laid down obediently, tossing and turning for a while before falling asleep. Chu Xiao came back in the late night. He changed into home clothes outside, and then quietly lifted the quilt and hugged Shin Tong to sleep. For many days afterwards, Chu Xiao went out early and came back late every day. Sometimes Hu Hingming accompanied Shin Tong, sometimes Tu Jiao, and occasionally Hua Lily would come, but she was aloof and didn't like to talk to people. When she turned into a beast, she would let Shin Tong hold her. Later, Go Chi Huang also came to see him, and Ha Shilang Mao Yi Lu also came every 3 or 5 days. Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao seemed to be very busy and couldn't stay at home all the time. Shin Tong observed that no matter how busy everyone was, Chu Xiao would not let her stay here alone. Every day, at least one person would stay at home with her. Shin Tong felt a little guilty, and always felt that she was holding back. But when Shin Tong was preparing to upgrade her Everything app, and was planning to study whether the primary antidote had an upgraded version, she began to sleep. She was drowsy every day, and leaned on the sofa to log into the Star Network with a new identity ID that Chu Xiao had applied for her to read the information. She fell asleep leaning on the sofa before reading for a few minutes. If Hu Hingming, Tu Jiahua, and Lily were there, they would send Shin Tong back to her room to sleep, and Ha Shilang, Mao Yiji, and Shi Lu would ask the robot butler to bring a blanket to cover Shin Tong. Shin Tong usually woke up because she was hungry. If she wasn't hungry, she wouldn't wake up at all. Moreover, her appetite increased day by day, and she ate a lot of meat every day. Because of her sleepiness, Shin Tong often fell asleep when Chu Xiao came back. When Chu Xiao left in the morning, Shin Tong was still asleep. Shin Tong hadn't seen Chu Xiao for several days. Shin Tong patted his face. "I can't sleep anymore. If I sleep any longer, I turn into a pig." Hua Lily lay on the coffee table and glanced at Shin Tong, then gracefully jumped down and walked out. After a few steps, she glanced at Shin Tong and motioned Shin Tong to follow. Shin Tong didn't want to continue to be sleepy, so he yawned, stood up, and followed Hua Lily, asking as he walked, "Lily, where are you going? A Zhao said not to go out these few days." Hua Lily glanced at Shin Tong with disdain. Lao Dang was meddling in everything, and even caring whether they went out or not. "Is it your business?" After leaving the house, Hua Lily turned into an elegant, cold and intellectual beauty. Seeing the beauty, Shin Tong instantly woke up, stretched out his claws to hug Hua Lily's arm, and asked curiously, "Lily, where are we going?" Hua Lily summoned the housekeeper robot, pressed Shin Tong's hand on a piece of light frequency, unlocked the authority, asked for a hover car, and stepped into the driver's seat with long legs. Then he raised his eyebrows and stretched out his fingers to Shin Tong. "Get up." Shin Tong hesitated for 3 seconds, and then happily got on the hover car. Come on, this is a high-tech world of the future. She has been curious for a long time, but she doesn't know the road and is not familiar with this world. But now there is a beautiful woman who wants to take her out to play. After getting in the car, while Lily clicked on the automatic driving, selected the route to the destination, and the hover car took off and flew out automatically. When leaving the gate, he was stopped. Although there were no guards guarding Chu Xiao's house, there were guards outside the yard, and someone was patrolling in a hover car. Hua Lily rolled down the window and glanced at the 2 guards coldly. The guard immediately saluted and asked respectfully, "Is Major General Hua going out?" Hua Lily nodded and the guard looked at Shin Tong again, hesitating for a while before saying, "But the marshal asked us to protect the lady." "I will protect the lady, and I will take the lady to the marshal now." The guard laughed when he heard Hua Lily say this, then let her go, and turned to inform Shi Lu that Hua Lily was going out with Shin Tong. After going out, Shin Tong couldn't sit still, and looked out the window curiously at the strange and new world outside. He asked, "Lily, where are we going?" Hua Lily had changed back to her animal form, and was lying on the seat. She yawned when she heard Shin Tong's words, "Meow." Shin Tong understood through the translator, "Go play? Where to play?" Hua Lily buried her head in her forelimbs, and closed her eyes, ignoring Shin Tong. Shin Tong didn't ask any more questions when he saw this. He couldn't sell her anyway. The hovercraft was very stable. If Shin Tong hadn't been looking at the changing scenery outside the window, he wouldn't have felt the car moving. As he was looking, Shin Tong closed his eyes, leaned on the chair and fell asleep again. Hua Lily opened her eyes at this time, turned into a human form, and took a blanket to cover Shin Tong. She looked at Shin Tong with a little confusion. This female really loves to sleep. When Shin Tong woke up, it was almost dark outside. Shin Tong hurriedly got up, and found that he was still in the hovercraft. The environment outside was very unfamiliar. Shin Tong looked at Hua Lily in front of him, and said embarrassedly, "Sorry, I fell asleep again." Hua Lily threw a set of clothes to Shin Tong and said, "Change your clothes, and I take you out to play." Shin Tong took the clothes, and found that it was a gray dress, and the hem would appear colorful under the light. "Change clothes?" Hua Lily nodded. "Change quickly, you can't get it any later." After saying that, Hua Lily got off the hovercraft first. Shin Tong hurriedly changed into the dress as Hua Lily said, and only after getting off the car did she find that Hua Lily was wearing a suspender fishtail dress, which was made of the same material as her dress, and her long black hair was also tied behind her head. When Hua Lily saw Shin Tong coming down, she casually picked up a beautiful gemstone clip to tie up Shin Tong's loose hair, and then took out a gemstone necklace from the same series from somewhere, and put it on Shin Tong. "Let's go, just follow me when you go in." Shin Tong looked at Hua Lily, and then at himself. His curiosity was completely aroused. He took Hua Lily's hand, and walked for a while under Hua Lily's guidance. When he turned a corner, he saw a magnificent gate floating in the air. In front of the gate was a semi-transparent staircase that was also floating in the air, extending all the way to the feet of Shin Tong and Hua Lily. The two stepped onto the stairs, and Shin Tong asked quietly, "Lily, where is this?" Hua Lily replied expressionlessly, "An auction." Shin Tong was a little excited. "What is this auction selling? Lily, is there anything you want?" Hua Lily nodded. "You can also see if there is anything you want." Shin Tong was even happier, but soon became disappointed and said embarrassedly, "I just accompany you, I don't have money to buy." Hua Lily, Damn Lao Dang, he didn't even give Tang Tang pocket money. Tang Tang was even tricked into getting pregnant. "I go back and fight Lao Dang. I give it to you." Hua Lily's words were brief, but her meaning was clear. She would buy whatever Shin Tong wanted. Shin Tong was embarrassed to ask for it. The things at the auction sounded very expensive. Shin Tong shook her head. No, I buy it when I make money." Hua Lily looked at Shin Tong disapprovingly, and she felt that Shin Tong was not doing well. Shin Tong actually thought about it seriously. No matter how good Chu Xiao was to her, she couldn't rely on Chu Xiao for her whole life. She had the Wanwu app. Although it didn't seem to be very useful in this high-tech society, Chu Xiao valued the primary antidote very much. She could study this primary antidote. According to Chu Xiao, the orcs in this world were all suffering from the energy devouring, so they could definitely make money. Maybe after the app is upgraded, there will be intermediate and advanced antidotes. If she finds a way to get the formula from the Wanwu app, she will definitely become a rich woman. Shin Tong was smiling and imagining the future. Hua Lily had already lowered her head and sent a series of messages to Chu Xiao, cursing very dirty. Chu Xiao received a series of blocked words. He knew Hua Lily was cursing him without even reading. Chu Xiao, He deleted the message expressionlessly, and planned to transfer Hua Lily away from Shin Tong. He couldn't let Tang Tang learn to swear. At this time, Shilu came in and said, "Marshal, I just saw the message sent by the guard. Xiaohua took his wife out this morning, and has not returned yet." Chu Xiao frowned. He had not finished the work at hand. The war report came from the front line. The Zerg had unusual movements. The military was still arguing about power division and profit. The royal family was also restless. The old emperor was old and weak, and could no longer control the people under him. Chu Xiao pursed his lips. Check where Xiaohua took Tang Tang. Tang Tang must be bored at home all this time. She likes to go out and play. Shi Lu nodded. With Hua Lili around, there was no need to worry about Xinxing Tong's safety. Besides, no one on the imperial capital star knew Xinxing Tong at present. Chapter 57. Hua Lili took Xinxing Tong into the auction, and took 2 masks to cover her face at the entrance. Xinxing Tong looked around curiously. Everyone who came in was dressed in formal clothes, and looked rich or noble. Xinxing Tong felt a little out of place. Hua Lili took Xinxing Tong's hand, and walked into a private room in a high and cold manner. She waved and asked for a glass of milk and many beautiful snacks. I'm hungry, so I eat something first and go back to eat later. Xinxing Tong picked up a piece of bunny-shaped snack and ate it in small bites. It was a little too sweet. After 2 bites, Xinxing Tong felt sick of it, but was embarrassed to waste it, so he ate it and drank milk to relieve the greasiness. I don't know what kind of milk it is, but it doesn't taste like milk, nor is it fishy. It tastes very good. Hua Lili was drinking wine, and Xinxing Tong smelled it. Lili, what are you drinking? Xinxing Tong was curious and wanted to try it. Hua Lili looked at Xinxing Tong's stomach and said, you can't drink it. Xinxing Tong said in disappointment, and stopped eating the greasy sweet snacks. He looked out the window. It was called a window, but it was more like a floating platform. You could see the auction table outside directly. This private room was on the 2nd floor. The audience seats on the 1st floor were also full of people. Many private rooms opposite the 2nd floor were still empty. Hua Lili took off her mask and asked Xinxing Tong, when she saw that he had stopped eating, why don't you eat? Is it not tasty? Xinxing Tong nodded honestly. It's too sweet. I don't like it. Hua Lili understood. Although many female orcs like to eat sweet snacks, there are also some who don't like it. If Xinxing Tong doesn't like it, then change to snacks. Soon, a service robot brought over a fried tender steak with an unknown sauce sprinkled on it. It smelled very good. Xinxing Tong felt hungry when he smelled the wine. Hua Lili pushed the meat in front of Xinxing Tong. Eat, pregnant female orcs can't be hungry. Xinxing Tong ate happily. Although she was not full after eating, she was not hungry. There were also snacks such as dried meat and fruits. Xinxing Tong ate a lot slowly without stopping. When Xinxing Tong had almost finished eating, the auction was about to start. Xinxing Tong looked up and found that the empty private room opposite was occupied. Hua Lili put on the mask again. This is the auction booklet, take a look. Hua Lili threw a booklet to Xinxing Tong. Although Xinxing Tong had no money to buy, she was very curious about the auction items. The auction booklet looked not thick, but after opening it, Xinxing Tong found that there was a lot of secrets inside. The booklet directly threw out the auction items, and you could reach out and touch and rotate to see the details of the auction items. There would also be a voice introduction to the origin and characteristics of the auction items. You could click to see the next one, and press the bid button if you liked it. Hua Lili wanted to buy the cat grass that their Lihua clan liked the most. It was of first-class quality, and ordinary cat grass could not compare to it. Xinxing Tong looked at the items one by one. There were parts of the most advanced starships, the latest fighter jets, bionic A-class, S-class protective shields, the only energy gem on the gem star, Zerg corpses, and tears of the mermaids. Each one looked strange and bizarre. Turning to the back, Xinxing Tong saw a few plants. There were no detailed descriptions, only a short introduction, plants brought back from an undeveloped planet by interstellar mercenaries, with unknown functions. Hua Lili saw Xinxing Tong's eyes stop at this page, came over to take a look and said, if you like it, buy it later. Not many people are fighting for this thing, and it's not expensive. Xinxing Tong nodded, and was about to say that it was indeed not expensive when he saw the starting price below, 10,000 interstellar coins. Well, I don't really want it. Which big grudge would spend 10,000 yuan to buy a grass that has no use? Xinxing Tong closed the booklet and felt that this auction was a money grab. Hua Lili looked at Xinxing Tong strangely. Don't you want it? Xinxing Tong shook his head. I don't know what it is used for, and it's so expensive. I'm not a sucker. Hua Lili didn't say anything after hearing this, and began to concentrate on listening to the auction that had already started outside. Neither of them was interested in the previous things. When the cat grass that Hua Lili wanted came out, Hua Lili sat up straight and pressed the bidding button. The best cat grass from Cat Star, box number 6, 100,000. Box number 39, 110,000. Box number 3, 130,000. Box number 58, 150,000. When the bid reached 500,000, Tong looked at the cat grass in disbelief. Is this thing so expensive? While pressing the bidding button, Hua Lily said, Cat Star is not easy to go to. That place has been polluted by the Zerg. This kind of top-quality cat grass is only there, and cats and beastmen like it very much. Tong was amazed, watching Hua Lily bid up to 1 million without blinking, which was completely beyond the price for cat grass. Others would not spend such a large amount of money to buy something that was dispensable. Hua Lily successfully bought the cat grass, and soon a female orc came in and said with a smile, Dear guest, due to the large quantity of cat grass, we can provide door-to-door delivery service. You only need to leave a delivery address. Hua Lily casually filled in Chu Xiao's house. Although she had her own house, she lived in Chu Xiao's place recently, so she could just deliver it directly. The female beastman paused for a moment when she saw the address, then smiled and said, Okay, VIP, our staff will deliver the cat grass to this address soon. Hua Lily nodded, and motioned the female beastman to go out. Tong waited for the female beastman to leave before asking, Lily, what else do you want to buy? Hua Lily looked around and said, No. Tong looked at the time and wanted to go back. Then let's go back? Hua Lily pointed at the last few items. Aren't you very curious about these grasses? Tong, too expensive, no. Hua Lily raised her lips. Let's wait and see. This auction always has a mysterious finale. If you are lucky you will get something good. Tong didn't say she wanted to go back after hearing this. Anyway, she was already here. She could wait a while, and if she went back, she would definitely fall asleep again, and she wouldn't be able to see Chu Xiao, so it's better to play here for a while. The last ones in the line were those unknown plants. No one bid, and when the auctioneer was about to announce that the sale failed, Hua Lily quickly added an interstellar coin to bid for these plants. The speed was so fast that Tong couldn't react. Hua Lily looked very calm, as if she was not the one who bought the grass. Tong, The one who delivered the grass was still the same female orc, holding a tray with a total of 4 grasses, all in boxes. The female orc smiled, and put the tray on the table and introduced, Hello, dear customer, this is the item you just bought. You can check it. After confirming that it is correct, we will deliver it to your door together with the cat grass. Hua Lily casually pushed the tray in front of Tong. Take a look for yourself. Tong opened the box and took a look, then looked at Hua Lily, and then whispered to the female orc, Can I return it? Before she finished asking, the female orc smiled and spoke in a gentle tone. Dear guest, once the auction item is sold, it will not be returned or exchanged except for quality issues. Hua Lily pinched Tong's face expressionlessly. Why do you care about such a small amount of money? If you like it, buy it. If you don't need it, you can buy it back as a decoration. Tong looked at the ugly grass in silence. The female orc who delivered the items was also a little embarrassed. The price of these grasses was indeed a little unreasonable, but the minimum starting price of their auction was 10,000. Any lower would not be in line with the temperament of their auction. They had already prepared for the auction to fail, but who knew that someone would really buy it, and the delivery address. The female orc was more polite, and explained to save face for their auction. It's like this. Although the appraisers of our auction have not identified the efficacy of these grasses, they can guarantee that these grasses are definitely not ordinary. They grow on planets full of devouring energy and eaten by Zerg. If you take them back and hand them over to professionals for research, there may be unexpected surprises. Tong looked at the grass with his chin down, sighed, and thanked politely. Thank you, I go back and study it. The female orc's eyes lit up. Are you a pharmacist? I have an unwelcome request. If you find out the efficacy of these grasses, can you tell us about the auction? We will give you priority in the auction in exchange. Tong didn't quite understand, and subconsciously looked at Hua Lily. Hua Lily looked up at the female orc and said, We can't make the decision on this matter. Thinking of the delivery address, the female orc was a little disappointed, but she didn't want to ask any more questions. She bowed and left the room. At this time, the auction was coming to an end, and the auctioneer smiled and said, This auction is coming to an end. The next item is the last item of this auction. After that, a transparent box appeared on the auction table, and the auctioneer continued to introduce. This item is a potion, which can relieve the pain caused by swallowing energy. The effect is equivalent to 2 years of recuperation on the original star, and there is a certain probability of breaking through the orc's ability level. It is the latest creation of the potion master Fang Xie. Tong looked at Hua Lily. This thing sounded similar to the primary antidote. What was this master of potions? Hua Lily pouted and stood up to leave. Seeing Tong's curious look, she said, This thing is useless to us. The Marshal and I are both S-level orcs. The Marshal's level is even higher than mine, so this potion is better than nothing for us, and can't relieve much pain. This was the first time Hua Lili said such a long sentence. Shin Tong probably understood. Lili, Ming Ming and Jiao Jiao don't need them either. Hua Lili nodded. No, the Marshal has the best ones. We don't need to buy the ones that are sold at the auction. Hearing that Chu Xiao had them, Shin Tong was no longer interested in them. If she wanted them, she could ask Chu Xiao for some to study. Hua Lili pulled Shin Tong up. It's getting late. If we don't go back, the Marshal will come to trouble me. After saying that, she pulled Shin Tong away. Shin Tong hurriedly picked up 4 plants. He couldn't throw away the ones he spent money on. When they were leaving, someone even escorted them out and said they were welcome to come back next time. Shin Tong felt that this auction house was very good at dealing with people. Hua Lili said ruthlessly. They saw the delivery address and knew that we were related to the Marshal. Shin Tong, I thought the auction house saw that she and Hua Lili had great potential to spend money. Chapter 58. When the hovercraft drove back to the manor, Shin Tong fell asleep as expected. It was already 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning when he got home. The manor was brightly lit. Chu Xiao, Xi Lu, Ha Shilang, Mao Yiji, Tu Jiuhu, Hung Ming and others were discussing something. When they saw the hovercraft coming, Chu Xiao stopped the topic, looked at the time and said, Let's talk about this first. Let's see what those people say tomorrow. Ha Shilang stretched. Dealing with these people is more tiring than killing 100 zergs. Chu Xiao had already stood up and walked out. The hovercraft opened, and Hua Lili walked out. Seeing Chu Xiao, she nodded expressionlessly, revealing Shin Tong who was sleeping soundly on the seat behind her. Sister Hua, did you go to the auction today? The people from the auction just sent a large cart of cat grass, and put it in the fresh-keeping room for you. Where's Tang Tang? Hua Lili made a shushing gesture, and Hu Hingming Tu Jiao stopped talking and looked at the hovercraft. Chu Xiao had already gently held Shin Tong in his arms, and was getting off the car. Seeing a few people looking over, he whispered, It's getting late, everyone should go to bed early. After that, Chu Xiao carried Shin Tong upstairs. When he put Shin Tong on the bed, Shin Tong woke up and opened her eyes. She had a nasal tone when she first woke up, and her eyes were confused. Dahe. Chu Xiao put his hand on Shin Tong's forehead and coaxed her. Go to sleep. Shin Tong actually woke up after doing this. It was mainly because she slept a little too much during the day, and she slept all the way back home. She was not very sleepy when she woke up. Shin Tong got up and shared the auction with Chu Xiao. Today, Lily took me to the auction. Lily bought a lot of cat grass. She is so cute. Chu Xiao looked at Shin Tong in his arms. Who is cute? Shin Tong continued. Lily turned out to be a rich woman. Oh, by the way, Xiao, Lily also bought me some grass. I don't have money to give her. Should I give her something in return? Chu Xiao paused. He seemed to understand why Hua Lili's message was so nasty during the day. Shin Tong looked up at Chu Xiao when she saw Chu Xiao didn't say anything. Chu Xiao was quite embarrassed. Xiao, am I too noisy? Chu Xiao came back to his senses and shook his head, saying with some guilt, I forgot when I came back. I don't spend much money normally. This is for you. All my money is in it. There are also shares in a spaceship research and development company that Xiao Ha and others open together. There is a lot of money every year, but I didn't look at it. I gave it all to Tang Tang. Chu Xiao picked up Shin Tong's wrist, opened Shin Tong's light brain and transferred all the money to Shin Tong's account. Shin Tong stared blankly at the number of zeros that suddenly appeared on the account, and took a breath. Xiao, how is the purchasing power of the currency here? Chu Xiao thought for a while, and said, the average orc's annual income is about 100,000 to 200,000. If there is no large expenditure in normal life, a family of 3 will spend about 70,000 to 80,000 a year. Shin Tong's eyes lit up instantly, and she turned over and sat on Chu Xiao's abdominal muscles. Then wouldn't I become a rich woman in an instant? Chu Xiao transferred hundreds of millions of dollars to her. She had never seen so much money in her life. Chu Xiao's eyes were full of smiles, and he held Shin Tong's waist. Be careful, Tang Tang wants to be a rich woman. Shin Tong smiled and lifted Chu Xiao's chin. Handsome guy, are you short of money? I support you. Chu Xiao raised his eyebrows and let Shin Tong make a fuss. Shin Tong was happy and smiled again. Aren't you afraid that I will run away with the money? Chu Xiao carefully held Shin Tong in his arms. You can't run away. I can catch you wherever you run. Xin Tong hummed twice to express his dissatisfaction. The sky outside gradually brightened. Chu Xiao was a little sleepy. He pressed Xin Tong's head into his arms and said vaguely, "Sleep with me for a while." Xin Tong did not move. After a while, he curled up in Chu Xiao's arms and slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next day, Xin Tong woke up early. As soon as he moved, he found that his waist was restrained. Xin Tong came to his senses and found that Chu Xiao, who usually got up early, had not woken up yet. Xin Tong looked up at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao looked a little more gentle and harmless when he closed his eyes and slept, unlike when he opened his eyes and his eyebrows were full of indifference. After lying down for a while, Xin Tong wanted to move around. She had been sleeping anytime and anywhere during this period, and her bones were so numb from sleep. After finally getting up early, Xin Tong still wanted to see the morning sky. It was just that Xin Tong moved and tried to break free from Chu Xiao's arms, and Chu Xiao hugged her whole body into his arms. Before Xin Tong could react, she turned over, and Xin Tong went from lying on her side in Chu Xiao's arms to lying on Chu Xiao's chest. Chu Xiao's eyes were still closed. Xin Tong snorted and tried to hit Chu Xiao. She raised her hand and saw Chu Xiao's sleeping face, so she couldn't put it down. She slowly took back her hand and struggled to pry Chu Xiao's hands around her waist apart. After moving one away, Xin Tong was about to move the other hand, but Chu Xiao's hand came up again. After 2 or 3 times, Xin Tong glared at Chu Xiao, stretched out his claws to grab Chu Xiao's face, and pulled it to the sides. "I knew you were pretending to sleep." Chu Xiao couldn't help laughing, opened his eyes, and looked at the angry Xin Tong and said, "I was wrong." Xin Tong let go of Chu Xiao's face, and got off the bed angrily. Chu Xiao followed Xin Tong and lowered his head to coax him. "I was wrong, Tang Tang, don't be angry." Xin Tong turned around and asked seriously, "What's wrong?" Chu Xiao just thought Xin Tong was cute, and answered with a smile, "I shouldn't tease Tang Tang just because she was cute. I was wrong. I will dare to do it next time." Xin Tong nodded in satisfaction at first, but when she came to her senses, she immediately hugged Chu Xiao's arm and bit him. "Ah, you dare to tease me again next time." For Chu Xiao, Xin Tong's biting was not painful at all, and he even raised his arm to lift Xin Tong up. Xin Tong suddenly lifted her feet off the ground and looked at Chu Xiao blankly. Both of them even forgot about the baby in Xin Tong's belly, and didn't realize that this action was a little dangerous. "Ding, Marshal, please don't do anything dangerous." Xin Tong's light brain issued a warning. Chu Xiao immediately remembered, and hurriedly put his other hand around Xin Tong's waist, carefully put Xin Tong down, and said angrily, "Sorry, I forgot." Xin Tong actually thought it was quite fun, and the feeling of hanging on Chu Xiao was particularly happy. Chu Xiao kissed Xin Tong's forehead, and the two went to wash up together. After cleaning up, Xin Tong asked Chu Xiao curiously, "Xiao, are you done?" Chu Xiao shook his head. "I will be busy for a while. I can accompany you these 2 days. I will try my best to solve all the problems before putting the baby in the brood pouch." Xin Tong looked down at her belly, which was invisible to the sea. It was already more than 2 months. According to Chu Xiao and Go Chi Huang, it would take about a month to take the baby out and put it in the brooding bag. Xin Tong had seen the brooding bag that Chu Xiao brought back. It was a white translucent oval container. Xin Tong couldn't imagine that an embryo that hadn't developed well in 3 months could be moved into the brooding bag. Chu Xiao hugged Xin Tong from behind and touched Xin Tong's belly. During this period, Xiao Ming and the others said that you slept for 20 hours a day. "Are you very tired?" Xin Tong shook her head. "I'm not tired. I just can't control my sleepiness. I feel much better today, and not so sleepy." Chu Xiao said, "Today I let Qi Huang come to check your body, and set a time to take the baby out in advance." Xin Tong was still a little scared when she thought that a baby would come out of her belly, and couldn't help asking, "Will it really not hurt?" "Xiao, I'm afraid of pain." Chu Xiao looked at Xin Tong seriously. "Really, I promise. Tang Tang will sleep, and the baby will come out. I've checked a lot of information, and it won't hurt at all." Xin Tong sighed, and Chu Xiao took Xin Tong out and said, "Don't worry, let's go eat something first." After going out, Xin Tong realized that it seemed that only she and Chu Xiao were at home today. Hu Hingming, Tu Jiao, and the others seemed to be out. Seeing this, Chu Xiao said, "Xiao Ming, Xiao Hua, and the others should go home and visit during these 2 days. They should be back in the afternoon." Xin Tong suddenly remembered something and looked up and asked Chu Xiao, "Xiao, I don't think I have seen your family. Should I take the initiative to visit them?" Xin Xingtong showed a slightly tangled expression. Her relationship with Chu Xiao was improving day by day. She couldn't live without seeing her elders for her whole life. Even if she didn't see them, her children would have to see them in the future. In Xin Xingtong's opinion, family affection was still very important. Chu Xiao's face faded, and he said without any emotion, "It doesn't matter if we don't see each other. We don't usually interact." Xin Xingtong was a little surprised. In her memory, family was a warm existence, with a serious father and a loving mother. The three of them would go out together on weekends, and would chat together on the sofa after work and study. Chu Xiao's expression clearly showed that he was not close to his family. Xin Xingtong thought for a moment and asked cautiously, "Ah Xiao, are they treating you badly?" Chu Xiao saw Xin Xingtong's slightly worried and cautious expression, and suddenly laughed, leaned closer to Xin Xingtong and said, "I don't need them anymore. Tang Tang will be my family from now on, and Tang Tang doesn't have to deal with them. I don't want Tang Tang to see their faces." Xin Xingtong suddenly took the initiative to kiss the corner of Chu Xiao's mouth. "It doesn't matter, they don't love you, well my child, and I will love you." After saying this, Xin Xingtong was still a little embarrassed. In fact, she was not sure whether it was love, but she instinctively felt that Chu Xiao would be happy if she said this. Chu Xiao was really happy, hugging Xin Xingtong without saying anything. Ahem. Go Chi Huang stood at the door and coughed twice, indicating that he was at the door to the two people hugging each other inside. Xin Xingtong hurriedly pushed Chu Xiao away and looked at Go Chi Huang embarrassedly. "Dr. Go, you are here, come in and sit down." Chu Xiao looked at Go Chi Huang dissatisfiedly. Go Chi Huang shrugged and said after entering, "I am here to check my wife's prenatal care. If my wife's physical condition is fine, we can prepare for embryo transfer in a month." Go Chi Huang took out a scanner-like device from the box he was carrying, looked at Xin Xingtong and said, "Madam, please sit down first." Chu Xiao helped Xin Xingtong sit on the sofa. Go Chi Huang turned on the device and scanned Xin Xingtong's stomach. After the scan, he looked at the test results projected on the device. Xin Xingtong didn't even react before the test was over. Chapter 59. Chu Xiao saw Go Chi Huang looking at the results and asked, "How is Tang Tang?" Go Chi Huang smiled and said, "Madam is in good health." The teacher's diagnosis was correct. Madam's repeated high fever on the battleship was caused by the mother's rejection of the embryo in the early pregnancy. Now that this process has passed, Madam's body is recovered. Go Chi Huang pointed to the red image on the test results and said, "This small black dot is the embryo. It is developing very well, and can be moved into the brood sac in a month. Marshal, do you plan to let Madam go to the hospital or should I prepare the equipment and come home?" Chu Xiao said without hesitation, "Come to my house. Didn't you transform a laboratory here before? The equipment is still there. It's inconvenient to go to the hospital now." Go Chi suddenly realized that it was indeed not suitable to go to the hospital. Xin Xingtong was not suitable to be exposed to outsiders for the time being, which could easily bring danger. "Okay, I will move in 2 days and prepare for the operation." Chu Xiao nodded. "Thank you, you've worked hard." Go Chi Huang collected the things. He still had to prepare some things. Before leaving, he smiled at Chu Xiao and said, "Congratulations, Marshal." Chu Xiao sent the person out, and when he came back, he said to Xin Xingtong, "I have an appointment with the staff of the registry office to come this afternoon. Although it is a bit hasty, I hope that when our child is born, we will be legal partners. Tang Tang, are you willing to marry me?" Chu Xiao looked very serious, half squatting in front of Xin Xingtong, and looking at Xin Xingtong who was sitting on the sofa. Xin Xingtong was still thinking about what name to give the child after it was born, and was caught off guard when she heard Chu Xiao's proposal. Xin Xingtong was shocked. "Ah, yes, it was a little too sudden." Xin Xingtong looked at Chu Xiao stutteringly, her tone still a little nervous. Chu Xiao took out a ring that looked like gold from somewhere. "I know it was too sudden, and it's a little unfair to Tang Tang. So are you willing to be my legal partner?" Xin Xingtong thought about it, and she didn't mind it, but she never thought she would get married so early. Now she has a child. She can't let the child become an illegitimate child. After struggling for a while, Xin Xingtong nodded and agreed. Chu Xiao happily took the ring out and handed it to Xin Xingtong, his eyes a little excited. "Tang Tang, this ring is a metal that appears under super high temperature when a star explodes. We will be together like the ring until the end of our lives." Xin Xingtong raised her hand and looked at the ring on her hand. It was gold no matter how you looked at it. Xin Xingtong was also a little happy in her heart. It didn't seem so difficult to agree to get married. In the afternoon, a staff member came over. It was a female orc with a smile on her face, holding a tablet in her hand, and followed by a male orc who looked like an assistant. The two entered the manor under the guidance of the guards. Chu Xiao and Xinxing Tong changed into a couple's outfit. Chu Xiao seemed to have been ready for a long time, and was waiting for Xinxing Tong to nod. The female orc at the registration office greeted Chu Xiao first, and then said with a smile, "The marshal and his wife are really a perfect match. The information of the marshal and his wife has been prepared. We need to take photos of the seats for registration, as well as the marshal and his wife's signatures. The registration will take effect, and the marshal and his wife will be legally married." Chu Xiao lowered his head to tidy up Xinxing Tong's hair, looked at the female orc and said, "You can take pictures now." The female orc was very professional. She put it on the tablet, took out something like a camera, took a few photos of Chu Xiao and Xinxing Tong, adjusted it after taking the photos, and gave it to Chu Xiao to choose. "Marshal, madam, you can pick one as your registration photo." Xinxing Tong looked at it, and found that every photo was very good. She and Chu Xiao leaned their heads together, with unconscious smiles on their lips, and looked very happy. Xinxing Tong pointed to the photo of both of them smiling and said, "This is it." The female orc nodded, quickly imported the photos into the data, and then pulled out the electronic certificate. "Madam, you and the marshal can just sign your names here." Xinxing Tong looked at Chu Xiao, who signed the two words Chu Xiao without hesitation in the blank space. Seeing this, Xinxing Tong also solemnly wrote his own name next to it. The female orc nodded a few times and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Marshal, congratulations, madam. From now on you are the legal partners of the empire." Xinxing Tong looked at Chu Xiao and smiled. The female orc asked again, "Marshal, do you need a physical certificate to be made and sent to your home?" "It will be made in about 2 working days." Chu Xiao nodded, "Thank you for your help. Just send it here after it's done." The female orc smiled and put away the things and said, "Okay, I wish the marshal and his wife a happy wedding. I won't bother you anymore." After that, he left with his assistant without any hesitation. Chu Xiao held Xinxing Tong's hand, and looked at Xinxing Tong with a smile in his eyes. Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao came in from outside, still a little confused, and asked as soon as they came in, "Tang Tang, Marshal, who were those two people just now? What are you doing here?" When Xinxing Tong saw the two people coming back, he let go of Chu Xiao's hand and said with a smile, "You are back. Ah Xiao said you went home." Hu Hingming immediately forgot about the two people he met when he came in just now, and pulled Xinxing Tong to sit down. "I really don't understand. I rarely go home, and my mother keeps urging me to get married. I am tired of listening to it. It's better to live here with the marshal and be free." Tu Jiao felt the same way. "That's right. I don't know what's wrong with my mother. She urges me to get married when she sees me, and doesn't even ask if I am okay." Xinxing Tong was very surprised. It was the interstellar era. Would parents also urge marriage? Hua Lily walked in coldly with a rather unfriendly look. She asked as soon as she came in, "Why did I meet the staff of the marriage registry when I came back?" Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao did not complain about the issue of urging marriage. Both pairs of eyes looked at Xinxing Tong. Xinxing Tong was a little embarrassed. He covered his face and hesitated. Before he could say anything, Tu Jiao pointed at the ring on Xinxing Tong's hand and said loudly, "Isn't this what the marshal asked me to order 2 days ago?" Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao looked at Chu Xiao together. Chu Xiao was very calm and replied with a look that said, "What's wrong with getting married? Tang Tang and I love each other, and have a child. Why can't we register?" Hua Lily gritted her teeth and rushed forward, punching, "Old Ding! Tang Tang is so young, and you are so old, and you can do that. Take my punch." Xinxing Tong's eyes widened. "They?" Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao calmly pulled Xinxing Tong. "It's okay, don't worry. Sister Hua knows her limits. She's just looking for a reason to fight with the marshal." Chu Xiao took 2 steps back to avoid Hua Lily, frowning. "Don't fight here, you scared Tang Tang. If you want to spar, go outside." Hua Lily snorted and stared at Chu Xiao. The two really went outside. Xinxing Tong followed him out to watch. Hu Hingming and Tu Jiao took a small stool and picked melon seeds. They pulled Xinxing Tong to sit in a row and watch the fun. Hua Lily turned into a beast when she went out, and swung her claws at Chu Xiao flexibly. She was so fast that she could hardly see her figure. Chu Xiao was very comfortable and fought back from time to time. Hua Lily had no chance to get close. After fighting for nearly half an hour, Hua Lily stopped panting and turned back into human form, staring at Chu Xiao. "If you want to fight, just fight. Don't keep making excuses." Chu Xiao's tone was full of disgust. Hua Lily was so angry that her head was smoking, as if her hair had exploded. Chu Xiao said again, "You can't beat me either. If you are really angry, go find Xiao Ha, a cat fight, or Shi Lu. Don't you like to play with Shi Lu's animal form? Hua Lily became more and more angry as she listened. She turned around and rushed into Xin Xingtang's arms, lying on Xin Xingtang's knees, looking at Chu Xiao provocatively. She is not stupid. She can't make Chu Xiao unhappy even if she can't beat him? Humph, she wants to occupy Tong Tong's arms. Xin Xingtang subconsciously threw away the melon seeds and picked up Hua Lily, stretching out his hand to scratch Hua Lily's chin. Lily, are you okay? Hua Lily squinted comfortably and looked at Chu Xiao with the corner of his eye. Seeing that Chu Xiao's face was not looking good, Hua Lily was relieved. Chu Xiao walked in front of Xin Xingtang. Tang Tang, don't hug her, aren't you tired? Xin Xingtang shook his head. I'm not tired. Lily is super comfortable in my arms. Chu Xiao, Looking at Hua Lily's provocative eyes, Chu Xiao stretched out his hand to grab Hua Lily's neck and threw Hua Lily out of Xin Xingtang's arms, then pulled Xin Xingtang and said, Tang Tang, you should rest. Hua Lily was furious and yelled at Chu Xiao. Meow meow meow. Meow, meow. Chu Xiao took away Xin Xingtang's translator when Hua Lily meowed. Xin Xingtang didn't understand what Hua Lily meant, but judging from the tone and volume, she must have cursed him. Chu Xiao turned a deaf ear to her and took Xin Xingtang upstairs to rest. At night, Ha Shilang, Mao Yiji, and Shi Lu all came back. They all learned from Hu Hingmeng that Chu Xiao and Xin Xingtang had registered their marriage, and they also brought gifts to Xin Xingtang. Hu Hingmeng and Tu Jiao happily organized a party and stayed up late. Xin Xingtang's sleepiness has eased, and she no longer falls asleep anytime and anywhere. Xin Xingtang is very happy. Because of her sleepiness this month, she didn't upgrade the app properly. Now she can get rid of the materials piled up in the basement. The basement that Chu Xiao accompanied Xin Xingtang to was filled with medicinal materials brought back from the original star, as well as some medicinal materials purchased from the Star Network later. Xin Xingtang was very satisfied looking at the herbs that were arranged in categories. She had unlocked several recipes, but she still had 2 recipes and a hair growth potion that she hadn't made yet. Making it should give her a lot of experience. Chu Xiao handed the herbs to Xin Xingtang and asked her, some things are not sold on Xingwang. You need to find them somewhere else. What else does Tang Tang need? Xin Xingtang looked at the mushroom soup and delicious roast chicken on the recipe and felt like eating. Zhao, I want to eat roast chicken. Do you have the ingredients? Chu Xiao, yes, I let the chef robot do it. Xin Xingtang shook his head. No, I use this to do it. There's a recipe on it. I want to try it out. After hearing this, Chu Xiao asked the robot butler to send a processed chicken over. Xin Xingtang clicked on the roast chicken recipe, put in the ingredients and clicked to make it. A minute later, a roast chicken that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside appeared in Xin Xingtang's hand. Chu Xiao looked over, and Xin Xingtang grinned and said, Ah Zhao, is it delicious? Chu Xiao nodded honestly. It was indeed very delicious, more delicious than any roast chicken he had ever eaten. Xin Xingtang tore off the chicken leg and ate it, and gave the rest to Chu Xiao. Xin Xingtang's eyes lit up after taking a bite, and he said happily, make a few more later, and let Ming Ming Jiao Jiao Li Li, and the others try it too. Chapter 60. After eating to satisfy her craving, Xin Xingtang quickly got into the production with full enthusiasm. The Polygonum multiflorum in the star field was cultivated very well. After Xin Xingtang put the Polygonum multiflorum into the system, she obtained a bottle of hair growth potion. According to the instructions, the effect is very good and it works after 1 bottle. Xin Xingtang looked at the hair growth potion and then at Chu Xiao. She doesn't lose hair and has a lot of hair. Chu Xiao also has good hair. He probably won't be able to use this hair growth potion. Xin Xingtang felt a little regretful. Chu Xiao looked at Xin Xingtang. Tang Tang, what is this? Xin Xingtang shook the potion and said, hair growth potion, cure baldness, it should also be effective for the hair loss problem of hairy orcs. Ah Zhao, do you think this can be sold? Can you make money? Chu Xiao thought for a while, and called Shi Lu. Shi Lu, how is the current situation of the pharmaceutical company? Shi Lu was busy, and was a little slow to react when she received Chu Xiao's call. Chu Xiao never cared about the company's affairs before. Why did he suddenly ask this? Marshal, why are you asking this? I just looked at the company's affairs yesterday. The medicine developed by the R&D team is not very good. Chu Xiao, Tang Tang has a hair growth potion here. Tang wants to ask if it can be sold. Shi Lu's eyes lit up. The current orcs are under great work pressure, and the Zerg are eyeing them covetously. They are all losing hair. Hair growth potions are indeed very popular recently. Marshall, how is the effect? Do you have a formula? Chu Xiao looked at Shinshing Tong, and Shinshing Tong immediately said, the effect is great. There is also a formula, and the raw materials are simple. Shi Lu immediately said, give me the sample formula, I take it to the R&D department. If the effect is good, we don't have to worry about the new products this season, and our military expenses for the next quarter will also be settled. Shinshing Tong's eyes lit up. She didn't know much about how to run a business or start a company, but she could tell that Shi Lu was very optimistic about this hair growth potion. After hanging up the phone, Shinshing Tong couldn't wait to ask Chu Xiao to send the things to Shi Lu. In the evening, Shi Lu personally delivered the cooperation contract. Shinshing Tong, do we still need to sign a contract? Shi Lu looked relaxed and said with a smile, although Madam is married to the marshal, brothers should still settle accounts. Madam provided the formula and samples, and there is no precedent in the market. The research department has analyzed the ingredients and reproduced it. After the experiment, the effect is very good. I have also applied for a patent for Madam. If Madam is willing to authorize, we must sign a contract and then pay Madam according to the profit. Shinshing Tong took a general look at the contract. The contract is very clear. She will get 20% of the profit of the finished products sold. Shinshing Tong doesn't know whether 20% is a lot or a little, but she believes that as Chu Xiao's partner, Shi Lu will not fool anyone but her. After signing, Shi Lu was a little surprised. Shinshing Tong signed so quickly. Shinshing Tong asked again, I have other formulas. Can I sell the finished products? Shi Lu had just put away the contract. When she heard Shinshing Tong's words, she sat up straight. Madam, are you saying that besides this hair growth potion, there are other similar ones? Shinshing Tong thought about it and nodded. Typhoid medicine didn't seem to be suitable for orcs. Forget about this. Go Chi Huang was still analyzing the ingredients of the antidote, but she could upgrade the production function immediately, which would unlock more formulas. Shi Lu laughed. That's great, madam. You can make the samples first. After this season's hair growth potion is launched, I will immediately communicate with madam to determine the next medicine. Shinshing Tong nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. It was naturally great to have someone worry about these things. Shi Lu got up and left happily, not even bothering to say hello to Chu Xiao, and completely forgot that he had suspected Shinshing Tong was a spy not long ago. Ha Shirlang came back at this time, and seeing Shi Lu's happy look, he asked puzzledly, Marshal, why is Shi Lu so happy? Chu Xiao was massaging Shinshing Tong's waist, and Shinshing Tong had been feeling a little sore in the past few days. Tang gave him the drug formula. Shi Lu likes to make money, and the drugs Tang gave him seem to have a good market. Ha Shirlang suddenly realized that Shi Lu really likes to make money. If she hadn't worked in the military, Shi Lu would have focused on business. Go Chi Huang also moved in from Gu Lianghuai, and the brood sack that Chu Xiao brought back was also taken to the laboratory by Go Chi Huang for preparatory work. After resting at home for 2 days, Chu Xiao started to go out early and come back late again. Shinshing Tong also became busy. Every day, except for eating and sleeping, she stayed in the basement. Chu Xiao allocated half of the basement to Shinshing Tong as a research and development room. Go Chi Huang's laboratory was next door. Chu Xiao was worried that Shinshing Tong would be tired staying in the research and development room every day, so he called Shinshing Tong regularly to remind her to rest. In fact, Shinshing Tong was not tired. She only needed to lie on the recliner with her mobile phone, and then order the robot to bring the required materials. The finished products were all placed in the system backpack. With the upgrade of the production function, the system backpack also expanded by 1 page, which could hold more finished products. Because of Chu Xiao, most of Shinshing Tong's backpack was filled with primary antidotes. After the production function was upgraded, Shinshing Tong stretched and poked the phone and asked, Xiao Wan, is there a more advanced antidote behind this primary antidote? Can it completely remove the devouring energy in Zhao's body? The Wanwu app was dead after a while. It didn't want to talk and didn't like to communicate with the host. It just followed the program. Shinshing Tong was chosen because he didn't look like a social terrorist. This was well reflected in the original star. It didn't talk, and Shinshing Tong also completed the primary upgrade task well. Seeing that Wanwu app didn't say anything, Shinshing Tong poked him again. Xiao Wan, I know you are socially anxious, but don't be too socially anxious. This is a necessary communication, you know? Wanwu app, yes, you can. Shinshing Tong looked at the dialog box, his eyes lit up, and he continued to ask, how many levels do you need to upgrade to unlock it? Wanwu app, 2 levels. This system has 3 levels of scanning functions, and 3 levels of production functions. Shinshing Tong was happy when she heard it. She spent half a year upgrading the scanning function, and this production function would definitely not take a long time. After I succeed in making it, can I ask Dr. Go and his team to make it? Will the effect of the recipe be discounted compared to the system? Everything app. Yes, after the host succeeds in making it, the recipe can be copied and made in reality. The effect is only half of that made by the system. Just eat 2 more servings. Xinxingtong was happy, as if she saw the money rolling in. She wanted to continue asking, but Everything app was obviously annoyed. Upgrading, please don't disturb. Seeing that the Wanwu app refused to communicate, Xinxingtong was not angry. She put down her phone and stood up to move around. At this time, Xinxingtong realized that she had used up all the medicinal materials here. What she got was 6 boxes of hair growth potion and a primary antidote in her backpack. Without anything, Xinxingtong could not continue to make it, so she planned to go out. After leaving the basement, Xinxingtong saw Hua Lily lying lazily on the sofa. When she saw her coming up, she immediately turned into a human form and sat down coldly. Xinxingtong covered her mouth and smiled, walked over and sat down, took Hua Lily's arm and asked, "Lily, are you not busy today?" Hua Lily's eyes were unnatural for a moment, and she said coldly, "Well, not busy, I'm here to give you something." In fact, Hua Lily was because she beat up the nagging old man in the military, and Chu Xiao was so worried that she asked her to come back to avoid the conflict. Although Hua Lily was unhappy that Chu Xiao asked her to avoid it, she also knew that the conflict could not be escalated at this time, so she came back and found an excuse to give something to hypnotize herself. The things were the 4 grasses from the last auction. When I sent Xinxingtong back, they were left in the car. Xinxingtong looked at the familiar box and remembered, "I almost forgot about this thing. I take it back to see if it's useful." Hua Lily stared at Xinxingtong's hand, and the next second she changed back to her animal form, and put her chin on Xinxingtong's palm very proudly. The meaning was very clear. Xinxingtong happily put down the grass, scratched Hua Lily's chin, and found a comb to comb Hua Lily's hair. After combing down a small pile of hair, Hua Lily was almost asleep because of Xinxingtong's scratching, and it was very comfortable. When Hu Hingming came back at night, he saw Xinxingtong combing Hua Lily's hair and wanted to comb her hair too. His huge tiger head blinked and came close to Xinxingtong. He raised his paws and patted his head, making a woo sound toward Xinxingtong. Xinxingtong felt his heart melt. He picked up the comb, rolled up his sleeves, and climbed onto Hu Hingming to comb his hair. Before he could comb his hair twice, Chu Xiao took him off Hu Hingming. Chu Xiao looked at Hu Hingming unhappily and walked upstairs with Xinxingtong in his arms, saying, "Don't comb her hair." Xinxingtong looked at the big cat getting farther and farther away, and it felt so good. Back in the room, Chu Xiao changed back to his original form and lay in front of Xinxingtong, saying to Xinxingtong, "Ah, Tang Ang combed my hair." Xinxingtong looked at the small comb in her hand, and then at Chu Xiao's long hair, and finally realized that Chu Xiao was jealous. Chu Xiao put his head in front of Xinxingtong, and his tail flicked from time to time, looking at Xinxingtong expectantly, because his Tang Tang had never combed her hair. Xinxingtong looked at Chu Xiao with amusement, and simply sat down on Chu Xiao, grabbing Chu Xiao's restless tail and combing it bit by bit. Chu Xiao was satisfied, squinted his eyes, tilted his head, and licked Xinxingtong with his tongue. In Chu Xiao's eyes, Xinxingtong would not turn into an animal, but he would use tools to comb his hair equal Xinxingtong licked his hair, and he also wanted to lick Xinxingtong's hair. This was an act of intimacy between partners, and Chu Xiao was very satisfied. Xinxingtong wiped his face and pushed Chu Xiao's head away. Xiao, stop making trouble, your saliva is on my face." Chu Xiao was stunned. He tried to lick again, but didn't retract his tongue. He just felt like the sky was falling. Tang Tang despised him. Xinxingtong said while combing his hair, "Xiao, don't lick people casually. It's dirty." But Xiao's hair is so smooth and tangle-free. It must be well groomed by someone. Chu Xiao was still immersed in the sadness of Xinxingtong, not letting him lick his hair. He pushed his head into Xinxingtong's arms, like a spoiled child, trying to express his grievance. But Chu Xiao ignored his huge animal form, and Xinxingtong fell back on him. Xinxingtong was ticklish, and fell on Chu Xiao, giggling non-stop. Chu Xiao was confused, and before Xinxingtong finished laughing, the robot housekeeper knocked on the door and said, "Marshal, there is a delivery from the madam." Xinxingtong quickly stopped laughing and got up. "Delivery? What delivery? I didn't buy anything." Chu Xiao turned back into human form and said, "I go take a look." He walked out, and Xinxingtong hurriedly followed him. she was still curious about what it was.